Ao Bao lay on the cashier counter in the store, waiting obediently for Ruirui to teach him. Tang Rui was not in a hurry. After all, it was just getting dark, and the night was still long. He leaned down and slowly bit Ao Bao rosy, fragrant, and soft little mouth. Ao Bao lips were as sweet as honey. Tang Rui couldn't taste them no matter how hard he tried. For a moment, he even wanted to swallow Ao Bao into his stomach. Ruirui kissed too hard, and Ao Bao frowned in pain. He moaned twice in the gap between kisses. Well, Ao Bao wanted Ruirui to kiss him more gently, but Tang Rui had lost himself a little now, and couldn't hear Ao Bao talking at all. Yang Yu was curled up outside the store, hiding in a dilapidated trash can. Shivering, Xiao Shu, who had turned into a zombie, was constantly circling the trash can, making zombie-specific hoarse sounds from her mouth, as if calling Yang Yu out. Yang Yu didn't dare to go out. He was afraid that Xiao Shu would bite him, and there was more than just Xiao Shu around. The wandering zombies were gathering here in twos and threes. Yang Yu looked outside through the broken hole in the trash can, and saw more zombies coming around. He cried out, Ao Bao, are you done? Come out. I'm going to be eaten. Tang Rui and Ao Bao were infatuated and passionate, and they had already brewed their desire. But Yang Yu's howl directly extinguished half of the fire of desire. Fortunately, Tang Rui cheered up again. To the guy who interrupted them, Tang Rui replied in a bad tone, shut up. If you howl again, I will go out and beat you to death. It's been a long time. I thought you should finish. Yang Yu felt like he was spending a year outside. Every second was torture. He just wanted Tang Rui and the others to come out quickly. Tang Rui came out with a heavy breath, and? Not so soon. Tang Rui's words were really crazy. Yang Yu couldn't help scratching the glass door with his fingernails. He wanted to urge, but he didn't dare to. The sound of nails scratching on the glass door was particularly harsh, and it made people feel uncomfortable. Tang Rui gritted his teeth and said, you'd better be quiet for a while. Yang Yu shrank back into the trash can pitifully. Ao Bao was very dissatisfied with Ruirui talking to others at this time. Ao. When facing Ao Bao, Tang Rui's tone was much gentler. Okay. I won't be distracted. Tang Rui no longer paid attention to Yang Yu outside, and concentrated on playing with Ao Bao. It was unknown how much time had passed. Yang Yu had already fallen asleep in the trash can before Tang Rui saw Ao Bao coming out of the store. The fire outside had gone out, leaving only a few red sparks. Tang Rui lit another fire, preparing to cook a midnight snack for Ao Bao to replenish his body. Ao Bao, do you want barbecue or stewed meat? Ao Bao leaned against Tang Rui's arms with a blushing face, opened his lips swollen from kissing, and said, Ao. Ao Bao was too lazy to make a choice, so he wanted both, because the meat that Ruirui had fed Ao Bao had been taken out. Ao Bao's stomach was empty now, and he had to eat some meat to fill it up. Otherwise his stomach would rebel. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's mouth again, and said contentedly, okay, I'll make it for you right away. Tang Rui put a pot on the fire and cooked and grilled the meat. Some spices found in the restaurant earlier can be used. Star anise and bay leaves were added to the stewed meat, as well as some wolfberries. After stewing for a few minutes, the fragrance wafted out. Yang Yu, who was sleeping in the trash can, was awakened by the fragrance. Yang Yu rubbed his sore eyes, poked his head out of the trash can, and saw Tang Rui grilling meat. So he ran over immediately. Tang Rui saw him coming and punched him directly. This punch hit Yang Yu's stomach, but the force was not very strong. Tang Rui threw a punch and then stopped. Warning, next time when Ao Bao and I are intimate, if you yell and scream again and ruin my mood, I will beat you so hard that you can only crawl. Yang Yu touched his aching stomach and nodded quickly. I won't do it next time. Then, Yang Yu sat down by the fire, staring at the sizzling meat on the fire without blinking, seeing the skin of the meat bubbling and the fat overflowing. His saliva was almost flooding like a flood. Tang Rui sprinkled some cumin powder and chili powder on the barbecue, and said to Yang Yu, don't look at it. These are all Ao Bao. There is no share for you. Ao Bao also echoed, Ao. All this meat is Ao Bao. Yang Yu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and looked away in extreme disappointment. He didn't dare to look at the sizzling meat. Otherwise the more he looked at it, the more he wanted to eat it. Yang Yu looked around, trying to divert his gaze, but it was pitch black all around, and there was nothing to see. Finally, Yang Yu somehow shifted his gaze to Ao Bao. His eyes first focused on Ao Bao's feet. Ao Bao's shoes and socks were taken off in the previous love affair. So now he was barefoot. Under the dim firelight, this pair of feet, which were originally white and shiny, were glowing with a light yellow luster. And there was also a hazy beauty. Whether it was the arch of the instep or the slightly curled toes, they were all beautiful as if they were carefully painted. Just looking at them, they felt very precious. And no one would be willing to let these little feet walk on the dirty ground. He was so busy admiring how beautiful these little feet were that he ignored the red spots on the soles of his feet. Those spots were sucked out by Tang Rui one by one, from each toe to the instep, and finally to the ankles. There were more if he looked up. Yang Yu's eyes followed the kiss marks up little by little, from the ankles to the calves, and then to the knees. A little further in front of the knees was the thigh covered by the hem of the skirt. In the past, Yang Yu couldn't understand why Ao Bao always wore skirts when he was obviously a boy. Later, he realized that the skirts were just for the convenience of peeing. If you wear pants, you need to unbutton, unzip, and take out the thing. But if you wear a skirt, you just need to lift the hem of the skirt and you're done. It was the first time that Yang Yu found that wearing a skirt could be so convenient. So he wanted to give it a try. Just as Yang Yu's eyes wandered around the hem of Ao Bao's skirt, he suddenly felt a dull pain in his head, as if a big iron block hit him on the head, hitting him dizzy. Yang Yu looked up and found that it was not a big iron block that hit him, but Tang Rui's big fist. Tang Rui's face was livid at this moment, and there seemed to be fire in his eyes. Believe it or not, I will dig your eyeballs out. Yang Yu, this guy, actually dared to ignore his existence and peeked at the scenery under Ao Bao's skirt without restraint. He really didn't want to die. Yang Yu really didn't have any other crooked thoughts. He just looked at it casually. He looked at Ao Bao with a look of appreciating beautiful things. Tang Rui didn't care what kind of look he used. Anyway, it was wrong to look at him. If you look at me again, I will dig out your eyeballs and feed them to the zombies. I dare not. I dare not. Yang Yu moved his eyes to the barbecue again. Although these barbecues were very attractive to him, his mind was now full of Ao Bao's little feet. At this time, he found that Ao Bao's feet were small, but very fleshy, and the pads under his feet were bulging. What was he thinking about? Yang Yu shook his head violently, threw away those images, and then stared at the barbecues. Ao Bao's stomach was small, and he didn't eat much. After eating only 2 or 3 pieces of barbecue, he was almost full. There was still a lot of meat left, which was not finished. Tang Rui and Yang Yu each shared half of the remaining barbecue. Yang Yu thanked him gratefully. He thought Tang Rui would not give him any, but he did not expect that he actually shared half with him. The 3 of them were full, leaving Xiaoshu alone and hungry. Ao Bao felt sorry for her, so he took out a bag of dried meat from the space and gave it to her. Xiaoshu took the dried meat, squatted in the corner, and chewed it slowly. It's time to sleep. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and crawled into the sleeping bag. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he heard a woman screaming and crying. Tang Rui frowned and came out of the sleeping bag to take a look. The 3 women from the daytime came over here, followed by several zombies. When they saw Tang Rui, they rushed forward as if they had found a life-saving straw. When they all ran to Tang Rui's side, the zombies chasing them continued to chase with a magical frown. Ao Bao had just fallen asleep, but was awakened by the voices of the 3 of them. Tang Rui glanced at them and motioned them to keep quiet. The 3 women suppressed their fear, closed their mouths, and sat down around the fire, each of them still in shock. Tang Rui patted Ao Bao back and coaxed him to continue sleeping. Ao Bao fell asleep again soon. After Ao Bao fell asleep, Tang Rui looked at the 3 women who had calmed down a lot. What are you doing here? Tang Rui had already said that he would not take them in. One of the 3 women, who was a little younger, said, Erhizi has turned into a zombie. So we came here. Tang Rui tried to lower his voice and said unhappily, Keep your voice down. Don't disturb my people's sleep. The woman apologized. Sorry. Tang Rui continued. I can't take you with me. The 3 women were very desperate. Erhizi, their only support, had also turned into a zombie. The 3 weak women really couldn't continue to live. They could only pin their hopes on the man in front of them. The man in front of them was stronger than Li Hu and Erhizi combined, and he would definitely protect them. But the key was that this man was unwilling to protect them. One of the women unbuttoned her clothes generously and exposed her breasts. I want to be your woman. Tang Rui didn't look at her exposed breasts, but looked at her face and said, you can't compare with Ao Bao in any way. And I don't want to compare you with Ao Bao. Compared with Ao Bao, the woman in front of him has no advantages at all. Of course, Tang Rui disdains to compare Ao Bao with any woman. The woman only took a look at Ao Bao's bare feet and knew that she had lost miserably. In the end times, who has the time to clean their feet? And no matter how they clean, the toenails will still be covered with dirt and cannot be cleaned at all. But Ao Bao's feet are very clean, and there is no dirt in the gaps between the nails. You can tell at a glance that they are carefully cared for. The man in front of him must love this boy very much, so he takes such good care of him. The woman envied and hated it. She hated her bad luck and couldn't meet a good man like Tang Rui. She also hated why Ao Bao could meet such a man. Yang Yu, who had fallen asleep, was also awakened. When he got up, he saw a woman exposing her breasts. Fortunately, Yang Yu had seen countless women's bodies, so he didn't make a fuss. The only thing he was surprised about was that this woman actually took off her clothes in front of Tang Rui. Yang Yu had been in the apocalypse for so long that he was considered an old hand. He naturally knew that the woman wanted to sell her body to keep safe or exchange for food. Yang Yu frowned in disdain. How could this woman compare with Ao Bao? She took off her clothes right away. She was too confident. If he were Tang Rui, he would never accept this woman. Tang Rui looked at the woman in front of him expressionlessly and said, put on your clothes. If Ao Bao wakes up later and sees a naked woman in front of him, it will be a misunderstanding. Seeing that Tang Rui had no interest in her, the woman had no choice but to gather her clothes. She didn't feel ashamed at all, but just felt frustrated. She never thought that she would be outdone by a little boy one day. Yang Yu came over and asked, Brother Rui, are you going to take them in? Tang Rui shook his head, no. Hearing this, Yang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No one wanted to have 3 more guys who would hold them back. It would be good if Tang Rui didn't kill them and gave them to Ao Bao for dinner. He would never feed them with food, unless he kept them as reserve food. But now Ao Bao doesn't like to eat human flesh very much. The pregnant woman cried with her big belly, then we can't live. Are you really going to watch us die without helping? Tang Rui didn't forget that it was this pregnant woman who hit Ao Bao's head. He looked at the pregnant woman with a gloomy face and said, this is the end of the world. Yang Yu echoed on the side, in the end of the world. You still want to play the moral kidnapping trick. Do you think it's still a peaceful era now? The weak are certainly pitiful. But the premise of pitying others is to protect yourself first. Although their voices were very low, Ao Bao was still awakened. Ao Bao rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, then looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the 3 women. Tang Rui saw that Ao Bao woke up again, so he wanted to coax him to continue sleeping. Ao Bao, let's go to sleep. Ao Bao was no longer sleepy now. He pointed at the 3 women with his little finger. Ao, meat to eat. No one else could understand what Ao Bao said. Only Tang Rui could understand. When Tang Rui heard Ao Bao say that he would take these 3 women to feed Xiaoshu, he couldn't help but want to laugh. And at the same time he was a little angry. Why is your mind full of Xiaoshu? You are so concerned about her? Then, Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao on his little butt in dissatisfaction. Yang Yu asked curiously, Brother Rui, what did Ao Bao say just now? Tang Rui was not really angry, and even had a helpless smile on his face. Ao Bao said he would take them to feed Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, who was hiding in the corner chewing dried meat, heard that there was fresh human meat to eat, and her eyes lit up instantly. She got up and trotted over. Just wait for Ao Bao permission. Then Xiaoshu can bite off their meat and eat it. The 3 women were frightened by Xiaoshu and ran away directly. Xiaoshu hurried to chase, not to let the meat be lost. Seeing Xiaoshu running away, Yang Yu hesitated for a moment whether to chase her. Brother Rui, do you want to get her back? She is your girlfriend. Why are you asking me? Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao and went back into the sleeping bag. Yang Yu thought about it and decided not to chase her. If his girlfriend ran away, she ran away. Anyway, he was not as heavy-handed as Tang Rui and liked to deal with zombies. Speaking of this, Yang Yu still admired Tang Rui very much. He was not afraid of zombies. Not only was he not afraid, but he dared to go up against them. Yang Yu didn't want to chase Xiaoshu back, but Ao Bao was not very confident about Xiaoshu, worried that she would run away. Rui. Ao Bao wanted Rui to find Xiaoshu and stop her from running around. Tang Rui didn't mean to chase her. He zipped up his sleeping bag directly. Ao Bao. Why do you care so much about her? Xiaoshu has already turned into a zombie. There is no point in chasing her back. It might be better to let her wander with other zombies in the apocalypse. Otherwise, who will take care of her in normal times? After all, she is not like Ao Bao, who has Tang Rui to help wipe her, but when she poops. Ao Bao just can't bear to leave her. After all, they have been together for a long time. Tang Rui bit Ao Bao's mouth. Don't think too much. Go to sleep quickly. Ao Bao soon stopped thinking about Xiaoshu and found a comfortable position in Ruirui's arms to sleep. Ao Bao slept until noon the next day. Before Ao Bao woke up, Tang Rui had searched the department store. He didn't find any food, but there were a lot of daily necessities. Tang Rui also found a lot of small stickers. These stickers have various cute patterns, which are all Ao Bao favorites. Knowing that Ao Bao likes it, Tang Rui collected them all. When Ao Bao woke up from his nap, Tang Rui gave Ao Bao the stickers as a surprise. Ao Bao really liked these stickers. He held them in his hands while eating and refused to put them down. Ao Bao also picked some cute little stickers and put them on Tang Rui's face. Seeing Ruirui's face covered with stickers, Ao Bao smiled happily. Tang Rui would also put 1 or 2 stickers on Ao Bao's face. This is called reciprocity. Yang Yu watched them playing from behind, and his mood also relaxed unconsciously. Tang Rui and Ao Bao looked like 2 big children with childlike innocence. No, Ao Bao was originally a child. Tang Rui's face was not only covered with stickers, but also his hair and clothes were covered with stickers. Tang Rui smiled helplessly. Ao Bao, you have pasted all of them at once, and there will be no more to play with in the future. It is indeed a waste to paste them randomly like this. So Ao Bao stopped pasting them and put the stickers back into his little bear backpack, keeping them as a treasure. After driving for half a day, they left the city and arrived in the suburbs. There are no zombies in the suburbs. It is very safe. Even if there are zombies, it doesn't matter. But compared to zombies, those wolves are the most terrifying. Tang Rui still remembers that he was bitten by a wolf before. Speaking of being bitten by a wolf, Tang Rui's body suddenly stiffened for a moment. Yang Yu noticed that Tang Rui was not right. So he asked, Brother Rui, what's wrong with you? Xiao Ting was bitten by a mutant fish and turned into a fish. I was bitten by a mutant wolf before, but it seems to be fine. Tang Rui only remembered this now. Why didn't he get infected with animal viruses when he was bitten? Yang Yu answered while eating, it means you have antibodies. Tang Rui didn't have antibodies. Maybe he was immune to the virus after absorbing Ao Bao honey. Otherwise, he would have mutated into a werewolf, with hair all over his body. It's scary to think about it. Since he's fine, it's a blessing. By the way, come here. I have something to tell you. Tang Rui waved at Yang Yu and asked him to move his head closer. Yang Yu approached with confusion. What? Tang Rui whispered to him. Try to hypnotize Ao Bao. What? Yang Yu didn't understand. Why? Tang Rui just wanted to try whether Yang Yu could hypnotize Ao Bao. Yang Yu shook his head to refuse. Ao Bao is a zombie. I can't hypnotize him. Tang Rui said, you can't hypnotize those low-level zombies because they have no self-consciousness. But high-level zombies with consciousness can be hypnotized in theory. Yang Yu decided to give it a try. But he still had a question. Why hypnotize Ao Bao? What do you want him to do? Nothing else. Tang Rui wanted to test whether Yang Yu's hypnosis worked on Ao Bao. You try to make Ao Bao fall in love with me. Yang Yu. Ao Bao saw that the 2 of them were whispering behind his back. So he leaned his little head over and listened together. Seeing that Ao Bao came to eavesdrop, Tang Rui and Yang Yu had to stop talking, fearing that Ao Bao would hear it. Tang Rui and Yang Yu changed to writing on the ground, bullying Ao Bao for being illiterate and unable to read the words they wrote. Seeing that they seemed to have some secrets hidden from him, Ao Bao was a little angry, and his little mouth kept howling like a cannon. Ao Ao. Ao Bao was cursing. Tang Rui did not bully Ao Bao, the illiterate boy, and said to Yang Yu openly, try to hypnotize Ao Bao so that he could only stay with me. Tang Rui was still worried that Ao Bao would leave him one day. Yang Yu. He had already said that he could not do it. Hearing that Ruirui only wanted Ao Bao to stay with him, Ao Bao agreed without waiting for Yang Yu to hypnotize him. Ao Bao would only stay with Ruirui in the future, and would not go anywhere. Tang Rui smiled and bit Ao Bao's mouth. After that, Yang Yu quietly asked Tang Rui, "Why do you suddenly want to hypnotize Ao Bao?" Tang Rui said with a gloomy look, "I am just worried that Ao Bao will leave me after I become a monster." Tang Rui was bitten by a mutant wolf, and the animal virus is now lurking in his body. So there is a certain probability that he will become a werewolf. After he becomes a werewolf, Ao Bao will definitely dislike him, just like Xiao Shu dislikes Xiao Ting. The animal virus in his body didn't know when it would break out, which made Tang Rui always uneasy and absent-minded when walking. He almost tripped over stones several times. Finally, because he was afraid of falling on Ao Bao, Tang Rui had to concentrate on walking. Ao Bao saw that Ruirui seemed to be worried, so he tilted his head and asked, "Ruirui, Ao, Ruirui, what's wrong with you?" Tang Rui smiled and replied perfunctorily, "Nothing." It was a long time ago that he was bitten by the mutant wolf. He hadn't mutated for so long, so there was no need to worry too much. Maybe the virus had been cleared long ago. Tang Rui quickly thought it over and smiled, and sucked on Ao Bao's little mouth. Seeing that Ruirui's expression had recovered, Ao Bao also grinned. At night, they camped in an open space near the water. After a simple dinner, Tang Rui held Ao Bao by the fire and learned to read. Although Tang Rui would take time to teach Ao Bao to recognize words every night, after teaching for more than 10 days, Ao Bao still couldn't even read the simplest word I. He was really stupid. Only Tang Rui had the patience to teach again and again. If it were someone else, they would have been impatient a long time ago. Seeing how hard Ao Bao was learning, Yang Yu helped to persuade him, "Brother Rui, if Ao Bao can't learn, don't force it." Since several days ago, Yang Yu heard Tang Rui teaching Ao Bao to read the word I, and he has been teaching until now. But he still hasn't learned it. It's really convincing. It won't work if you don't teach Ao Bao to learn to speak. Tang Rui couldn't let Ao Bao always scream and not even say the simplest words. Although Tang Rui could understand what Ao Bao was saying, in the eyes of others, Ao Bao was no different from a little mute. Yang Yu asked in confusion, "Ao Bao can talk, right? I see he can communicate with you very smoothly." "Ao Bao can communicate with me, but I can't fully understand what Ao Bao said." Sometimes Tang Rui still needs to combine Ao Bao facial expressions to analyze what Ao Bao is saying, and the analysis is not accurate enough, and he often misunderstands what Ao Bao means. Seeing that Ruirui was only talking to Yang Yu, Ao Bao groaned in dissatisfaction. Tang Rui collected his mind and continued to teach Ao Bao to read. When Ao Bao spoke, he couldn't distinguish between retroflex and curled tongue sounds. No matter how many times he was taught, he still couldn't distinguish them. The position of his tongue was always wrong. In addition, the stuttering was also very serious. He hasn't said a complete sentence yet, and he speaks intermittently. After learning for 30 minutes, Ao Bao finally learned to call his own name, Ao Bao. Ao Bao. Yang Yu on the opposite side asked curiously, "Is the name Ao Bao a nickname?" Tang Rui shook his head, "No. I gave it to him." Yang Yu asked again, "What is Ao Bao's full name?" Thinking back suddenly, Tang Rui found that he didn't know Ao Bao's full name yet. He only remembered that Yu Liang always called him Ao Bao in a childish way. Tang Rui shook his head and said, "I don't know." He forgot to ask Yu Liang before. Yang Yu was very surprised. "You don't know? Is there a problem?" When Tang Rui met Ao Bao was just a little zombie wandering around, and there was no name engraved on his body. How could he know what Ao Bao's full name was? Yang Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "No problem." Seeing Ruirui chatting with Yang Yu again, the neglected Ao Bao waved his hands, trying to find a sense of existence, and kept repeating his name, Ao Bao. Ao Bao. Tang Rui's eyes were successfully attracted by Ao Bao. He lowered his head and sucked hard on Ao Bao's chubby face. "Read after me." Ao Bao is Ruirui's. Ao Bao sat on Tang Rui's thigh, tilted his body and said, "Ao Bao." Ruirui. Tang Rui patiently taught. There are still 2 words missing. To say it completely, Ao Bao is Ruirui's. Ao Bao said the 6 words one by one. Ao Bao is Ruirui's. Tang Rui nodded with satisfaction. "Next time, no matter who you see, you must tell him this sentence first. Tell him that you are mine. Understand?" Ao Bao nodded and repeated it again. Ao Bao is Ruirui's. "Good boy." Tang Rui felt that his heart was filled. After that, Ao Bao kept repeating the 6 words. After repeating them dozens of times, he spoke more and more smoothly, and finally he could recite them completely. no longer intermittently. This was also the first sentence that Ao Bao could say completely. In order not to forget this sentence, Ao Bao did not sleep, but kept lying on Tang Rui's chest, whispering, Ao Bao belongs to Ruirui. Belongs to Ruirui. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's face and said with a smile, okay. Go to bed early. Tang Rui had to choose a place to build a house early tomorrow morning. He thought it would be nice to build a small wooden house about 10 meters away from the river. As he thought about it, he felt sleepy and gradually fell into a hazy dream. Ao Bao hadn't fallen asleep yet. He was playing with the buttons on Ruirui's clothes while muttering, Ao Bao is Ruirui's. After repeating it countless times, Ao Bao finally decided to take a nap. Just as Ao Bao was yawning and preparing to go to sleep, there was a rustling sound behind the bushes. There must be some small animal hiding in the grass. Ao Bao raised his head curiously and looked towards the bushes where the noise came from. After a closer look, he could see a head. After a closer look, he found that the person hiding in the bushes was the mutated Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu had lost them at first, but she followed the smell of the zombie king and found them. After seeing Xiaoshu's face, Ao Bao was very surprised. He quickly climbed up from Ruirui, trotted to Xiaoshu, and shouted excitedly, Ao. It is of course a happy thing to see a familiar face. Ao Bao raised his little hand and rubbed Xiaoshu's messy head, asking her if she was hungry. Xiaoshu's neck was stiff, and she nodded like a robot. Ao Bao took out some dried meat from the space to feed her, and told her not to run around anymore. Ao. Hearing that Ao Bao seemed to be talking to someone, Tang Rui suddenly opened his eyes, got up and saw that Ao Bao had run to the bush not far away. Tang Rui walked over angrily and picked up Ao Bao from behind. What are you doing here? Ao Bao pointed at Xiaoshu who was hiding behind the bush chewing dried meat. Ao. Tang Rui looked over and saw that it was Xiaoshu. He was surprised. We have walked so far, and she can still keep up. Tang Rui turned around and woke up Yang Yu who was sleeping soundly. Your girlfriend is here. Take good care of her. When Yang Yu woke up, he was a little confused. He thought Tang Rui was joking with him at first. When he really saw Xiaoshu, he screamed as if he saw a ghost. Why is she here? Tang Rui joked. She may be reluctant to leave you. Ao Bao. Let her go quickly. I'm scared. Yang Yu didn't want to live with a zombie. Ao Bao asked Yang Yu a soul-searching question. Ao. Don't you want her anymore? Yang Yu didn't understand what Ao Bao said, so Tang Rui translated it for him and passed it on to him. Yang Yu replied, she is a zombie. How can I want her? Yang Yu was full of rejection, fear and chills. Ao Bao was unhappy, pouted his lips, and then snorted at Yang Yu. It's a pity that Xiaoshu is now a low-level zombie and doesn't know anything. Otherwise she would know how hurtful Yang Yu's words just now were. Tang Rui said, with Ao Bao here, Xiaoshu won't hurt you. What are you afraid of? Yang Yu didn't dare to look at Xiaoshu at all. She is a zombie. Of course I am afraid. Looking at Yang Yu's cowardly look, Tang Rui said with a little disdain, what is there to be afraid of? She won't hurt you. No. I still can't accept it. Yang Yu doesn't want to have a zombie girlfriend. And he is not as brave as Tang Rui, who dares to have sex with zombies. If Yang Yu, the nominal boyfriend, is unwilling to take care of Xiaoshu, then no one is willing to take care of Xiaoshu. Tang Rui turned to Ao Bao and said, let her go. Don't follow us. Ao Bao said that he could take care of Xiaoshu, so he wanted to keep her. Tang Rui's face darkened when he heard this. Since you are capable of taking care of others, I will not help you change your pants, wipe your butt, or take a bath in the future. Ao Bao still needs others to take care of him, but he actually wants to take care of others. Ruirui doesn't help Ao Bao wipe his butt. How can that be possible? Ao Bao shook his head quickly. Ao Bao, but needs to be wiped by Ruirui. Tang Rui raised his eyebrows and asked, do you still want to take care of others? Ao Bao shook his head again, not wanting to. Then let her go. Don't let her follow us anymore. No one is willing to take care of Xiaoshu, and there is no point for her to stay. So let her wander around like other zombies. Ao Bao still wanted to keep Xiaoshu, so he tried to beg for mercy, and even used the trick of acting like a spoiled child. Ruirui, faced with Ao Bao acting like a spoiled child, Tang Rui's attitude was not so tough, and his tone was much softer, but no one is willing to take care of her. Ao Bao pointed at Yang Yu. Ao. Yang Yu shook his head and waved his hands and said, I don't want to take care of her. Ao Bao was a little angry and bared his teeth at Yang Yu. It seems that Ao Bao is going to force Yang Yu to take care of Xiao Shu. Yang Yu had a sad face and asked in confusion, "Why do I have to take care of her?" Ao Bao felt that Yang Yu and Xiao Shu were a pair, and the two could not be separated and had to be together forever. Yang Yu said with a bitter face, "Ao Bao, she and I are not married, so I have no obligation to take care of her. If there is no obligation to take care of her, then why did Ruerui take care of Ao Bao for so long?" Yang Yu's words overturned Ao Bao worldview. Ao Bao didn't understand why Ruerui wanted to take care of Ao Bao. What was the reason? A few question marks appeared on Ao Bao's little head. He turned his head to look at Ruerui and asked, "Ao? Doesn't Ruerui have the obligation to take care of Ao Bao?" Tang Rui smiled bitterly and scolded, "Little fool. Of course, I have no obligation to take care of you. But I have the responsibility to take care of you." Hearing Ruerui calling him a little fool, Ao Bao pouted unhappily, Ao Bao is not stupid. Tang Rui tapped Ao Bao's forehead with his index finger and said with a wry smile, "You still say you are not stupid. But after so long, you still haven't figured out my feelings for you. And you don't even know why I take care of you." Why Tang Rui takes care of Ao Bao? Of course, it's because of love. But Ao Bao still doesn't understand this truth, and still thinks that Tang Rui takes care of him out of obligation. Ao Bao tilted his head and admitted that he was stupid. He really didn't understand why Ruerui took care of him for so long. Seeing that Ao Bao was still asking himself why he took care of him for so long, Tang Rui got angry in his heart and said angrily, "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first." As he said that, Tang Rui put Ao Bao in his arms down, and then went back to his sleeping bag to rest alone. Ao Bao followed him happily, and got into Ruerui's arms. Why did Ruerui take care of Ao Bao for so long? Ao Bao hadn't figured it out yet. So how could he fall asleep so easily? Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's chest and continued to ask, "Ao? Why did Ruerui take care of Ao Bao?" This question, whose answer was obvious, was asked again and again by Ao Bao. Tang Rui couldn't help but get angry. He calmed down with a handsome face and slapped Ao Bao round and perky little but hard. The dull slapping sound came from under the sleeping bag, and Yang Yu next to him could hear it clearly. However, Yang Yu didn't have time to explore what Ao Bao and Tang Rui were doing, because he was concentrating on watching Xiao Shu eating dried meat behind the bushes. After a slap, Ao Bao was successfully beaten to tears, and cried very loudly, "Wu Ao." Ruerui was so bad, spanking Ao Bao butt again. Ao Bao buttocks were very tender, and they were a little swollen after just one spanking. Tang Rui was also distressed, but he was still more angry. "Ao Bao, don't ask me why I take care of you again. I will spank you every time you ask." Seeing Ruerui's fierceness, Ao Bao shrank his shoulders in fear. And then he didn't even dare to cry, let alone make a sound. Tang Rui realized that his tone just now was not very good and scared Ao Bao. So he immediately apologized, "Ao Bao, I'm sorry." After that, Tang Rui gently kissed Ao Bao's little face, and his big hands were also gently rubbing the little buttocks that were hurt by his spanking. Seeing Ruerui become gentle again, Ao Bao was not so scared. Ao Bao rubbed his pouty flesh on Ruerui's stubbled chin in a flattering way. Tang Rui's stubble was short and thick, a bit prickly, and Ao Bao's face turned red after rubbing it for a few times. Ao Bao's face was soft and elastic, which made people feel comfortable, although Tang Rui was reluctant to let Ao Bao stop. He also knew that his stubble was prickly, so he had to stop Ao Bao's behavior in the end. "Good boy. Okay, no more rubbing." Although Ruerui's stubble was very prickly, Ao Bao thought it was fun, so he didn't listen to Ruerui and stopped, but continued to rub. The chubby little face of Yu Yanzheng was soft, smooth, and tender, which made Tang Rui's heart flutter. Big Ruerui stood up very unpromisingly, just poking on little Ao, who had a close meeting with Big Ruerui through several layers of cloth. Tang Rui's breath was all over Ao Bao's little face. "Ao Bao, I have to go to cut trees and lay the foundation tomorrow, so I have to rest early." Although he said so, his big Ruerui didn't shrink at all, but expanded even more. How could he have the intention to rest early? Ao Bao thought Ruerui really wanted to rest early, so he stopped rubbing and planned to find a comfortable position to sleep. Ao Bao was originally going to sleep, but the existence of the huge Ruerui was really impossible to ignore. Ao Bao felt uncomfortable being poked, So he reached out to take away the big Ruirui. After the big Ruirui was held by Ao Bao's little hand, Tang Rui's breathing stagnated, and he said with an unsteady breath, Ao Bao, you want to eat, don't you? Ao Bao didn't eat it. He just wanted to take it away. Ruirui still had a lot of work to do tomorrow and needed to rest well. So Ao Bao didn't eat meat tonight. Ao Bao actually said he didn't want to eat. Tang Rui immediately got excited. Really not eating? Ao Bao said with a not very standard pronunciation. No eat. Tang Rui. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's little mouth hard and said firmly, you have to eat even if you don't want to. It was Ruirui who said he wanted to rest early. But in the end, he forced Ao Bao to stay up late with him. After the fun, it was just dawn. Tang Rui didn't rest for a moment. He took the saw to cut trees. Ao Bao was still lying in the sleeping bag, sleeping soundly. Yang Yu woke up and went to help Tang Rui. However, Yang Yu couldn't carry anything on his shoulders or lift anything with his hands, so he couldn't help much and was also a hindrance. After helping for a while, Tang Rui sent him away. You go and watch over Ao Bao. If he wakes up, don't let him run around. Yang Yu also knew that he couldn't do heavy physical work, so he didn't try to be brave. He put down the tree on his shoulder and turned to the camp to look at Ao Bao. Ao Bao is still sleeping now, and he will not wake up until about 11 or 12 o'clock in the afternoon. During this period, Yang Yu had nothing to do, so he chatted with Xiaoshu, who had already turned into a corpse. It was not chattering, but just talking to himself. Don't follow me. Okay? I don't really like you. Yang Yu said a lot of bad words, but Xiaoshu didn't react at all. Another point that must be made clear is that Xiaoshu was not following Yang Yu. She was following Ao Bao. So Yang Yu was self-indulgent. Yang Yu talked too much and woke Ao Bao up. Ao Bao, who didn't get enough sleep, was in a bad mood when he woke up. Especially when Ruirui was not around when he woke up. He was even more in a bad mood when he woke up. Ao Bao bared his teeth at Yang Yu angrily. Ao. Xiaoshu quickly felt Ao Bao anger. The person who angered Ao Bao was Yang Yu. As the most loyal supporter of the zombie king, Xiaoshu had to do something about it. Xiaoshu jumped on Ao Bao and bit Yang Yu. Fortunately, Yang Yu reacted quickly and avoided being bitten. Originally, I thought that with Ao Bao around, Xiaoshu would not lose control and bite people. But this idea was wrong. Yang Yu hurried to find Tang Rui. Brother Rui, save me. Tang Rui had just cut down a tree when he saw Yang Yu running over in panic. What are you doing here? Where is Ao Bao? Ao Bao woke up, and Xiaoshu wanted to bite me. Yang Yu was so scared that he spoke incoherently. Hearing that Ao Bao had woken up, Tang Rui put down the saw and went to check. When Tang Rui returned to the camp, Ao Bao was crying, and because he hadn't slept enough, Ao Bao was not in good spirits, and there was a small black spot under his eyelids. Ao Bao cried because he didn't see Ruirui, and he stopped crying when he saw Ruirui coming back. Ao Bao stood up from the ground and rushed towards Tang Rui. Tang Rui opened his arms and caught Ao Bao's little body. Do you want to continue sleeping for a while? Ao Bao nodded agreeably. Ao. It was only about 7 or 8 in the morning, and Ao Bao woke up. He must not have slept enough. After a few minutes, Ao Bao fell asleep in Tang Rui's arms. After more than 10 minutes, when Ao Bao fell asleep thoroughly, Tang Rui moved his arms and put Ao Bao back into the sleeping bag to catch up on his sleep. After that, Tang Rui put earplugs on Ao Bao to prevent him from being woken up again. Then Tang Rui stood up and looked at Yang Yu, who had been standing behind him, and asked, You said Xiaoshu wanted to bite you? Yang Yu roughly recounted what happened. She was fine at first and didn't mean to bite me. But after Ao Bao woke up and bared his teeth at me, she rushed over and bit me. After listening, Tang Rui understood what was going on. Just don't make Ao Bao angry. Tang Rui had to continue chopping trees, so he didn't talk nonsense with Yang Yu. Ao Bao slept until almost afternoon. At this time, Tang Rui had already chopped down more than a dozen trees and dug the foundation. If the superpowers were still there, Tang Rui might work faster. After Ao Bao woke up, he was free anyway, so he went to help Ruirui, help dig the foundation, or help carry the tree. But neither of these two things is easy, and Ao Bao's small body can't handle it. Tang Rui smiled helplessly and said, Ao Bao, go play somewhere else. So I don't need your help. Ao Bao had no self-awareness at all, and insisted on carrying the tree. which was several times thicker than his waist, and was almost crushed by the tree. It was still Tang Rui who was quick to support him. Otherwise Ao Bao would be in danger. Tang Rui pretended to be angry and said, "If you don't listen, I will be angry." Ao Bao lowered his head, pursed his lips, and his little face was aggrieved. Tang Rui called Yang Yu, who was dealing with Xiaoshu, over. Yang Yu came over and asked, "Brother Rui, do you want me to help you?" Tang Rui ordered, "Take Ao Bao to the side to play. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him run around." "Okay," Yang Yu responded, then looked at Ao Bao and said in a coaxing tone, "I'll go play with you." "Okay." Ao Bao saw that Ruirui was working very hard, so he just wanted to help Ruirui and didn't want to play around at all. Ao Bao wanted to help Ruirui with work, but Tang Rui didn't appreciate it, and said, "You just need to go to the side and play quietly, which is considered helping me." Ao Bao felt that Ruirui disliked him, pursed his lips, and then ran away. Yang Yu quickly chased him. "Don't run around." Ao Bao stopped running for a while, then found a place to sit down, and silently sulked. Ruirui is very capable, and he can survive even without Ao Bao. But Ao Bao can't survive without Ruirui. Ao Bao is of no use to Ruirui, so Ruirui will abandon Ao Bao one day, because Ruirui has no obligation to take care of Ao Bao. Knowing that Ruirui will abandon him sooner or later, Ao Bao feels very uncomfortable, as if he is being grabbed by an invisible hand. Ao Bao buried his head in his knees and sobbed softly. Woo! Ao Bao was going to be abandoned by Ruirui. Just thinking about it made his heart hurt. Seeing Ao Bao suddenly cry, Yang Yu had to start comforting him in a hurry. Ao Bao, when Brother Rui is done, he will come to play with you. Now, let me play with you for a while. Okay? Ao Bao didn't have the heart to think about playing now. He was worried that he would be abandoned by Ruirui. After being abandoned, where could Ao Bao go? Would he wander around in the apocalypse, like other zombie brothers? It's not impossible to wander around. But Ao Bao couldn't bear to leave Ruirui. Thinking of this, Ao Bao couldn't help but look back and sneak a peek at Ruirui, who was busy chopping trees. Seeing that Ruirui was very busy, he didn't care about Ao Bao at all. And Ruirui looked like he didn't need Ao Bao at all. If Ao Bao left, it would definitely not affect Ruirui at all. On the contrary, Ruirui might live more easily, because Ao Bao, such a small burden, left and would not drag and trouble him anymore. Ao Bao didn't want to stay with Ruirui anymore, so he decided to leave. Even though he was reluctant, he had no choice, because Ruirui didn't need him. Ao Bao didn't know where to go, but he had to leave Ruirui first. Ao Bao would never cause trouble for Ruirui again. Ao Bao would wipe his butt by himself. Ao Bao would take a bath by himself. Ao Bao would walk by himself. Ao Bao said to Yang Yu beside him with tears in his eyes. Ao Bao. Ao Bao wanted Yang Yu to say goodbye to Ruirui on his behalf. But Yang Yu didn't understand what Ao Bao was saying. Ao Bao. What's wrong? What do you want? Ao Bao was silent for a while, then took out a lot of food from his space. Ao. These foods were left by Ao Bao for Ruirui. Knowing that Ruirui had a big appetite, Ao Bao basically took out all the food in the space. Yang Yu was blinded by the food in front of him. He had never seen so much food before, and he felt that he would not have to worry about food in the future. Yang Yu was just staring at the food in a daze, and he didn't even know when Ao Bao left. When he came to his senses, Ao Bao had already left with Xiaoshu. The reason why Ao Bao left was because he felt that he was useless. He could do nothing except cause trouble for Ruirui, and Ruirui had no obligation to take care of him. So Ao Bao had no need to stay. At the beginning, Ao Bao took it for granted that Ruirui would take care of him. It was not until now that Ao Bao realized that Ruirui had no obligation to take care of him at all. In this way, Ao Bao owed Ruirui a lot. That's why Ao Bao left the food as a reward for Ruirui's care for him for so long. Once the reward is paid, they will be even. Ao Bao will not come back to find Ruirui again. Tang Rui sawed the wood into pieces and made a round log to use as a support. Tired of sawing the tree, Tang Rui stopped to rest for a while. He wanted to accompany Ao Bao to eat something to replenish his energy. But when he came back, he only saw a mountain of food and Yang Yu standing there stupidly. Tang Rui wiped the hot sweat on his face and asked, "Where is Ao Bao?" Yang Yu's legs softened and he knelt down directly. "Brother Rui, I'm sorry. I didn't keep an eye on him. Tang Rui felt something was wrong, frowned, and asked anxiously, "Is Ao Bao missing?" "Well, he ran away when I was not paying attention. I looked around but couldn't find him." Xiaoshu also left with him. Brother Rui clearly told him to keep an eye on Ao Bao. But he still let Ao Bao, a living person, slip away right under his nose. Tang Rui asked gloomily, "Which direction did Ao Bao run to?" Yang Yu lowered his head and said dully, "I don't know." Tang Rui was really irritated by Yang Yu. He couldn't keep an eye on anyone. "Go and find him quickly. If you don't find Ao Bao, you can forget about eating." Afterwards, Tang Rui and Yang Yu went to look for people separately. One to the west, and the other to the east. If Ao Bao just went out to play, he should not have gone far, and must have been playing nearby. But if Ao Bao decided to leave, he must have gone far now, and it would take a while to find him. After searching the surroundings and not finding Ao Bao, Tang Rui punched the tree hard in a somewhat irritable manner, scaring the birds perched on the tree and making them fly everywhere. At night, Tang Rui and Yang Yu reunited. Tang Rui stood in front of the pile of food, his face gloomy and terrible. Why did Ao Bao leave so much food? If Ao Bao just went out to play, he would definitely not leave so much food. So there is only one possibility. That is, Ao Bao left on purpose. And these foods were specially left for Tang Rui. But why did Ao Bao leave for no reason? Tang Rui really couldn't figure it out. Yang Yu thought Tang Rui was asking him. So he continued, "I don't know why Ao Bao left so much food. Maybe he took it out because the space couldn't hold it anymore." It's a miracle that Yang Yu can survive in the apocalypse for so long with his brain. Tang Rui wanted to go crazy now. But he had to keep his mind to analyze. Were there any signs before Ao Bao left? Yang Yu thought about it and nodded again. Yes. Ao Bao cried once before he left. Why did Ao Bao cry? Tang Rui couldn't remember what happened before. He only knew that he didn't let Ao Bao work. And then Ao Bao ran away. He just didn't let Ao Bao work. So he shouldn't make Ao Bao cry. Ao Bao also said something to me. But I didn't understand it. So Yang Yu couldn't understand why Ao Bao was crying. Tang Rui took the torch and said, "Let's go and keep looking." He couldn't let Ao Bao leave. So he had to find him back. After finding him back, he must beat Ao Bao little but hard. And beat that little but until it bloomed. Yang Yu looked around and said, "But it's already so dark. Let's look for it tomorrow." Tang Rui couldn't wait until tomorrow to look for it. Don't talk nonsense to me. What should we do with so much food? Just leave it here? Yang Yu didn't want to look for it, because he felt sorry for the food. Tang Rui didn't expect Yang Yu to help him find Ao Bao. So he said, "Then you stay here and look after the food." After saying that, Tang Rui turned around and left, without any intention of taking Yang Yu with him. And Yang Yu didn't plan to follow Tang Rui to look for it. After all, there was so much food here. Enough for him to eat until he died. Just like that, Tang Rui and Yang Yu parted ways. Tang Rui held a torch and shuttled through the forest alone. He didn't plan to rest tonight and chase overnight, so that he could catch up with Ao Bao. He only prayed that the direction he was looking for was right. But he must not go the wrong way. On the other side, Ao Bao and Xiaoshu found an open space, took out their sleeping bags, and slept for a night. Ao Bao lay alone in the sleeping bag, feeling that the sleeping bag was too big, and there was always wind blowing in. So it was so cold that Ao Bao couldn't sleep. If Ruerui was here, it would be great. Ruerui's body temperature was very high and warm, and Ao Bao wouldn't be cold at all. But Ruerui would never accompany Ao Bao again. So Ao Bao had to adapt to the current life without Ruerui as soon as possible. Fortunately, Ao Bao was not alone. At least Xiaoshu was by his side to accompany him. Ao Bao was so cold that he couldn't sleep. So he got out of the sleeping bag and went to chat with Xiaoshu. Ao. Huh? Ao Bao and Xiaoshu had no problem communicating. Ao Bao asked her to pick up some firewood, light a fire, and cook something to eat. It was very cold at night, and eating something hot would warm you up. Xiaoshu did as she was told and went to pick up a lot of firewood. Ao Bao lit the fire, then put a small pot on it, poured some water into the pot, added meat paste, and waited for it to boil. Han #brother #child #organize #. Although the IQ of Ao Bao and Xiaoshu combined was only a few years old, they were not completely stupid. The two of them successfully cooked a pot of meat soup. After boiling, Ao Bao drank a sip first, and as a result, several large blisters were scalded on his tongue. Ao Bao stuck out his tongue, exhaled and cried, "Woo!" Ruerwe always blew the food he fed to Ao Bao to cool it down. So it was the first time that Ao Bao's mouth was burned by food. There were blisters on his tongue, and the pain made Ao Bao's nerve endings throb, which made Ao Bao miss Ruerwe. But Ao Bao could no longer go back to Ruerwe. After that, Ao Bao endured it bravely and stopped crying. When the broth cooled down, Ao Bao picked it up again and drank another sip. It was too cold now, and the soup tasted cold. Ao Bao was hungry, so he didn't care about it and drank it all in one gulp. He was drinking from above and peeing from below. Ao Bao didn't even realize that he had peed. When he finished drinking all the broth, he looked down and found that his little skirt was soaked. Looking at the wet little skirt, Ao Bao sat there blankly, not knowing what to do. If Ruerwe was there, he would definitely help Ao Bao change it immediately. And Ao Bao never helped him change his wet pants. Ao Bao just sat there blankly, with no intention of changing his pants, waiting for them to dry naturally. On the other side, Tang Rui was still looking for someone everywhere. The fire stick in his hand had burned out, so he changed a new piece of firewood and continued to burn. Even with the light of the fire, the mountain road was still very difficult to walk on. Tang Rui almost stepped on the air and fell several times. After finding Ao Bao in the second half of the night, Tang Rui realized that he might have really walked the wrong way, so he quickly changed the direction. Here, Ao Bao was still waiting for his wet skirt to dry naturally. Ao Bao was so sleepy that he didn't care and went to sleep in the sleeping bag wearing the wet skirt. When he was half asleep, Ao Bao began to sneeze, as if his nose was blocked by something, and he was very uncomfortable. Ao Bao curled up in the sleeping bag. His mind was groggy, and at this time he missed Ruerwe. Thinking about it, and couldn't help crying. Ao Bao caught a cold, and was so dizzy from the fever that he forgot why he left Ruerwe. Now Ao Bao just wanted to go back to Ruerwe. Ao Bao curled up in his sleeping bag, sobbing and whispering, "Woo! Ruerwe." No matter how many times Ao Bao shouted, there would never be a pair of strong arms to hug him. The cold healed by the next morning, but Ao Bao was still listless and didn't even have the strength to walk 2 steps. Ao Bao could only lie back in his sleeping bag to rest. Xiaoshu was very obedient and stayed by Ao Bao's side almost all the time. Ao Bao didn't have time to care about Xiaoshu now, so he was only thinking about Ruerwe. Now he went back to find Ruerwe, but he didn't know if it was too late. Just as Ao Bao was thinking about it, there was a sound of branches being broken not far away, and someone was coming this way. Ao Bao's nose was blocked because of the cold, and he couldn't smell whether the person was human or zombie. But Ao Bao still had a glimmer of hope, hoping that the person who came was Ruerwe. Ao Bao climbed out of the sleeping bag with great expectation, and found that it was not Ruerwe, but a young man in camouflage uniform. The young man was not very old, only about 20 years old, with handsome features and a perfect body proportion, broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs. If he was in the end of the world, he would definitely have a lot of fans. Although Xiaoshu turned into a zombie, her characteristic of falling in love with everyone she saw was retained. When she saw a handsome guy, her eyes lit up and she pounced on him. "Do you?" Holding an iron rod in his hand, swung the rod directly on Xiaoshu's head. Xiaoshu was knocked down on the spot, and her head was almost knocked crooked. "Do you?" looked at Xiaoshu, who was knocked down by him, and frowned in confusion. "Why do you smell like the zombie king?" Xiaoshu, as a low-level zombie, didn't know how to answer Diyu's question. Diyu didn't expect her to answer. He looked around and soon noticed a light blue sleeping bag with a small head hidden in it. Secretly looking at him, Diyu was attracted by the fluffy little head. He walked over with big steps, and soon stopped in front of the sleeping bag. Ao Bao huddled in the sleeping bag, looking at the man with the iron bar warily, and showed his little white teeth fiercely. Ao, go away. Ao Bao will bite." Diyu not only didn't leave, but squatted down and touched Ao Bao's little head. "I didn't expect the zombie king to be a little boy who was still wet behind the ears. How can I submit to you when you are like this?" Diyu is not a human, but a high-level zombie. As long as they are zombies, they will obey the orders of the zombie king. But Ao Bao's harmless appearance had no deterrent effect at all. Diyu couldn't obey the command of a little boy who looked like he hadn't grown up yet. But the fact was right in front of him. This little guy was the real zombie king. Diyu sighed helplessly. and then said to Ao Bao in an adult tone, "It seems that I have to watch you grow up. When you grow up, we will rule all mankind." After knowing that Du was also a zombie, Ao Bao put away his cute and fierce appearance. They were all the same kind, and there was no need to hurt each other. Ao Bao slapped Du's hand away, not allowing him to rub his head again. Ao. As a high-level zombie, Du could barely understand what Ao Bao said. Hearing that Ao Bao did not allow him to touch his head, Du obediently withdrew his hand. In the future, he would unconditionally obey the words of the little zombie king. Ao Bao was now missing Rui and had no energy at all. He had no mood to chat with Du. He lay back in his sleeping bag and rested. Du saw that the little zombie king seemed to be sick, so he asked with concern, "How are you? Do you want to eat some human flesh or crystal cores?" After that, Du opened his backpack and took out a bag of human flesh and a few crystal cores of superpowers. Ao Bao did not like to eat human flesh, so he threw the meat to Xiao Shu. Du asked Ao Bao, "Don't you eat meat?" Ao Bao shook his head listlessly. "Yes." Rui. Ao Bao regretted it now, and he wanted to go back to Rui. Du didn't know who Rui was in Ao Bao's mouth, but he knew that Rui must be very important to the little zombie king. As the most loyal supporter of the zombie king, Du decided to take Ao Bao to find the man named Rui. "Have you lost him? Do you want me to take you to find him?" Ao Bao's dim eyes flickered with light, and he shouted excitedly, "Looking for Rui." Even if Ao Bao is not the zombie king, Du can hardly refuse any request from this cute little boy. "Okay, I'll take you to find him." Ao Bao fumbled in the two small pockets on the front of his sweater for a while, then took out a small candy and handed it to Du as a reward. Looking at the small candy lying in Ao Bao's little palm, Du smiled and said, "I don't like candy. You eat it yourself." Du said the same thing as Rui, who always said the same thing. Then Ao Bao was not polite, peeled off the outer wrapper of the candy, threw it into his mouth, and stirred it left and right with his tongue. Du listened to the sound of Ao Bao stirring the candy, and couldn't help but lick his lips with his tongue, and then swallowed his saliva. Compared with the candy, Du felt that Ao Bao's looked sweeter and more delicious. It was really strange that he thought the little zombie king in front of him looked more delicious than the candy. Hearing that he was going back to find Rui, Ao Bao's spirits rose a little, and he finished the candy in his mouth and prepared to hurry on his way. Du asked Ao Bao, "Do you know which direction he is in?" Ao Bao pointed to the direction he walked from yesterday. "Ah." Du looked in the direction Ao Bao pointed. "That's the direction to the mountainous area." "Is he in the mountainous area?" Ao Bao nodded. If Rui didn't run around, he should still be at the foot of the mountain now. "Okay, let's go." Du wanted to hold Ao Bao's hand and walk together. Ao Bao pulled his hand away with repulsion. He was not used to close contact with people other than Rui. Du did not force Ao Bao to hold his hand. Seeing that Ao Bao was unwilling, he gave up. In this way, Ao Bao took Du back the same way to find Tang Rui. And Tang Rui was constantly looking for Ao Bao in the opposite direction, which meant that the distance between them was getting farther and farther. After walking for half a day, Ao Bao and his friends finally arrived at the foot of the mountain and met Yang Yu. Only seeing Yang Yu but not Rui, Ao Bao asked anxiously, Ao, where did Rui run off to?" Yang Yu didn't understand what Ao Bao was saying, and he couldn't talk to Ao Bao right now, because the strange young man standing next to Ao Bao was staring at him with a terrifying look. Yang Yu was so scared that his legs were shaking. Ao Bao. Who is he?" Before Ao Bao could speak, Du briefly introduced himself. "My last name is Du, with only the character Yu. I'm here to accompany the zombie king to find Rui." Yang Yu's eyes twitched, and he said, "Are you looking for Brother Rui?" "But Brother Rui went to find Ao Bao overnight. Didn't you and Brother Rui run into each other on the road?" Du immediately thought of something and said, "He might have gone in the wrong direction." Hearing that Rui had gone in the wrong direction, Ao Bao became even more anxious. Ao Bao wants Rui. Wants Rui. Du raised his hand and couldn't help wanting to rub Ao Bao's fluffy little head again, comforting him. "Don't worry. I will take you to find him." Yang Yu looked at the young man who was very gentle to Ao Bao, and asked timidly, "Are you a high-level zombie?" Du licked his lips and nodded, "Yes." Yang Yu was so scared that he took several steps back and said tremblingly, "Please don't eat my meat. I haven't taken a shower for several days. The meat is smelly." Yang Yu and Ao Bao are acquaintances, So you will not eat Yang Yu casually. You come with us to find Brother Rui you mentioned. Okay. Looking for Brother Tang. Yang Yu has no objection. Ao Bao put the pile of food back into the space, and then set out to find Rui. On the other side, Tang Rui, after a day and night of continuous searching, is now exhausted, and his shoes are worn out, and he has not found Ao Bao. Moreover, Tang Rui could clearly feel that the animal virus in his body was about to break out. Before, it was Ao Bao honey that helped him suppress the virus mutation. But now Ao Bao was not around, and it seemed that he was really going to become a werewolf. After walking for a day and a night, Tang Rui's legs were really exhausted, so he was forced to find a place to sit down and rest for a while. Tang Rui's mood was particularly complicated now. On the one hand, he had to worry about the animal virus in his body, and on the other hand, he had to think about why Ao Bao left him, and whether Ao Bao would continue to follow him after he became a werewolf. Maybe Ao Bao would not follow him anymore. After all, Ao Bao had left him before he became a werewolf. Not to mention after he became a werewolf, Tang Rui suddenly wanted to give up looking for Ao Bao, because Ao Bao left him because he didn't want to stay with him. He found Ao Bao back. So what could he do? Ao Bao's heart was no longer with him. Tang Rui looked down at his worn shoes and smiled bitterly. He was about to turn into a werewolf, so he should not look for Ao Bao, lest he scare Ao Bao. After Tang Rui decided not to look for him, he sat under the tree, closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for the animal virus in his body to break out. In fact, Tang Rui was still a little reluctant to believe that his fate with Ao Bao was over. He still wanted to find Ao Bao and ask him in person, to see if Ao Bao was tired of staying by his side. Just as Tang Rui was about to get up and continue to look for Ao Bao, the animal virus in his body broke out. And at the same time, he heard footsteps and conversations not far away. Tang Rui subconsciously found a hidden place to hide first. And then he saw Yang Yu and Xiaoshu coming, as well as Ao Bao and a strange man. Ao Bao was tired and didn't want to walk anymore, so he lay on the back of the strange man. Seeing this scene, Tang Rui's heart seemed to be torn apart. He finally knew why Ao Bao wanted to leave him. Ao Bao had only been away from him for a day, and he had found a new lover so quickly. Tang Rui found it hard to accept it for a while. He hid behind a stone and stared at Ao Bao's new lover with a pair of scarlet eyes. The animal virus hidden in his body broke out at this time. Tang Rui's body began to twitch, and his face became distorted with anger. In a crazy twitch, Tang Rui's originally rough fingers turned into wolf-like claws. Gray wolf hair grew on his arms, and a pair of wolf ears grew on his head. After stopping the twitching, Tang Rui got out from behind the stone and quickly pounced on Ao Bao's new lover. Do you saw something pounced on him? So he subconsciously raised his arm to block it. Tang Rui bit to use arm and tore off a piece of meat from his hand. Seeing that his arm was bitten bloody, Diyu's face suddenly cooled down. He put Ao Bao on his back first, and then went to fight with Tang Rui, who had turned into a werewolf. Diyu felt that as a high-level zombie, he could defeat a newly evolved werewolf. He was confident that he could beat the werewolf, but he completely underestimated the werewolf's strength. Tang Rui was in a violent state now, and every time he swung his claws, there was a fierce gust of wind. Diyu was scratched with long and deep wounds on his body. He was already a little exhausted. He didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a newly evolved werewolf. Just when Tang Rui was about to scratch Diyu's aorta with one claw and put him to death, Ao Bao's excited call came from behind. Rui Rui. Hearing this Rui Rui, Tang Rui's manic mood was instantly suppressed. At this moment, he didn't dare to look back at Ao Bao, because he was afraid that Ao Bao would dislike his current hairy appearance. Besides, Ao Bao has already found a new lover. Although this new lover looks a little weak, he should still have the strength to protect Ao Bao. So Tang Rui decided to withdraw. Tang Rui did not kill Diyu, his love rival in the end. He stood up, turned his back to Ao Bao, looked at Diyu and said, Ao Bao is in your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Rui quickly ran back into the woods. Ao Bao wanted to chase him, but he couldn't catch up. Rui Rui ran too fast. Seeing Rui Rui abandon him and leave, Ao Bao fell to the ground and cried loudly, Woo! Rui Rui. Tang Rui, who had already run very far, seemed to hear Ao Bao cry. He stopped and looked back, but unfortunately the distance was too far, and he could no longer see Ao Bao. Hearing Ao Bao crying, Tang Rui softened his heart and wanted to go back to see. But after looking down at his hand that had turned into a wolf's claw, he still resolutely left. He would scare Ao Bao with this look. And there was already another man around Ao Bao. So it was time for him to let go. His fate with Ao Bao ended here. Tang Rui continued to run forward without looking back. And he didn't know where to go. Ao Bao. Was that really Brother Rui just now? Yang Yu was busy watching them fight, and didn't even look at the werewolf's face carefully. Ao Bao could tell at a glance whether it was his old attacker. So he was very sure that the werewolf just now was Ruirui. Woo! Ruirui, run! Ruirui ran away, leaving Ao Bao behind. Since Ao Bao firmly believed that the werewolf was Tang Rui, Yang Yu had to choose to believe. I didn't expect Brother Rui to have mutated too. Diu was beaten badly by Tang Rui. His clothes were torn and his face was disfigured. He got up from the ground and asked Ao Bao, "Is the werewolf you are looking for Rui Rui?" Ao Bao pointed in the direction where Tang Rui ran away, sniffed the snot, and cried, "I want Rui Rui." Diu patted the dust off his body and muttered, "Why did he attack me for no reason? And why did he run?" Diu simply treated the wound on his body that was still bleeding, and took Ao Bao to continue looking for Tang Rui, in order to find Rui Rui as soon as possible. Ao Bao ran non-stop in front, and Yang Yu and Diu could hardly keep up with his short legs. Ao Bao was really eager to chase her husband. Usually, she was too lazy to walk a few steps, but now she was chasing the old attacker, and her two short legs were running so fast that they were about to take off. Ao Bao, take a break. My stomach hurts from running. Yang Yu felt that his intestines were cramping in his stomach, and it hurt so much. Ao Bao didn't have time to rest. He just wanted to find his old attacker quickly. Ao. Ruirui. Ruirui. Don't run. Ao Bao is coming. After chasing from noon to sunset, with the sunset glowing on his face, Ao Bao finally stopped and squatted on the mossy stone by the roadside, crying aggrievedly, "Woo! Ruirui. Don't." Ao Bao. Diu sat next to Ao Bao, took out a handkerchief from his backpack, and gently wiped the tears of the crying little zombie king. He is also injured. He can't walk far. We will catch up with him soon. In the previous fight, Diu injured Tang Rui's waist. With the injury, he certainly can't walk far. Moreover, Diu could smell the blood in the air, which meant that Tang Rui had just passed by here not long ago, or that Tang Rui was hiding around here. Diu looked around to see if he could find Tang Rui. Unfortunately, he did not find anything suspicious. It was already night, and it was not suitable to continue searching because the mountain road was not easy to walk. So Ao Bao could only choose to rest for a night and continue searching at dawn tomorrow. Yang Yu went to collect firewood and made a fire, and then asked Ao Bao for food. Ao Bao took out a few cans and gave them to Yang Yu in a listless manner. Yang Yu smashed the can lid with a stone and asked, "Ao Bao, which can do you want to eat? I will heat it up for you." Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he did not want to eat. Diu asked with concern, "You haven't eaten all day. Aren't you hungry?" Ao Bao buried his head in his knees, not wanting to talk, thinking about something silently. Why did Ruirui abandon Ao Bao? Was he angry with Ao Bao? Will Ruirui come back to find Ao Bao? Ruirui really doesn't want Ao Bao anymore? The more he thought about Ao Bao, the more scared he became. Tears rolled down unconsciously, listening to Ao Bao sobbing softly, his thin body twitching. It was heartbreaking to see. Diu couldn't help but stretch out his hand to hug Ao Bao's body, wanting to hold the little guy in his arms and coax him with the most gentle voice. When Diu's hand was about to touch Ao Bao's body, a sharp gaze suddenly looked towards him. Diu was so scared that he withdrew his hand and looked around, looking for the source of that gaze. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the owner of the sight. But Diu could feel that someone was watching him in the dark with murderous eyes. And the person watching him was Tang Rui. Diu was sure that Tang Rui was hiding nearby, silently observing their every move, which was really interesting. After knowing that the man was hiding in the dark and spying on them, Diu began to deliberately approach Ao Bao. He had some physical contact with Ao Bao under the pretext of wiping tears. Ao Bao was very reluctant to be touched by other men, and immediately bared his teeth and warned Diu not to get too close to him. Ao. Diu took a step back obediently, and then he said in a voice that only he and Ao Bao could hear, "Do you want your Rui Rui to show up? If you do, cooperate with me to act and force him out." Ao Bao looked at Diu dully for a moment. As he watched, Diu's face suddenly magnified several times in front of him. Ao Bao quickly realized that Du wanted to come over and kiss him. So he quickly hid back and slapped Du with his little hand. A slap was not enough. Ao Bao then tied Du up with zombie vines and blocked his mouth. Du couldn't speak or move, so he could only sit there obediently. That night, Ao Bao sat by the fire and cried for a long time. He fell asleep because he was tired of crying. After Ao Bao fell asleep, Tang Rui walked out from the dark. The dim firelight shone on his handsome face, making his facial features look deeper and his eyes more fierce. Although he had mutated into the characteristics of a wolf, his demeanor remained the same. Not only was he not weird, but he had a more wild beauty. Everyone else fell asleep. Only Du was still awake. He saw Tang Rui walk out of the darkness with his own eyes. Du removed the vine that sealed his mouth and asked Tang Rui, "Why are you hiding from him? I look ugly like this." Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao to see him like this, and he had decided to quit this relationship. So there was no need for him to appear in front of Ao Bao again. Du praised him and said, "You are not ugly now. You look cool." Tang Rui's face did not change much, except that he had a pair of gray wolf ears. His hands turned into sharp wolf claws, and his arms grew hair. Overall, he did not look weird, and was surprisingly harmonious. Tang Rui was not happy about Du's praise. He sneered and said, "Since Ao Bao has chosen you, you should take good care of him in the future." "Chosen me?" Du was confused. "When did Ao Bao choose him? Do you want to give him to me?" Tang Rui said with pain on his face. "Although I am very reluctant to give Ao Bao to someone else, this is Ao Bao's own choice. Since he chose you, I can only be forced to accept the reality." When he heard Tang Rui say that he would give Ao Bao to him, Du felt like he had picked up a big bargain for nothing. But this bargain was not so easy to pick up. After all, Ao Bao didn't really like him. Ao Bao only had Tang Rui in his heart, so it would be useless even if Du got Ao Bao. So he advised Tang Rui, "Don't you try to snatch Ao Bao back?" Tang Rui looked at his wolf claws and said with a wry smile, "I am no longer qualified in my current state. He has already become a werewolf. It's good enough that Ao Bao doesn't despise him." Du looked at Tang Rui with interest and asked, "Do you really want to give him to me?" Tang Rui snorted coldly. He was not willing to give Ao Bao to anyone else. He wanted to go crazy and kill Du several times. Ao Bao was his, and he was unwilling to give it to anyone. But Ao Bao already had Du in his heart. If he killed Du, Ao Bao would hate him. That's why Tang Rui had to stay rational and pretend to be calm when talking to Du. "You must take good care of Ao Bao in the future and don't let him get hurt. Because Ao Bao has a sense of pain, and he is very afraid of pain." When he said this, Tang Rui felt so bitter in his heart. He also questioned himself again and again in secret. "Are you really willing to let Ao Bao be taken care of by others?" Du replied, "Don't worry. I will definitely do my best to protect my little zombie king." Hearing this, my little zombie king, Tang Rui felt really uncomfortable. He put his sharp wolf claws on Du's fragile neck. "It's better not to show off in front of me." Du shrugged innocently. "I didn't show off." Tang Rui retracted his claws and said, "After tonight, I will give you Ao Bao." "Give it to me after tonight?" Du didn't quite understand what Tang Rui meant by this. But Tang Rui's next move quickly made Du understand the meaning of his previous words. This means that Ao Bao still belongs to Tang Rui tonight. Watching Tang Rui walk towards Ao Bao, Du said nothing, but just found a tree stump to lean on and took a rest. Tang Rui walked slowly to Ao Bao's side. Ao Bao was curled up in a small ball, sleeping on his knees. If he slept in this position for a long time, his legs and buttocks would be easily numb. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao, who was curled up on the ground, and put him on his legs. Fearing that his sharp wolf claws would scratch Ao Bao's delicate skin, Tang Rui retracted all his claws into his flesh. His hands could no longer stroke Ao Bao's little face as before. He could only rub his face against Ao Bao's little face, or lick Ao Bao's face with his tongue. After mutating into a werewolf, Tang Rui's tongue became a little wider and longer than before. With just one lick, half of Ao Bao's little face was covered with saliva. Fortunately, there were no barbs on the wolf's tongue. Otherwise Ao Bao's little face would be disfigured. After licking Ao Bao's little face, Tang Rui closed his eyes and sniffed gently. He smelled his scent all over Ao Bao's face, as if Ao Bao had been marked by him. This feeling of being able to mark Ao Bao aroused Tang Rui's interest and possessiveness. He wanted Ao Bao's whole body to be filled with his scent. Every part of his body must have his scent, whether it was outside or inside. Tang Rui quickly took action. He first kissed Ao Bao's lips, then inserted his tongue into it, letting his scent spread in Ao Bao's mouth. Tang Rui's long tongue was an advantage, because he could easily extend the tip of his tongue to Ao Bao's throat, even to his esophagus. However, irritating the throat would make Ao Bao feel uncomfortable and nauseous. So Tang Rui only stirred in Ao Bao's mouth, scraping the soft inner wall all over. Ao Bao hadn't eaten anything all day, so the taste in his mouth was very bland, but he could still taste a faint sweetness. Tang Rui's kiss was very rough, and even if Ao Bao was sleeping soundly, he would be almost woken up. However, Ao Bao's eyelids were swollen from crying, and he couldn't open them, even though he had vaguely felt something invading his mouth. He only hummed a few words with a nasal voice. Seeing that Ao Bao was so unguarded and his mouth was swollen from being kissed, but he didn't wake up, Tang Rui was a little angry. Ao Bao was so stupid that he didn't have any vigilance at all. He didn't know that he was being eaten up by other men. Although Tang Rui said that he had decided to withdraw from this relationship, his hands were honestly stroking Ao Bao's body. After withdrawing from Ao Bao's mouth, Tang Rui moved down little by little, determined to mark Ao Bao's whole body. When he kissed Xiao, Ao Bao finally woke up slowly. Ao Bao, who had just woken up, was still a little confused. What was going on? When he realized that his little Ao was wrapped by something, Ao Bao subconsciously looked down. When he saw Ruirui's face in front of him, Ao Bao felt like he was dreaming. He raised his little hand and touched the wolf ears on Ruirui's head. After the wolf ears were touched, Tang Rui jumped up quickly as if he had been electrocuted. Seeing that Ao Bao had woken up, Tang Rui wanted to run away in a panic. Ao Bao reacted immediately and quickly grabbed the corner of Ruirui's clothes and immediately cried, "Woo! Ruirui! Ao! Ruirui! Don't leave Ao Bao! Ao Bao can't live without you!" Tang Rui's eyes dodged. He didn't dare to look at Ao Bao, let alone face to face with Ao Bao. He turned his head aside and said ruthlessly, "Ao Bao, let go." Ao Bao rushed over, hugged Tang Rui's strong waist tightly, and sobbed loudly, "Woo! Ao!" Without Ruirui, Ao Bao couldn't do anything. He didn't know how to change his pants after wetting, and he couldn't even wipe his butt. Ao Bao kept crying and said, "Ruirui, I won't leave." Tang Rui glanced at Du Yu, who was pretending to sleep not far away, and said, "Ao Bao, you already have someone to take care of you. I should quit." After saying that, Tang Rui ruthlessly broke Ao Bao's little hand, and then disappeared into the forest wrapped in darkness without looking back. Ao Bao cried and chased after him, but his short legs couldn't run faster than Tang Rui's long legs. Not to mention that Tang Rui now had the same running speed as a wolf. He disappeared in an instant, and he couldn't catch up at all. Seeing Ruirui running away from him again, Ao Bao fell to the ground and cried uncontrollably. Du Yu, who was pretending to be asleep, and Yan Yu, who was really asleep, were both awakened by Ao Bao crying. They came over to comfort Ao Bao one after another. "Don't worry. Your Ruirui will definitely come back to find you again." Du saw at a glance that Tang Rui couldn't give up Ao Bao at all. Otherwise, he would have gone far away instead of hiding in the dark. Ao Bao stopped crying when he heard Du say that Ruirui would come back to find him. Yang Yu also comforted Ao Bao and said, "Brother Rui doesn't dislike you anymore. He just feels that he has become a werewolf, and is afraid that you will dislike him. So he dare not appear in front of you." Ao Bao stopped crying completely. The next day, Ao Bao continued to chase his old man. In fact, it was not Ao Bao who was chasing his old man, but Tang Rui, who had been following Ao Bao silently from behind. Wherever Ao Bao went, Tang Rui followed him, because he was really worried about leaving Ao Bao to others. So he had to observe and protect Ao Bao in secret. Whenever Du made some frivolous moves towards Ao Bao, Tang Rui would immediately use his eyes to warn Du. Du really thought Tang Rui was funny. He clearly agreed to give Ao Bao to him, but he didn't let him touch Ao Bao, and he didn't even let him hold his hand. So why did he give Ao Bao to him? Du didn't want to be the scapegoat, so he told Ao Bao directly, "Your Ruirui is nearby. As long as you fall asleep, he will come out. You pretend to fall asleep later, and then I will help you catch him." Ao Bao nodded and agreed to this decision. Before it got dark, Ao Bao went to sleep in his sleeping bag, expecting Ruirui to appear soon. After pretending to sleep for more than 10 minutes, Ruirui did not appear. Ao Bao couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep, waiting for Ao Bao to snore. Tang Rui finally appeared again, looking at Tang Rui, who suddenly appeared. "Do you joked? Do you want to do that kind of thing while he is asleep? Didn't you say you would hand him over to me? Why don't you let go and give up? Tonight is the last time. I won't appear again tomorrow." Tang Rui planned to find a way to become a normal person first, and then come back to compete fairly with Du. "Are you really not going to appear again tomorrow? Or are you just joking? Du didn't think Tang Rui was willing to leave Ao Bao, this little piece of tender meat, uneaten. What I want to do is none of your business." After Tang Rui threw the words to Du, he walked towards Ao Bao. Du looked at Tang Rui's back and said, "Your little darling has not eaten for 2 consecutive days. You better coax him to eat a little." "I know." Tang Rui quietly followed Ao Bao these 2 days, and he didn't see Ao Bao eat anything. It would definitely not work if he continued to be hungry like this. Tang Rui was anxious and distressed. But what could he do? Yu, who hadn't slept yet, handed over a can of braised pork. "Brother Tang, give this to Ao Bao. I've heated it up, and it tastes pretty good." Tang Rui took the can, picked up a piece with chopsticks, and put it in his mouth, chewed it, and then fed it to Ao Bao little mouth to mouth. Ao Bao was hungry. After smelling the food, he instinctively swallowed several times, and swallowed the chewed meat in his mouth. Tang Rui fed him one mouthful after another, about 7 or 8 times, and he quickly finished a can. After eating, Ao Bao smacked his lips with some reluctance. Duh. Tang Rui was touched by Ao Bao's actions, lowered his head, aimed at Ao Bao's stammering mouth, and took a big bite. Ao Bao thought that there was more meat to be fed, so he quickly sucked Tang Rui's mouth, and took the initiative to stick out his little tongue to explore Tang Rui's mouth. After exploring a circle, he found that there was no meat in Tang Rui's mouth, and Ao Bao pulled out his little tongue in disappointment. Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao was not full yet, so he asked Yu, "Are there any other cans?" "Yes. Ao Bao gave me a lot of cans, and I haven't finished them yet." Yu handed over another can of beef. Tang Rui used the same method as before, feeding Ao Bao one mouthful at a time. When Tang Rui fed Ao Bao mouth to mouth, he did not forget to stir the food in Ao Bao's mouth. Maybe he stirred too hard, so he finally woke Ao Bao up. After opening his sleepy eyes, he saw Ruirui in front of him. This time, Ao Bao could not let Ruirui run away no matter what, so he quickly tied Ruirui with the zombie vine. When Tang Rui reacted, he was already entangled by the vines and could not move. Then Ao Bao pounced on him and pressed on Tang Rui, crying and questioning him. "Ao Bao, why did you leave Ao Bao? Don't you want Ao Bao?" In fact, Tang Rui could break free from the vines on his body, but he didn't rush to break free. "Ao Bao, you left me first. I thought you didn't want to stay with me." Ao Bao chose to leave at that time just because he didn't want to hold Ruirui back. But after leaving, Ao Bao found that he couldn't leave Ruirui at all, because after leaving Ruirui, Ao Bao's life was a mess. Ao Bao buried his head in Tang Rui, crying silently, repeating the words in his little mouth. "I won't abandon Ao Bao. I won't abandon Ao Bao." Ruirui had clearly said before that unless he died, he would never abandon Ao Bao. Tang Rui didn't want to leave his beloved, but he was a werewolf now, and he didn't want to face Ao Bao with his ugly and weird appearance. "Ao Bao, you are very strong. Even if I'm not around, you can protect yourself. So let me go." Tang Rui would not leave. He would just keep watching Ao Bao in the dark, and wait until Ao Bao fell asleep before he appeared, which was also a different way of accompanying him. Hearing that Ruirui was still going to leave him, Ao Bao cried even harder. "Woo! Ruirui, bad. I clearly said that I would not abandon Ao Bao." Seeing that Ao Bao was crying so hard that he hiccuped and his little face was red, Tang Rui softened his heart, but he was afraid that if he agreed to stay, Ao Bao would dislike his ugly appearance. Tang Rui made up his mind and broke free from the vines on his body, intending to escape. Just as he was about to run into the woods, Du attacked him from behind and knocked him unconscious with a stick. Then Du looked at Ao Bao and said, "While he is unconscious, quickly break one of his legs to prevent him from running away again." Ao Bao could not do anything to hurt Ruirui, and if Ruirui's legs were broken, how would Ruirui walk in the future? Ao Bao could not carry Ruirui, a big guy. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't move, Du said, "If you can't do it, then I'll help you." After saying that, Du prepared to break Tang Rui's left leg with a stick. Fortunately, Ao Bao stopped you in time. Otherwise Tang Rui's leg would be broken. Aren't you afraid that he will run away again after waking up? You didn't want to accompany Ao Bao to look for people in the mountains and forests all day long. But he still had the grand cause of ruling all mankind to complete. Ao Bao didn't say anything. Just pouted his mouth and shook his head. Ruerui insisted on leaving. And no one could stop him. I'll tie him up first. As he said that, Du used Ao Bao vines to tie Tang Rui tightly. In order to prevent Tang Rui from breaking free again, he rapped him 7 or 8 times. Ao Bao looked at Ruerui, who was tied up like a cicada pupa, hesitated for a while, and finally decided to untie Ruerui. Seeing Ao Bao trying to untie the knot he had tied with great effort, Du was very confused. Why do you want to untie him? Aren't you afraid that he will run away? Ao Bao pursed his lips and said nothing, continuing to help Ruerui untie the restraints. Ruerui didn't want Ao Bao anymore, and there was no point in Ao Bao pestering him. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Rui, who was knocked unconscious, woke up. Tang Rui supported his still aching head and got up from the ground. Knowing that Ruerui had woken up, Ao Bao didn't rush over and cry and say something to keep him, but sat by the fire in loneliness, scribbling on the ground with a branch. Seeing that Ao Bao seemed to no longer want to pay attention to him, a sour feeling suddenly spread in Tang Rui's heart. He took a step forward and gently called to Ao Bao, "Thin back, Ao Bao." Ao Bao didn't look back and continued to scribble on the ground with a branch. Tang Rui dropped his arms weakly, his expression equally desolate. "I'm leaving." Ao Bao didn't say anything, but Yang Yu stood up and said, "Brother Rui, where are you going this late at night? You better not leave." Tang Rui expected Ao Bao to keep him. Maybe he would soften his heart and stay. But after waiting for a long time, Ao Bao didn't speak. But Yang Yu did. Tang Rui ignored Yang Yu directly, staring at Ao Bao back. "Ao Bao, I really have to leave." Ao Bao threw the small branch in his hand into the fire, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Yang Yu could see that Brother Tang didn't want to leave, so he said a few more words to keep him on behalf of Ao Bao. "If you leave, what if this guy surnamed Du wants to do something bad to Ao Bao in the middle of the night? What should I do?" Du quickly proved his innocence. "I'm not that kind of dirty person." Yang Yu's retention was useless, so Tang Rui hoped that Ao Bao could retain him. But Ao Bao was unwilling to look back at him from beginning to end, and he certainly wouldn't say anything to retain him. Tang Rui felt mixed emotions. He said he was leaving, but his body stayed where he was. "Ao Bao, do you want me to leave?" Ao Bao still said nothing, because he didn't plan to retain Ruerui anymore. After a long time, Ao Bao choked up and said 4 words. "I hate Ruerui." If Ruerui really left, Ao Bao would hate Ruerui for the rest of his life. Tang Rui would rather let Ao Bao hate him than let Ao Bao hate him. When Tang Rui heard Ao Bao say that he hated him, he became emotional. He walked over with bloodshot eyes and pushed Ao Bao to the fire. "What did you say just now?" Facing Ruerui's eyes that were devoured by anger and madness, Ao Bao did not show any fear or retreat, and bravely repeated the words he had just said. Ao Bao hates Ruerui. It was agreed before that he would always accompany Ao Bao, but Ruerui now wanted to abandon Ao Bao. Ao Bao usually spoke incoherently and rarely spoke fluently, but Ao Bao spoke every word of the above sentence very clearly, so that Tang Rui could hear it clearly. Tang Rui was angry, picked up Ao Bao, turned him over, aimed at the plump little butt, and slapped him hard. Ao Bao little but was very elastic, and after being slapped, the little butt trembled several times, like jelly. The pain on his butt immediately made Ao Bao cry. Ruerui not only wanted to abandon Ao Bao, but also abandoned the butt he had spanked Ao Bao before. Woo! Ao Bao hated Ruerui more and more. Tang Rui only spanked him once and stopped. But he said without mercy, "If you dare to say you hate me again, I will beat your butt." Ao Bao put his index finger into his mouth, biting it while crying, "Woo woo." Although Ao Bao cried pitifully, Yang Yu and Du next to him did not come up to stop Tang Rui. Tang Rui was just a lot of noise but little action. He was not willing to really beat Ao Bao, but, at most, he just said it. Seeing Ao Bao crying uncontrollably, Tang Rui softened his heart. He lowered his head, kissed Ao Bao's tear-stained face, and said in a very low and hoarse voice, "My Ao Bao." Ao Bao has always belonged to him, and now he still belongs to him. If Ao Bao gets close to another man, he will go crazy. Really go crazy. Woo! Ruirui. Ao Bao cried and raised his little hand, hooked Tang Rui's thick neck, and then rubbed his tears and snot on Tang Rui's clothes. Ao Bao wanted to say the words to keep him, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them again. Since Ruirui chose not to want Ao Bao, what could Ao Bao do? Ao Bao could only get as close to Ruirui as possible while Ruirui was still here. Tang Rui wiped the tears and snot on Ao Bao's face with his hands, and then took out a sandwich candy from his pocket. He peeled off the outer packaging, took out the white candy inside, and stuffed it into Ao Bao's little mouth. Ao Bao used his tongue to push the candy back and forth, letting the sweetness spread to every corner of his mouth. Ao Bao was crying so hard just now, but he stopped crying after eating a candy. Diu shook his head helplessly. How could a little zombie king, who could be coaxed by a candy, be able to rule all mankind in the future? But think about it. It is impossible to expect a little zombie king, with a bottle of milk hanging around his neck, to have an ambition. Diu felt that he had overestimated Ao Bao. So he whispered behind him, why is the zombie king this little thing? Even needing others to help him wipe his butt. After hearing Diu's muttering, Yang Yu told him, the original zombie king seemed to be Brother Rui, and later it became Ao Bao. Xiaoshu told Yang Yu this. Tang Rui fits the image of the zombie king in Diu's mind. In addition, he was very curious about why Ao Bao could replace Tang Rui as the zombie king. Diu asked the question in his mind, how did Ao Bao become the zombie king? Yang Yu answered him, it seems that Ao Bao was originally the zombie king. And then I don't know how Rui Gu became the zombie king. But later Ao Bao became the zombie king again. Diu was speechless. What a mess. Can you explain it more logically? Diu didn't understand what Yang Yu was saying at all. Yang Yu thought he had made it very clear. And seeing that Diu didn't understand, he repeated it again. Ao Bao has the most primitive virus in his body, so he is naturally the zombie king. But Rui Gu sucked Ao Bao blood with the primitive virus. Yang Yu said a lot more afterwards, and he told Diu almost everything he knew. After Diu understood, he turned his head and looked at the little zombie king who was chewing candy and being coaxed by the old attacker, and sighed disappointedly. Ruling all mankind is a long way off. Diu was still counting on Ao Bao, the little zombie king, to help him rule all mankind. But after seeing Ao Bao peeing on him, his hopes were shattered. Diu really couldn't understand why this little zombie king was so mentally retarded, which made him feel very strange. Is that little guy a little mentally ill? Fortunately, Diu said this in a low voice, and Tang Rui didn't hear it. Otherwise it would be terrible. Yang Yu didn't dare to discuss this issue in the presence of Tang Rui. He lowered his voice and replied, Ao Bao is just a child with a heavy heart. Even if he is a child with a heavy heart, he should know to take off his pants to pee. Diu saw that Ao Bao was obviously mentally ill. However, Diu also knew that it was not good to blatantly say that others were mentally ill. So he didn't continue to talk about this topic with Yang Yu. But he roughly knew in his heart that Ao Bao was mentally ill. Tang Rui calmly helped Ao Bao change a clean pair of small underwear and a small skirt. He had long been accustomed to doing this, and didn't think it was a big deal. Watching Tang Rui carefully changing Ao Bao's diaper, Diu finally understood why Ao Bao was so persistent in finding Tang Rui. Because Ao Bao was a mentally retarded child, who couldn't even take care of himself. Without Tang Rui, Ao Bao really couldn't survive. Yang Yu looked at Tang Rui, who was roasting Ao Bao underwear, and asked, Brother Rui, are you still going to leave? Tang Rui roasted a pair of wet underwear by the fire, and replied in a light tone, I'm leaving. Tang Rui was waiting for Ao Bao to say something to keep him. As long as Ao Bao asked him to stay, he wouldn't leave. When Ao Bao heard that Rui was still leaving, the candy in his mouth was no longer sweet. He pursed his lips and tears came. After a while, tears began to roll in his eyes, and they rolled down in a blink of an eye. Ao Bao even spit out the candy in his mouth, and then said in his not-so-fluent human language, Rui, go. Ao Bao, I don't like. If you leave, Ao Bao will not like you. Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao with hope and asked, do you want me to stay? Rui, stay. If you leave, what should Ao Bao do? Even though Ao Bao is now the zombie king and is very powerful, he still can't live without Rui. Tang Rui seemed to understand that Ao Bao couldn't leave him, so he didn't plan to leave. After hearing Ao Bao request to stay, he agreed directly, okay, I'll stay. Ao Bao can't leave him. And he can't do without Ao Bao. Because without Ao Bao, he felt as uncomfortable as if his heart was dug out. And there was no meaning in living like this. After Tang Rui decided to stay, he mustered up the courage to ask, Ao Bao, am I ugly now? Ao Bao raised his little head and looked at Rui's face. Tang Rui's face was still normal, without any mutation. And Tang Rui's appearance was definitely the best in the apocalypse. No matter how you look at him, he would not look ugly. And there was almost no dead angle. Even someone like Ao Bao who didn't care about the face thought that his face was very handsome. And no one could compare to him. Wife. Ao Bao's wife was the most beautiful. It had been a long time since I heard Ao Bao call his wife. This time, I heard the word wife again. Tang Rui didn't reject it at all, but felt very kind. Tang Rui showed a deep smile on his face. Do you really not dislike me like this now? Ao Bao shook his head to show that he did not dislike me. Ao. Even if Tang Rui completely turned into a wild wolf walking on the ground with 4 limbs, Ao Bao would not dislike him. In order to prove to Rui that he really did not dislike him, Ao Bao rubbed his little face on his arm covered with wolf hair. These hairs made Rui's body very warm. And Ao Bao did not need to cover himself with a quilt when he slept at night. Seeing that Ao Bao liked his hair very much, Tang Rui's heart could be put down this time. However, Tang Rui still minded his current appearance a little. So he wanted to change back to his original appearance. Ao Bao, do you have vaccines in your space? Tang Rui remembered that Xiao Shu had said before that they went to the laboratory to get a lot of vaccines and put them in Ao Bao's space. After Rui's reminder, Ao Bao also remembered and quickly took out the zombie vaccine from the space. Seeing that Ao Bao really had vaccines, Yang Yu, and you were shocked. Yang Yu said in surprise, there is actually a vaccine, so we don't have to worry about being bitten by zombies. After that, Yang Yu poked Yu and asked, do you want to get a shot of the vaccine and turn back into a human? What's so good about being a human? You didn't want to get the vaccine? He wanted to be a high-level zombie forever. After all, humans are too fragile, and a slight injury or illness would be life-threatening. Tang Rui planned to give himself a shot to try. And at this time Yang Yu remembered something and said, animal viruses and zombie viruses should be different. Animal viruses can be regarded as an enhanced version of zombie viruses. And ordinary vaccines may not be very effective. Tang Rui also thought of this. But he still gave himself a shot of the vaccine with a try-it attitude. After the vaccine was injected into the blood vessels, Tang Rui immediately felt his blood flow speed up. And soon, his whole body felt hot as if it was on fire. Tang Rui didn't know whether this was just a normal reaction or an adverse reaction. Anyway, he was a little panicked now. Ao Bao felt that Rui's body was abnormally hot, and was a little worried. Ao Bao, stay away from me first. Tang Rui was afraid that he would lose control and accidentally hurt Ao Bao. Ao Bao shook his head firmly, unwilling to leave Rui's side. Tang Rui's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his clothes were already half wet. He looked at Yang Yu and Du Yu and said, take Ao Bao away. Yang Yu and Du Yu teamed up to drag Ao Bao away. Yang Yu pulled Ao Bao and asked with concern, Brother Rui, are you okay? Tang Rui breathed quickly and said, the vaccine doesn't work. This vaccine did not suppress the animal virus in Tang Rui's body. Instead, it was like injecting a dose of nutrient solution into the virus, making the virus more rampant and the speed of division faster. After hearing that the vaccine didn't work, Ao Bao quickly broke away from Yang Yu's hand, ran back to Rui, and asked anxiously, Ao. Tang Rui felt that the virus in his body was about to evolve, and he didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. However, as long as it can become stronger, it is a good thing for Tang Rui. So Tang Rui's heart quickly settled down. Ao Bao, I'm fine. Ao Bao looked at Rui's wolf-like green eyes. Ao? Is Rui really fine? Well, I'm really fine. After the dryness subsided, Tang Rui felt that his night vision had become stronger. So he should have evolved. Others didn't know that Tang Rui had evolved. And Yang Yu complained, this vaccine is useless. Tang Rui remained silent and did not refute. Vaccines can help the virus in the body to continue to divide and become stronger, which is undoubtedly a weapon for rapid strengthening. Tang Rui will not tell others about this casually. Otherwise it will make others worry, which will be troublesome. Tang Rui wiped the hot sweat on his forehead that had not yet evaporated, and said casually, Ao Bao, put the vaccine away. Ao Bao obeyed, and put the remaining vaccines back into his space. Seeing that Rui Rui is not as uncomfortable as before, Ao Bao was relieved. However, Ao Bao was still a little disappointed, because the vaccine could not turn Rui Rui back into a normal human. But Rui Rui's half-human and half-wolf appearance is also good. Ao Bao doesn't mind. Ao Bao was lost for a while. Then he came to his senses again, and his little head was full of thoughts. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and let him sit on his waist. Ao Bao, has my appearance changed now? There was no mirror at hand, so Tang Rui didn't know if he had become more like a wolf after his evolution. Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that there was no change. Ao. Tang Rui touched his face and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. If his face turned into a pointed wolf face, it would be difficult for Ao Bao to accept it, and he himself would not be able to accept it. Fortunately, his face did not change. Yang Yu carefully discovered a little change. That is, the color of Tang Rui's pupils changed. Brother Rui, your eyes are so green. Tang Rui's eyes are brown in the daylight, but glow green at night. But Tang Rui is a werewolf now, so it's normal for his eyes to glow green. Tang Rui touched his eyelids and asked, "Are my eyes weird?" Yang Yu didn't know how to answer, so he asked back, "What do you think?" Tang Rui simply asked Ao Bao, "Are my eyes ugly?" Ao Bao didn't find it strange to look at Rui Rui's green eyes, because every time before Rui Rui pounced on Ao Bao, his eyes glowed green. Every time they glowed green, it meant that Rui Rui was ready to feed Ao Bao meat. Seeing that Rui Rui's eyes were green now, Ao Bao knew what would happen next, and couldn't help looking forward to it. Ao meat. Rui Rui was going to feed Ao Bao meat, and Ao Bao was so happy. Ao Bao didn't remember how many days he hadn't eaten meat. If this continued, Ao Bao would be malnourished, so he had to eat meat tonight. Ao Bao waved his hands happily and called out rhythmically, "Meat! Meat! Meat!" Ao Bao, are you hungry? I have a can of beef here. As he said that, Yang Yu took out a new can from his backpack. I still have human meat, but it seems to have gone bad. Do you also took out a bag of meat from his backpack? The meat was a few days ago and already had a bad smell. Ao Bao didn't eat these stale meats. He only ate the meat that was still warm on Ruiru's body. He didn't need to cut the meat off. He could eat it directly. It was the freshest. Tang Rui smiled meaningfully. He kissed Ao Bao on the face, then looked at Yang Yu and Yu and said, "You guys go to bed first. It's very late." Yang Yu was already feeling sleepy and fell asleep. But Yu was not sleepy yet, so he kept staring at Tang Rui. Tang Rui frowned. "Why are you looking at me? Don't you need to sleep?" Yu narrowed his eyes. "You are not right." Seeing Yu's suspicious attitude, Tang Rui thought that his evolution was exposed. Originally, Tang Rui wanted to hide his strength, but since Yu had already discovered it, he would no longer hide it. Just when Tang Rui was about to tell the truth, Yu suddenly asked, "Why are you urging us to sleep? What do you want to do?" Yu suspected that Tang Rui was going to wait for them to fall asleep and then attack them. Yu was very vigilant, so he would not go to sleep as Tang Rui wanted. He planned to stare at Tang Rui all night to see what tricks this man could come up with. Tang Rui thought that his evolution was exposed, but it turned out not to be. Seeing that Yu didn't want to sleep, Tang Rui didn't care. After all, being intimate in front of the rival can well reduce the rival's sharpness, so that Yu can completely give up on Ao Bao. In front of Yu, Tang Rui put his hand under the hem of Ao Bao's skirt. Yu stared at Tang Rui's hand that was groping around. "What are you doing?" Tang Rui rubbed Ao Bao's skirt. "Don't you understand?" Yu was stunned for 2 seconds, then understood, and went to sleep honestly. I thought Tang Rui wanted to attack him while he was asleep, but fortunately it wasn't. Now he can sleep peacefully. Tang Rui didn't bother to care whether Yu was pretending to sleep. Now he was focused on Ao Bao. Tang Rui leaned close to Ao Bao's ear and whispered, "Ao Bao, do you want to eat the meat on top or the meat on the bottom?" Ao Bao was greedy and wanted to eat big pieces of meat, because this way he could eat a lot at once and his stomach would be full. So Ao Bao grabbed the big Rui and said he wanted to eat this big piece of meat. Looking at the greedy Ao Bao, Tang Rui smiled and gently bit his small nose, saying, "It's been a long time since I've eaten. You have to take it slowly. You can't eat such a big one at once. It will hurt. Let's eat the small one first." "Okay." Ao Bao is not picky now. As long as there is meat to eat, Ao meat. Ao Bao loves to eat as long as it is Ruirui's meat. Tang Rui is not a human now. At most he is half human and half wolf. And zombies will not eat people infected with animal viruses. So it stands to reason that Ao Bao should not be interested in his meat. But seeing Ao Bao's eagerness to eat, Tang Rui was very confused. Could it be that his meat is still very attractive to Ao Bao, the zombie king? If so, then this is something worth being happy about. Tang Rui kissed and nibbled on Ao Bao's mouth for a long time. Then asked, "Do you really want to eat my meat?" Ao Bao raised his little head, looked into Ruirui's eyes and said, "Ao, eat." Tang Rui was very glad that Ao Bao still liked his meat, and chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll feed you right away." As soon as Tang Rui finished speaking, Ao Bao suddenly struggled in his arms. Looking at Ao Bao struggling to get off his legs, Tang Rui asked with some distress and sadness, "What's wrong with Ao Bao? Don't you want to eat?" Tang Rui was ready to go. If Ao Bao didn't want to eat at this time, his big Ruirui would not be able to bear it. Ao Bao got off Ruirui's legs, and then took out a blanket from the space and spread it on the ground. Then Ao Bao lay down on the blanket, turned over, and then faced the direction of Ruirui, sticking out his little buttocks. Ao Bao turned his head and looked at Ruirui, who was still in a daze, and urged him, "Ao Bao. Ao Bao is ready. Ruirui, come quickly." I thought Ao Bao didn't want to eat, but I didn't expect Ao Bao to prepare first. Tang Rui laughed helplessly twice, and then pounced on him like a hungry wolf. Du, who hadn't slept yet, was attracted by the noise made by Tang Rui and the others, and couldn't help wanting to open his eyes and take a peek. However, his angle was not good, so he couldn't see anything, and could only see Tang Rui's burly and rough back. Seeing that Tang Rui's back almost blocked all the scenery, Du felt bored, so he closed his eyes again and continued to pretend to sleep. After less than 2 hours, Ao Bao couldn't stand it and began to feel sleepy. Before Ao Bao fell asleep, Tang Rui asked him to take out the vaccine. Ao Bao didn't understand why he needed the vaccine at this time. Tang Rui didn't explain anything, just said, "Take it out for me first." Ao Bao was really sleepy, so he didn't ask any more questions. He took out all the vaccines in his space and gave them to Ruirui. "Just one is enough." Tang Rui only took one vaccine and put the rest back into Ao Bao's space. After Ao Bao put the vaccine away, he closed his eyes and soon began to snore. Tang Rui put the vaccine aside and continued to do his work. After the 7th ejaculation, Tang Rui finally stopped with satisfaction. Although it was over, Tang Rui didn't rush to take out his big guy, but left it inside. Tang Rui picked up the already asleep Ao Bao and let him sleep on his chest. Then, Tang Rui picked up the vaccine and injected himself. After the injection, Tang Rui experienced the same situation as before. The blood flow in his body accelerated. The feeling of dryness and heat rose. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. His clothes were half wet, and his body felt very wet. Tang Rui had experienced this situation once, so he was very calm this time, not panicking at all. He leaned against the tree, closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for the feeling of dryness and heat on his body to subside. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the feeling of dryness and heat disappeared, and Tang Rui felt that his strength seemed to have increased a little. It seems that the vaccine can indeed help the virus in the body to continue to evolve. As long as the virus continues to divide and evolve, Tang Rui's body will become more powerful. When the virus divides to the point where it can no longer be divided, Tang Rui's strength will be comparable to that of Ao Bao, the zombie king. Tang Rui certainly doesn't want to surpass Ao Bao in strength. He just wants to become a little stronger, so that he won't have to hide behind Ao Bao and let Ao Bao protect him. However, this vaccine has side effects. Tang Rui discovered the side effects only after 2 injections in a row. The side effect is decreased endurance. Tang Rui could last the whole night without getting tired before, but now he feels that he can't last the whole night. Fortunately, Ao Bao has fallen asleep. Otherwise he would find that his Ruirui is not okay. At first, Tang Rui didn't believe that his decreased endurance was a side effect of the vaccine. He thought that he turned into a werewolf, so his endurance decreased. But later he had to admit that it was the vaccine that caused his impotence. Now Tang Rui can only choose between continuing to inject the vaccine to make himself stronger and making Ao Bao lose sexual happiness. Letting Ao Bao lose his sexual happiness means losing Ao Bao, which of course Tang Rui cannot accept. And not only Ao Bao will lose his sexual happiness, But even Tang Rui himself will be unhappy. But if he doesn't become stronger, he won't be able to protect Ao Bao. Although Ao Bao is very strong now and doesn't need his protection. What should he do if he encounters an accident? So he still has to become stronger. On the one hand, it's getting stronger. And on the other hand, it's his and Ao Bao's sexual happiness. This is really too difficult to make a choice. Becoming stronger is what all men dream of. And Tang Rui is no exception. These days, he has been thinking about getting stronger quickly. And he is almost going crazy. Now there is finally a way to make him stronger quickly. But he has to give up this method. And Tang Rui is very unwilling. After carefully weighing it, Tang Rui still chooses to make Ao Bao happy. If the Rui can't even stand up, then Ao Bao will definitely despise him and leave him. Ao Bao is going to leave him. What's the use of him having such a strong strength? After Tang Rui got through, he decided not to get vaccinated anymore. After that, Tang Rui never asked Ao Bao for vaccines again. As for the decline in endurance, Ao Bao didn't notice it at all. Because Ao Bao fell asleep in the middle every time. He didn't know how long Rui lasted. Of course, Tang Rui wouldn't take the initiative to tell Ao Bao that his body was not okay. Fortunately, the side effects of the two vaccines didn't last long. After a few days, Tang Rui's endurance returned. This was Tang Rui's secret, and no one else knew it. Yang Yu and You only knew that Tang Rui seemed to have become a lot bigger. It was just one night. But Tang Rui had obviously become stronger. This was strange no matter how you looked at it. Yang Yu couldn't help but stretch out his dirty hands and pinch the hard muscles on Tang Rui's arms. Brother Rui, did you take a powerful pill? How come you have become so much stronger overnight? Tang Rui said perfunctorily, I don't know. Do you knew very well what happened last night? He came to Tang Rui and asked, why did you inject yourself with a vaccine later? Tang Rui lied calmly, I just wanted to try it again to see if the vaccine works. You didn't think there was anything wrong with Tang Rui's reason. And only asked, how do you feel? Does it work? The two wolf ears on Tang Rui's head twitched. And he replied, it doesn't work. If it worked, he wouldn't be half man, half wolf now. You said, if you want to turn back to human form? I do have a way. But I don't know if you are willing to take the risk and try it. Seeing that there was hope to turn back to human form, Tang Rui quickly asked, what method? Use the zombie virus to kill the animal virus in your body, so that the werewolf characteristics in your body will disappear. And then, you will turn back to human form. But you will become a zombie. When you become a zombie, you can get another shot of the vaccine. What do you think of this method? To use method is indeed good. But after this detour, Tang Rui will turn back into an ordinary human with no strength. So Tang Rui would rather continue to be a strong werewolf. Anyway, Ao Bao doesn't dislike his current appearance. These wolf hairs on his body. When you have time, just shave them off. As long as the hair is shaved off, he basically looks no different from a normal human. Caramel? Sugar? Exclusive? Finishing? Tang Rui originally planned to shave off all the wolf hair on his body. But Ao Bao likes the fluffy touch of his body very much. He likes to rub against him whenever he wants and hug him when he sleeps. Now Tang Rui is like a large plush toy, which makes Ao Bao love him very much. This also makes Ao Bao more clingy than usual. Seeing that Ao Bao likes his fur very much, Tang Rui does not plan to remove the hair. When Ao Bao is bored, he will pluck the hair on Tang Rui's body to pass the time. Ao Bao will tie the plucked hair together with a small rubber band to make a small brush. Seeing that Ao Bao is about to pluck all the hair on his arm, Tang Rui just smiled helplessly and did not stop him. Brother Rui, let's go down the mountain. They have been in the mountain for 2 or 3 days. There is not even a road in the mountain. It is very difficult to walk, especially after the rain. The muddy ground is slippery, which makes it even more difficult to walk. The reason they went up the mountain was just to find Tang Rui. Now that Tang Rui was found, they should go down the mountain. Yu's original goal was to help Ao Bao find Tang Rui. Now that the mission has been completed, it's time for him to think about achieving his ultimate goal, ruling all mankind. Yu picked a piece of grass and played with it in his hand, looking at Tang Rui and asking, what are your plans next? Go to the foot of the mountain and build a house. Tang Rui had already cut down the trees and built the base, and the frame of the house was about to be completed. Build a house? Yu frowned in confusion, and then repeated the question, what is the purpose of building a house? Yang Yu interrupted and said, of course a house is for living in. Otherwise, what else can it be used for? Diyu showed a surprised expression. Live? Are you planning to settle down in this hellhole? Tang Rui replied calmly. Big cities are too dangerous. Small villages are safer. Diyu still wanted to rule all mankind? So he didn't want to stay in this place. He curled his lips and muttered. I don't want to stay here with you. If you don't want to stay, just leave. No one will stay. Yang Yu is afraid that Diyu, a high-level zombie, would come and bite him when he was hungry. So he hoped that Diyu would leave quickly. It would be even better if he could take Xiaoshu with him. Thinking of this, Yang Yu immediately pushed Xiaoshu, who had turned into a low-level zombie. To Diyu, let her go with you. Diyu pushed Xiaoshu away with a look of disgust. She is yours? What are you doing to me? Xiaoshu was unhappy being pushed around by the two men, and growled at each of them. Afterwards, Xiaoshu ran to Ao Bao. Ao Bao raised his little hand, rubbed her head, and fed her meat jerky. Seeing Ao Bao feeding others meat jerky in front of him, Tang Rui felt a little uncomfortable. He snorted coldly and said in a resentful tone, Ao Bao, you have never fed me. Ao Bao turned his head and looked at Tang Rui and asked, Ao, does Rui want to eat meat too? Tang Rui said, I will eat it if you feed it. Ao Bao looked down at the meat jerky in his hand. This kind of meat jerky is not easy to chew. It is hard and woody and has no taste. How could Ao Bao feed Rui such unpalatable meat? Therefore, Ao Bao lowered his head and set his eyes on his little Ao Bao. Rui is still growing and needs to eat well. So Ao Bao has to feed Rui the freshest meat so that the nutrition can keep up. Although Ao Bao is a zombie, the meat of his little Ao Bao should still be very fresh. After all, his little Ao Bao can move. And everything that can move is fresh. Ao Bao put his little hand into his crotch in broad daylight, ready to take out the fresh meat of little Ao Bao and feed it to Rui to supplement his nutrition. As soon as Tang Rui saw Ao Bao bird-picking action, he knew that Ao Bao was going to take out little Ao Bao and feed him. If it was night now, Tang Rui would definitely not refuse. But unfortunately, there were two insignificant people watching around. Tang Rui hurriedly stopped Ao Bao from digging the bird's nest. Just feed me a piece of dried meat. Tang Rui was watching Ao Bao feeding Xiaoshu dried meat. So he felt a little dissatisfied and wanted Ao Bao to feed him a piece of dried meat. He just wanted Ao Bao to feed him a piece of dried meat. And he didn't have any other impure thoughts. Ao Bao's little hand was still in his crotch. Ao? Rui doesn't want to eat fresh meat? Seeing Ao Bao asking him if he wanted to eat fresh meat, Tang Rui felt very strange. Ao Bao, where did you get fresh meat? Ao Bao's Xiaoxiao is fresh enough. Well, it can move and is still alive. Ao Bao held Xiaoxiao tightly, fearing that it would run away if he was not careful. If it ran away, Rui would have nothing to eat. Ao Bao had to hold it more firmly. And if one little hand couldn't hold it, he would use two little hands to hold it. Ah, Rui, come and eat quickly. It's going to run away. It took Tang Rui a long time to realize that the fresh meat that Ao Bao was talking about was Xiaoxiao. He was really amused by Ao Bao's stupidity. Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao with a doting face and said, so stupid. Ao Bao is indeed brainless. But he can still understand that this really stupid is an insult. Rui actually said that Ao Bao is really stupid. Ao Bao was so angry that he didn't want to talk to Rui for a long time. Tang Rui naturally knew that Ao Bao was angry with him. So he hurriedly apologized. In the end, Ao Bao reluctantly accepted Rui's apology. Looking at the little zombie king who was silly in every move, Diyu couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. It seemed that this little zombie king could not be relied on. The grand cause of ruling all mankind can only be accomplished by Diyu alone. However, the probability of him completing it alone is very low. So he still needs to find someone to help. Ao Bao can't do it, but Tang Rui should be able to do it. I just don't know how to persuade Tang Rui to help him. Diyu tried to ask Tang Rui, do you really plan to live in this remote place for the rest of your life? Tang Rui asked back, otherwise, do you have a better place to go? Diyu did not answer, but asked another question, don't you have any ambition at all? Tang Rui answered frankly, yes. What is your ambition? To become the overlord of the earth? Or to rule all mankind? Do you hope that Tang Rui could have the same ambition to rule all mankind as him, so that the two of them could form a team? Tang Rui glanced at Diyu and said calmly, my ambition is to have 2 children with Ao Bao. Diyu was speechless for a moment, and spoke after a long time, don't you have any other ambitions? I'm not interested in dominating the end of the world. Tang Rui's dream has always been to live an ordinary life with Ao Bao. And the best thing is to have two big fat boys. Yang Yu came over and interrupted. I'm interested. Diyu said expressionlessly, trash is not worthy of talking. Yang Yu, who was classified as trash, left the stage sadly. Tang Rui looked at Diyu and said, I'm not that great. If Tang Rui is still as powerful as before, then he may be very confident to tell Diyu that dominating the end of the world is just a child's play. But his current strength is not as good as before, let alone dominating the end of the world. He can't even beat Ao Bao. Diyu said to Tang Rui in a comforting way, don't underestimate yourself. In fact, your strength still has a lot of room for improvement. Tang Rui continued to be modest. Don't think too much of me. I'm very weak now. You are stronger than me. You are not weak at all. Diyu was almost beaten to death by Tang Rui before, so he knew Tang Rui's strength very well. Yang Yu didn't have the patience to continue listening, so he interrupted their conversation, and finally said to Diyu, if you want to dominate the end of the world, just go by yourself. Don't persuade Brother Rui anymore. Diyu's original plan was to find the Zombie King first, and then follow the Zombie King to conquer the remaining survivors. As a result, the Zombie King was a little boy who couldn't even speak, and Diyu's plan basically fell through at this point. Knowing that his plan could not be completed, Diyu had no choice. Okay, I won't rush to rule mankind. I have to train the Zombie King first. After saying that, Diyu turned his eyes to the little Zombie King who was plucking the hair off his old man. Ao Bao was still plucking the hair off Ruirui with interest and making a bunch of small brushes. As for the use of these small brushes, Ao Bao had not thought about it yet. Seeing Ao Bao carefree and idle look, Diyu had already given up half of his heart. He was not sure that he could train Ao Bao into a hegemon. And Tang Rui would never let Ao Bao be trained by Diyu. Forget about it. Brother Rui. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense with him. If he wants to rule the earth, let him go alone. Yang Yu felt that Diyu was a little overestimating his own abilities. With this little strength, he still dreamed of ruling the earth. Tang Rui turned around and prepared to take Ao Bao down the mountain. Yang Yu followed closely. Diyu thought about it and followed him. Diyu used to only want to find the Zombie King, but now that he has found the Zombie King, he doesn't know what to do next. So he can only follow the little Zombie King for the time being. Seeing Diyu following him, Yang Yu sneered at him. Why are you following me? Are you going to complete your great cause of ruling? Diyu directly retorted. Do you want to become a zombie? Yang Yu decisively shut up. The way down the mountain was steep, and Tang Rui walked very slowly. Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's back, playing with the small brush he made. Tang Rui felt a little itchy on the back of his neck, and he knew that Ao Bao was playing a prank. Ao Bao, stop it. When they reached the foot of the mountain, it was almost 4 or 5 in the afternoon. While it was still dark, Tang Rui went to cut down a few more trees. While Tang Rui was busy, Diyu took the opportunity to instill in Ao Bao the idea of ruling mankind. It's a pity that Ao Bao was so stupid that he didn't listen to a word Renduyo said for a long time. Diyu said passionately, don't you want to rule all mankind? Ao Bao didn't listen at all. He was sticking out his tongue and licking the lollipop. Diyu said loudly and excitedly, don't you want to be the world's overlord? Ao Bao smacked his lips and continued to lick the lollipop. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't listen to a word, Diyu got angry and snatched the lollipop from Ao Bao's hand and scolded, as the Zombie King, how can you be so unambitious? It's really embarrassing for the zombie group. Ao Bao pursed his little mouth and cried, woo! Ruirui! Woo! Ruirui! Someone is bullying Ao Bao. Come quickly. As soon as Tang Rui heard Ao Bao crying, he quickly came over. Ao Bao, what's wrong? Ao Bao pointed at Diyu with tears in his eyes and complained to Ruirui. Ao Bao. Tang Rui turned his head to look at Diyu beside him and found that he was holding the lollipop that Ao Bao had eaten halfway. Tang Rui walked over with a gloomy face, snatched the lollipop from Diyu's hand, and gave it back to Ao Bao. Why did you snatch Ao Bao candy? Do you want to eat candy too? Tang Rui saw that Diyu wanted to eat his fist. Seeing that Tang Rui was angry, Diyu took a half step back and explained, no. I just wanted him to concentrate on listening to me. At that time, Ao Bao was only busy licking the lollipop and refused to concentrate on listening to him. So he snatched the candy away. He didn't want to eat candy. Tang Rui immediately grasped the key point of the question. Let Ao Bao listen to you attentively. What did you say to Ao Bao? Du waved his hands repeatedly. Nothing was said. Just a few random words. Seeing that Du refused to tell the truth, Tang Rui turned his eyes back to Ao Bao and asked, Ao Bao, what did he say to you? Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he didn't hear a word. Do you? This little guy is really stubborn. But fortunately Ao Bao didn't listen, so he was not exposed. If Tang Rui knew that he was instigating Ao Bao to rule all mankind, I don't know what Tang Rui would think. He would probably come to beat him up, or warn him to stay away from Ao Bao. Tang Rui still had to go to work, but he was afraid that Ao Bao would be bullied by Du Yu. So he asked Yang Yu to help watch Ao Bao and Du Yu. Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu and said, if that guy surnamed Du dares to snatch Ao Bao's candy again, you will teach him a lesson for me. But I can't beat him. If Yang Yu had this strength, he would have beaten Du Yu a long time ago. Why would he have to wait until now? Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu's frail body and said, then just watch him. If you see anything unusual, come and tell me. Yang Yu responded loudly. Yes, sir. As soon as Tang Rui left, in Du Yu's eyes, Yang Yu was just a moving human figure. Not dangerous at all. Du Yu brainwashed Ao Bao unscrupulously in front of Yang Yu. Do you want to be the overlord at the end of the world? Do you want all humans to respect you as the king? Do you want to be the most powerful man on earth? Every word Du Yu said was very inspiring. Any man would be interested in what he said. But unfortunately, he was not facing a man but a boy. Ao Bao just wanted to lick the lollipop quietly. As for what Du Yu said, he just listened to it in one ear and out the other. He didn't listen to a word seriously. Yang Yu, who was standing next to him, was moved by Du Yu's words. He was like a chicken with blood. He couldn't wait to become the most powerful man in the entire apocalypse. So Yang Yu offered himself to Du Yu. I am willing to conquer humanity with you. Du Yu glanced at Yang Yu impatiently. Get lost. I am much stronger than Ao Bao. As he said that, Yang Yu pulled up his sleeves to show his arms, which were twice as thick as Ao Bao's, and the little bit of dispensable muscles on his arms. Du Yu didn't even look at Yang Yu. He continued to say to Ao Bao, are you really willing to be a waste who can only eat, drink, defecate and urinate? Ao Bao thought it was good to be a little waste. He didn't have much to pursue. It was enough for Rui Rui to be by his side. Seeing that Ao Bao was still unmoved, Du Yu had no choice but to use his trump card. You will be useless sooner or later if you continue like this. No one will like a little loser who can't even wipe his butt. Your Rui Rui doesn't like him either. He must be secretly disliking you behind your back. Ao Bao thought Du Yu's previous words were nonsense. But now, he couldn't ignore them anymore. Hearing Du Yu say that Rui Rui would secretly dislike Ao Bao for not being able to wipe his butt, Ao Bao felt a little uncomfortable. Ao? Will Rui Rui really dislike Ao Bao? Du Yu nodded and said, of course. If it were me, I would dislike him too. Ao. Then Ao Bao will have to learn to wipe his butt in the future and can't ask Rui Rui for help anymore. Do you? After persuading for a long time, the result was just that this little zombie decided to wipe his own butt in the future. What the hell is going on? Du Yu felt like his head was going to explode with anger. He calmed down and said, wipe your ass is a small matter. Don't worry too much. What you need to do now is to rule all mankind. Do you understand? Yang Yu burst out laughing when he heard this. He couldn't hold it back any longer. You actually want Ao Bao to accompany you to rule all mankind. You must have shit in your head. Ao Bao is a zombie king after all. He still has the strength to rule all mankind. It depends on whether Ao Bao is willing. So Du Yu didn't understand what Yang Yu was laughing at. He was a weaker guy than Ao Bao, but he could still laugh. He really didn't understand. Du Yu looked at Yang Yu with a caring look. Can you beat Ao Bao? This short sentence instantly made Yang Yu's joy turn into worry. Yes. It seems that he can't even beat Ao Bao. If Ao Bao didn't use the zombie vines to deal with him, he could still beat Ao Bao. But if he beat Ao Bao, he would probably be beaten by Brother Rui, which didn't seem to be worth it. Du Yu looked at Yang Yu with contempt. You better shut up and stop humiliating yourself. Yang Yu was not convinced. Humph. I am also capable. Yang Yu really had no way to deal with zombies, but he was good at dealing with humans, and he could still help rule humans together. Du Yu asked casually, oh? What can you do? Yang Yu raised his chin high and said proudly, hypnosis. Du Yu frowned in disdain, and then began to persuade Ao Bao again. Do you want your Rui Rui to obey you? Do you want your Rui Rui to never leave you? Do you want your Rui Rui to love only you? If you want, then go and rule the world with me. Do you knew that Ao Bao weakness was Tang Rui? So the topic of his speech was all about Tang Rui. Ao Bao listened carefully to the topic about Rui, and no longer listened with one ear and let it out with the other like before. Ao Bao stopped licking his lollipop and asked you attentively, after ruling the world, will Rui really never leave Ao Bao again? And will he only love Ao Bao? As long as the light is bright enough, there will be moths fluttering to the light. When you become the world's overlord, Tang Rui will definitely be around you all day long. How can he bear to leave you like he did a few days ago? Every word you said now touched Ao Bao's heart. Ao Bao was really afraid that Rui would leave like before. Ah? Will Rui not leave after Ao Bao becomes the overlord? You said, when that time comes, he will definitely not leave you. Ao Bao was successfully persuaded by Du Yu, and immediately said excitedly, Ao Bao wants to become the world's overlord and rule all mankind. Finally, Ao Bao was persuaded. Du felt dry in the mouth. He drank a sip of water to moisten his dry throat. Then Du set his eyes on the small bottle hanging on Ao Bao's neck and said, the first step to rule mankind is to throw away the bottle. Those who want to be the overlord are not allowed to suck the pacifier. Ao Bao was not happy to know that he had to throw away the bottle to become the overlord. He quickly said that he didn't want to be an overlord or rule all mankind. Ao Bao hugged his small bottle tightly. He didn't want anything else. He only wanted Rui and his bottle. Rui is as important as the milk bottle. Neither of them can be abandoned. Seeing that Ao Bao gave up ruling the world for a milk bottle, Du felt that all his previous words were wasted. Tang Rui came over at this time. He came to Ao Bao to ask for nails. Ao Bao took a big bag of nails from the space and gave them to Rui. Tang Rui took the bag of nails and left again. Ao Bao felt bored staying here, so he followed Rui. Xiao Shu saw Ao Bao leaving and hurriedly followed him. Only Yang Yu and Du were left there. Yang Yu didn't understand why Du was so persistent in ruling all mankind. You obviously don't have that strength. Why do you still have such wild ideas? Du is just an ordinary high-level zombie. His strength is not particularly outstanding. If it were in the past, Tang Rui could blow his head off with one punch. Du said, don't people have a dream when they are alive? After becoming a zombie, Du only had one dream, which was to rule all mankind. If this dream was shattered, he would not know what the meaning of living was. Yang Yu took a piece of chocolate and ate it, saying, it's useless for you to persuade Ao Bao, because his dream is different from yours. Du replied, I know. He just wants his Rui. On the other side, Ao Bao was trying hard to help Rui build a house. When he was busy, Ao Bao took the time to say to Rui, Ao Bao will have to wipe his own ass in the future, and he doesn't need Rui's help. Tang Rui hammered the nail deeply into the wooden stake. Do you really not need my help? Ao Bao can do it himself. Tang Rui was a little unhappy, and asked in a dull tone, why do you suddenly don't want me to wipe it? Ao Bao is going to be the lord of the earth in the future. How can he not even know how to wipe his butt? Ao Bao once again told Rui that he would wipe his own butt from now on. Tang Rui decisively refused. No. Tang Rui hoped that Ao Bao would completely rely on him. So Ao Bao, but must be wiped by him. After failing to reach an agreement with Rui, Ao Bao ran away angrily. Tang Rui saw that Ao Bao was running in the direction of Yang Yu and the others, so he did not chase him, and continued to hammer in his own stakes. Ao Bao ran to Du with puffed cheeks and said, Ao. Watching the little zombie king talking a lot. Du didn't hear a word clearly. He used his little finger to pick his ears, and said, speak slowly. I can't understand. Ao Bao spoke slowly this time. Rui, no Ao. Do you seem to understand a little? Are you saying that Tang Rui doesn't allow you to rule humans? Ao Bao shook his head. Ao. Do you really couldn't understand what Ao Bao was saying? He turned to look at Yang Yu behind him and asked, can you understand what Ao Bao is saying? Translate for me. Yang Yu waved his hand. You and Ao Bao are both zombies. If you can't understand what Ao Bao is saying, how can I, a human, understand it? Although Ao Bao is also a zombie. He doesn't speak zombie language, but the Ao language he created. Except Tang Rui. Few people can understand what Ao Bao is saying. If you don't understand, forget it. Do you ask Ao Bao? What have you thought about what I told you before? Have you made a decision? If Rui will never leave him after becoming the world's overlord, then Ao Bao is happy to accompany Du to conquer humanity. But the necessary condition for becoming the overlord is not to suck the pacifier. which is a bit difficult for Ao Bao. So he has to think about it for a while. Ao Bao held his small milk bottle tightly in his little hands. Ao. This milk bottle has accompanied Ao Bao to grow up. And Ao Bao can't give it up. It's not impossible for you to conquer the world with a milk bottle. But this milk bottle will affect your image and make you look non-aggressive. At that time, you won't be able to make more high-level zombies submit to you. You have to make yourself look very powerful. When you first saw Ao Bao, he was not very willing to follow Ao Bao, the little zombie king, because Ao Bao was too young and looked milky and not very powerful, which made it difficult for people to believe. No. No. Ao Bao must never throw away his milk bottle. Although Ao Bao doesn't use this milk bottle often, it is still an indispensable part. Ever since Ao Bao could remember, he had been wearing this bottle around his neck. He would never take it off even when he went to bed. Ao Bao couldn't live without this bottle. The bottle was lost once before, and Ruiwei finally found it for Ao Bao. You didn't know that this bottle meant a lot to Ao Bao? And he kept persuading him, your bottle is already badly damaged. It looks so broken. There's no point in keeping it. Just throw it away. Ao Bao angrily punched you and cursed. Ao Bao punch was like cotton hitting his body. It didn't hurt at all. You smiled helplessly and said, okay. If you want to keep it, keep it. Ao Bao was satisfied now, holding his small bottle in his mouth, and sucked it twice. There was nothing in the bottle. Ao Bao was just sucking air. Yang Yu saw it, and immediately went over to fill Ao Bao bottle with some water. Ao Bao sucked for a long time in front of Du as if he was showing off. Du smiled bitterly. I wonder if other high-level zombies will follow you like me. It seems unlikely to be possible. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. No strong person will willingly surrender to a little kid who is still sucking a pacifier. Du now hopes that there will be a powerful person to replace Ao Bao and become the new generation of zombie king. Seeing Du dejected and without any fighting spirit, Yang Yu patted his shoulder and asked, didn't Ao Bao agree to do big things with you? Why are you so unmotivated? Du forced himself to cheer up and said to Ao Bao, then let's go now. Yang Yu was stunned for a moment. Leave now without telling Brother Rui? If you tell him, you can't leave. Du was planning to take Ao Bao away secretly? How could he tell Tang Rui? Yang Yu grabbed Du's sleeve. You can't take Ao Bao away. Brother Rui had told him to keep a close eye on Ao Bao. So of course, he would not allow Du to take Ao Bao away in front of him. Du showed his teeth and said fiercely, dare to stop me. Be careful, I will bite you to death. Yang Yu knew he couldn't beat him. So he shouted loudly, Brother Rui, come quickly. Seeing that Yang Yu was about to complain, Du slapped him in the face. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will never let you go. This slap was very strong, and Yang Yu's face swelled up quickly. Yang Yu had been beaten a lot in the end times, but he was rarely hit directly in the face. After being slapped in the face today, Yang Yu felt humiliated, so he didn't plan to endure it this time. Yang Yu slapped Du in the face. Soon, the two men started fighting. Ao Bao watched the show from the side and cheered, Ao Ao. When Tang Rui came over, Yang Yu had been beaten half to death by Du. In this contest between men, Du won completely. Tang Rui walked around Yang Yu, who was lying on the ground, walked to Ao Bao, and asked worriedly, Ao Bao, are you okay? Are you injured? Yang Yu, who was lying on the ground and couldn't even get up, raised one hand with difficulty. I'm in trouble. Tang Rui checked Ao Bao's body and found no wounds, so he turned back to see how Yang Yu was doing. Tang Rui first kicked Yang Yu lightly with his feet. How is it? Can you still get up? Being treated differently by Brother Rui. Yang Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears. I can't get up. Tang Rui then looked at Du again. Why did you fight? Du shrugged and said in a light tone, it was just a little quarrel. Men are more impulsive, and fighting after a little quarrel is normal. Tang Rui didn't ask any more questions. Just said, you hurt him. You have to take care of him. Du was unusually obedient to Tang Rui's arrangement, and didn't resist at all. I know. Yang Yu wanted to say something, but when he met Du's murderous eyes, he swallowed his words, and dared not say anything. Tang Rui was tired from working, and was ready to take a break, eat something, and replenish his energy. Ao Bao, give me a piece of bread. Ao Bao did not take out the bread from the space, but asked, Ao, Rui, eat meat. Tang Rui shook his head and said, I don't eat meat. Just eat a piece of bread. Ao, no, eat meat. Ao. If you don't eat meat, you won't have the strength to work. Tang Rui was reluctant to eat meat, because he wanted to leave all the meat for Ao Bao to eat. Who told you that there was not much meat in the space? So you had to save it. I don't eat it. Just eat a piece of bread. In fact, Tang Rui wanted to eat meat very much, because he now had half of the wolf's genes in his body. And wolves are carnivores. In other words, Tang Rui has become a carnivore, mainly eating meat, and cannot live without meat. But he still chooses to eat bread. Ao Bao. Give me some bread to fill my stomach first. Seeing that Ruirui was really hungry, Ao Bao took out the bread. Seeing Ruirui eating the bread in big mouthfuls, Ao Bao did not forget to continue asking, Ao, meat, eat, meat. Tang Rui asked back, Ao Bao, do you want to eat meat? Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he did not want to eat, and he just wanted to feed Ruirui. Tang Rui rubbed Ao Bao's head and said, I don't like meat. Ao. Ruirui also doesn't like Xiaoxiao? When he heard Ao Bao's words, Tang Rui choked on the bread. He quickly drank a sip of water to wash down the bread that was blocking his throat, and then replied, love to eat. If he said he didn't like it, then Ao Bao would definitely tear off Xiaoxiao and throw it away. I just don't know what kind of reaction Ao Bao would have after he said he liked it. Just when Tang Rui was wondering whether Ao Bao would put Xiaoxiao into his mouth, Ao Bao suddenly turned his back, as if he was angry. Tang Rui immediately realized that what he said just now might not be right, because Ao Bao has always liked to be jealous of Xiaoxiao. He said he likes to eat Xiaoxiao, so Ao Bao must be jealous now. Tang Rui patted Ao Bao's little shoulder and tried to comfort him. Ao Bao, I like to eat it, but I also like to eat you. Tang Rui didn't know if his comfort was right. After a while, Ao Bao turned around, faced Ruirui, and lifted his skirt. Ao Bao was not angry just now. He was trying to make Xiaoxiao bigger. Otherwise it would not be enough for Ruirui to fill his teeth. Ao Bao just rubbed himself twice, and now it has become a little bigger. Ao Bao held up her skirt with two small hands, showing her little Ao Bao to Ruirui. Ao Bao, it's grown big, and it's edible. Tang Rui wanted to take his eyes away from little Ao Bao, but he couldn't do it after trying several times. So he had to pretend to be serious and said, Ao Bao, don't seduce me in broad daylight. Ao Bao pointed at her little Ao Bao and said, Ruirui, eat meat. Ao Bao was not seducing Ruirui. He just wanted to feed Ruirui meat. Ao Bao was doing serious things. Du and Yang Yu both stretched their heads over here, curious about what Ao Bao was doing. Seeing that they were all looking over, Tang Rui quickly pulled down Ao Bao's skirt. Don't make trouble. Ao Bao. Ao Bao didn't make trouble. He just wanted to feed Ruirui meat, and only after eating meat would he have the strength to work. Ao Bao was very persistent, and Tang Rui was also very persistent. I'll just eat bread. Ruirui actually preferred to eat bread rather than Xiaoxiao. Ao Bao pouted his little mouth in dissatisfaction and asked Ruirui if he really didn't want to eat Xiaoxiao. Ao. Tang Rui swallowed the bread in his mouth and rejected Ao Bao again. I'm full, so I won't eat. Ruirui's appetite has always been big. How come he was full after eating only a small piece of bread this time? He must be lying. Ao Bao thought Ruirui just didn't want to eat Xiaoxiao, so he deliberately said he was full. It can be seen from this that Ruirui has lost interest in Xiaoxiao. Ao Bao should be happy about this, because he doesn't have to compete with Xiaoxiao anymore. But Ao Bao felt inexplicably sour in his heart. Tang Rui was afraid of dropping the bread crumbs in his hand. Ao Bao, be good. Play by yourself for a while. I'll go and dig up the remaining wood piles. Ao Bao pouted his little pink lips, said nothing, and watched Ruirui leave. After Tang Rui walked away, Ao Bao suddenly lowered his head and slapped Xiaoxiao twice, blaming it for not living up to its expectations and not being able to keep Ruirui's heart. After slapping twice, Ao Bao successfully made himself cry, and his nose was red and swollen, which was very cute. Du looked at Tang Rui, who was busy peeling tree bark not far away, and said with great admiration, he is really capable. With such a good old man, it's no wonder you can't bear to part with him. Du said this to Ao Bao, but Ao Bao was crying while holding his Xiaoxiao. Seeing that Ao Bao seemed to be in pain, Du came up and asked with concern, what's wrong? Who pinched your balls? Ao Bao ignored him and ran behind the bushes next to him crying. Du was going to chase him to see what was going on, but Yang Yu stopped him. Wait, where are you going? Do you turn around and said impatiently, "Does it matter where you go?" Yang Yu said with his face beaten into a pig's head, "Don't forget. Brother Rui asked you to take care of me." Do you pointed to Xiaoshu next to him? "Isn't your girlfriend here? Just let her take care of you. Every grievance has its perpetrator. You heard me. You must be responsible." Yang Yu went up and hugged Duyu's legs, not allowing him to run around. Duyu had no choice but to stay and take care of this kid. Ao Bao hid behind the bushes and checked his penis. The 2 slaps just now were not light, and Xiao Xia was beaten red. Ao Bao blew on his penis with heartache. Although Ao Bao always had trouble with Xiao Xia, sometimes they still had to coexist peacefully. After all, if Xiao Xia was in pain, Ao Bao would also feel pain. Tang Rui had already peeled the bark of more than a dozen trees, and his hands were full of sticky tree pulp. Tang Rui was going to wash his hands by the river. When he saw that the water was clean, he took a bath. When Tang Rui finished his bath and returned to the camp, Ao Bao was discussing with Duyu about ruling the world. Seeing Tang Rui coming back, Duyu hurriedly ended the topic of ruling the world. But even though Duyu ended the topic in time, Tang Rui still hurt a little bit. Tang Rui sat down next to Ao Bao, then held Ao Bao on his lap and asked, "What were you talking about just now?" Ao Bao is going to rule all mankind. Duyu was afraid that Ao Bao would let the cat out of the bag. So he quickly took over the topic and said, "Ao Bao and I are talking about a game called Ruling Mankind." Tang Rui said with a gloomy face, "Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Tang Rui is not as simple-minded as Ao Bao. He is not so easy to fool. Seeing that Tang Rui knew it well, Duyu did not hide it. "Ao Bao has agreed to conquer mankind with me." Tang Rui lowered his eyes and looked at the little boy in his arms, and asked in an unhappy tone, "Ao Bao, have you agreed?" Ao Bao wants to become the global overlord and stand on the top of the world. I didn't expect Ao Bao to have such a lofty ambition. Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao's little but unceremoniously. "Why didn't you ask my opinion and agreed without authorization?" In fact, Ao Bao has no interest in ruling all mankind. He just listened to Duyu and thought that after becoming the overlord, Rui would not leave him. So Ao Bao wanted to become the overlord. "I'm almost done building the house. We'll live here for the rest of our lives. Don't think about going out to explore, let alone rule the world. That requires bloodshed and sacrifice. And it's very dangerous." Tang Rui just wants to live a simple life with Ao Bao, because he's tired and doesn't want to continue to explore in the apocalypse. "Ao Bao, listen. Don't think about those messy things. We'll stay here, work hard to make a baby, and try to give birth to a big fat boy as soon as possible." Hearing Rui say this, Ao Bao immediately gave up the idea of ruling mankind. Ao Bao wants to stay here with Rui and work hard to make a baby. Although Ao Bao doesn't know what a baby is, he still looks forward to the baby coming soon. Before, Ao Bao was in high spirits, mumbling about conquering the world with Duyu. As a result, when Tang Rui came and said a few words, Ao Bao changed his mind. Duyu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Yang Yu smiled and said, "You should give up conquering the world. Isn't it better to stay here and live a plain life? If you feel bored, I can transfer my girlfriend to you." Duyu turned his head and looked at Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu was very pure and looked pretty good. "Are you really willing to give her to me? Take it if you want it." Yang Yu had long wanted to get rid of the trouble of Xiaoshu. If Ao Bao hadn't insisted on him taking care of Xiaoshu, he would have beaten Xiaoshu to death with a stick. Duyu thought about it, and then took Xiaoshu to the river to take a bath. Seeing Duyu take Xiaoshu away, Ao Bao became excited and said several words to Yang Yu. Ao Bao didn't understand how Yang Yu could let others take Xiaoshu away. Tang Rui calmed down the emotional Ao Bao and said, "Ao Bao, that's their business. Don't worry about it." Ao Bao just thought Yang Yu was too irresponsible. How could he give his girlfriend to someone else? Ao Bao thought Yang Yu was wrong, so he ordered Yang Yu to bring Xiaoshu back quickly. Yang Yu didn't understand what Ao Bao said, so he didn't move. Seeing that Yang Yu didn't plan to bring Xiaoshu back, Ao Bao picked up a stone angrily and threw it at Yang Yu to express his anger. Yang Yu didn't have time to hide and was hit by the stone. He covered his forehead and said innocently, "Ao Bao, why did you hit me?" Ao Bao threw another small stone at Yang Yu, cursing indignantly. Ao Bao. Yang Yu didn't understand why Ao Bao wanted to hit him with a stone. "Brother Rui, what's wrong with Ao Bao?" "I don't know either." Tang Rui took the stone from Ao Bao's hand Ao Bao. Stop throwing stones. Ao Bao. Ao Bao was still cursing. Tang Rui thought Ao Bao was funny, and asked with a smile, why hit him? Ao Bao just didn't like Yang Yu's scumbag behavior. How could he let others share his other side? Ao Bao raised his little head and asked Ruerwei, Ao, will Ruerwei share Ao Bao with others? As soon as this question came out, Tang Rui got angry on the spot. How could I share you with others? Tang Rui wanted everyone to stay away from Ao Bao, and even others couldn't look at Ao Bao for a second. Ao Bao was relieved to hear that Ruerwei would not give him to others. But Ao Bao was still very angry, and pretended to pick up stones and throw them at Yang Yu. Fortunately, Tang Rui stopped him. Otherwise Yang Yu would have another bump on his forehead. Now Yang Yu could probably understand why Ao Bao wanted to hit him, and he quickly defended himself, saying, Ao Bao, I told you before that my relationship with her is just like a sex partner, and sex partners don't need to be responsible. Ao Bao tilted his head, wondering what sex partner meant. Yang Yu originally wanted to explain a few more words to Ao Bao and make things clear, but Tang Rui glared at him, signaling Yang Yu to talk less and not lead Ao Bao thoughts astray. After receiving Tang Rui's eyes, Yang Yu decisively chose to shut up. Tang Rui tried to divert Ao Bao attention. Ao Bao, didn't you say you would feed me meat? Ruerwei didn't want to eat Ao Bao rotten meat. Why did he want to eat it now? Ah, it's dark now. You can eat it. Tang Rui rarely does things during the day, usually waits until dark, then turns into a hungry wolf and gallops on Ao Bao. Ao Bao pouted his little mouth and said proudly, Ah, no. Humph. Ao Bao won't give Ruerwei meat. Tang Rui hit Ao Bao round little but, what? Are you going to regret it now? It's too late to regret it now. Ah. Ao Bao is tired and wants to sleep. I will feed Ruerwei meat tomorrow. Tang Rui said, but I don't want to wait until tomorrow. Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to feed meat tonight. Besides, feeding meat is a physical job, not something that a lazy little corpse like Ao Bao likes to do. Tang Rui smiled bitterly. Ao Bao, you are teasing me on purpose. Right? What a little bad guy. He even learned to tease people. Ao Bao is really tired and wants to sleep. After saying that, Ao Bao closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao closed eyelids twice. No sleep. Ao Bao reluctantly opened his eyes a tiny slit and peeked at Ruerwei, the annoying little goblin. Ao, does Ruerwei really want to eat Ao Bao rotten meat? Tang Rui smiled and replied, if you want to eat, will you give it to me? Ao Bao lifted up her skirt, revealing a little limp Ao Bao. Ao Bao didn't want to move. Ruerwei sat on it to eat, and be gentle, so as not to break the little Ao Bao. Tang Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only would he break Xiao Xiao, he might even flatten Ao Bao. Little idiot. Stick your butt up. There is no future in counterattack. Seeing Ruerwei's arrogant attitude, Ao Bao simply stopped feeding him meat. Ao Bao is going to sleep. I won't pay attention to you. Tang Rui lowered his head, sucked hard on Ao Bao's pink and moist little mouth, and said fiercely, don't regret it. It was Ao Bao who seduced him first, and now he has taken the bait. But Ao Bao wants to escape at the last minute. How can he tolerate this? You will pay the price for playing with me. Ao Bao didn't want to escape at the last minute. He just wanted to be the one on top. Xiao Xiao is ready. Ruerwei will do it himself. Tang Rui laughed. Even with Ao Bao's small body, he still wanted to counterattack. It's tiring to be on top. Let me do it. Ao Bao is so lazy. He doesn't want to work at all. Hearing Ruerwei say that it would be very tiring to be on top, Ao Bao decisively chose to be on the bottom. Ao. Tang Rui smiled and kissed Ao Bao on the mouth. That's good. Seeing Tang Rui and Ao Bao preparing to be intimate, Yang Yu turned around consciously to avoid it. Since taking the zombie vaccine, Tang Rui's strength has improved, and the side effects have become more and more obvious. And the side effect is that his endurance in that aspect has decreased. Tang Rui can no longer break his previous record. He can't hold on in the second half of the night. Although Big Ruerwei is already exhausted, Tang Rui still wants to continue in his heart. But unfortunately, he is unable to do it. Fortunately, Ao Bao has fallen asleep at this time, and Ao Bao didn't find out that he is not good enough, which makes Tang Rui more or less relieved. Tang Rui covered himself with a quilt and hugged Ao Bao to sleep. The next morning, Before it was even light, Tang Rui got up to work. While working, Tang Rui was always thinking about how to restore himself to the same endurance as before, so as not to ruin Ao Bao's sexual happiness. Because of his absent-mindedness, Tang Rui accidentally hit his thumb while nailing, and the nail was cracked, and blood was flowing out. Tang Rui frowned slightly in pain, and then quickly covered his bleeding thumb with his hand, and then went to find some hemostatic herbs to apply to himself. Originally, Tang Rui could have gone directly to Ao Bao for band-aids and ointments, but he was afraid that Ao Bao would worry about him. So he bandaged the wound casually and continued to work. There is another thing that must be said. That is, after taking 2 shots of the zombie virus vaccine, Tang Rui not only became stronger, but also his werewolf characteristics disappeared little by little while he evolved. For example, the hair on his arms has become much shorter and not as dense as before, and his wolf claws have also returned to normal fingers. The only thing that hasn't changed is the 2 wolf ears on his head. Later, Tang Rui discovered that these werewolf features can be changed freely. He can put away the wolf ears and claws, or he can change them again. But Tang Rui is busy building a house now, and has no time to study these things. When Ao Bao woke up at noon, he saw that Ruerui was not around, so he knew that Ruerui must have gone to work. Ao Bao crawled out of the sleeping bag and planned to look for Ruerui. But as soon as he crawled up, Ao Bao fell back into the sleeping bag, because his legs were weak and he had no strength. He couldn't stand steadily. Ao Bao tried several times but failed to get up. It was all Ruerui's fault for playing too long last night and breaking Ao Bao. Yang Yu saw that Ao Bao couldn't get up, so he went over to help him, muttering, "Brother Rui is still as fierce as ever." Everyone felt that Tang Rui was very good in that aspect. Only Tang Rui himself still felt inferior, and thought that his ability was not good enough. Tang Rui even decided to do it less with Ao Bao in the future. Otherwise Ao Bao would definitely find out that his body was not good enough. Ao Bao looked at Yang Yu, who helped him up, and asked, "Ao? Where are Xiaoshu and Du?" Ao Bao looked around and didn't see these 2 people. Yang Yu didn't understand what Ao Bao was saying, and guessed based on his feeling, "Ao Bao, are you asking where Brother Rui is?" Ao Bao shook his head. Ao Bao was asking where Xiaoshu and Du were. It took Yang Yu a long time to understand what Ao Bao meant. Then he said in distress, "I don't know where they went. They didn't come back all night." Du said he would take Xiaoshu to the river to take a bath. While they were bathing, the 2 disappeared. Yang Yu thought that the 2 people must have had a lot of fun and were tired, so they were hiding somewhere to catch up on their sleep. Ao Bao, don't worry about them. Ao Bao was not really worried about them. He just asked where they went. Ao Bao was going to find Ruerui to play. Ao Bao was just about to find Tang Rui when Tang Rui came over by himself. It was noon now. It was time for lunch. Tang Rui came over to eat something and continue working later. Ao Bao trotted over and hugged Tang Rui's waist. Ao, is Ruerui tired? Tang Rui wiped the sweat from his forehead and gently pushed Ao Bao. Ao Bao, I'm all sweaty and dirty. Don't get close to me. Ao Bao didn't listen. Not only did he not retreat, but he buried his head in Tang Rui's sweat-soaked clothes and sniffed deeply a few times. Ruerui's body smelled very strong, but this strong smell was not stinky. Ao Bao liked to smell it. I really can't do anything about you. Tang Rui had to bend down, hold up Ao Bao little butt, and pick him up. After being picked up, Ao Bao's eyes were just level with Ruerui's eyes. Ao Bao could easily lick Ruerui's face. Ao Bao stretched out his pink little tongue tip and licked Ruerui's face, which was wet due to sweat, and licked off all the salty sweat. Tang Rui felt itchy on his face from being licked, and couldn't help but laugh twice. Ao Bao, stop licking. My face is so dirty. Just when Tang Rui and Ao Bao were sticking to each other, Yang Yu suddenly interrupted them. Brother Rui, the rice is cooked. You can eat. Tang Rui covered Ao Bao's mouth with his hand, not allowing Ao Bao to lick anymore. I'm hungry. Eat first. Ao Bao obeyed and stopped licking, letting Ruerui fill his stomach first. Tang Rui scooped a large bowl of rice, and then scooped a spoonful of black bean sauce and chili sauce to mix with the rice. Just as Tang Rui was about to put the rice into his mouth, Ao Bao suddenly called him, Ruerui. Ah! It turned out that Ao Bao noticed his injured thumb. Tang Rui looked at his finger that was simply wrapped with a strip of cloth and said, it was just an accidental hit. It's okay now. Ah. Ao Bao was very worried and had to take a closer look. After untying the cloth wrapped around the outside, Ao Bao saw that Ruerwei's fingernails were about to peel off completely, which looked very serious. Ao Bao quickly took out various ointments from his space. Ao Bao was only paying attention to Tang Rui's wound, and only Yang Yu noticed that Tang Rui's hands were different. Yang Yu said in surprise, "Brother Rui, when did your hands change back?" Yang Yu remembered that Brother Rui was still a wolf claw last night. How come it has changed back to a normal fingernail? After Yang Yu said this, Ao Bao also found that Ruerwei's hands had changed back. Ah. Tang Rui didn't say why it changed back, but simply responded, "Yeah, it's changed back." Looking at Ruerwei's hands that had changed back, Ao Bao was very happy. He liked Ruerwei's big palms touching his body, although the calluses on Ruerwei's hands were very rough. Ruerwei's hands were big and solid. After Ao Bao put a band-aid on Ruerwei's thumb, he couldn't wait to stick out his little butt towards Ruerwei, hoping that Ruerwei could rub it for him. Ruerwei's wolf claws didn't feel anything before, and he had to change to a big palm to rub it to feel it. Looking at Ao Bao little peach but that he offered to rub, Tang Rui swallowed his saliva and finally refused. "Ao Bao, don't make trouble. There are people watching." Yang Yu quickly avoided. "You can pretend I don't exist." At this time, Tang Rui realized that someone was missing. Why was there only Yang Yu? Where were Diyu and Xiaoshu? Where are the other two? Yang Yu shook his head and waved his hands and said, "I don't know. I haven't seen them for a day. Maybe they eloped. His girlfriend ran away with another man." But Yang Yu didn't feel sad at all. Instead, he felt like a burden was lightened. Don't care about them. As long as Ao Bao is not lost. Tang Rui doesn't care whether the others are missing or eloping. Tang Rui picked up the bowl of fermented black bean rice and took 2 bites. At this time, Ao Bao came over again and asked Ruerwei to rub his little butt. It was the first time that Yang Yu saw Ao Bao so dissolute. He always thought that Ao Bao was just a simple child, but he didn't expect who would be willing to refuse such a tempting and active Ao Bao. Yang Yu thought that Tang Rui and Ao Bao would definitely have a passionate sex later. As a result, Tang Rui was still eating and rejected Ao Bao. "Don't make trouble." Yang Yu was shocked. "Brother Rui, I didn't expect you to have such good self-control." Tang Rui had no self-control in front of Ao Bao. He was just afraid that Ao Bao would find out that his body was not okay. So he was deliberately avoiding and not getting intimate with Ao Bao. Tang Rui smiled bitterly and took a mouthful of rice. Although he was very hungry, the rice in his mouth was not delicious at all. Ao Bao had raised his butt so high, but Ruerwei acted as if he didn't see it. Ao Bao sat down on the ground in frustration and started to have a tantrum. Tang Rui pulled Ao Bao, who was sitting on the ground, to sit on his legs and asked softly, "My dear, are you hungry?" After Ruerwei said this, Ao Bao felt a little hungry. "Ah." Tang Rui picked up a small piece of rice with chopsticks and fed it to Ao Bao. "Eat some rice first. I will cook meat soup for you later." Tang Rui was trying to divert attention, but his trick did not work. Ao Bao's mind was still on Ruerwei's refusal to rub his little butt. Ao Bao condemned. "Ah, why not rub it?" "Okay, I'll rub it. I'll rub it." Tang Rui finally compromised and rubbed it several times in a row. Ruerwei kneaded it very comfortably, and Ao Bao opened and closed his mouth, letting out 2 soft moans. Although it was still broad daylight, Yang Yu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild when he heard Ao Bao calling like that. He felt a little embarrassed, so he avoided his gaze a little. Ao Bao little, but was very elastic and soft like a well-fermented dough. Tang Rui felt that if he kneaded it further, something would definitely happen. So he quickly withdrew his hand, just kneaded a few times. Seeing Ruerwei's hand withdrawn, Ao Bao started to make trouble again. "Ao, not enough. Knead more." Tang Rui. At Ao Bao's request, Tang Rui had to continue kneading. He kneaded it sometimes slowly, and sometimes quickly, sometimes clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise. It seemed that there was no pattern, but it was very comfortable. Ao Bao squinted his eyes in enjoyment. "Ao Bao." Tang Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Ao Bao, can you rub it later? I still need to eat." Ruerwei just didn't eat enough, so his strength was so small. Ao Bao couldn't stop him from eating enough. Ao Bao picked up the bowl of fermented black bean and chili rice and planned to feed Ruerwei himself. Tang Rui didn't say anything, opened his mouth, and waited for Ao Bao to feed him. Seeing that Rui actually wanted Ao Bao to feed him, Yang Yu felt that this scene was very eye-catching, but also very funny. After eating a whole bowl of rice, Tang Rui was about 50% full. That is, half full. If it were normal, he would definitely have another bowl. But now, he didn't want to eat at all. So he only ate half full and continued to work. The main reason was that Tang Rui had too many distracting thoughts in his mind. His mind was full of the curved shape of Ao Bao's little butt, which was so tempting that he wanted to bite it. For some reason, Ao Bao has become more and more tempting recently, making people more and more unable to resist taking action against him. But Tang Rui felt that his body could not bear it anymore, as if his kidneys had been overdrawn in advance. It was like a delicious food in front of him, and he was so greedy. But his teeth had fallen out, and he couldn't eat it. Tang Rui was working alone, and the other two were playing games. Yang Yu taught Ao Bao to play tic-tac-toe. First draw a tic-tac-toe, then draw an X or O in the empty space. If 3 were connected, he would win. Yang Yu spent a while explaining the rules of the game to Ao Bao in detail. He thought Ao Bao should understand it. So he said, "Then let's start. I'll go first." Yang Yu drew a circle in the empty space in the middle. "Okay. It's your turn." Ao Bao took a branch and drew randomly, which was purely sabotage. Yang Yu guessed that Ao Bao might not have understood the rules, so he explained it again. "It's like this. After I draw a circle, you draw a cross in the box next to it. Then I do this, you do this again, finally I do this. Okay. I win." Ao Bao looked at the well-shaped character on the ground stupidly. Yang Yu felt that he seemed to be a little too bullying to Ao Bao, and was afraid that Ao Bao would cry after losing. So he erased the well-shaped character and drew a new one. "I'll let you win this time." Ao Bao tilted his head and looked at him in confusion. "Ah." Looking at Ao Bao's silly look, it was estimated that he still didn't understand the rules. Yang Yu felt so tired. When Brother Rui taught Ao Bao to read, he must have been very tired. Yang Yu stopped teaching and walked away, leaving Ao Bao to play by himself. Ao Bao is not stupid. He just doesn't want to play such stupid games, so he doesn't want to learn. Ao Bao played for a whole afternoon by himself, catching a small ant and playing for a long time. Yang Yu just felt bored. But Ao Bao played very hard. Maybe their temperaments are different. Ao Bao is still a child, while Yang Yu is an adult. Yang Yu remembered that when he was a child, he also liked to lie under the eaves and watch ants moving. But he didn't like to watch it when he grew up. Ao Bao is putting the ants he caught into the empty mineral water bottle one by one, and will show them to Ruirui later, so that Ruirui can play with them too. The cabin that Tang Rui is building is about to be completed, and it only took 3 or 4 days. Yang Yu went to have a look and found that Tang Rui had only built one room. "Brother Rui, how can I sleep in this room? Do you want me to squeeze in with you?" Yang Yu didn't mind squeezing in with him. He was afraid that Brother Rui would dislike him for being in the way. Tang Rui said lightly, "I didn't think of you." What Tang Rui meant was that he built this house just to let him and Ao Bao live in it, and he didn't consider where Yang Yu would sleep. Yang Yu smiled bitterly. Tang Rui patted the wood chips on his hands and asked, "By the way, have Xiao Shu and the others come back?" Yang Yu shook his head. "Not yet. It's strange to say that you originally planned to take Ao Bao away. But how come he took Xiao Shu away in the end? What was the purpose of taking Xiao Shu away? Could it be that you really fell in love with Xiao Shu?" Tang Rui picked up the hammer on the ground, hammered the wooden stake a few times, and easily nailed the wooden stake into the soil. They left too strangely. Yang Yu touched his chin. "It's very strange. There was no sign before leaving. It was really strange." After Tang Rui nailed the last wooden stake into the soil, he asked, "Where is Ao Bao?" Yang Yu replied, "He is playing there by himself." Tang Rui suddenly felt something was wrong, frowned and said, "Will you suddenly come back and take Ao Bao away?" Yang Yu opened his eyes hard. "It's possible." Tang Rui quickly dropped the hammer in his hand and ran to find Ao Bao. When they arrived at the camp, Ao Bao was gone. Seeing Ao Bao disappear, Tang Rui was so angry that veins on his forehead jumped. "Didn't I ask you to watch Ao Bao? If Yang Yu hadn't left just now, Ao Bao might not have been taken away." Yang Yu also realized that it was his fault, but he still habitually wanted to shirk responsibility. "I thought that Ao Bao would be fine after just leaving for a short while. Who knew? Now was not the time to be angry and complain." Tang Rui calmed down and used his wolf-like sense of smell to determine where Ao Bao had gone. The air was filled with the scent of Ao Bao nectar, and the smell was still very strong, indicating that Ao Bao had been taken away a few minutes ago. They should not have gone far, and Tang Rui would catch up with them in no time if he chased them now. The keen sense of smell allowed Tang Rui to accurately determine the direction in which Ao Bao had gone. Tang Rui relied on the remaining smell of Ao Bao to find his way there. Since he became a werewolf, Tang Rui's running speed has become faster. Yang Yu ran desperately behind him, but he still couldn't catch up. On the other side, Ao Bao was being put in a bag, and someone was carrying him and running. Ao Bao struggled, but it was useless. He was too weak. He wanted to summon the zombie vines, but Ao Bao was in the bag and couldn't see the surrounding environment, so he couldn't command the vines. It was sunset, and the temperature dropped sharply. Ao Bao felt a little cold, and he sneezed loudly when he opened his mouth. His snot was frozen and flowed out. Ao Bao sucked his snot while crying and calling Ruirui. Woo! Ruirui. Ao Bao wanted to go back to find Ruirui. At this time, the man carrying Ao Bao suddenly stopped. After a while, Ao Bao was put on the ground. Then the sack was opened, and a familiar face appeared in front of Ao Bao. Ao Bao looked at the familiar face and was stunned for a long time. On the other side, Tang Rui had already tracked him at his fastest speed. Tang Rui smelled Ao Bao's scent nearby, so he stopped and carefully explained the direction. After confirming that Ao Bao might be behind the tree to the west, Tang Rui walked over with surprise. Ao Bao. When Tang Rui came behind the tree, he found that the person lying behind the tree was Du Yu. Du Yu's skull was broken, and he was seriously injured. He was in a coma. Du Yu had the smell of Ao Bao on him, so it was certain that Ao Bao was taken away by Du Yu. But why was Du Yu beaten here? And Ao Bao disappeared? Tang Rui kicked Du Yu twice with his feet, almost yelling, "Where did you take Ao Bao?" Du Yu felt his leg hurt, and Tang Rui's roar was still in his ears. He woke up in a daze and groaned in pain. Tang Rui squatted down and shook Du Yu's shoulders vigorously. "Where's Ao Bao? Didn't you take him away? Where is he now?" Ao Bao's scent was cut off here, so Tang Rui didn't know where to find Ao Bao. He could only ask Du Yu. Du Yu's head was hit with a big hole, and his mind was a little unclear. He closed his eyes and looked at Tang Rui, saying weakly, "No, I don't know." Tang Rui seemed to be crazy. Grinning, "What do you mean you don't know? It was obviously you who took Ao Bao away. Tell me quickly. Where is Ao Bao?" Du Yu's body was full of Ao Bao's scent, which meant that he had touched Ao Bao not long ago. But he said he didn't know now. Tang Rui was really going crazy. "I really don't know." Du Yu only remembered that he was running in the woods with Ao Bao, and was suddenly attacked from behind. A heavy object hit his head, and he fell to the ground immediately. "I did take Ao Bao away, but I was ambushed not far away, and then I fell into a coma. As for where Ao Bao went, I really don't know." Tang Rui frowned. "Who ambushed you?" Du Yu wiped the blood from his forehead, shook his head and said, "I didn't see the man clearly, but I guessed it was a man." Although Du Yu looked very miserable and pitiful now, Tang Rui couldn't help but punch him again. "If Ao Bao can't be found, I will pickle you into jerky." Du Yu shuddered in fear, then tried to recall and said, "I think I saw the man's face." Tang Rui asked closely, "What did he look like?" Du Yu described the man he saw before he fell into a coma. He was a very gentle man, who didn't seem to be aggressive, but his eyes were sinister, and he looked very cunning. Tang Rui always felt that this description was a bit familiar. Tang Rui thought about it carefully, and found that the only person who fit Du Yu's description was Yu Liang. Is Yu Liang still alive? What was his purpose in kidnapping Ao Bao? Did he want to take revenge on Ao Bao? If Yu Liang wanted to take revenge on Ao Bao, then Ao Bao must be in danger now. But Tang Rui couldn't track Yu Liang's location. He didn't know which direction Yu Liang went, which was a bit troublesome. On the other side, Ao Bao looked at the familiar face in front of him in surprise, and murmured two words in his little mouth, "Brother." Ao Bao had learned to call brother when he was very young. It was Yu Liang who taught Ao Bao to call over and over again. Hearing Ao Bao's sweet and soft call of brother, Yu Liang was about to soften his heart. He bent down and squatted, looking at his lovely brother whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Ao Bao's face was still as lovable as ever. Even though Yu Liang was filled with hatred, he couldn't help but reach out and pinch Ao Bao's chubby cheeks. "You've gained a little weight. It seems that Tang Rui has taken good care of you." Ao Bao slapped Yu Liang's hand away, not allowing him to pinch his face. "Ah, Yu Liang looked at the back of his hand that was slapped red, and sneered, "We are brothers after all. How can you treat me like this?" Ao Bao glanced to the side, not even wanting to look at Yu Liang. Half of the so-called truths that Yu Liang told Tang Rui before were lies, and no more than 3 of them were true. In fact, Ao Bao was deliberately hit to death by Yu Liang. Then Yu Liang used Ao Bao's body for experiments. Then Ao Bao was turned into a zombie with pathogens. All of this was premeditated. Moreover, Yu Liang once locked Ao Bao in a small cage, and whenever he got angry, he would beat and abuse Ao Bao. There were even several times when Yu Liang had the dirty thoughts that he shouldn't have, and wanted to rape Ao Bao to vent his disgusting animal desires. Fortunately, there was a researcher in the laboratory at that time who pitted Ao Bao and interrupted Yu Liang every time at the critical moment. So Ao Bao was able to keep his virginity. It was also that researcher who let Ao Bao out of the laboratory. Otherwise Ao Bao would be stupid, and would never be able to escape from the tightly sealed laboratory with layers of obstacles in his life. Yu Liang once again put his hand on Ao Bao's white and smooth face, and his tone was unspeakably soft. "Xiao Yu, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you very much. Do you miss me?" Ao Bao bared his teeth at him. Ao. Yu Liang was not afraid of Ao Bao's fierce look at all, but found it very interesting. "You are so fierce to your own brother. You are not obedient at all." Ao Bao stepped back a little and avoided Yu Liang's hand, just when Ao Bao was about to use the zombie vine to completely get rid of Yu Liang, but suddenly found that he could not summon the zombie vine. Ao Bao panicked and didn't know what to do. Yu Liang showed a sinister smile. "I just injected you with a small dose of vaccine. Although it was only a little bit, it was enough to suppress the virus in your body." Looking at the smile on Yu Liang's face, Ao Bao crawled back in fear. "Wu. Rui. It's useless to call him brother. If you call him brother a few more times, maybe I can be more lenient." In fact, Yu Liang still has some love for Ao Bao in his heart. As long as Ao Bao cries and begs him to call him brother, he will definitely be lenient. "I have always loved you, but I hate you very much. You obviously did nothing wrong, but I just hate you." Yu Liang's eyes were red, and he expressed the complicated emotions in his heart. As he spoke, Yu Liang came over and hugged Ao Bao's body. "Xiao Yu, now I give you a choice. Do you choose Tang Rui or me? If you choose Tang Rui, don't blame me for being rude. If you choose me, I can let you continue to be the Zombie King." Ao Bao was not interested in the title of Zombie King, so he decisively chose the former. "Wu. I want Rui." Ao Bao doesn't want anyone except Rui. When Yu Liang heard that Ao Bao didn't choose him, he immediately got angry. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted, "It's already this time. You still dare to choose him? Do you really think I won't do anything to you?" Yu Liang clamped Ao Bao's delicate little chin with his hands, and said angrily, "I have taken care of you for so many years, but I am not as good as a man who only took care of you for a few months. How am I worse than him?" Ao Bao frowned and moaned. "Ao. Rui. There is no need to compare. Yu Liang is not as good as Tang Rui in any way. Everyone can see how good Tang Rui is to Ao Bao. Yu Liang himself knows that Tang Rui is a good man, but he just can't accept it in his heart." Yu Liang asked a little crazy, "What is good about him? You should tell me clearly." Ao Bao bit Yu Liang's hand angrily, biting it very hard. Yu Liang is now a zombie, without pain, and can't feel the pain of being bitten. But his heart began to hurt inexplicably. Yu Liang let Ao Bao bite his hand, and said to himself, "Xiao Yu, you only loved to stick to me before, but you have changed since Tang Rui appeared. It seems that Tang Rui should not appear. Wait, I will kill him sooner or later. Originally, when we were in the safe zone, I wanted to kill him, but he was too lucky and couldn't be killed no matter what." Hearing that Yu Liang wanted to attack Rui, Ao Bao angrily raised his fist and hit Yu Liang again and again. Yu Liang didn't care about Ao Bao's strength at all. He easily subdued Ao Bao with one hand. "I'll give you another chance now. Choose him or me." Ao Bao chose Rui without hesitation this time. Just like last time, "Ao. I want Rui." Yu Liang's face was full of anger, and he frowned and said, "I gave you 2 chances to survive, but you didn't cherish them. Don't blame me then." After that, Yu Liang picked up his tools and prepared to forcibly pry open Ao Bao's brain and take out the crystal core. Ao Bao was so scared when he saw the hammer in Yu Liang's hand that his face turned pale. Then he struggled violently. "Ao. If this hammer hits him, Ao Bao will faint directly from the pain. It's too scary. Ao Bao struggled and screamed hard. But it was useless. Yu Liang restrained Ao Bao's body with his arms, and said, if you move around, you may have to endure more pain. So be good and don't move around. Ao Bao looked at the big hammer and cried, woo. No. Ao Bao would cry for a long time if there was a small cut on his little finger. Not to mention a big hole on his head. Your crying makes me feel bad. Yu Liang said he felt bad. But his hands couldn't wait. Looking at the big hammer that was about to fall, Ao Bao cried until his voice was hoarse. Woo. Ruerui. Yu Liang's face sank, at this time. You still call him? I told you a long time ago. Call him brother more. Maybe I can let you go. Ao Bao still couldn't help shouting, Ruerui. Every time he encountered danger, Ao Bao would habitually call Ruerui. Yu Liang was completely angered by Ao Bao's word Ruerui. And he made up his mind and hit him with a hammer. Ao Bao only felt that his bones were broken. The strong dull pain made Ao Bao unable to cry. And a few broken and hoarse moans came out of his throat. Yu Liang searched in Ao Bao's brain. But he didn't find the crystal core. How could Ao Bao, as the zombie king, not have a crystal core? Yu Liang was shocked. At this moment, Ao Bao had fallen into a coma due to the pain. Yu Liang didn't give up, and used his fingers to stir in Ao Bao's brain, trying to find the crystal core. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find it. How could Ao Bao, as the zombie king, not even have a crystal core? Could it be that someone took the crystal core away in advance? Or hid it somewhere else in the body? Yu Liang also wanted to cut open Ao Bao's stomach to see if there was anything inside. But before he could do anything, Tang Rui came over. Seeing Ao Bao's head smashed and lying unconscious on the ground, Tang Rui exploded. He jumped up like a real wolf and pounced on Yu Liang. Yu Liang didn't have time to hide and was pressed to the ground by Tang Rui. Tang Rui bit Yu Liang's neck and tore off a large piece of meat. If Yu Liang was not a zombie, and it was not so easy to die, he would have died in Tang Rui's mouth, feeling a piece of meat on his neck bitten off. Yu Liang frowned fiercely. And then, he used his supernatural power to hit Tang Rui back. Tang Rui was beaten and rolled 5 meters away. Yu Liang covered the wound on his neck, and got up from the ground. Looking at Tang Rui, who suddenly became very powerful, he asked suspiciously, did you take the crystal core in Xiuyo's head? How could Tang Rui take the crystal core of Ao Bao? What are you talking about? Xiaoyu doesn't have a crystal core in his head. You must have taken it. Yu Liang suspected that Tang Rui secretly took the crystal core away. Otherwise how could Tang Rui become so powerful all of a sudden? Humph. I thought you loved Xiaoyu so much. But it turns out you are just like this. Tang Rui bared his teeth at him angrily. I didn't take Ao Bao crystal core. Tang Rui was also surprised why Ao Bao didn't have a crystal core in his head. However, now is not the time to argue about who took the crystal core. Tang Rui pounced on him again. And this time he bit off one of Yu Liang's arms in one breath. Yu Liang couldn't fight back now, and kept saying, you said it wasn't you who took Xiuyo's crystal core. If it wasn't you, then how did you become stronger? Yu Liang just wanted to know where the crystal core belonging to the zombie king was. But Tang Rui really didn't touch Ao Bao crystal core. Even when he was at his weakest, he didn't think of taking Ao Bao crystal core. Now Tang Rui didn't have time to argue with Yu Liang so much. He just wanted to bite Yu Liang to death, and help Ao Bao get revenge. You must pay the price of your life if you dare to hurt me. Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui with contempt. Don't be so arrogant. These days, Yu Liang swallowed a lot of crystal cores, and his strength soared. It was more than enough to deal with Tang Rui, who had no superpowers. Tang Rui didn't say much nonsense and rushed forward directly. But he had no superpowers, so he was a bit disadvantaged in the fight. In the end, he and Yu Liang were both injured, and the winner was not decided. During the fight, Yu Liang kept questioning Tang Rui. Did you take Xiuyo's crystal core? Whoever possesses the crystal core of the zombie king will be the next zombie king. So Yu Liang would be so persistent in asking about the whereabouts of the crystal core in Ao Bao's brain. Tang Rui explained over and over again. I said, I didn't take it. Usually, Tang Rui would feel heartbroken when Ao Bao was slightly injured. How could he be so cruel as to smash Ao Bao's head open and take away the crystal core? After fighting for more than 10 minutes, both sides were tired, so they stopped. Yu Liang leaned weakly on a wooden stake to rest. His body was covered in blood and looked miserable. Tang Rui was not much better. His left eye was swollen and his retina was damaged. He couldn't see clearly, but fortunately he still had a right eye. Tang Rui dragged his seriously injured body and walked slowly to Ao Bao's side. Seeing that Ao Bao's smashed head did not automatically repair, Tang Rui panicked. With a thump, Tang Rui's legs gave out, and he knelt down beside Ao Bao. Then he stretched out his bloody hands and picked up the little boy lying in a pool of blood. His trembling voice was full of sobs. Ao Bao. The body of the zombie king has the ability to regenerate. Even if the hands and feet are broken, they can grow again. When Ao Bao was injured before, the wound would heal automatically. But this time, Ao Bao's wound did not heal well. The blood pit on his head was still there, and the brain was clearly visible. Yu Liang must have taken Ao Bao's crystal core away, so Ao Bao lost his regeneration ability. Tang Rui gently placed the unconscious Ao Bao in his arms on the grass. Then, he turned his head, looked at Yu Liang who was resting with bloodshot eyes, and roared, "Hand over Ao Bao's crystal core quickly." Yu Liang snorted, "How funny. It was you who took it. But now you are asking me for it." Tang Rui's eyes were violent, and he roared uncontrollably, "You pried open Ao Bao's head, and you dare to say it wasn't you who took it." Seeing Tang Rui's angry look, Yu Liang was a little scared, so he quickly denied, "I didn't get the crystal core." Tang Rui said angrily impatiently, "You must have taken it. If you don't hand it over, I will pry open your brain." Yu Liang was also impatient. "I said, I didn't take it. If I got it, I would have left long ago. I don't have the time to waste time with you here." The purpose of Yu Liang's trip was to get Ao Bao's crystal core and take Ao Bao away with him. But the purpose was declared a failure halfway because Ao Bao's crystal core disappeared. Now Yu Liang and Tang Rui both suspected that the other party had taken Ao Bao's crystal core, so they were in a standoff. Seeing that Ao Bao was still in a coma, Tang Rui was very anxious. He planned to kill Yu Liang first, then take out the crystal core in Yu Liang's head and give it to Ao Bao. Unfortunately, Tang Rui had no special ability, so he could only barely fight Yu Liang to a draw. It was really difficult to take the crystal core in Yu Liang's head, and Yu Liang was not sure that he could beat Tang Rui. So the two of them were in a stalemate. Time passed by minute, and a few minutes later, Ao Bao's moaning sound reached Tang Rui's ears. Tang Rui turned around with surprise, and picked up Ao Bao who had just woken up. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's bloody face several times in a row, and called softly, "Ao Bao." As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Rui's face. For Ao Bao, it was also very surprising. He quickly grabbed Rui's collar with his hands, fearing that they would be separated again. Then he buried his little face in Tang Rui's arms and cried with grievance, "Woo! Rui." Tang Rui felt so distressed that he kept tightening his arms and took Ao Bao into his arms. "It's okay. I'm here. It hurts. Ao Bao hurts. It hurts so much." Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's injured head several times. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore." Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao must be in a lot of pain. After all, his skull was broken. Seeing Ao Bao twitching in pain, Tang Rui's heart also twitched. It's all Yu Liang's fault. He is simply unforgivable. "Ao Bao, eat some candy first. It won't hurt so much." Tang Rui remembered that there were still a few candies in his trouser pocket. He quickly took them out, peeled off the outer packaging, and stuffed them into Ao Bao's little mouth. Looking at Tang Rui's nervous look, it was clear that he would never do anything to hurt Ao Bao. So the crystal core in Ao Bao's head must not have been taken away by Tang Rui. Yu Liang asked Tang Rui again, "You have been following Xiaoyu all the time, so you didn't notice that Xiaoyu's crystal core was missing?" Tang Rui was not in a good mood for the culprit who hurt Ao Bao. He directly yelled at Yu Liang, "Get out." Yu Liang would not leave easily without getting the crystal core of the zombie king. Why did Xiaoyu's crystal core disappear? Don't you know anything about it? Tang Rui was already angry, but Yu Liang kept asking questions. Tang Rui finally warned him, "If you don't get out, I will do it." The two of them were almost the same in strength. If they fought, at most both would suffer losses. No one could kill the other, so there was no point in fighting. Yu Liang didn't want to waste time with Tang Rui like this. Although he didn't get the crystal core of the zombie king, he had to take his brother away at least. Yu Liang once again challenged Tang Rui's bottom line, "Give me Xiaoyu." Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao tightly, and angrily scolded Yu Liang with red eyes, "Get out." Yu Liang said, "He is my brother. I have the right to take him away. Tang Rui retorted impatiently. Ao Bao doesn't have a brother like you. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave alive today. Yu Liang finally chose to leave. After Yu Liang left, Tang Rui began to bandage Ao Bao's wound. Ao Bao was eating candy in his mouth, and he didn't cry out when he was bandaged. While bandaging, Tang Rui asked, Ao Bao, where is your crystal core? Ao Bao pointed to his head, indicating that the crystal core was still in his head. Tang Rui shook his head and said, the crystal core is no longer in it. If the crystal core was still there, Ao Bao's wound would heal automatically. Tang Rui suspected that Yu Liang had taken the crystal core, but Yu Liang didn't look like he was pretending just now. At this moment, Tang Rui suddenly noticed a very small wound on Ao Bao's little finger. This small wound was cut by a stone a few days ago. It is an old wound, and has not healed completely until now. Looking at the old wound on Ao Bao's finger that he had suffered a few days ago, Tang Rui was stunned. This old wound means that Ao Bao lost his ability to heal himself a few days ago, which means that Ao Bao crystal core had disappeared a few days ago. And if we count a few days ago, it happened that Ao Bao met Du, and Tang Rui was not with Ao Bao at that time. So Du had enough opportunities to take away the crystal core in Ao Bao's head. Tang Rui frowned and asked, Ao Bao, did that Du do something to you? It is very likely that Du took away Ao Bao crystal core, because that guy is full of thoughts about ruling all mankind. Tang Rui quickly carried Ao Bao back and went to find Du. At this time, Du was with Yang Yu. Yang Yu originally wanted to follow Tang Rui to find Ao Bao, but Tang Rui walked too fast, and he couldn't keep up at all. So he could only stay where he was and guard Du. Yang Yu thought that Tang Rui would definitely take most of the day to find Ao Bao, but he didn't expect that Tang Rui would come back with Ao Bao in his arms an hour later. Seeing that Tang Rui was seriously injured and covered in blood, Yang Yu asked with concern, Brother Rui, are you okay? Tang Rui ignored Yang Yu's concern and went straight to Du. He grabbed Du's collar with a ferocious look on his face. Take out Ao Bao crystal core. Du asked in confusion, what crystal core? Tang Rui repeated, Ao Bao crystal core. Du shook his head vigorously. I didn't take his crystal core. Tang Rui raised his fist and threatened, did you really not take it? Looking at Tang Rui's big fist, Du said tremblingly, no, I really didn't take it. If I had taken it, I would have become a zombie king. If Du had gotten Ao Bao crystal core a few days ago, he would have run away long ago. And there was no way he would have bothered to persuade Ao Bao to accompany him to rule the world. Tang Rui didn't believe that Du really didn't take it. Just as Tang Rui was about to attack Du, Yang Yu said, Brother Rui, he really didn't take it. Tang Rui turned around and looked at Yang Yu. How do you know he didn't take it? His eyes told me. Although Yang Yu's hypnosis is only useful for humans, high-level zombies have independent consciousness like humans. So Yang Yu can hypnotize high-level zombies. Tang Rui thought about it carefully and felt that it seemed unlikely that Du would take the crystal core. Tang Rui loosened Du's collar, pulled Ao Bao into his arms, and said, Ao Bao, give me all the vaccines. Yu Liang will definitely come back to seek revenge on Ao Bao. In order to deal with Yu Liang, Tang Rui has to make himself stronger. The injection of the vaccine can quickly enhance his strength, but the vaccine has side effects, which will make him not as durable as before. But he can't care about so much now, and can only choose to sacrifice his and Ao Bao's sexual happiness. Ao Bao took out all the vaccines in the space. Seeing the vaccines that Ao Bao took out, Tang Rui was stunned again. Ao Bao, your crystal core is gone. How come the space is still there? Ao Bao pretended to be stupid and shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. Tang Rui felt that Ao Bao was very wrong. Is he hiding something from me? The reason why the crystal core disappeared is related to the little white flower on Ao Bao's head. The little flower relies on the crystal core as nutrients to survive. So Ao Bao crystal core was absorbed by the little flower. Ao Bao was so stupid that he didn't know where his crystal core was. Tang Rui suddenly thought of a possibility. Ao Bao, did you secretly take out your crystal core and feed it to me? Ao Bao shook his head to indicate that he didn't do that. Whenever he saw Ruerui seriously injured, Ao Bao did have the idea of taking out his crystal core for Ruerui to eat. But it was just a thought. Ao Bao didn't really take out the crystal core. Tang Rui had no idea why Ao Bao crystal core suddenly disappeared. And there was another very suspicious point. That is, if the crystal core was gone, the supernatural power would disappear with it. But Ao Bao's face did not disappear. Yang Yu touched his chin and thought, will the crystal core be absorbed by Ao Bao's body? Tang Rui retorted, if the crystal core was absorbed by the body, then Ao Bao should still have the ability to regenerate. Seeing that the wound on Ao Bao's head had not healed yet, Tang Rui felt very distressed. While Tang Rui and Yang Yu were talking, Ao Bao lifted up her skirt. Tang Rui saw this and quickly stopped Ao Bao from lifting her skirt. Ao Bao, do you want to eat meat? I'll feed you after dark. Don't worry now. Ao Bao didn't lift her skirt to hint to Ruirui that she wanted to eat meat. Ao Bao just wanted to show Ruirui the needle hole on her, but Ao. Tang Rui was stunned for a while before he understood what Ao Bao meant. Is your butt also injured? Ao Bao raised her, but so that Ruirui could see it for himself. Tang Rui glanced at Yang Yu and Du Yu and said, you two turn your backs. After Yang Yu and the others turned around, Tang Rui lifted up Ao Bao's skirt to take a look. On Ao Bao's snow-white butt, there was a small needle hole, and the needle hole was surrounded by a faint dark blue. It was obvious that it was a mark of being pierced by a syringe. Tang Rui's face darkened and asked, Ao Bao, did Yu Liang inject you with something? Ao Bao nodded. Ah. Tang Rui frowned and murmured, is it a vaccine? Or a virus? Ao Bao was originally a zombie, so Yu Liang didn't need to inject Ao Bao with a virus. So it was very likely that Ao Bao was injected with a vaccine. Du overheard that Ao Bao was injected with a vaccine, and his reaction was a bit intense after being injected with a vaccine. Is Ao Bao still a zombie king now? Tang Rui answered him. Ao Bao may have turned back into a human. It was because he turned back into a human that Ao Bao lost the regeneration ability of the zombie king. Ao Bao showed fear and was extremely excited. Ao Bao doesn't want to turn back into a human. Ao Bao wants to be a zombie. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao and comforted him, saying, being a human is also good. Yang Yu followed and asked, did Ao Bao really become a human? Du shook his head and sighed and said, Ao Bao no longer has the aura of a zombie king. So Ao Bao is now a human. Yang Yu clapped his hands excitedly. Now he and Ao Bao are the same kind. Ao Bao. No. Ao Bao. No. Ao Bao doesn't want to turn into a human. Ao Bao wants to be a lazy little corpse who only knows how to eat and sleep all day. In fact, Tang Rui didn't really want Ao Bao to turn back into a human, because if Ao Bao turns back into a human, it means he doesn't like to eat human flesh anymore. If he doesn't like to eat human flesh anymore, then Tang Rui doesn't need to feed him meat anymore. If he doesn't need to feed him meat anymore, what will Ruirui do in the future? And the human body is not as durable as the zombie body. After Ao Bao turns back into a human, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Thinking of this, Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao to turn back into a human even more. But there was no way. The vaccine had already been injected into Ao Bao's body. You can't find another zombie to bite Ao Bao. Forget it. Ao Bao is so afraid of pain. Tang Rui can't bear to let other zombies bite Ao Bao. Woo. Ruirui. Ao. Ruirui. Ao Bao don't want to turn into a human. Ao Bao has been used to being a zombie, and it's really hard to accept that he suddenly turns back into a human. Tang Rui was crying in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. Don't cry. Zombies and humans are the same. Whether you are a zombie or a human, you are my Ao Bao. Everything can change, but this feeling will never change. Ao Bao sniffed and asked, Ao, now that he has become a human, can Ao Bao still pee while standing? Tang Rui smiled and rubbed his little head. Not only can you pee while standing, you can pee while lying down. When he went to bed at night, Ao Bao basically peed while lying down. Ao Bao asked again, Ao, now that he has become a human, do he still need to wipe his butt? To such a childish question from Ao Bao, Tang Rui patiently answered, now that he has become a human, of course he still needs to wipe his butt. The next question is what Ao Bao is most concerned about. Ao, after becoming a human, can Ao Bao still eat Ruirui's meat? This? Tang Rui hesitated for a while, then replied, if you want to eat it, you can still eat it. In fact, Tang Rui could be more assertive and say that he had to eat it even if he didn't want to. But he didn't want to force Ao Bao, so he didn't say it. Ao, can I really still eat Ruirui's meat? Ao Bao is worried that after he becomes a human, he won't be able to eat Ruirui's meat like a zombie. Tang Rui smiled evilly, and then asked ambiguously, Ao Bao, do you want to eat it? Ao, eat meat. Ao Bao wants to eat meat. Ao Bao lives to eat big Ruirui. If he can't eat big Ruirui, then Ao Bao life will lose most of the fun. And there will be no meaning in living. Tang Rui couldn't help but suck on Ao Bao mouth twice. As long as you want to eat, I will feed you. Tang Rui was afraid that Ao Bao didn't want to eat meat. Seeing that he could still eat meat after becoming a human, Ao Bao was relieved and decisively put away his tears and stopped crying. Ao Bao could accept the fact that he had become a human. But you couldn't accept it? How could he watch the zombie king become a human in front of him? If Ao Bao is not the zombie king, the world will be in chaos. Yang Yu interrupted and said, "It's already chaotic enough. How much more chaotic can it be?" Diu glared at Yang Yu and said, "I can't explain it to you clearly at the moment. Anyway, this world can't be without the zombie king. What you said makes sense. If there is no zombie king, the world will lose balance. Both humans and zombies will perish in the end." Diu then said, "We must find Ao Bao Crystal Core as soon as possible. Whoever eats Ao Bao Crystal Core will be the next zombie king. The current problem is that Ao Bao Crystal Core is missing. So the most important thing is to find the lost Crystal Core." Yang Yu interrupted, "I said before that the Crystal Core might have been absorbed by Ao Bao body. So as long as you suck Ao Bao blood, you can become the next generation of zombie king." When Ao Bao heard Yang Yu say that he wanted to suck his blood, he was so scared that he shrank into Ruirui's arms on the spot. "Ao," Tang Rui said softly, "don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can touch you." Diu refuted Yang Yu's point of view and said, "I don't think it was absorbed by the body, because the body can't absorb the energy in the crystal core." Yang Yu continued to argue, "Then how do you absorb other people's crystal cores? Absorbing the energy in other people's crystal cores is different from absorbing the energy in your own crystal core. You idiot. Don't talk if you don't understand." Diu was annoyed with Yang Yu and didn't want to talk to him at all. When Diu and Yang Yu quarreled, Tang Rui was sweet with Ao Bao. "Ao Bao, does your head still hurt?" "Ao, it hurts. One kiss and it will stop hurting." Tang Rui lowered his head and kissed Ao Bao's little head wrapped in gauze again and again. Tang Rui wished he could exchange bodies with Ao Bao so that he could bear the pain for Ao Bao. Ao Bao felt that after Ruirui kissed him a few times, it really stopped hurting. "Ao." Ruirui kissed again. Ao Bao pushed his little head forward and asked Ruirui to kiss him again. "Okay." Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's head gently over and over again. After arguing with Diu for a few words, Yang Yu suddenly asked Tang Rui, "By the way, Brother Rui, where is the man who kidnapped Ao Bao? Did you beat him to death?" Tang Rui held Ao Bao on his lap and replied to Yang Yu, "The man has run away. But he will definitely come back to find Ao Bao." Yang Yu asked, "Ao Bao Crystal Core is gone. Why did he come to find Ao Bao?" Tang Rui said simply and clearly, "That man is Ao Bao brother. And he wants to take Ao Bao away." "Brother?" Yang Yu was shocked. How can there be such a brother, who is so cruel to smash his brother's head? He must not be his biological brother. Tang Rui replied indifferently, "It's his biological brother." "Then this biological brother is too inhuman. He is simply a beast." "No. He is worse than a beast." Yang Yu then scolded Yu Liang harshly a few more times. Hearing Yang Yu scolding Yu Liang, Ao Bao got excited and started scolding a few times. "Ao Bao." Diu asked, "Ao Bao brother should also be looking for Ao Bao Crystal Core." Yang Yu said, "Of course. Otherwise why would he smash open Ao Bao brain?" Diu glanced at Ao Bao with gauze wrapped on his head. Ao Bao is a human now. If a human skull is smashed, it will definitely be life-threatening. How come Ao Bao is fine? Ao Bao looks pretty energetic now. But his face is a little pale. If it were any other human, he would have died long ago. Tang Rui explained, Ao Bao is now a superpower. And superpowers have better physical fitness than ordinary people. Diu asked in confusion, Ao Bao doesn't even have a crystal core. How can he have superpowers? I've said it before. The crystal core was absorbed by Ao Bao body. But you didn't believe it. Yang Yu was very proud and felt that he guessed right. Tang Rui was really annoyed and shouted, "Stop arguing." Whether Ao Bao crystal core was lost or absorbed by the body, Tang Rui didn't care. He just wanted Ao Bao to be safe. The loss of the crystal core was secondary. Tang Rui was most concerned about the wound on Ao Bao's head. Ao Bao had been vaccinated and had turned back into a fragile human. Tang Rui had to protect Ao Bao more carefully than before. Otherwise, Ao Bao's fragile human body would easily die. After a few arguments, Du and Yang Yu calmed down, and each found a shade to sit down. Tang Rui was going to catch some game to feed Ao Bao. Seeing Rui preparing to go to the forest, Ao Bao hurriedly followed. Ao Rui. Tang Rui was also worried about leaving Ao Bao alone, so he took Ao Bao into the forest. Tang Rui has always been an expert in hunting, and soon he came back with a wild rabbit. In front of Yang Yu and the others, Tang Rui skillfully burned the rabbit's hair, then cut open its belly, took out the internal organs, and finally roasted it on the fire. Tang Rui can not only build a house by himself, but also catch game. More importantly, he knows how to take care of people. Seeing how fat and plump Ao Bao is, it can be seen that Tang Rui is really good at taking care of people. Yang Yu and you are so envious of Ao Bao for having such a good old man. After observing the envious eyes of the two, Ao Bao quickly hugged his old man's big arm, as if to tell the two that Rui is his, and can't be snatched away. However, Ao Bao nervousness is completely unnecessary, because no one in the whole apocalypse can snatch his old man away. Tang Rui only roasted half of the rabbit meat, and used the other half to stew soup. Ao Bao is now a human being, and he will no longer drink soup on the top and pee on the bottom like before. When Ao Bao was drinking soup, he saw that he didn't urinate, and thought that his body was broken. Ao Rui. Ao Bao lifted up the hem of her skirt and asked Rui to help her see why Xiaoxiao didn't urinate. Tang Rui didn't understand what Ao Bao meant at first, and asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Ao Bao body was broken, and he couldn't urinate. This was the first time Ao Bao had been a human in such a long time, so he hadn't adapted yet. Tang Rui was also very curious. Ao Bao had just drunk so much soup. Why didn't he urinate yet? Could it be that he was really broken? Tang Rui put his big palm on Ao Bao bulging belly. Ao Bao belly was bulging more than usual, and it was full of soup. Tang Rui pressed the palm of his hand on Ao Bao bulging belly with a little force. Then Tang Rui was splashed all over his face. Tang Rui. Yang Yu. Do you? The air suddenly solidified. Fortunately, Ao Bao covered Xiaoxiao in time. Otherwise it would have been splashed more. Du and Yang Yu hurriedly avoided his sight. This kind of restricted scene was not something they could watch. Tang Rui wiped the water droplets off his face and said calmly, "I'm fine." Ao Bao helped Rui wipe the water off his face. Then Ao Bao took out a bottle of water and prepared to wash Rui's face. Tang Rui didn't dislike it at all and said, "Don't waste water." Rui's face was dirty, and Ao Bao felt bad. "It doesn't matter. I don't mind it being dirty." Tang Rui just wiped his face casually and didn't plan to wash it. Ao Bao felt that it was all Xiaoxiao's fault. He actually licked Rui's face. What a bad boy. Ao Bao had to punish Xiaoxiao on behalf of Rui. Thinking of this, Ao Bao quickly took action. Fortunately, he was stopped by Tang Rui in the end. Otherwise Xiaoxiao would suffer again. Ao Bao had been in the apocalypse for so long, and it was the first time for him to be a human. He couldn't adapt to it for a while, and subconsciously he always felt that he was a zombie. When he saw humans passing by here, Ao Bao would be extremely excited, pointing at the humans who happened to pass by here and shouting, "Ao, meat." Yang Yu was amused by Ao Bao. "Ao Bao, you don't need to eat human flesh anymore." After listening to Yang Yu's words, Ao Bao finally came to his senses and realized that he was no longer a zombie. Yang Yu turned and said, "Speaking of this desolate mountain, how did they get here? Isn't it too coincidental?" As soon as Yang Yu asked this question, one of the people came over to explain, "We came here because we smelled the aroma of barbecue." Tang Rui had just roasted a rabbit, and the aroma drifted far away. These people smelled it and followed the aroma to find us. Yang Yu didn't believe that they really came here to find the aroma. Brother Rui, in such a remote place, you can actually meet people. Isn't it very suspicious? Tang Rui nodded and also felt suspicious. You try to hypnotize them. Okay. Yang Yu stood up and walked towards the people. After hypnotizing the people, Yang Yu found that they were not lying. They did come here to find the aroma. As for why they appeared in such a remote mountain forest, they said that because the city was full of zombies and unsafe, many survivors went to the mountains to take refuge. Normal people might think of running to the mountains. After all, the probability of zombies appearing in the mountains is very low. After asking questions, Yang Yu asked them to turn around and leave. Those people followed Yang Yu's instructions with dull eyes and turned to other places. Yu finally saw Yang Yu's true strength and praised him generously. Not bad. Yang Yu raised his chin proudly and said arrogantly, "Huh? Do you think so?" When talking to Tang Rui, Yang Yu put away his arrogance. "Brother Rui, these superpowers are hiding in the mountains. What do you think? Compared with zombies, Tang Rui hates humans more. Because it is never zombies, but humans who hurt Ao Bao. I thought that hiding in the mountains would keep me away from humans. But I didn't expect that all humans would come to the mountains." Tang Rui replied to Yang Yu, "I'll go to the city after a while. All humans have fled to the mountains. So there must be no one in the city. When the time comes, it will be okay for them to return to the city. Some urban villages can also be used for farming. And living there is much more comfortable than in the mountains." Watching those humans turn around and leave, Ao Bao said with a little regret, "Meat ran away." Although Ao Bao doesn't eat meat now, Rui Rui can eat meat. Because Rui Rui is now a werewolf. A carnivore. Tang Rui smiled and said, "Ao Bao, their meat is not delicious. Your old man's meat is delicious." Ao Bao looked up and asked, "Ah? Rui Rui doesn't want to eat meat?" "Yes. But Tang Rui only wanted to eat Ao Bao meat. And he didn't like other people's meat." When Ao Bao heard Rui Rui say that he wanted to eat meat, he regretted it even more. He shouldn't have let those humans run away. Ao Bao was going to catch those humans and give Rui Rui a snack. Tang Rui smiled and rubbed Ao Bao's head. "I don't like to eat their meat." "Ao, what kind of meat does Rui Rui like to eat? Do I need to ask?" Tang Rui sucked hard at Ao Bao's mouth. "Of course. Your meat is my favorite." After hearing Rui Rui's words, Ao Bao subconsciously looked at his little Ao Bao. Rui Rui always said that he liked to eat Ao Bao meat. But every time Ao Bao was about to feed Xiaoxiao to Rui Rui didn't want to eat it anymore. Ao Bao didn't know whether Rui Rui really liked it or just pretended to like it. "Ah, does Rui Rui really want to eat Ao Bao meat?" "I want to eat." Tang Rui proved with his actual actions that he really wanted to eat it. Tang Rui sucked on the flesh on Ao Bao's face for a long time. Ao Bao's whole body was delicious. Tang Rui wanted to eat Ao Bao whole. Ao Bao. It was dusk now, and it would be dark soon. When night fell, it was time to eat meat. Seeing that Rui Rui wanted to eat Ao Bao meat sincerely this time, Ao Bao just believed Rui Rui for once. Rui Rui. Ao. Rui Rui stuck his butt up. And Ao Bao fed you meat. Ao Bao was still as silly as before. And Tang Rui was helpless about it. Ao. If you don't stick your butt out, Ao Bao won't feed you meat. Tang Rui didn't refute. Just said, "My silly Ao Bao." In the end, Ao Bao still didn't get fed meat. Because Rui Rui refused to stick his butt out. In the end, Ao Bao was fed meat and was full. This time, using a human body to eat meat. The first feeling Ao Bao had was that he was too full. Tang Rui was worried about hurting Ao Bao. So he didn't play for too long and stopped early. In the middle of the night, Tang Rui smelled a strong breath, indicating that there was a strong person nearby. And he was quickly awakened. Yu smelled it as well. And he was awakened. Only Ao Bao and Yang Yu were still sleeping soundly, with no signs of waking up. Yu looked around and said, "This breath is a bit familiar." Yu thought about it carefully and found that this breath was emitted by the person who attacked him before. Tang Rui immediately knew who it was. He shouted coldly to the void, "Yu Liang, come out." Yu Liang walked out slowly from the darkness. "Is Xiao Yu okay? How is the wound healing?" When mentioning the wound on Ao Bao's head, Tang Rui's eyes were full of anger. "Are you looking for death?" Yu Liang said shamelessly, "I'm just concerned about my brother. Isn't it okay?" Tang Rui stood up and walked towards Yu Liang. "Don't think about leaving alive today." At this time, Yu also stood up. "You dare to sneak attack me. You are really brave. If Tang Rui and Yu join forces, Yu Liang will definitely not be able to beat them." Yu Liang said shrewdly, "I'm not here to fight with you." Yu said, "You don't want to fight. So don't you?" Yu Liang changed the subject and said, "Don't you want to know where Xiao Yu's crystal core is?" Tang Rui didn't say anything nonsense. He went straight up and did it. He had to kill Yu Liang today. Yu Liang didn't want to fight. So he found an opportunity. Went around to the back and kidnapped Ao Bao, who was still sleeping. Ao Bao woke up because of this. Seeing Yu Liang's hand on his waist, Ao Bao struggled excitedly. "Ao, Rui Rui." Tang Rui's expression became nervous. "Don't be afraid. Ao Bao." Tang Rui glared at Yu Liang. "Let Ao Bao go." Yu Liang not only refused to let go, but also tightened his hand and hugged Ao Bao's thin waist. Let's talk first. Seeing Yu Liang's hand on Ao Bao's waist, Tang Rui couldn't stand it anymore. Don't talk nonsense to me. Let Ao Bao go quickly. Ao Bao was also struggling hard at this time. Rui. But Ao Bao's strength was still too weak, and he couldn't break free at all. Yu Liang took out a folding knife from his pocket and put it against Ao Bao's neck. Yu Liang put his lips close to Ao Bao's ear and whispered, "Shall you? Don't move around. Be careful not to touch the knife tip. I will feel bad if you scratch your skin." Seeing Yu Liang took up the knife, Tang Rui's expression instantly became more nervous than before. "You better not hurt Ao Bao." Yu Liang replied playfully, "How can I bear to hurt my own brother?" The big hole on Ao Bao's head was made by Yu Liang himself. He now has the nerve to say such things. Tang Rui was so angry that he clenched his fists tightly and almost couldn't control the urge to punch Yu Liang in the head. Tang Rui angrily asked, "What do you want to do?" Yu Liang kept the knife against Ao Bao's neck and threatened, "I just want to know where Xiao Yu's crystal core is." Tang Rui frowned and replied, "I don't know. You have been with Xiao Yu all the time, but you don't even know where Xiao Yu's crystal core is. Do you really take care of Xiao Yu?" Yu Liang asked a series of questions. To dare to say that Tang Rui didn't take care of Ao Bao. This is simply an insult to Tang Rui. Tang Rui was so angry that he couldn't say anything to refute. At this time, Yang Yu suddenly said on behalf of Tang Rui, "Ao Bao's crystal core was absorbed by the body." The body absorbed the crystal core? It was the first time that Yu Liang heard of such a strange thing, and his first reaction was definitely not to believe it. Tang Rui glanced back at Yang Yu, signaling him not to talk nonsense. After receiving Brother Rui's eyes, Yang Yu shrank his neck and said nothing. Yu Liang specifically asked Yang Yu to stand up and explain to him what was going on. "Is the crystal core really absorbed by the body?" Yu stood up and answered Yu Liang, "That kid is talking nonsense. Only a fool would believe him. If Yu Liang believed it, he would become a fool." However, Yu Liang did not fall for Yu's trap, even if it's nonsense. There should be some basis for it. Tang Rui was impatient and interrupted their conversation directly. Ao Bao's crystal core was lost. As for where it went, I don't know. Yu Liang put one hand around Ao Bao's little hand and held a knife against Ao Bao's neck. "If you don't hand over Xiao Yu's crystal core, then I will take Xiao Yu away. I told you long ago that Ao Bao's crystal core is gone. It's not in my hands." If Tang Rui really had a crystal core, he would have taken it out and exchanged it with Yu Liang by now. It can be seen that Tang Rui really didn't have a crystal core, and Yu Liang didn't want to continue to entangle. "Then I will have to take Xiao Yu away." After that, Yu Liang picked up Ao Bao and prepared to leave. Ao Bao bit Yu Liang's arm hard at this time. It's a pity that Yu Liang is now a high-level zombie, with no sense of pain at all, and couldn't feel the pain in his arm at all. How could Tang Rui just watch Ao Bao being taken away? He rushed over and stopped Yu Liang. "If you let Ao Bao go now, I can still spare your life. If you don't, I will never let you leave alive." Yu Liang came prepared. He took out a grenade from his waist pocket. "You want to kill me? Then let's die together. Let's see who is more lucky, me or Xiao Yu." Ao Bao is a human being now, and his life is extremely fragile. He can't tolerate such jokes. Yu Liang put his finger on the safety pin of the grenade. As long as Tang Rui dared to block the way, he would immediately pull the safety pin and die with Ao Bao. Yu Liang knew that Tang Rui would definitely not want Ao Bao to have any trouble, and he also knew that his threat would be 100% successful. His weakness was in Yu Liang's hands. What could Tang Rui do but watch Yu Liang go? Before leaving, Yu Liang left a message. "If you want to get Xiao Yu back, take Xiao Yu's crystal core and find me at the neighborhood committee of the town at the foot of the mountain." Yu Liang explained the detailed address to Tang Rui before leaving because he was afraid that he couldn't find the place. "Brother Rui, just fight him directly. Don't say any nonsense." Yang Yu believed that Tang Rui could definitely beat Yu Liang. Tang Rui could indeed beat Yu Liang, but Ao Bao was in Yu Liang's hands, so he couldn't use his fists and feet, fearing that he would accidentally hurt Ao Bao. Yu found a place to sit down and asked, "What should we do now? Do we really want to help him find Ao Bao's crystal core?" Tang Rui replied, "Go for a sneak attack. To play with a sinister person like Yu Liang, you must be more sinister than him. Otherwise you can't beat him at all." After agreeing to go for a sneak attack, the three men went down the mountain directly. Go to the neighborhood committee in the town at the foot of the mountain to find that bastard Yu Liang. It's night now, and the road is not easy to walk at night. But Tang Rui is now a werewolf with night vision, so he walks quite fast. But the two guys behind him can't keep up. Brother Rui, walk slower. Yang Yu and Yu each held a torch and chased after him. Tang Rui had no intention of waiting for them, and kept moving forward. Now Ao Bao is still in someone else's hands, so Tang Rui has no time to wait for others. On the other side, Yu Liang brought Ao Bao to the town at the foot of the mountain. But Yu Liang did not take Ao Bao to the neighborhood committee to wait for Tang Rui, but just went into a homestay and rested for a night, because Yu Liang had guessed that Tang Rui might come to attack him. So of course, he couldn't really sit there and wait for death. No one has been in this homestay for more than a year. The house is full of spider silk. The furniture is covered with a thick layer of dust, and the bedding and bed are also occupied by mold, making it impossible to sleep. Fortunately, the quilt core stored in the cabinet was still good, but it had a little musty smell. There were also a few mothballs in the quilt core, which had almost evaporated. Yu Liang simply tidied up and made the bed, and slept there tonight. While Yu Liang was making the bed, Ao Bao tried to escape, but failed. Yu Liang picked up Ao Bao and threw him onto the bed he had just made. Fortunately, the bed was soft and it didn't hurt to fall on it. But Ao Bao was still knocked unconscious, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. When Ao Bao came back to his senses, Yu Liang had already pressed his huge body over. Ao Bao was pinned down by Yu Liang, unable to move. Yu Liang leaned close to Ao Bao's ear, and said in a low and seductive voice, "Xiao Yu, I haven't hugged you for a long time." Ao Bao resisted fiercely. "Ao, don't touch Ao Bao. Don't touch Ao Bao." Yu Liang shamelessly asked, "Tang Rui can touch you. Why can't I touch you? Tang Rui is the top. Of course he can touch you. But Yu Liang is a beast. He smashed Ao Bao's brain, and now he wants to flirt with Ao Bao." Ao Bao struggled hard. Yu Liang clamped Ao Bao waving hands and snorted, "I always held you when we were little. Why don't you let me hold you now?" Knowing that he couldn't break free no matter what, Ao Bao could only cry out in despair, "Wu, Rui, Xiao Yu, I am sometimes not nice to you, but I absolutely love you in my heart. I watched you grow up little by little. For you, I have never dated anyone else. You are all in my heart." Yu Liang made a confession with a good expression, but these words of confession could only move himself, not Ao Bao. Yu Liang had done countless bad things to Ao Bao, so Ao Bao would not foolishly believe his confession. Rui. Ao Bao always kept talking about Tang Rui. Yu Liang felt uncomfortable after hearing Rui's words. What's so good about him? He just cares about your body. All men in the world are lustful. There is no one who is not lustful. Yu Liang then said, if he didn't care about your body, how could he take care of you so carefully? Don't be silly, Xiao Yu. Other men will cheat on you, but your brother won't. Believe me this time. Yu Liang was about to kiss Ao Bao's little mouth. Ao Bao turned his head aside and avoided the kiss. Although Ao Bao was usually silly, he knew that brothers should not be so close. Ao Bao scratched Yu Liang's face angrily. This scratch did not wake Yu Liang up, but made him even more aggressive. Yu Liang started to tear off Ao Bao's clothes. I have loved you for so many years, but you turned around and ran away with a man you only knew for a short time. I really need to teach you a lesson. Ao Bao pushed Yu Liang. No. Ao Bao's body can only be touched by Rui, not by others. Tang Rui had already walked to the neighborhood committee in the town in the dark, but he couldn't find Yu Liang after searching everywhere. At this time, Tang Rui realized that he might have been cheated. Yang Yu and Du followed behind. How is it? Have you found that bastard? Du couldn't wait to avenge himself. Tang Rui shook his head. He's not here. We were deceived by him. Yang Yu was puzzled. Didn't he want the crystal core? Why did he trick us to the wrong exchange location? Tang Rui thought for a while and said, he may have guessed that we would attack by surprise, so he deliberately said the wrong address. That guy is really hard to deal with. Where is he going now? Du was like a headless fly, turning around in the corridor outside the neighborhood committee. Yang Yu suggested, it's not dawn yet. He can't go too far. He must be hiding somewhere in the town. Let's look for him one by one. Tang Rui only needs to smell a little bit of the remaining smell of Ao Bao to accurately find the location of Ao Bao. But there is no smell of Ao Bao in the air. Ao, go away. Don't touch Ao Bao. Don't touch Ao Bao. Ao Bao struggled to crawl forward, trying to get rid of Yu Liang. Yu Liang grabbed Ao Bao's little ankle and pulled Ao Bao back, who was about to crawl away. Xiao Yu, don't reject me. Yu Liang had long wanted to take Ao Bao for himself, but he was always interrupted in various ways, so that he had not really eaten Ao Bao for so long. Ao Bao's strength was not as strong as Yu Liang's, and it was futile to struggle to the end. He could only cry loudly, Wu Ao. Yu Liang fixed Ao Bao's little face with both hands and coaxed gently, don't cry. I will be gentle, and I will never hurt you. Ao Bao turned his head and bit the back of Yu Liang's hand, biting it tightly. After a while, Ao Bao tasted the taste of rust in his mouth. Seeing that his hand was bitten and bleeding, Yu Liang's face changed, and he slapped Ao Bao's little face. The slap was not light, and Ao Bao's face soon swelled up. His head was buzzing, and he was almost having a brain attack. After Ao Bao was dizzy for a while, he started crying. This time he cried with his throat pulled out, so he cried particularly loudly. Ao Bao's whole face was swollen and red. Wu Rui. Yu Liang directly and rudely covered Ao Bao's mouth and scolded, don't cry. Ao Bao's mouth was covered, and his breathing was not smooth. His face became redder, and large and dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the broken hair on his forehead was also wet. The wet hair stuck to his face, which made Ao Bao look weak and helpless at the moment. Yu Liang felt that his pants were suddenly wet, and he looked down and found that Ao Bao had urinated. Yu Liang's desire suddenly subsided. He let go of Ao Bao's mouth, then took off Ao Bao's wet pants and put them on the windowsill to dry. Ao Bao was not wearing anything on her lower body, so she could only cover it with a slightly longer skirt. After Yu Liang hung the little skirt, he returned to the bed. Ao Bao saw him coming and quickly hid under the quilt. Yu Liang sat down slowly on the bed and took out a lighter and a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took a cigarette out of the cigarette box and lit it with a lighter. It was dark now, and there was no light in the room. Only Yu Liang's cigarette, but could be seen flickering. After smoking, Yu Liang's thoughts calmed down. He threw the remaining cigarette, but on the ground, and apologized sincerely, saying, Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you just now. Ao Bao was beaten by Yu Liang a lot when he was a child. As long as he did something wrong, Yu Liang would slap him immediately. Ao Bao had been slapped by Yu Liang several times before, causing bleeding in the ear mucosa, and had been to the hospital many times. Compared with Tang Rui, Yu Liang is really not a human being. Of course, Ao Bao can tell who really loves him, so Ao Bao will never let Yu Liang touch his body. Tang Rui has found a clue. On a certain street, he smelled the remaining smell of Ao Bao, which means that Ao Bao must be in a house nearby. With his keen sense of smell, Tang Rui quickly locked onto a homestay. Listening carefully, he could vaguely hear Ao Bao crying from the homestay. Tang Rui stepped forward without saying a word and kicked the door open. Yu Liang, who was in the bedroom upstairs, heard some noise downstairs and hurriedly got up to check downstairs. At the stairs, Tang Rui and Yu Liang ran into each other. Tang Rui reacted quickly and surprisingly fast. He pressed Yu Liang against the wall and punched him hard. Yu Liang's two front teeth were broken and his mouth was full of blood. Yu Liang spat a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, and asked in surprise, with a mouthful of blood, you actually found this place? One thing Yu Liang didn't expect was that Tang Rui was now a werewolf, with an amazingly sharp sense of smell. As long as he smelled a little smell, he could find it. Tang Rui didn't want to say more nonsense, and punched him again. This punch hit Yu Liang's temple, and the originally sunken temple swelled up instantly. After beating Yu Liang half to death, Tang Rui stopped because he had to go check on Ao Bao first. Tang Rui said to the two followers behind him, watch Yu Liang. Don't let him run away. Diu patted his chest and said, I'm here. He can't run away. Yang Yu also echoed, I can try to hypnotize him first. With the two of them watching over him, Tang Rui felt much more at ease, turned around and walked upstairs. Ao Bao, who was hiding under the quilt, seemed to hear Rui's voice, but was afraid that he was hallucinating. Ao Bao stuck his head out uncertainly and listened carefully. Only heard very hurried footsteps coming upstairs. This footstep sounded a little familiar, and there was also a panting sound. This panting sound was exactly the same as Rui's. Ao Bao was sure that it was Rui who came to pick him up. Ao Bao crawled out of the quilt and shouted in surprise, Rui. Ao. After hearing Ao Bao's cry, Tang Rui took bigger steps, and took 5 steps in one step. Soon, Tang Rui appeared at the door of the room. Still panting, Ao Bao. Rui. Ao Bao climbed down from the bed with his hands and feet, and then flew into Tang Rui's arms. Tang Rui was immersed in the joy of finding Ao Bao. But after a while, he found that Ao Bao's little skirt had been taken off, and his lower body was naked, and the little Ao Bao was completely exposed. Tang Rui's face froze, and the joy on his face disappeared. You Liang took off your skirt? Ao Bao nodded aggrievedly. Ao. In addition, Tang Rui also noticed that Ao Bao's little face was a little swollen, and there were 5 distinct palm prints, obviously beaten by Yu Liang. Tang Rui took off his coat, wrapped it around Ao Bao's waist to cover his lower body, and then picked up Ao Bao and went downstairs angrily to settle accounts with Yu Liang. Yu Liang had been beaten unconscious by Tang Rui before, and now he was lying on the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth. Tang Rui strode over, raised his fist again, and asked while beating and roaring, "What did you do to Ao Bao?" Yu Liang was half dead now. How could he say anything? Tang Rui punched Yu Liang one after another, and his face was completely broken. Do you, who was standing next to him, felt a little itchy. So he said, "Why don't you take a break first? Let me teach him a lesson." Tang Rui still had to appease Ao Bao's emotions, so he decisively handed Yu Liang over to Du. Du's head was smashed by Yu Liang, and he was going to take revenge now. Just when Du was having a good time beating, Yu Liang suddenly started to fight back. Du didn't have time to defend himself, and his stomach was pierced by Yu Liang's hand. Du didn't feel any pain. After all, he was a high-level zombie. Looking down at the hand that was inserted into his stomach, Du sneered, "You still have the strength to resist. I really underestimated you." Afterwards, Du and Yu Liang started fighting. This was a contest between high-level zombies. You could only watch from the side, and try to stay away, to avoid being affected by the war. Tang Rui didn't go up to help. He was only concerned with comforting Ao Bao. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's face several times on the slap mark. Ao Bao. Did Yu Liang touch your body? Ao Bao's little skirt was taken off. I'm afraid she had been touched. Thinking of this, Tang Rui felt that his emotions were going out of control again. Fortunately, Ao Bao shook his head at this time, indicating that he was not touched. At that time, Ao Bao resisted fiercely, and did not obey Yu Liang's wishes. Ao Bao belongs to Rui, and he will not let others touch him. Tang Rui let out a long sigh of relief, and his expression eased a lot. It's good that he didn't touch me. It's good that he didn't touch me. If Yu Liang really touched Ao Bao, Tang Rui would chop Yu Liang into pulp with his bare hands. Rui. Ao Bao never wanted to get off Rui again. Ao Bao wanted to stick to Rui all the time, except for Rui's side. It was too dangerous to be anywhere else. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao waist tightly. Well, don't separate. Although the environment here is not very good, it does not prevent them from being affectionate. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's little mouth, sucked hard, and sucked. Ao Bao also took the initiative to respond to Tang Rui's kiss, sticking out his little tongue and entangled with Rui. The two of them kissed each other and were inseparable. And the two on the other side were also fighting each other. Although Yu Liang had been beaten half to death by Tang Rui, his strength was still as amazing as before, and Du was obviously a little bit overwhelmed. Yang Yu, who was watching the fight, saw that his friend was overwhelmed, so he hurried to ask Tang Rui for help. As a result, Yang Yu turned around and saw that Tang Rui and Ao Bao were kissing. At this time, he was still in the mood to drive. Yang Yu said uncalmly, "Brother Rui, come and help." Tang Rui withdrew from Ao Bao's mouth and took a look at the two people who were fighting. Seeing that Du couldn't beat Yu Liang, who was already seriously injured, Tang Rui frowned and cursed softly. What a waste. Then, Tang Rui stood up and went to help Du. The two of them joined hands, and it was enough to beat Yu Liang. Yu Liang was quickly subdued. Seeing that this man was Ao Bao's brother, Tang Rui allowed him to say his last words. If you want to say something, say it quickly, or you won't have a chance to speak again later. Yu Liang was pinned to the ground. His mouth curled, and he said weakly, "The end of the world will never end unless Xiaoyu dies. If Xiaoyu dies, the end of the world will end." Tang Rui's face was solemn, and his raised fist stopped in midair. What do you mean by that? Yu Liang closed his eyes, and didn't intend to speak again. Tang Rui grabbed Yu Liang's collar and shook him hard. Explain it to me clearly. Yu Liang died in Tang Rui's violent shaking. Yu Liang's last words before his death have always lingered in Tang Rui's heart. Seeing that Tang Rui was in a daze, Yang Yu reminded him, Brother Rui, take out his crystal core. Tang Rui came to his senses and took away the crystal core in Yu Liang's head. As soon as he got the high-level crystal core, Tang Rui subconsciously fed it to Ao Bao. Ao Bao is now a space power user and also needs to eat crystal cores to improve. But this is his brother's crystal core, and Ao Bao can't eat it. The main reason is that Ao Bao dislikes the owner of this crystal core. After all, it was his brother's crystal core. Tang Rui guessed that Ao Bao would not be able to eat it, so he did not force Ao Bao to eat it. Before leaving, Ao Bao stepped on Yu Liang's body twice, which was a small revenge. Tang Rui pulled Ao Bao back and said, let's find a better place to sleep for one night and go up the mountain tomorrow. Seeing that Tang Rui and Ao Bao were ready to leave, Diu quickly pointed at Yu Liang's body and asked, can I take him away? Yang Yu teased, why do you take his body away? Do you have a necrophilia? Diu's face darkened, get lost? Tang Rui looked back at Diu and asked, what do you want his body for? Yu Liang is also a zombie, and Diu can't eat Yu Liang's meat? So why take it with you? Diu replied, of course. It's for eating. Yang Yu said in surprise, eat? He is also a zombie. You eat his meat? Diu crossed his arms and looked at Yang Yu with a contemptuous attitude. His meat is not rotten. Why can't I eat it? And his body is obviously modified. Eating his meat can make me stronger. Yang Yu looked frightened. Zombies actually eat zombies. This world is really crazy. Tang Rui didn't think Diu was crazy, because when Ao Bao was a zombie before, he was also bitten by zombies. So zombies eating zombies also exist, and are not rare. Tang Rui said, if you want to eat it, take it away. Diu didn't dare to move Yu Liang's body. He had to ask Ao Bao's opinion again. Ao Bao, I eat your brother's meat. You don't object, right? Ao Bao didn't object at all. Nodded and said, Ao eat. Seeing that Ao Bao agreed, Diu carried Yu Liang's body. After leaving this B&B, Tang Rui and his group came to another relatively clean and comfortable B&B. The faucet in this B&B could still produce water. Tang Rui immediately took Ao Bao to the bathroom to take a bath. Although Yu Liang did not do that to Ao Bao, Tang Rui still cared about it. He wanted to wash off the smell of Yu Liang on Ao Bao with water. The faucet was cold water, and he was afraid that Ao Bao would catch a cold if he took a cold bath. Tang Rui specially lit a fire and boiled water in an iron kettle. It was a luxury to take a hot bath in the end times, and only Ao Bao could have such treatment. Yang Yu, do you, and even Tang Rui all took cold baths. Whether they would catch a cold or not depended on their physical fitness. Tang Rui poured the boiled hot water into the bathtub, added a little cold water, and adjusted the water temperature to a comfortable temperature. Then Tang Rui called Ao Bao into the bathroom again. Ao Bao, come here. I'll help you take a bath. Ao Bao climbed down from the bed, stepped on his slippers, and walked over. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao take off his clothes, and asked, Ao Bao, did Yu Liang touch you down there? Ao Bao shook his head. No. In fact, Yu Liang touched you several times. But Ao Bao was afraid that Rui would be angry if he knew. So he lied. Yu Liang took off Ao Bao's skirt, and Tang Rui didn't believe that Yu Liang really didn't touch him at all. Tang Rui knew that Yu Liang must have touched her, so he had to help Ao Bao wash her down there thoroughly. This bath took nearly an hour, and the water was cold, while it usually took at most half an hour. Rui had rubbed off a layer of skin from Ao Bao's body. It was about 2 or 3 in the morning. Ao Bao usually didn't stay up late, so when he came out of the bathroom, Ao Bao had already fallen asleep. Tang Rui put the sleeping Ao Bao on the bed, and then he went to the bathroom again to take a bath. Tang Rui used a small ladle to pour the remaining cold water from Ao Bao's bath on his body, one ladle at a time. The cold water stimulated Tang Rui's arms and gave him goosebumps. But he didn't care. Yu Liang's words kept lingering in his mind. The end of the world will never end unless Ao Bao dies. If Ao Bao dies, the end of the world will end. Now thinking back to Yu Liang's last words, Tang Rui felt a chill in his heart. Why did the end of the world end when Ao Bao died? Is it because the zombie virus spread from Ao Bao? So if Ao Bao dies, the end of the world will also end. Or is there another reason? If Ao Bao must sacrifice himself in order to end the end of the world, Then Tang Rui hopes that the end of the world will never end, and he would rather live in the end of the world forever. As for the life and death of all mankind, Tang Rui doesn't want to care at all. He just wants his Ao Bao to be safe and alive. Tang Rui took a cold shower and came out of the bathroom. He was full of cold and dampness at the moment, and he couldn't get close to Ao Bao for the time being. Tang Rui sat down at the head of the bed, wiping his hair with a towel while waiting for the coldness on his body to dissipate. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Rui's body temperature rose, and he laid down next to Ao Bao and hugged Ao Bao to sleep. The next morning, Tang Rui smelled a bloody smell and woke up. The whole room was full of bloody smell, which made Tang Rui suspicious. He put on a coat and walked out of the door to see what was going on. When he went out, he found that it was Du Yu who was dealing with Yu Liang's body. Du Yu chopped Yu Liang up and prepared to cook it. The scene was too bloody, so I won't describe it in detail. It was not something that most people could accept. Yang Yu had already hidden outside to vomit and didn't dare to come in. Tang Rui was afraid that Ao Bao would be sad to see such a scene. After all, Yu Liang was Ao Bao's brother. Tang Rui looked at Du Yu and said, "Go outside to deal with it. Don't stay here. There is blood everywhere." Du Yu obediently dragged Yu Liang's body and went outside. Yang Yu, who was hiding outside, saw Du Yu coming out, so he had to run back into the house. Still complaining, "It's disgusting." Tang Rui asked expressionlessly, "This kind of scene is very common in the apocalypse. Haven't you seen it before?" Yang Yu shrugged, "I have seen it, but I can't get used to it." Tang Rui said lightly, "You may see more in the future." Hearing this, Yang Yu really wanted the apocalypse to end immediately, which reminded him of Yu Liang's last words yesterday. Yang Yu asked in a tentative tone, "Brother Rui, do you think the apocalypse can still end?" "No. As long as he, Tang Rui, is there, the apocalypse will not end. In other words, as long as he, Tang Rui, is there, Ao Bao will not be in any danger of life. As long as Ao Bao does not die, the apocalypse will never end." Yang Yu spread out his palms and said with a relaxed look, "In fact, the end of the world is also good. I don't have to work all day like before. I don't have to serve those wealthy investors who think they are great just because they have a few stinky dollars. I don't have to fight with my peers for resources. There are no evil capitalists. No class solidification. In a sense, in the end of the world, everyone is truly equal." Tang Rui looked back at Yang Yu. "It's good that you can be open-minded." Yang Yu grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "I'm not open-minded. I'm just content with the status quo. Anyway, I can't change anything." Yang Yu is more helpless now. After chatting for a few words, Ao Bao crying voice came from the bedroom, "Ruirui." Ao Bao just woke up and found that Ruirui was not around. So he was scared. "Woo! Ruirui." Tang Rui didn't chat with Yang Yu for the time being, and hurried back to the room. "I'm coming." Before he reached the door of the room, Ao Bao had already come out of the room. Ao Bao opened his little hands and threw himself into Tang Rui's arms, shouting anxiously, "Ruirui." Tang Rui held Ao Bao armpits and lifted him up. "What's wrong?" Ao Bao thought Ruirui had left him and ran away. But fortunately Ruirui didn't run away. Tang Rui smiled tenderly and dotingly. "Silly boy. How can I bear to leave you behind?" Ao Bao hugged Tang Rui's neck tightly and rubbed his little face against him in a coquettish manner. Seeing Tang Rui and Ao Bao being so sweet, Yang Yu couldn't help but interrupt them. "Brother Rui, should we go back to the mountain or stay in the town? There should be no one in this town. Let's stay in the town for a few days first. Living in the mountains is definitely not as comfortable as living in the town. The taps in the town can still produce water, and other facilities are complete, which is more suitable for human habitation. If there are no other humans in this town, you can stay there." Just after saying that there is no one in the town, 4 people came out from that corner. They are a middle-aged couple and their 2 children. It was the aroma of Du Yu's stewed meat that lured the family here. The middle-aged couple pulled their children and knelt in front of Du Yu, wanting Du Yu to give them some broth to drink. Du Yu didn't mean to scare them, but directly said, "This is human meat soup. Do you want to drink it too?" I thought his words could scare the family away, but unexpectedly they said decisively, "Drink?" Seeing that they were so brave and dared to eat the meat of their own kind, Du Yu was not stingy and gave each of them a bowl of broth, and chatted with them by the way. "What have you been eating these days?" The middle-aged man carefully held the bowl of broth and replied, eat wild vegetables. The family has been eating only vegetarian food and no staple food, which has caused almost all their hair to fall out. And their faces are sallow. They are severely malnourished. And if they don't eat staple food for a long time, there is a risk of ketoacidosis. Tang Rui walked over with Ao Bao in his arms and asked, "Are there any other people in this town?" The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. "No one. Some were bitten to death by zombies. Some starved to death. And some were killed by people. We hid in our own cellar and survived." After asking, Tang Rui looked back at Yang Yu and the others. "Let's go back to the mountain." Yang Yu scratched the back of his head and asked, "Brother Rui, didn't you just say you were going to stay in town for a few days?" Tang Rui said, "I changed my mind." Yang Yu helplessly spread his hands. So willful. If they lived in town, this family would come to beg for food. 1 or 2 times would be fine. But the key is that they would definitely come every day. And Tang Rui would find it annoying. So he had to stay away from them. Tang Rui and his group quickly left the town and returned to the cabin on the mountain. Tang Rui brushed a layer of pine oil on the wooden board, so the floor was very smooth. Ao Bao played on it with his bare feet. Tang Rui still needed to improve the cabin and build a drainage system so that when it rained, no rain would seep in. Yang Yu and you must not be idle. Tang Rui gave each of them a hoe and asked them to reclaim the wasteland and make a vegetable garden. The food Yang Yu and Du ate was Ao Bao. So of course they couldn't just eat without working. The two of them honestly carried the hoe and went to reclaim the wasteland. Although they had no experience in this area, they would learn it slowly. Everyone else was busy. Only Ao Bao was lying in the cabin and taking a nap. From about noon to about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. During this period, Tang Rui had built the drainage system of the house with bamboo. Bamboo is a natural pipe, which is very convenient. Yang Yu and Du also removed the weeds around them and dug out a vegetable plot that was 4 meters wide and 6 meters long. Tang Rui handed the vegetable seeds to them and asked them to plant them. "You continue to work. I'll play with Ao Bao for a while." Yang Yu and Du only realized at this time that they were free labor. No wonder Tang Rui was willing to spend food to feed them. "Brother Rui, I don't know how to plant." Yang Yu was a famous star before the end of the world. He had never worked in the fields. He had never even seen what vegetable seeds looked like. So how could he know how to plant them? "I don't know how to plant either." Du was a financial speculator before the end of the world, specializing in the rise and fall of the stock market, and had no idea about these agricultural things. Tang Rui looked at the 2 useless bastards and said helplessly, "I will teach you first." Before the end of the world, Tang Rui had never planted the land, but he tried to plant it in the safe zone last time, so he had some experience. Tang Rui picked up the hoe, dug a hole, and put the seeds into the newly dug hole. While doing it, he said, "Put 4 or 5 seeds in one hole, and then cover it with soil. Just like this." Tang Rui demonstrated it to them once, and then completely handed it over to the 2 of them. "Just do it as I just did." Yang Yu and Du are both adults, and they learn things very quickly. Tang Rui only demonstrated it once, and they will do it. After all, it is quite simple, leaving everything to the 2 of them. Tang Rui can finally stop and play with Ao Bao. Tang Rui walked into the cabin and looked at the little boy lying on the floor, catching insects and playing. He asked, "Ao Bao, is there anything wrong with the human body?" Ao Bao has been a human for several days. In fact, there is no difference between humans and zombies. He lives the same way. There is no change. When Ao Bao was a zombie, he ate and slept. Now that he is a human, he still eats and sleeps. The only difference is that Ao Bao tolerance is weakened. When he was a zombie, he and Ruirui had sex for a whole night, and he only needed to rest for a while the next day, and he would recover quickly. But now it is not okay. After becoming a human, if he has sex for a whole night, he will not be able to get up the next day. This is the only difference. So for Ao Bao, there is basically no difference between zombies and humans. But for Tang Rui, the difference is huge. As a zombie, Ao Bao has a very low body temperature. There is basically no temperature in the small mouth below. It is cool, which can help the Ruirui cool down appropriately. As a human, Ao Bao has a higher body temperature, not to mention the temperature in the small mouth, especially after friction. It is even hotter. This seems to be just a change in temperature. But for Tang Rui, it is 2 completely different experiences. What Tang Rui cares about most is of course not physical pleasure. But Ao Bao's body has become fragile now. When he was a zombie before, Ao Bao was bitten by a venomous snake or stung by a wasp. And it would not be a big deal. He would get better naturally in a few days. But now it is not okay. If Ao Bao is bitten by a venomous snake or stung by a wasp again, it will be fatal. So now Tang Rui does not allow Ao Bao to catch those small insects and animals to play with. There are a lot of toys in the space. Why do you always catch those small animals to play with? Tang Rui was really worried that Ao Bao would be stupid like before and catch poisonous things to play with. Tang Rui snatched the little cricket in Ao Bao's little hand and threw it out. You are not allowed to play with these things. Seeing the little cricket he had caught with great difficulty being thrown out, Ao Bao pursed his lips sadly and pretended to cry. Tang Rui hurriedly took out a small wooden doll from behind him. This was a small toy he made specially for Ao Bao. Originally, Ao Bao was going to cry. But when he saw the toy in Ruirui's hand, he stopped crying. This puppet was not particularly delicate. But Ao Bao still liked it very much. He played with it from the afternoon until it was almost dark. Ao Bao is a space-type mutant, and also a wood-type mutant. Wood-type mutants have the ability to command plants. And this puppet is made of trees, which are a type of plant. Theoretically, Ao Bao can control this puppet. When Tang Rui didn't notice, Ao Bao gave life to this puppet. The puppet came to life, and was holding Ao Bao's little finger tightly. The puppet regarded Ao Bao as its own mother. And the crudely carved little mouth uttered 2 words, Mom. The voice of the little puppet was made through vibration, which sounded like knocking on the tree trunk with hands, with that kind of rough texture, which was somewhat indescribable. This mother made Ao Bao feel strange. From childhood to adulthood, Ao Bao had never said the word mother. So Ao Bao didn't quite understand what mother meant. Although he didn't understand the meaning of these 2 words, Ao Bao was still very happy. Ao Bao stretched out his little finger and tapped the wooden head of the puppet. Ao Bao. Ao Bao. Ao Bao was telling the puppet that his name was Ao Bao. The puppet did not call Ao Bao by name, but called Mom as before. Tang Rui, who was washing rice and preparing to cook, heard a strange sound in the cabin. He couldn't help but get suspicious and poked his head into the cabin to see. Ao Bao. Who are you talking to? Seeing Ruirui coming over, Ao Bao quickly hid the puppet in his pocket. Seeing Ao Bao's strange behavior, Tang Rui narrowed his eyes. What did you hide? Take it out and show me. Ao Bao covered his little pocket and shook his head. Ao. No. Ao Bao refused to show it to Ruirui. Why not to me? The more Ao Bao refused, the more curious Tang Rui became. Take it out. Let me see. Oh. No. Ao Bao covered his little pocket and hid behind. Tang Rui's face became a little more serious. Ao Bao. I don't want you to hide anything from me. Tang Rui had to know everything about Ao Bao, inside and out. And he would never allow Ao Bao to have any secrets. Seeing that Ruirui seemed to be angry, Ao Bao reluctantly took out the little puppet from his little pocket. When the little puppet saw Tang Rui's face, he suddenly remembered that he was carved by the man in front of him, which meant that Tang Rui was his father. The little puppet was originally going to shout Dad to Tang Rui, but Ao Bao's little finger just covered the little puppet's mouth. This made it impossible for the little puppet to open his mouth and call out Dad. Tang Rui saw what Ao Bao hid in his pocket, and it turned out to be the little toy he had carved before. He thought Ao Bao was hiding some secret from him, but it seemed that he had wronged Ao Bao. Tang Rui smiled and rubbed Ao Bao's head a few times. Why hide it? Ao Bao was just afraid that Ruirui would confiscate the puppet, so he wanted to hide it. Play by yourself. I'll go cook first. Tang Rui stood up, turned around and walked out of the wooden house. After Ruirui left, Ao Bao opened the mouth of the puppet. After the mouth was freed, the puppet couldn't wait to shout out the word Dad. Dad. The puppet shouted at Tang Rui's back as he left. Seeing that the puppet called Ruirui Dad, Ao Bao was unhappy. Ao Bao doesn't allow the puppet to call Ruirui Dad, because only Ao Bao can call him Dad. And Ao Bao possessiveness is so strong, whether it is husband, brother or dad, as long as it is a close name. Ao Bao wants to monopolize it, and does not allow others to call it. So Ao Bao naturally does not allow the puppet to call Ruirui Dad. The puppet is obedient to the person who gave him life. So if Ao Bao doesn't allow him to call him, he won't call him. The puppet holds Ao Bao's thumb and calls affectionately, Mom. Yang Yu and you have been farming for a day. And when the sun sets, they are almost exhausted. Seeing that Ruiji's meal is not cooked yet, Yang Yu plans to go to the cabin to play with Ao Bao for a while. As soon as he walked outside the cabin door, he heard someone inside calling Mom. Yang Yu was shocked on the spot. What happened? Did Ao Bao give birth to a child in there? Yang Yu ran to Tang Rui with a panicked look and asked, Brother Rui, when did you and Ao Bao have a child? Did you and Ao Bao make one while we were farming? But the speed of making a baby is too fast. It only took half a day for the child to call Mommy. Tang Rui thought Yang Yu's words were particularly inexplicable. What are you talking about? Ao Bao is a boy. How can he give birth to a child? Yang Yu said, I really heard a child calling Ao Bao Mommy. You said to him in a disdainful way, you must have eaten too many poisonous mushrooms. Tang Rui felt that Yang Yu's words might be a little credible. You really heard it. Yang Yu nodded repeatedly. Really? Really? If I lied to you, I would not be a human being. Tang Rui raised the corner of his mouth. Ao Bao actually secretly gave birth to a child without telling me. Tang Rui never thought that he would really be a father one day. He had never thought about it even in his dreams. But now it has come true. Tang Rui confirmed with Yang Yu again. Did you really hear it? Yang Yu nodded. Absolutely true. I really heard a child calling Ao Bao Mom. Tang Rui really thought that Ao Bao had given birth to a child for him, and excitedly ran to the cabin to take a look, only to find that the so-called child was just a puppet. Looking at the moving puppet in Ao Bao's hand, Tang Rui felt lost and curious at the moment. Yin Yu and Du also followed to find out, seeing that it was this little puppet calling for Mom. Yang Yu smiled and said, I thought Ao Bao had given birth to a child. But how come this puppet is alive? Ao Bao made it alive. They were not surprised to see the puppet move, but they were stunned to hear that it was Ao Bao who made the puppet alive. And their mouths were open, and they couldn't close them. Yang Yu poked the puppet's head with his finger. Ao Bao actually has such a magical ability. This is too awesome. Yang Yu poked very hard, and accidentally knocked the puppet's head off. The puppet died on the spot. Yang Yu, Ao Bao. After being stunned for a few seconds, Ao Bao reacted, raised his fist and hit Yang Yu, cursing while hitting him. Ao. Yang Yu did not hide, and let Ao Bao hit him. Sorry. Ao Bao only hit a few times and stopped, crying and putting the puppet's head and body together. But it was useless to put them together. Ao Bao took the remains of his son and threw himself into Tang Rui's arms, crying in grievance. Woo! Rui. Ao Bao toy was broken and could not be repaired. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and coaxed him gently, saying, when I have time, I will make another one for you. This one is broken, so don't use it. Tang Rui didn't feel sorry for this fake son at all. If it was broken, it was broken. He was too lazy to fix it. But Ao Bao was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. This little puppet played with him for a long time, so his affection was still there. Ao Bao brought the body of his wooden son to Rui and asked him to help him fix it. Although he didn't like this fake son very much, Tang Rui still glued the head and body of the little puppet together with glue according to Ao Bao's wishes. After the repair, the little puppet was resurrected. It sat on Ao Bao's little hand and called him mother sweetly. Ao Bao naturally loved the puppet very much, and he always held it in his palm, treating the piece of wood as his son. Tang Rui felt that his position in Ao Bao's heart was threatened, because now Ao Bao's favor was completely won over by this puppet. Seeing that Ao Bao's attention was always on the little thing, Tang Rui's face was gloomy, and he was sulking alone. Yang Yu came over and joked without any tact at this time. Brother Rui, you are a father. Aren't you happy? Tang Rui punched the big stone next to Yang Yu, and a thin crack immediately appeared on the stone. Shut up. In front of Tang Rui's terrifying fighting power, Yang Yu decisively shut his mouth. At night, after Ao Bao fell asleep, Tang Rui quietly took the puppet from Ao Bao's arms. Tang Rui originally planned to throw the puppet into the fire and burn it, but the puppet suddenly called him Dad. Tang Rui had never experienced the taste of being a father. Hearing someone calling him Dad suddenly, the feeling was strange and satisfying at the same time. In the end, Tang Rui spared the puppet's life. He put the puppet back into Ao Bao's arms, and then he hugged Ao Bao to sleep. Tang Rui's eyes were closed, but he was not sleepy at all. He was now thinking about why Ao Bao could revive the puppet. Ordinary wood-type mutants have no way to revive dead things, but Ao Bao has such an ability. In other words, Ao Bao's strength is much stronger than he imagined. In a sense, Ao Bao is definitely the most powerful person in the end of the world. But Ao Bao does not know how to use his strength. So he does not look that powerful. Ao Bao, how many secrets do you have that I haven't discovered yet? Tang Rui felt that Ao Bao's small body contained unlimited potential. Ao Bao was sleeping soundly, and couldn't answer Ruirui's question. Tang Rui felt that Ao Bao might not be a human, but a son of the earth. Or, Ao Bao was chosen by the earth. These ideas were too unrealistic. Tang Rui was just thinking about them casually. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Rui didn't wake up yet, and heard Ao Bao crying there. Tang Rui was woken up. He rubbed his sleepy and swollen eyes, got up and asked, Ao Bao, what happened? Ao Bao held the puppet in both hands. Woo! Woo! Tang Rui looked down at Ao Bao's little hands, and found that the puppet had no vitality. No wonder Ao Bao cried so sadly because his wooden son died. Tang Rui pulled the sobbing Ao Bao into his arms and said, I will make a new puppet for you later. Okay. Ao Bao leaned on Tang Rui's arms, and slowly stopped crying. Tang Rui did what he said. He quickly got a piece of fresh wood and started carving. The new puppet was made. But Ao Bao couldn't revive it. The main reason was that Ao Bao didn't know how to use his supernatural power. So it sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. Seeing that he couldn't revive the puppet, Ao Bao gave up. Yang Yu saw how powerful Ao Bao was. He suddenly said, Ao Bao, we planted a lot of vegetables yesterday. Can you help ripen them? Ao Bao happened to be idle, and had nothing to do. So he followed Yang Yu to the vegetable garden. Afterwards, the two squatted in the vegetable garden to study. Ao Bao did have the ability to ripen seeds, but he didn't know how to use it. Yang Yu looked at Ao Bao with expectation. You can do it. Come on. With Yang Yu's encouragement, Ao Bao tried his best, and even chanted a spell in his little mouth. Ao. Afraid of interrupting Ao Bao's spell, Yang Yu didn't even dare to breathe and held his breath. A minute passed, and there was no change in the vegetable garden. 2 minutes passed, and there was still no change. After 7 or 8 minutes, there was still no sign of the seeds sprouting out of the ground. Yang Yu's expectant expression gradually dimmed, and he looked at Ao Bao, who was still casting spells and chanting spells, and said, if it doesn't work, don't force it. Ao Bao pursed his lips and cried unwillingly, Awu. Yang Yu felt very strange. Ao Bao could make wood speak. So why couldn't he make the seeds germinate in advance? The former was obviously more difficult. Finally, Ao Bao ran to complain to his old attacker. After Tang Rui learned the reason, he smiled dotingly. It's okay if we can't ripen it. There are a lot of food in the space anyway. We can wait for the seeds to germinate and grow slowly. Ao Bao originally wanted to help Ruirui do something useful, but he didn't do anything. Ao. Tang Rui rubbed Ao Bao's head and said, be obedient and don't let yourself get hurt. It's considered helping me. Ao Bao was unwilling, and then went to the vegetable field again. With unremitting efforts, Ao Bao finally succeeded in ripening a tomato seed. Seeing the sprouts finally growing in the ground, Yang Yu cheered loudly, Ao Bao, you are really amazing. Ao Bao seemed to have mastered the skills. It didn't take long for him to ripen many seeds in succession. The tomato seed that was ripened first has now produced green fruits. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, the fruits turned red. Yang Yu picked a ripe tomato, wiped it on his clothes, and took a big bite. My God! He had never eaten such delicious tomatoes in his life. They were sandy and sticky, full of water, and the sourness and sweetness were just right. Yang Yu was so excited that he wanted to hug Ao Bao to his arms and suck a few times. But before he could hug Ao Bao, he was kicked away by Tang Rui, who had just walked over. Tang Rui looked down at Yang Yu, who was sitting on the ground. What do you want to do? Yang Yu's mind cleared up instantly. Brother Rui, I'm just too excited. It's normal to be excited. After all, as long as Ao Bao is here, you won't starve to death in the future. Tang Rui didn't expect that Ao Bao could really ripen the seeds, and ripen so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the seeds blossomed and bore fruit. Tang Rui was naturally as excited as Yang Yu, but he was more concerned about Ao Bao's health. After ripening all the vegetables in the vegetable garden, Ao Bao's abilities and physical strength were exhausted. Ao Bao fell into Ruirui's arms with a pale face, and fell asleep in less than a few seconds, mainly because he was too weak. Looking at Ao Bao's weak appearance with exhausted physical strength, Tang Rui felt as distressed as he could. He would rather wait for the seeds to sprout slowly by themselves than let Ao Bao work so hard to ripen them. Tang Rui didn't intend to use Ao Bao abilities to ripen the seeds. It was all instigated by Yang Yu. Tang Rui frowned and glared at Yang Yu fiercely. Don't ask Ao Bao to help ripen the seeds anymore. Yang Yu was confused. Isn't this good? The seeds grow fast, so they have a constant supply of food, and they won't worry about food shortages anymore. Yang Yu cares about whether he can eat enough, while Tang Rui only cares about Ao Bao body. Filling his stomach is secondary. Anyway, don't let Ao Bao do this again. Okay, I know. Yang Yu picked another tomato and took a big bite. It was so sweet. As sweet as Ao Bao. Then Tang Rui took Ao Bao back to the cabin to rest. Ao Bao slept for more than 10 hours and didn't wake up until the afternoon of the next day. Luckily, he woke up. If Ao Bao didn't wake up, Tang Rui even planned to dig out to use crystal core and give it to Ao Bao to replenish energy. Due to the consumption of a lot of superpowers, Ao Bao still felt very tired after waking up after sleeping for more than 10 hours. Ao Bao collapsed in Ruirui's arms, not wanting to move at all. So weak, Ao. Seeing Ao Bao like this, Tang Rui felt very distressed. Next time, don't use superpowers to ripen seeds. After planting, it will grow by itself. It just takes a long time to wait. We can wait for it to grow slowly. There is still a long time for the rest of life. And there is still time to wait for the seeds to germinate, mature and bear fruit. So there is no need to be so anxious. Ao Bao just wanted to help Ruirui and share some of Ruirui's burden. When the superpowers and physical strength are restored, Ao Bao will continue to ripen the seeds, so that there will be a lot of food, so that Ruirui can eat well and no longer have to be hungry. As for Ruirui's words not to let him ripen, Ao Bao pretended not to hear it. After a simple dinner, Ao Bao fell asleep again. When Ao Bao is sleeping, the little white flower on his head will shrink into a flower bone, which looks like a defensive posture. The little white flower is too small and has always been hidden under Ao Bao fluffy hair. It is not easy to detect. Others don't know that Ao Bao has a flower on his head. Only Tang Rui knows. Tang Rui occasionally pulls Ao Bao hair apart to look at the little white flower. Maybe because Ao Bao's superpowers are exhausted. The little white flower looks a little wilted, as if it is about to wither. Tang Rui is a little worried about the situation of this little white flower. If this little white flower really withers, then Ao Bao's body will definitely be in trouble. But does this little white flower on the head need to be fertilized and watered? Tang Rui tried it out, got some water, and sprinkled it on Ao Bao's head. However, if you think about it carefully, you will know that the little white flower is definitely not lacking water, but probably lacking Ao Bao's superpowers. Seeing that the little white flower on Ao Bao's head urgently needs nutrients, Tang Rui thought about it and decided to dig out to use crystal core. As long as Ao Bao eats the crystal core, the superpowers will recover quickly, and the little white flower on his head will be energetic. Diu and Yang Yu are both asleep now. Yang Yu lies in the corner of the cabin, sleeping in a crooked posture. Diu sleeps very properly, with his hands folded on his abdomen and his legs together, not stretched out. Tang Rui pulled his arm out from under Ao Bao's little head, and then walked towards Diu with light steps. Diu sensed the dangerous breath approaching this side, and soon opened his eyes. Tang Rui and Diyu's eyes met. Diu understood that Tang Rui was here to kill him. If you kill me, you will lose a laborer. Diu knew that he could not beat Tang Rui, so he could only argue. Ao Bao is a little weak and needs your crystal core. Losing a laborer was not a big deal for Tang Rui. He could just go down the mountain to find a few more laborers. Diu was very upset. He just used up his superpowers. He will recover automatically in a day or two. Is it necessary to kill me? It's necessary. Tang Rui just didn't want to see Ao Bao's weakness, and he didn't have the patience to wait for Ao Bao to recover. And Tang Rui had wanted to kill Diu for a long time. He just happened to have a good reason to do it now. Seeing Tang Rui's determination to kill him, Diu's face showed a trace of panic. There will definitely be many people coming to kill Ao Bao in the future. If you kill me, it means you will lose a good helper, which is not worth it. Tang Rui frowned. Many people come to kill Ao Bao? Diu nodded yes. As long as Ao Bao dies, the doomsday will end. At that time, all the superpowers will unite to deal with Ao Bao. Are you sure you can beat so many superpowers alone? Finally, Tang Rui gave up the idea of killing Diu. Ao Bao didn't eat the crystal core. It wouldn't be a big deal. After resting for a whole night, he was alive and kicking the next day. Tang Rui cut some bamboo and prepared to make a fence to surround the cabin, so that if there were wild beasts wandering around, they would not enter the cabin. Rui was busy, so Ao Bao could only play by himself. Ao Bao took out a bag of flower seeds from the space, scattered them on the ground casually, and then used superpowers to ripen them. Seeing this, Yang Yu hurried over to stop him. Ao Bao, don't waste your powers like this, or Brother Rui will be distressed again. Ao Bao didn't listen to Rui's words, and he didn't listen to Yang Yu's words even more. Ao Bao opened his little mouth and cursed at Yang Yu. Ao Bao is playing. Don't bother him. Yang Yu smiled and said, you are so naughty. Does your husband know? Ao Bao has always been so naughty. Rui has long known what kind of character he is. Yang Yu looked back at Tang Rui, who was busy building a fence not far away. Seeing that Tang Rui didn't pay attention to this side, Yang Yu quickly rubbed Ao Bao's head. You are so silly. So cute. I really want to suck you to death. Yang Yu's words were both praise and criticism, and Ao Bao didn't know whether he was scolding him or praising him. Ao Bao slapped Yang Yu's dirty hands away, and didn't allow him to touch his head. Yang Yu only stayed with Ao Bao for a short while before Diu called him to work. Today, Tang Rui's task for them was to dig 2 paddy fields beside the river bank to grow rice. Yang Yu and Diu would not be lazy when working, because as long as they were full, they would have plenty of strength. Yang Yu was tired, so he stopped to rest for a while, wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked at Diu who was still working hard, and said mockingly, aren't you going to rule all mankind? Why are you willing to stay here to dig the soil? Diu dug hard with a hoe and said, ruling all mankind is not an easy thing. People should be more practical when they live. I heard you and Brother Rui talking last night. Yang Yu was not sleeping well, and only heard the conversation vaguely. As for the content of the conversation, he didn't hear clearly. What did you say to Brother Rui? Diu said 4 words lightly. He wants to kill me. Yang Yu said with a smile, Brother Rui, I should have killed you long ago. I haven't settled the matter with you for kidnapping Ao Bao before. Diu didn't want to be playful with Yang Yu. He grabbed a handful of soil and threw it at Yang Yu. Hurry up and work. They were all working diligently. Only Ao Bao was playing. Ao Bao tried to ripen several flower seeds, and each one grew very well. The fragrance of the flowers attracted several butterflies, and Ao Bao closed his 2 little hands and successfully caught a white butterfly. Ao Bao quickly ran to Rui to show him the little butterfly he caught. In front of Rui, Ao Bao opened his little hand, and a white butterfly flew out of his palm. Tang Rui was not perfunctory at all, and nodded seriously and said, this butterfly is really beautiful. Seeing that Rui liked it, Ao Bao went to catch a few more butterflies. Ao Bao first stuffed the butterflies he caught into the bottle, and when he caught enough, he took them all to show Rui. But before he caught a few drops of rain fell from the sky. Tang Rui put down the tools in his hand, and pulled Ao Bao into the cabin to shelter from the rain. Yang Yu and Diu also returned to the cabin. It rained for a long time outside, and there was no sign of stopping. It was raining. There was no work to do, and everyone was bored. Ao Bao was not bored. He could play with an empty water bottle for a whole day. Brother Rui, the rain has stopped. I want to go down the mountain to find some quilts. It's getting colder and colder. The 4 seasons are chaotic in the end times. It's hard to tell whether winter or autumn comes after summer. It would be terrible if winter came early, because there are not many quilts in Ao Bao's space, and there are only enough for Ao Bao and Tang Rui to cover themselves. So Yang Yu and Diu have to find winter clothes and quilts by themselves. Otherwise they will be frozen. Yeah. They wanted to go down the mountain, and Tang Rui didn't stop them, letting them go. After about half an hour, the rain stopped outside. Yang Yu and Diu went down the mountain before it got dark, and went to the town at the foot of the mountain to find quilts. Quilts are still easy to find. Almost every household has quilts, but the quality varies. Yang Yu and the others went down the mountain, and only Tang Rui and Ao Bao were left in the cabin. Although the rain had stopped, Tang Rui didn't want to work at all. He just wanted to do Ao Bao now, and the 2 guys who were in the way were not there. Ao Bao was playing with the bottle with the butterfly in it, and was so absorbed in the play that Rui's hand suddenly rubbed his little butt. Ao Bao immediately turned his head and looked at Rui. When he saw the desire in Rui's eyes, Ao Bao asked stupidly, Ao? Why did Rui's eyes glow green? Was he going to turn into a werewolf again? Tang Rui smiled. Ao Bao. Do you want to see me turn into a werewolf? Afraid that other humans would see his half-human and half-wolf appearance. Tang Rui has recently put away his wolf tail and wolf ears, and rarely shows them to others. Ao Bao wanted to rub Ruirui's wolf ears. Okay. Tang Rui conjured up his own wolf ears, and then sent his head over for Ao Bao to touch and play with. Ao Bao raised his little hand and pinched it gently. Ruirui's wolf ears are very soft and warm, and there is white fluff in the auricle, which is very comfortable to touch. After Ao Bao pinched them a few times, he became addicted, and his two little hands grabbed Ruirui's two wolf ears to play with them. Tang Rui bent his body, put his face on Ao Bao's neck, and said in a low voice, Ao Bao, ears are my sensitive point. If you touch them again, it will be dangerous. If he touches them again, he will lose his mind. Ao Bao is not afraid of the so-called danger at all, and continues to rub the two wolf ears. Tang Rui can't bear it anymore, so he threw Ao Bao on the wooden board. I'm not teasing you. The wolf ears are indeed Tang Rui's sensitive points. When Ao Bao rubs them, he will feel an electric current spreading from the ears to the whole body, and his vigorous desire is also successfully aroused. Tang Rui stared at Ao Bao with his scarlet eyes that glowed green, and at the same time, he gently stroked Ao Bao's soft little face with his palm. Do you like to touch my ears? Ao Bao's little hands were still on the two wolf ears on Ruirui's head, pinching them one after another, looking very playful. Ao Bao didn't know that it would be dangerous if he continued to pinch like this. Soon, Tang Rui's reason was completely lost. He lowered his head suddenly, grabbed Ao Bao's fragrant and soft little mouth, and sucked hard. Ao Bao's mouth had obviously never eaten nectar, but there was a taste of nectar, which was so sweet that it was greasy, and it made people unable to stop. Tang Rui domineeringly drove his tongue straight into Ao Bao's little mouth and tasted it deeply. Ao Bao was forced to open his mouth and endure Ruirui's love. After Ao Bao became a human, he needed to breathe with his lungs. If the kiss lasted too long, he would suffocate to death. So Tang Rui only kissed for a short while before pulling out. Of course, he would not end it so easily. He just wanted to let Ao Bao breathe. Ao Bao opened his slightly swollen mouth and breathed deeply. There was a line of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Tang Rui lowered his head and licked the saliva from Ao Bao's mouth. The saliva in Ao Bao's mouth was very sweet, sweeter than honey. But Tang Rui preferred to eat the honey in Ao Bao's little mouth below. Although he ate it almost every night, he still felt that it was not enough. After recovering from the pressure, Ao Bao raised his head and took the initiative to kiss Ruirui. Ao meat. Ruirui. Ao Bao wants to eat meat. Tang Rui smiled and pressed over. Ao Bao. Let me taste you first. After the rain stopped, the dazzling sunlight penetrated the clouds and sprinkled into the cabin. The cabin was harmonious at this time, and the sound of Ao Bao groaning could be heard from time to time. An afternoon passed just like that. Ao Bao. Are you tired? Tang Rui held a piece of chocolate wafer in his hand, peeled off the outer packaging, and fed it to Ao Bao to replenish some energy. Ao Bao didn't even have the strength to raise his arms now. He leaned weakly on Tang Rui's strong chest muscles, opened his little mouth, took a small bite of the biscuit, and chewed it in his mouth for a long time. Ao. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's chubby little face and said unsatisfiedly, one more time. Ao. Ao Bao was full and didn't want to eat anymore. They haven't come back yet. We can continue. When Yang Yu and the others come back, there will be no way to do it. So we have to hurry up. Ruirui was too willful, and Ao Bao had no choice but to agree. Who made Ao Bao a good boy who dotes on his wife. Ao. It can only be the last time. No more. Tang Rui nodded and said, yes. Just the last time. After doing this last time, it was already dark. But Yang Yu and you hadn't come back yet. I was afraid they had encountered some trouble. Seeing that Yang Yu and the others hadn't come back yet, Tang Rui didn't worry about them at all. He just thought it was a good time to have a good time with Ao Bao. Before, it was said that it was the last time. But after the last time, Tang Rui came again for the last time. Ao Bao. It's really the last time. Ao Bao was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to speak. And he really didn't want to do it for the last time. Tang Rui put his chin on Ao Bao's shoulder and said unsatisfiedly, I don't want it anymore when they come back. Although Ao Bao wanted to pamper his wife, he was unable to do so. Ao Bao shook his head vigorously. indicating that he didn't want it anymore. Ao. No. If he continued to ask for it, Ao Bao bones would fall apart. He really couldn't ask for it anymore. Seeing Ao Bao resistance, Tang Rui had to hold it back. From the afternoon till now, Ao Bao had only eaten a small piece of chocolate wafer biscuit, while Tang Rui hadn't eaten anything. Both of them were now hungry. Tang Rui went to light the fire first, then washed the rice and cooked, and finally went to the vegetable garden to pick some vegetables and stir-fry them. Tang Rui was busy cooking, while Ao Bao collapsed on the floor, holding his injured little butt, motionless. Tang Rui fried 2 dishes. One was small green vegetables, and the other was carrots. The taste was not very good, just average. Tang Rui picked up a little and put it in the bowl to feed Ao Bao. Ao Bao, eat something before you go to sleep. Going to bed on an empty stomach is prone to nightmares. Ao Bao turned his little head and looked into the bowl. Seeing that it was all vegetarian, he lost his appetite. Ao Bao has always hated eating vegetables. Tang Rui has to coax and force him to eat a few bites every time. Seeing that Ao Bao glanced away again, Tang Rui smiled helplessly, and then coaxed him patiently. It's delicious. Try it and see. Compared to these vegetables, Ao Bao prefers snacks. Ao. No. Tang Rui picked Ao Bao up from the floor, then added a chopstick of shredded carrots, fed it to Ao Bao's mouth, and planned to force it. Not eating vegetables is bad for your health. Most Wood-type superpowers don't seem to like eating vegetarian food, and I don't know why. Ao Bao closed his mouth tightly and refused to eat a single bite. Tang Rui threatened, if you don't want to eat, let's do it again. Hearing that Rui wanted to do it again, Ao Bao was scared and obediently opened his mouth and ate all the carrot shreds. The carrots were so unpalatable that Ao Bao felt sick, but for the sake of his little butt, Ao Bao still forced himself to swallow the carrots. Watching Ao Bao eat the vegetarian food, Tang Rui didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Ao Bao hated eating carrots so much, but he still ate them, which meant that Ao Bao hated doing it with him even more. So Tang Rui should have a bitter smile. After dinner, Tang Rui thought that Yang Yu and the other 2 should come back. But until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the 2 hadn't come back yet. It's obvious that the 2 losers are in danger, and are probably in danger now. Tang Rui had the idea of going to look for them, but it was also dangerous for him to go out with Ao Bao at night. So he decided to wait until dawn to look for them. Going to look for them was not because Tang Rui was worried about them, but because he didn't want to lose the 2 laborers. After all, the wasteland behind the cabin was still waiting for them to be reclaimed. Ao Bao was also confused. Why Yang Yu and the others hadn't come back yet? Tang Rui took Ao Bao and lay down, saying, we'll go down the mountain to look for them tomorrow, and we won't care about them tonight. With 2 people missing, Ao Bao felt much more lonely. Rui. Rui. Can they come back? I don't know. If they don't come back tonight, then the probability of coming back tomorrow will be very low. Ao Bao was a little sad. If they don't come out, then Ao Bao fun will be reduced by half. Seeing that Ao Bao was very worried about the 2 people, Tang Rui felt sour and said, Ao Bao, even if they don't come back, I will still accompany you. Ao Bao likes to listen to Duyu's bragging and likes to play hide-and-seek with Yang Yu. In the past few days, Tang Rui was busy building a house, so he left Ao Bao to Yang Yu and Duyu to take care of them. So Ao Bao and Yang Yu had the opportunity to get close. Tang Rui regretted that he shouldn't have left Ao Bao to those 2 people to take care of them before. Now, Ao Bao has a close relationship with those 2 people. Tang Rui suddenly didn't want to find those 2 people. He wished that they would die outside and never come back. Tang Rui covered the quilt and said angrily, Ao Bao, go to sleep quickly. Ao Bao didn't see that Rui was angry, and was still asking Yang Yu when they would come back. Ao Bao didn't really miss them, but just thought they could help Rui with work and not make Rui so hard. So he wanted them to come back early. Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao but hard and said, if you ask again, I will be angry. Ao Bao pouted his mouth in grievance, then honestly found a place in Ruirui's arms and prepared to sleep. Yang Yu and Duyu didn't come back all night, and it is not ruled out that they eloped. After all, they are both young and energetic guys, and it is easy to spark love. If the 2 of them really eloped, there would be no need to look for them. Tang Rui was not going to look for them. He went back to work as usual the next day and finished the fence that was not yet finished. But Ao Bao was very anxious. As soon as he came, he pulled Tang Rui's hand and said he would go find them. Ao. Tang Rui put down the tools in his hand and asked with a gloomy face, Ao Bao, are you so worried about them? Seeing that Ruirui was angry, Ao Bao took 2 steps back helplessly. Ao. Ruirui was angry with Ao Bao? I'm not angry. Tang Rui held his forehead and sighed, okay. Let's go down the mountain to look for them. Then, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and set off on the road to town. It rained yesterday, and the ground was slippery and not easy to walk. Tang Rui walked very carefully, for fear that Ao Bao would fall. Because he walked slowly, he walked for 3 hours before finally arriving in town. This town is not big, and you can visit the whole town by just strolling around. If Yang Yu and the others are still in the town, it will be easy to find them. I'm just afraid that they really elope, which will only waste Tang Rui's time. After walking around the town, Tang Rui didn't find the 2 people, and he was ready to give up. At this time, Ao Bao suddenly pointed excitedly at the shoe left in the corner. Rui. Ao. It was a canvas shoe that Yang Yu often wore, so Ao Bao was familiar with it. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and walked over to take a look, and found that it was really Yang Yu's shoe, and there was mud on the shoe, which Yang Yu got when he went down the mountain yesterday. The shoe was left here, and the person must have been in trouble, Tang Rui said with a gloomy face. Ao Bao. They may be dead. Ao Bao pouted sadly. Ao. They are really dead. No one will play hide-and-seek with Ao Bao anymore. And no one will brag with Ao Bao anymore. Ao Bao was sad. Woo! Tang Rui coaxed, don't cry. I'll look for it again. Ao Wu new book recommendation. I'd like to insert a small announcement to recommend a new book that has just been launched. Commander Snake Wife, Abio. Hermaphroditic big-breasted beauty snake delicate bottom versus strong sex-addicted pervert fierce attack. High sweetness without abuse. A nest of snake babies appear. Sweet and sour. Double clean. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Bao Baji Mumu Bobo Bobo. In fact, Tang Rui didn't really want to look for those 2 rubbish, because it was enough for Ao Bao to have him by his side. When he saw Ao Bao was obsessed with those 2 rubbish, Tang Rui felt a tightness in his chest, as if something was blocking him. Tang Rui touched his stuffy chest, and then continued to shuttle around the town with Ao Bao on his back to look for people. There were not even a few zombies in the town, and it didn't seem dangerous. But Yang Yu and Yu actually disappeared out of thin air in this town, which was very suspicious. After taking Ao Bao for a walk, Tang Rui didn't want to look for them anymore, so he lied and said, Ao Bao. They may have left here. Ao Bao lay on Ruirui's back, stretched his head forward, looked at Ruirui's profile and asked, Ah? Did they really leave? Tang Rui nodded seriously. They may have eloped. Eloped? Ao Bao didn't understand what this meant. Tang Rui explained it in easy-to-understand terms. Elopement means running away. They ran away holding hands. Ah? Aren't they coming back to play with Ao Bao? With 2 people missing around him suddenly, Ao Bao always felt lonely. Tang Rui said in a heavy tone, I can play with you too. But Ruirui has to work and can't play with Ao Bao often. And he has to eat meat after playing with Ruirui for a while. Eat meat during the day and at night. If Ao Bao were a zombie, he would definitely like this kind of life of eating meat all the time. But Ao Bao is now a human and doesn't like to eat meat. He only likes lollipops and snacks. It's not that Ao Bao doesn't eat meat, but he doesn't want to eat too often, because he wants to leave some stomach for snacks. If he eats too much meat, he can't fit anything else. It's a bit off topic. Seeing the light tears in Ao Bao's eyes, Tang Rui compromised, okay. I'll look for it again. Yang Yu's shoes were left on the side of the road, indicating that he might have been killed nearby. Tang Rui also smelled Yang Yu's scent nearby, but the smell was a little faint. After searching around nearby, Tang Rui stopped in front of a sign on the side of the road. The sign had Yang Yu's scent, and the smell was very strong. Tang Rui looked carefully and found that there was blood on the sign, which could be judged to be Yang Yu's blood. It seemed that he was really killed. Ao Bao also noticed the blood on the sign and asked worriedly, Ao. Tang Rui nodded and said, well, they are in trouble. Ao Bao hugged Ruirui's neck and asked, Ao, are they dead? Tang Rui said, before seeing the body. There should be hope of survival. Following the slight smell of blood in the air, Tang Rui came to a ruin in a relatively remote location. Strangely, The smell of stewed meat wafted out of the ruins. Tang Rui frowned when he smelled the familiar smell of meat. It must be that Du was hungry. So he killed Yang Yu, and hid here to stew meat. Tang Rui strode into the ruins with Ao Bao on his back. He thought he would see Du stewing meat inside. But he didn't expect that the 4 people were actually stewing meat inside. The 4 people were sitting around the fire. A large iron pot was placed on the fire. Meat was stewing in the pot. And it was gurgling. Because it had been stewed for too long. The meat was basically stewed. It was impossible to tell whether the meat in the pot was human meat or other meat. Tang Rui and his group had met this family of 4 before. And this family of 4 had asked them for a bowl of meat soup. When he saw this family of 4, Tang Rui was stunned at first. Then frowned and asked with a heavy face, "What kind of meat are you stewing?" Tang Rui suddenly broke in. And the family of 4 was frightened and huddled together. The 4 of them looked not aggressive at all. As timid as quails. But Tang Rui would not be easily deceived by the harmless appearance of these 4 people. He shouted loudly, "Tell me, what kind of meat is it?" In fact, Tang Rui already had the answer in his heart. But he was a little reluctant to believe it. Looking at Tang Rui's sturdy and strong body, the family of 4 knew that they could not beat him. So they all behaved timidly. The middle-aged man hugged his wife and children. And said with a slight tremor, "It's rat meat." When speaking, the middle-aged man was very nervous. And his cloudy eyes were always paying attention to the changes in Tang Rui's expression. Tang Rui took 2 steps forward with Ao Bao on his back. "You dare to lie to me?" Seeing Tang Rui coming, the family of 4 hurriedly crawled back. They had planned to escape. But they were reluctant to leave the pot of meat that was almost cooked. So they did not run. Tang Rui walked to the boiling pot, and used the soup spoon in the pot to stir the stewed meat in it. There was not much meat in the pot. So he immediately asked the family of 4, "Where is the remaining meat?" No one in the family of 4 dared to answer. Tang Rui didn't have much patience. Turned his head and said, "Ao Bao, give me the gun." Ao Bao had collected several guns in his space, which were looted from others, and had never been used. Ao Bao took out the gun, and put it in Rui's palm. Tang Rui loaded the magazine with 4 bullets. Then pulled the trigger and aimed at the family of 4. "Don't hide it anymore. Tell the truth." The little girl answered Tang Rui's words. "It's human flesh." Tang Rui looked at the little girl and asked again, "The flesh of the 2 people with me?" The little girl nodded, "Yes." After the little girl told the secret, her parents looked dead. Tang Rui then asked her, "There is not much meat in this pot. Where is the remaining meat?" The little girl looked back at her parents first, and then timidly answered, "In the cellar." "Are both of them here?" Tang Rui guessed that only Yang Yu should be in the cellar. Because Yang Yu's combat strength is very weak, and he can be easily caught. And Du must have run to another place. After all, Du is a high-level zombie, and he is not so easy to be subdued by the family of 4. But surprisingly, the little girl nodded and said, "Both are in the cellar." Tang Rui. This Du is so useless. He is a high-level zombie. But he was tied up by 4 ordinary humans. Among these 4 humans, there are 2 underage children. He is so useless and useless. After that, Tang Rui asked the little girl to take him to the cellar. When he arrived in front of the cellar, Tang Rui smelled a strong smell of blood. His sense of smell was too sensitive. He felt that it was so pungent that even breathing became uncomfortable. Tang Rui dragged Ao Bao's little bow with one hand and covered his nose and mouth with the other hand. Then bent down and got into the cellar. Du and Yang Yu were tied with ropes, and both were unconscious. Yang Yu was fine. His limbs were intact, but Du was missing an arm. So, the pot was stewing the missing arm of Du. Du was a zombie, but the family stewed him first, which was really heavy. Tang Rui walked over and kicked them both. Du was seriously injured, so he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he kicked him. But Yang Yu was awakened. After Yang Yu woke up, he felt dizzy and painful when he saw Tang Rui holding Ao Bao in front of him. Yang Yu's headache was gone, and he quickly shouted, "Brother Rui, save me." Tang Rui first put Ao Bao down from his back, and then went to untie Yang Yu. "Why can't you 2 beat that couple? You are so useless. They are attacking by surprise." Yang Yu and Du were walking on the road yesterday, and the couple suddenly rushed out from behind and hit them on the head with a billboard, knocking them unconscious, and they had no time to resist. After untying, Tang Rui stood up, picked up Ao Bao again, and said to Yang Yu, "Let's go. Help the Du guy." Yang Yu only noticed at this time that Du beside him hadn't woken up yet. He wanted to laugh at Du Yu's frail body. But when he looked closely, he found that Du Yu's right side had been cut off. Yang Yu was horrified. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Tang Rui held Ao Bao and left the cellar first. Yang Yu was still hesitating behind. And after a long time, he helped the unconscious Du Yu out of the cellar with difficulty. After coming out, Tang Rui told Yang Yu the general situation. They are going to stew you into meat soup. At this time, Yang Yu could still laugh, and said, fortunately, they didn't stew me. Tang Rui said expressionlessly, they are going to dry you and make it into jerky for storage. If Tang Rui didn't come to save them, they would definitely be made into mummies. After hearing Tang Rui's words, Yang Yu was so grateful that his nose was running. He looked at Tang Rui as if he was looking at Guanyin Bodhisattva. Brother Rui, thank you for coming to save us. Thank Ao Bao. Tang Rui didn't plan to save them both. It was Ao Bao who kept clamoring to find someone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Yang Yu looked at the cute little angel in Tang Rui's arms with snot and tears. Ao Bao. Thank you. If Tang Rui wasn't here, Yang Yu really wanted to suck on Ao Bao's chubby little face. Ao Bao smiled at him. Ao, I have to play with Ao Bao when I go back. And I have to help Ruirui farm. Yang Yu didn't understand what Ao Bao was saying. He just thought Ao Bao looked so good when he laughed. And he liked him more and more. After Tang Rui noticed Yang Yu's lecherous eyes, he turned back and glared at him. Do you want to be made into jerky? Yang Yu quickly retracted his gaze. No. Halfway through the journey, Yang Yu suddenly remembered something. By the way, Brother Rui, can I go find that family for revenge? Tang Rui walked in front with Ao Bao in his arms, and said without looking back, they have already run away. That family only hurt Yang Yu and Du Yu, and didn't hurt Ao Bao. So Tang Rui let them go without giving them any punishment. Run away. What a pity. Yang Yu was very unwilling. And at least, he had to teach that family a lesson. Don't let me meet them again next time. Otherwise I will stew them too. Ao Bao raised his little hands, and cheered to show his support. Seeing Ao Bao raising his hands and cheering, Yang Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. Ao Bao, do you want to drink human flesh soup too? Ao Bao shook his head. He is now a human being, and no longer likes to eat human flesh. Of course. Except for Ruirui. I thought you wanted to drink it. If Ao Bao really wanted to drink meat soup, he could cut off Du Yu's other arm and stew it, so that Du Yu would look symmetrical. Otherwise it would be so ugly with only one arm. Seeing Ao Bao and Yang Yu chatting happily, Tang Rui felt bad, and his face became more and more solemn and gloomy, as if covered by dark clouds. Dark and gloomy. Ao Bao dependence on Yang Yu is getting higher and higher, which is obviously not what Tang Rui wants to see. It's time to intervene. Otherwise Ao Bao will run away with Yang Yu sooner or later. Tang Rui first straightened Ao Bao's little face to prevent Ao Bao from chatting with Yang Yu in the eyes. Then Tang Rui turned around, looked at Yang Yu with a fierce and murderous look, and told Yang Yu with his mouth, don't talk to Ao Bao anymore. Yang Yu was a little confused. Why didn't he talk to Ao Bao for no reason? Could it be that Brother Rui saw that he liked Ao Bao, so he came to warn him? Yang Yu felt that he needed to explain. Otherwise the misunderstanding might get deeper and deeper. Brother Rui, I just like Ao Bao purely, just like the kind of love a father has for his son. Tang Rui. Yang Yu felt that what he said just now was wrong. So he quickly changed his words and said, it's not the kind of love a father has for his son, but the kind of love a son has for his father. Which is not right, in short. It's just pure love. The kind of love without lust. Yang Yu was talking incoherently, and he himself didn't know what he was saying. Tang Rui could understand what Yang Yu meant. But even if Yang Yu didn't have that kind of intention towards Ao Bao, he didn't want Yang Yu to get too close to Ao Bao. As long as he was in Ao Bao's life, it was enough. The others were cannon fodder, and could die at any time. If another important person appeared in Ao Bao's life, then Tang Rui would kill that other important person without mercy. If Yang Yu dared to get too close to Ao Bao again, Tang Rui would definitely kill him in the end. Yang Yu seemed to be able to feel that Brother Rui had the intention to kill him, and he was so scared that he couldn't even walk steadily, and he almost fell to the ground with Du Yu several times. After returning to the cabin on the mountain, Ao Bao jumped off Ruirui's back and ran quickly to the flower garden to play. The flower seeds that Ao Bao ripened yesterday were all blooming, and the colors of the clusters were very bright. Tang Rui specially fenced those flowers with a fence this morning, and made a small flower garden. Ao Bao ran to the flower garden to catch butterflies, while Tang Rui went to help Diyu with a simple bandage. Diyu's arm was almost completely chopped off with an axe, and the bones were chopped into pieces. The bone and flesh were mixed together, which looked quite scary. Yang Yu didn't dare to look directly at it, and he was about to get sick. Tang Rui looked calm, and treated and bandaged the wound without any expression. Diyu was a high-level zombie, and had no sense of pain, so a broken arm was nothing to him. But it became inconvenient for him to move. When Tang Rui was treating Diyu's wound, Yang Yu walked away because he couldn't bear to see the bloody scene. Yang Yu unknowingly walked to Ao Bao's side, and played with Ao Bao to catch butterflies. It was better to stay with Ao Bao, quiet and peaceful, as if returning to the summer of childhood. Ao Bao caught a small yellow butterfly and excitedly showed it to Yang Yu. Ao. Yang Yu leaned his head to Ao Bao palm to see that the wings of this little butterfly were very clean, pure yellow, without any impurities. And there was a layer of fluff on the wings, which looked like gold powder. Very dreamy, so beautiful. Ao Bao only gave Yang Yu a look, and then quickly closed his hands, not allowing him to look at it again, because this was to be given to Ruerui, so he could only look at it. Ao Bao was going to put this yellow little butterfly in a bottle first, and then take it to Ruerui to see it later. But because Ao Bao was clumsy, he accidentally let the little butterfly fly away when he stuffed it into the bottle. After finally catching a beautiful butterfly, Ao Bao didn't want to let it run away. Ao Bao chased the butterfly and shouted, "Ao Ao." The little butterfly flew for a while, got tired, and landed on Yang Yu's shoulder. Yang Yu held his breath, then reached out to catch it. He caught it quickly. Yang Yu pinched the butterfly's wings and handed it to Ao Bao. "Here, for you." Ao Bao put the butterfly back into his little bottle and gave it to Ruerui to play with later. Yang Yu smiled and asked, "Ao Bao, do you want more? I'll catch a few more for you." Ao Bao didn't refuse and nodded. Ao. Yes. There were many butterflies flying around the flower bed. Seeing that Ao Bao wanted them, Yang Yu caught them all. Yang Yu was playing with Ao Bao, while Tang Rui had bandaged Diyu's wound. After the wound was treated, Tang Rui didn't care about Diyu anymore. He planned to play with Ao Bao for a while. Just as he was about to walk towards Ao Bao, he saw Ao Bao and Yang Yu playing and fighting. Tang Rui had already warned Yang Yu not to get close to Ao Bao, but he didn't listen. He was really looking for death. Tang Rui cracked his knuckles and walked towards Yang Yu with heavy steps. Yang Yu felt the danger coming. Looking back, he found that the disaster was really coming. Just looking at Tang Rui's tightly clenched fist, Yang Yu felt that his head began to hurt. If this punch came down, his head would definitely explode. Yang Yu didn't catch butterflies anymore. It was more important to escape. Yang Yu ran away, but Ao Bao stayed where he was. Seeing Ruerui coming, Ao Bao didn't feel any sense of danger at all. He even raised the butterfly in the small bottle with a smile and showed it to Ruerui. Ao Ao. Ruerui. Ao Bao caught a lot of lucky butterflies for you. Tang Rui was in no mood to look at butterflies now. He just wanted to catch Yang Yu and give him a good beating. Of course Yang Yu wouldn't just stand there and not leave. In the blink of an eye, he ran away. Tang Rui was too lazy to chase him, so he let the boy go for the time being and would teach him a lesson later. Seeing that Ruerui kept staring at Yang Yu, who had already run away, and ignored Ao Bao, Ao Bao jumped hard in front of Ruerui unhappily, looking for a sense of existence. Ruerui. Ao Ao. Ruerui. Look at the lucky butterflies Ao Bao caught for you. Tang Rui's mind was not on the butterfly. He looked at Ao Bao and said, "You are not allowed to play with that guy named Yang anymore." Ao Bao tilted his head. Ao? Why? No reason. You are not allowed to play with him anymore. Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao to get closer to Yang Yu. Ao Bao wanted to listen to Ruerui and stop playing with Yang Yu, but it would be too boring for Ao Bao to play alone. Ruerui was always busy and couldn't accompany Ao Bao all the time, so Ao Bao could only find someone else to play with to fill the void. Ao Bao still asked unwillingly, "Ao, can't you really play with him?" Tang Rui was very firm. "No. If I find out you are playing with him, I will definitely spank you." Ao Bao became more obedient when he heard that his butt would be spanked. Tang Rui raised his hand and rubbed Ao Bao's head. "Okay. I'll go cook first. We haven't eaten all day today, and everyone is hungry." After Tang Rui finished cooking, Yang Yu popped out of nowhere. For Yang Yu, who would do anything for food, how could he miss this meal? So he risked being beaten and came back to eat. When the dishes were out of the pot, Yang Yu trotted over and took the initiative to get a bowl and prepare to eat. Tang Rui did not hit him, nor did he pay attention to him, let alone share food with him. Seeing that Tang Rui was not going to share a bowl of rice with him, Yang Yu realized the seriousness of the matter. Brother Rui, I promise not to play with Ao Bao next time. Ao Bao is yours, and I will never snatch it. After hearing the last two sentences, Tang Rui's expression eased, and he shared a spoonful of rice with Yang Yu. Remember what you said just now. If you dare to break your promise, you know the consequences. Yeah, I know. Yang Yu didn't even use chopsticks. He just used his hands to eat rice. For Yang Yu, nothing is more important than food. Yang Yu was very cautious. He didn't even dare to talk to Ao Bao. But Ao Bao was not so cautious, because Ao Bao knew Rui wouldn't really hurt him, so he could be a little more unrestrained. Ao Bao should find Yang Yu to play. He still had to find Yang Yu to play. Ao Bao liked to play tic-tac-toe with Yang Yu on the ground the most. At first, Ao Bao really didn't like to play this game, but he liked it as he played, and from time to time, he would pull Yang Yu to play a few rounds. Yang Yu knew that he couldn't refuse the request of Ao Bao the little angel, so he played tic-tac-toe with him. Then, the two of them were caught by Tang Rui. Even though he had warned Yang Yu and Ao Bao like this, the two of them could still play together, completely turning his words into wind around his ears. Ao Bao, you like him, right? Then you go and live with him in the future. Tang Rui said this angrily and left. Actually, Tang Rui was going to spank Ao Bao, but thinking that Ao Bao was a stubborn person who would not listen no matter how he spanked, he gave up this method and switched to a cold war. Seeing Rui walk away angrily, Ao Bao hurriedly followed him. Ao Rui. Even though Ao Bao shouted from behind, Tang Rui did not even turn his head. His wife was angry. What should Ao Bao do? Ao Bao was anxious and trotted after her. Ao Rui. Ao Bao was wrong. Please forgive Ao Bao. Humph. Tang Rui snorted coldly and continued to walk forward, with no intention of stopping. Seeing that he could not catch up with Rui, Ao Bao sat on the ground and cried, Woo! Woo! Rui. Ao Bao was not afraid of getting dirty, and sat on the muddy ground. Seeing that Rui did not even look back at him, Ao Bao rolled in the mud. Hearing the sound of Ao Bao throwing a tantrum behind him, Tang Rui turned his head to take a look. Seeing that Ao Bao had rolled into a mud man on the ground, he was so naughty. Tang Rui walked over, picked up Ao Bao from the mud, and hit his little butt hard. It's so dirty. Rui. Don't ignore Ao Bao. Okay. Tang Rui asked with a handsome face. Do you know what you did wrong? Ao Bao actually knew what he did wrong, but he had to admit his mistake, which was one of the reasons why Tang Rui was angry. Ao Bao, if you don't listen to me like this again, I really don't want you. Tang Rui always said this to threaten Ao Bao. Ao Bao really took it seriously every time, and then cried even harder. Although Ao Bao was very afraid of being abandoned by Rui, he was only anxious at the moment. He would forget about it after a few days and never learn from it. When he heard Rui say that he didn't want him anymore, Ao Bao howled immediately. Woo! All the birds in the forest were scared away. Du, who had been in a coma, was also awakened by Ao Bao crying. Du woke up and found that he was missing an arm after getting up from the ground. He screamed in fear. However, his screams were drowned out by Ao Bao crying. Tang Rui didn't care about Du who had woken up behind him. Now he only had his Ao Bao in his heart. Tang Rui gently wiped Ao Bao's face, wiping away the tears. Ao Bao, don't cry. I was just kidding you. Ao? Did I really just lie to Ao Bao? A few cracks appeared on Tang Rui's originally tense face, and then he slowly smiled and said softly, Of course I was lying to you. Ao Bao laughed through his tears and rubbed his delicate little face against Rui's rough face. Rui. Ao Bao and Tang Rui were sweet and sweet here, while on the other side, Du was still covering his shoulder without an arm and wailing, My hand. My hand? Although Du didn't feel pain, he was still very uncomfortable because he lost one of his limbs. So he, a grown man, cried with tears and snot like Ao Bao. And the scene was also very distressing. Ao Bao was successfully attracted by Du's crying. My hand? What happened? Do you only remember that he and Yang Yu were walking on the street? And suddenly they were attacked. Then his head sank. and he fainted. He didn't know what happened after that. He only knew that when he woke up, his arm was gone. Tang Rui went over and briefly explained what happened to him. When you heard that his arm was chopped off by the family of four and stewed in soup, his facial features became distorted. Those guys. I gave them a bowl of meat soup before, but they turned out to be ungrateful. Diu was so angry that he just wanted to go over and dismember the family of four, and then stuff them into the pot and stew them together. Calm yourself down. Tang Rui didn't have that much time to comfort others. He still had to give Ao Bao a good lecture. As he said that, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao into the cabin, and after entering, he closed the door directly. Diu didn't care what Tang Rui and Ao Bao were doing inside. What he wanted to ask most was that Yang Yu was ambushed with him. Why Yang Yu's limbs were still intact and not chopped off to make soup? Could it be that his zombie meat was more delicious? Diu felt that he was about to turn evil, and he was very unconvinced. In the cabin, Tang Rui was teaching Ao Bao how to abide by the husband's code. You can't chat with others. You can't play with others. You can't get too close to others. Tang Rui almost said Yang Yu's name directly. Ao Bao listened carefully and nodded occasionally. Seeing Ao Bao being so well behaved, Tang Rui reluctantly forgave him this time. Next time if I see you talking to someone else, I will be really angry. Tang Rui was really afraid of losing Ao Bao, because the only meaning of his life in the end times was Ao Bao. Ao Bao threw himself into Tang Rui's arms and said coquettishly, Ao Bao will not make Rui angry again, knowing that Ao Bao was only obedient for a while, and would definitely forget about it later. Tang Rui was still very happy at the moment. He kissed Ao Bao hard on the forehead. Just don't make me angry. Originally, he only kissed Ao Bao on the forehead a few times, and finally kissed Ao Bao little mouth. Ao Bao little mouth is still as fragrant and soft as ever, as sweet as honey. Once you kiss it, you will be addicted and reluctant to leave. Tang Rui sucked on Ao Bao mouth and called out passionately, Ao Bao. During the gap of the kiss, Ao Bao also responded, Rui. Hearing this soft Rui, Tang Rui's mind was instantly occupied by sperm. He pressed Ao Bao head hard and continued to deepen the kiss. Ao Bao would also respond to Rui's kiss, and the two people's tongues entangled and danced with each other. When the kiss was hot, there was a sudden rapid knock on the door, and Yang Yu's cry for help, Brother Rui, save me quickly. The surname Du wants to kill me. Ao Bao's attention was immediately attracted by Yang Yu outside the door. Ao Bao wanted to turn his head to see, but his head was fixed by Rui's big hand and couldn't move at all. Tang Rui straightened Ao Bao's little face and said, don't care about him. After that, Tang Rui was ready to continue kissing Ao Bao. However, Yang Yu's cries for help kept coming from outside the door, which really affected people's mood, and Ao Bao's attention was attracted, and he was not concentrating on the kiss at all. Tang Rui had to go out to rescue Yang Yu. Diu was unbalanced, so he also wanted to chop off Yang Yu's arm, so that he would feel better. After Tang Rui came out, he ended this farce and warned the two of them that if they disturbed him and Ao Bao's intimacy again, he would chop them both. After Tang Rui said this, they were of course very scared, and they all behaved well. Tang Rui turned back to the cabin and closed the wooden door with force. Ao Bao had already taken off his panties and was waiting inside. Tang Rui pressed his body forward and fed Ao Bao his meat. After becoming a human, Ao Bao's body was more fragile and could not stand being fucked, but he was more sensitive. There were sensitive spots all over his body. Tang Rui touched Ao Bao casually and Ao Bao would keep howling. It was very interesting. After eating his fill of meat, Ao Bao was exhausted and didn't want to move. He fell asleep. Tang Rui, the attacker who had been working hard, was not tired at all. Not only was he not tired, but he was also very energetic. It was already dark, but Yang Yu and Diu were not asleep. The two of them built a fire outside the cabin and sat by the fire to keep warm. After Tang Rui finished fucking Ao Bao, he came out of the cabin and walked in front of the two people. Tang Rui sat down by the fire first, and then said, you two should pack up tomorrow. Yang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Why pack up? Are you going to chase us away? Yang Yu finally found Ao Bao a long-term meal ticket, so he was not willing to leave just like that. He would stay even if he had to. Tang Rui's face was more distinct and colder under the light of the fire. He nodded to Yang Yu expressionlessly. Yes. Yang Yu knelt down on the spot. Brother Rui, I don't want to leave. Can you stay? Yang Yu couldn't survive without Tang Rui and Ao Bao. He would starve to death within 3 days. Yang Yu knelt on the ground and begged, I really just want a bite of food. I will never compete with you for Ao Bao. I will work very hard, and will never be lazy. Tang Rui's words really touched Tang Rui. But it was enough for Ao Bao to have him as the only man. Other extra men would either die or leave. Tang Rui showed no mercy, and said firmly, You choose to leave or die. Yang Yu's tears were forced out. And he knelt on the ground and cowed out, Brother Rui. You can't be so heartless. Please, leave me. I'm willing to do anything. Now that he is used to having enough food. Yang Yu really can't go back to the days of starving every day. So he will not leave even if he dies. Seeing Yang Yu kneeling on the ground begging, Tang Rui was moved. Then keep a good distance from Ao Bao in the future. Yang Yu wiped away his tears, and nodded quickly to agree. Okay. I remember. I will keep a distance. Yang Yu can stay. But you may not. Tang Rui turned his eyes to Du. Pack up your things and leave tomorrow. Du would not kneel down and beg like Yang Yu did. He would only say, I'm leaving. It's no good for you. Tang Rui asked back, What good will it do for me if you stay? At the beginning, Du was kept just to be a laborer. But now Du has lost an arm. It has become very difficult to work. And he has lost his value. Du couldn't say what good it would be for him to stay. But he suddenly said, I have no interest in Ao Bao at all. Because of this sentence, Du was kept. It can be said that Du has a high IQ. And Yang Yu is a little stupid. In the next few days, Du and Yang Yu worked hard together to dig up all the wasteland that could be reclaimed around them. The original barren mountains and ridges, overgrown with weeds, were made like a small village by them. Du and Yang Yu worked hard. And Tang Rui and Ao Bao also worked hard. Because he had 2 helpers around him. Tang Rui had more free time. When he was free, he had nothing else to do but take care of Ao Bao. In addition, Tang Rui taught Ao Bao how to do addition and subtraction within 10. Ao Bao can also count from 1 to 100, which is a huge improvement. After learning to count, Ao Bao likes to write equations on the ground with branches. He likes to write like this when he has nothing to do. Tang Rui was cooking not far away. He glanced at Ao Bao from time to time. Seeing Ao Bao playing by himself, he felt relieved. He was cooking well in his hand. But suddenly the spatula broke in the middle. Tang Rui had to ask Ao Bao for a new spatula. Ao Bao searched for a long time in his space, but couldn't find the spatula. Seeing that Ao Bao was still looking for it, Tang Rui asked, Is it gone? It has been a long time since he found it. So it should be gone. Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that it was gone. Ao. After dinner, we will go to the town to find a new one. There is a supermarket in the town. And there must be this kind of spatula in the supermarket. And the spatula cannot be eaten. So no one will take it. And it is easy to find a new one. Ao Wu. Hearing that he can go to the town to play, Ao Bao is very happy. Tang Rui smiled and rubbed Ao Bao's little head. Actually, there is nothing fun in the town. But Ao Bao likes to walk around because he is tired of playing in this mountain. After lunch, Tang Rui took Ao Bao to the town to find a spatula. And also to find some other useful supplies. And some paintings to decorate the cabin. Yang Yu didn't want to be alone with Du. So he quietly followed Tang Rui and the others to the town. Yang Yu was sneaking around behind, but was still discovered by Tang Rui. Tang Rui didn't stop him. Just said, Why are you hiding? Come out. Seeing that he was discovered, Yang Yu ran to catch up. On the way, Ao Bao kept lying on Rui's back, playing with a small windmill in his hand. This time, Tang Rui walked fast and arrived at the town in just 1.5 hours. The streets of the town were lined with shops, including snack bars, clothing stores, convenience stores, cake shops. The food in these shops had long been plundered by others. And Tang Rui was too lazy to go in to look for it. So he took Ao Bao to the supermarket to find a spatula. Yang Yu was attracted by a baby milk powder store while walking. He did not keep up with Tang Rui's pace, but walked into the store alone. In addition to selling milk powder, this kind of milk powder store also sells diapers, toys, nutritional products, milk bottles, baby clothes, like milk powder, some edible rice paste, teething sticks, small biscuits, cod intestines, calcium tablets, etc., have been taken away. But there are still a lot of diapers and children's toys left. Ao Bao must like these small toys. So Yang Yu picked up a big plastic bag and packed all the dusty toys on the shelf, and took them to please Brother Rui later. After putting all the toys into the plastic bag, Yang Yu's eyes fell on the dusty diapers on the shelf. Should he get a few for Ao Bao? Thinking that Ao Bao always peed on himself, he should need diapers. However, Ao Bao is not young anymore. Not a 1 or 2-year-old child. It would be embarrassing if he still wore diapers. But Ao Bao has never felt ashamed and never knew what shyness is. Ao Bao had taken off his underwear in front of him and used several times before and asked Brother Rui for meat. After a little consideration, Yang Yu decided to take a pack first to see if Ao Bao needed it. If he did, he would come back to get it later. Anyway, no one would want this kind of thing if it was left here. Yang Yu carried a bag of toys and a pack of diapers and ran to the supermarket to find Brother Rui, intending to ask for credit from Brother Rui. Tang Rui also quickly found a spatula and some other kitchen utensils. Most of them were rusty, but they could still be used after being cleaned. Tang Rui came out of the supermarket with Ao Bao on his back and ran into Yang Yu. Yang Yu handed the bag of toys in his hand to Tang Rui like offering a treasure. He should have handed it directly to Ao Bao, but he was afraid that Brother Tang would be jealous. So he handed it to Brother Tang first. Tang Rui took the full black plastic bag and asked, "What's in it?" Yang Yu's face was full of smiles, toys, and diapers. Ao Bao got excited when he heard there were toys. Ao Bao couldn't wait to pick the black plastic bag, and then took out a plastic mushroom from it. There were small particles in the mushroom, and it would make a sound when it was shaken gently. Ao Bao held the mushroom and shook it beside Rui's ear. Smiling, Ao Bao liked all these toys very much, so Tang Rui naturally accepted them. Ao Bao, put the toys in the space first. Don't lose them. Ao Bao put all the other toys into the space, leaving only the plastic mushroom in his hand to play with. Ao Bao had fun, so Tang Rui's mood naturally improved. Tang Rui pulled Ao Bao little butt up and said, "We're going home." The two words home sounded so strange. Ao Bao didn't understand the meaning of these two words, so he didn't react. Yang Yu was stunned when he heard it. Where is there a home in the end times? I really envy Ao Bao. I have a good old man like Rouge, and I can build a home with my own hands. On the way back, Yang Yu was excitedly talking to Tang Rui about whether to have a bowl of rice to eat in the evening. As he was talking, Tang Rui suddenly heard other people talking not far away, and he immediately told Yang Yu to shut up. Don't make any noise. Yang Yu stopped talking and asked Tang Rui with his eyes, "What's wrong?" Tang Rui raised his chin and motioned Yang Yu to look forward. Yang Yu looked forward and found that there were 10 people wearing uniforms walking towards this side. Those 10 people were well trained at first glance, and each of them had superpowers. Why did they appear in such a small place? Yang Yu frowned and said, "I think they seem to be looking for someone." Hide quickly. Tang Rui first hid behind the bushes on the side of the road with Ao Bao on his back. Yang Yu followed closely and hid behind. Feeling very curious, they look like they have been specially trained, and they don't seem that easy to deal with. They are indeed difficult to deal with. Tang Rui felt that if he fought with those 10 people, it would be very difficult. Ao Bao didn't know that danger was coming, and he kept shaking the plastic mushroom in his hand. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's little hand and said, "Ao Bao, don't play for now. The sound will be heard." Ao Bao obeyed and stopped shaking. After a few minutes, the 10 people passed by the bushes where they were hiding. All they heard was the discussion among the 10 people, according to the clues. The young master should be here. When he heard the 3 words young master, Tang Rui was shocked. The young master they were talking about must be Ao Bao. So this group of people came to find Ao Bao. After the group of people walked away, Yang Yu quickly said, "They are here to look for Ao Bao." It seems that Yang Yu and Tang Rui have the same idea. Could it be that Ao Bao parents sent someone to look for him? Yang Yu remembered that Ao Bao parents were in the safe zone in Kyoto. He had persuaded Brother Rui to go to Kyoto to look for Ao Bao parents. But Brother Rui didn't want to see his mother-in-law, so he didn't go in the end. Tang Rui also thought that Ao Bao parents sent someone. They must know that Ao Bao is still alive, so they want to take Ao Bao back. Tang Rui must not let Ao Bao leave him. Let's go to other places to hide for a few days, and not go back to the cabin on the mountain for the time being. Yang Yu asked, "What about Diyu? Should we leave him alone there?" Tang Rui said heartlessly, "Don't worry about him. Diyu is not a child. If there is really danger, he will find a place to hide by himself. Tang Rui didn't have time to care about others. But Yang Yu was still thinking, really? Don't talk nonsense. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and left first, hiding somewhere else, and they would come back after the 10 people left. Yang Yu followed Tang Rui's steps. Brother Rui, if it is really Ao Bao parents who are looking for someone, then there should be nothing to worry about. Parents will not harm their children. So Yang Yu didn't understand why Tang Rui was so worried. Tang Rui strode in front of him and answered, it's not that simple. From the fact that Ao Bao didn't like his parents. The so-called parents were just titles, and didn't fulfill their parental responsibilities at all. So they suddenly sent someone to find Ao Bao. Definitely not because they missed Ao Bao. There must be other reasons. Anyway, Tang Rui would not let them take Ao Bao away. Ao Bao did not want to go with a group of people either. He only wanted Rui. Tang Rui walked too fast. Yang Yu had to run to barely keep up. He asked, where are we going now? Tang Rui said, let's go to another mountain to hide first. The group of people could find this remote place. Someone must have tipped them off. However, Tang Rui could not think of anyone who could tip off Ao Bao parents, who were far away in Kyoto. Tang Rui's pace gradually slowed down when he felt that he had almost reached a safe place. Hiding in the forest was the most concealed and difficult to be found. So Tang Rui was carrying Ao Bao up the mountain. Yang Yu could not bear it anymore. He kept whining all the way, Brother Rui, take a break. I am almost unable to do it. Tang Rui ignored him and continued to climb up. Ao Bao, however, saw that Yang Yu was sweating profusely and looked pitiful. So he shook the small plastic mushroom in his hand to cheer him up. Ao Bao. Seeing that Ao Bao was lying on Tang Rui's back so easily without getting off, Yang Yu felt even more tired. Tang Rui finally stopped to rest until they were almost at the top of the mountain. After that, Tang Rui set up a tent and started a fire, preparing to spend the night here. At this time, Ao Bao suddenly remembered that his puppet was still in the wooden house. And he was anxious. Ao Bao. Rui. These days, Ao Bao has been sleeping with the puppet carved by Rui himself. If there is no puppet, Ao Bao will definitely not be able to sleep. So Ao Bao wants to go back and get the puppet. Ao Bao obviously didn't understand the current situation. And Tang Rui patiently explained, the group of people haven't left yet. We can't go back for the time being. That group of people wanted to take Ao Bao away. Tang Rui would never let them succeed. Ao Bao was his. No one could take him away. He simply heated the canned food on the fire. And when the temperature was just right, he fed Ao Bao. After Ao Bao was full, he dozed off, and his little eyes blinked as he wanted to sleep. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and said, Ao Bao, go to the tent and sleep for a while. Ah, Rui didn't want to sleep with Ao Bao? Tang Rui bent down while holding Ao Bao, and went into the tent. Then he put Ao Bao on the quilt that had been laid out, pinching the quilt and saying, I still have to take a shower. I'll come to sleep with you after I'm done. Ao Bao was really sleepy, so he didn't wait for Rui, and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Tang Rui came out of the tent after hearing Ao Bao snoring. There was no water to take a bath on the top of this mountain. So Tang Rui was just coaxing Ao Bao. What he really wanted to do was to go down the mountain to see if the group of people who wanted to take Ao Bao away had left. Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu, who was still drinking the canned soup, and said, you keep an eye on Ao Bao. I'll be back soon. Yang Yu was a man with no bad intentions. He just wanted to be full. So Tang Rui could rest assured to leave Ao Bao to him for temporary care. After Yang Yu poured out the last drop of soup at the bottom of the can and drank it, he nodded, well, I will keep an eye on Ao Bao. And you have to be careful, Brother Rui. Yang Yu was really worried that Tang Rui would never come back. After all, that group of people looked strong and difficult to deal with. Before leaving, Tang Rui said, if Ao Bao wakes up and wants to find me, you can say that I went to take a bath nearby and will be back soon. After saying that, Tang Rui left, without carrying Ao Bao. The little burden, Tang Rui could go very fast by himself. It took less than 10 minutes to get down from the top of the mountain. After getting down from the top of the mountain, he still needed to climb a few more mountains to get back to the cabin. This distance was nothing for Tang Rui. It took nearly half an hour in total for Tang Rui to finally arrive near the cabin. And then he heard Du Yu's screams. Du Yu, who had no sense of pain, actually screamed. Tang Rui was curious and beat him to see. At a glance, he found that Du Yu was tied to a tree by the group of people. 2 people were pulling out the nails on his 2 feet. The nails were pulled off alive with skin and flesh. It was painful to watch. No wonder you screamed so loudly. Another person was interrogating to you. Where did the young master go? I don't even know who the young master you are talking about is. What's the point of asking me? You didn't know Ao Bao's identity at all? So he was confused by the question, and didn't understand why this group of people were interrogating him for no reason. The man continued to ask, Shang Wenyuan. Have you seen him? This was the first time you heard of Shang Wenyuan. He shook his head. I don't know him. And I haven't seen him. At this time, someone searched the cabin and found several small clothes worn by Ao Bao. Those small clothes were washed by Tang Rui and hung by the window to dry. The leader of the group took these small clothes, then compared them to Du Yu and said, Are these clothes worn by you? The clothes are so small. How could Du Yu wear them? Du Yu turned his head aside and said, These are the clothes worn by the boyfriend of a friend of mine. The leader continued to ask, What's the name of your friend's boyfriend? Du Yu answered without hesitation, Ao Bao. Tang Rui, who was hiding not far away and observing all this, looked nervous at the moment. He was afraid that Du Yu would accidentally let the cat out of the bag. If they continued to interrogate him like that, Du Yu would definitely confess. Tang Rui had to rescue him. Tang Rui came out from behind the rock and attacked the leader, knocking him to the ground with one punch. When Du Yu saw Tang Rui appear, hope instantly appeared on his face. Brother Rui, you are finally here. Du Yu never called him Brother Rui before, but now he might be too excited. After the leader who fell to the ground recovered, he stared at Tang Rui with a snake-like gaze and said, Are you Tang Rui? The other party even knew his name. It seemed that he had already mastered the detailed information. Tang Rui's expression became more and more nervous. He couldn't care about saving Du Yu now. He had better go back quickly and run as far as possible with Ao Bao. With this in mind, Tang Rui immediately gave up rescuing Du Yu, turned around and disappeared into the dark forest. Du Yu shouted desperately at Tang Rui's back, Brother Rui, won't you save me? The group of people now knew that the young master was there, so they did not continue to interrogate Du Yu, but all went to chase Tang Rui. Du Yu thought he was going to be killed, but he didn't expect that everyone was gone in an instant. Tang Rui's current running speed is no less than that of a wind-type superpower, so it is not easy for the group to catch up with him. What's more, it is so dark now that they can't see the road ahead clearly, and it is even more difficult to chase. So Tang Rui quickly left them all behind. After successfully getting rid of them, Tang Rui's speed did not slow down, but became faster and faster. The way up the mountain is more difficult than the way down the mountain, so Tang Rui took nearly an hour to run to the top of the mountain. Ao Bao had woken up at this moment, and was crying to find his Rui. Yang Yu stopped Ao Bao, and explained what Rouge said before leaving. Rouge just went to take a shower nearby and will be back soon. Stop crying. Ao Bao was afraid that Rui didn't want him anymore, so he left him here. Woo! I want Rui. Ao Bao couldn't live without Rui. He wanted to find Rui back. Just when Yang Yu was in a panic, and didn't know how to comfort him, Tang Rui finally came back. After running all the way, Tang Rui was sweating profusely. His clothes were soaked. The fabric was tightly attached to his tight muscles, outlining his perfect inverted triangle figure. But now is not a good time to appreciate his figure. Ao Bao saw Rui coming back, and ran over excitedly, diving into Tang Rui's sweaty arms. Still choking with sobs, Rui, don't run. Don't leave Ao Bao alone. Don't do that. Tang Rui took the opportunity to pick up Ao Bao, who rushed over and said, We have to leave here quickly. That group of people are coming. Tang Rui didn't want to waste time talking anymore. He turned around and left with Ao Bao in his arms. Before Yang Yu even reacted, Tang Rui had already run away with Ao Bao in his arms. Yang Yu came to his senses and hurried to catch up. But his walking speed was no match for Tang, and it was so dark that he couldn't see the road clearly, so he didn't dare to run, and could only walk carefully. Otherwise he would step on empty air and fall down the mountain. Just like that, Yang Yu was left behind. He howled in the back, Brother Rui, wait for me. It was useless for him to shout. Tang Rui had already run far away, and could not hear his voice at all. Tang Rui could not care about other people now. He just wanted to run as far as possible with Ao Bao. Tang Rui, who had night vision, was able to walk in the mountains and forests as if on flat ground. He quickly ran more than 10 kilometers with Ao Bao. Even though he knew he had run a long way, Tang Rui still did not stop. Although Rui ran very fast, Ao Bao felt very stable and slept very peacefully. Ao Bao fell asleep again not long after. Tang Rui was afraid that Ao Bao would catch a cold. So he stopped and put his coat on Ao Bao, and then continued running. Tang Rui ran with Ao Bao all night without stopping. With Tang Rui's speed comparable to that of a wind-type superpower, he had run at least 70 or 80 kilometers. Such a long distance is safe enough. Tang Rui held Ao Bao, who was still sleeping, and found an open space to sit down and rest. While resting, Tang Rui suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about Yang Yu. Although he remembered Yang Yu, Tang Rui was too lazy to go back to look for him, because he would definitely meet the group of people if he went back. He didn't need to take such a risk. He would just find other helpers after losing Yang Yu. Tang Rui didn't care much. Tang Rui suddenly felt a little hungry. After all, he had been consuming energy all night, and the food in his stomach had been completely digested. The food was in Ao Bao's space, and Ao Bao was still sleeping. Even if he was hungry, Tang Rui could only bear it for the time being and wait until Ao Bao was full of sleep. Ao Bao seemed to feel that Rui was waiting for him to wake up, so he opened his eyes quickly. Seeing that Ao Bao had woken up, Tang Rui did not rush for food, but only said, "Are you full? Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Ao Bao rubbed his sleepy eyes, and while rubbing, he asked Rui if he was hungry. Ao. Rui, hungry. Tang Rui still felt very strange. Ao Bao. How do you know I'm hungry? Ao Bao pointed to Tang Rui's firm abdomen. Ao. It turned out that Ao Bao heard Tang Rui's stomach growling. Tang Rui smiled and rubbed Ao Bao's little head. Then give me a piece of bread first. Ao Bao would not just give a piece of bread. He knew that Rui had a big appetite, so he directly took out a lot of snacks from the space. These snacks are Ao Bao's favorite, and he gave them all to Rui. The snacks were produced before the end of the world. Now it can be said that one less bag is eaten, and it can barely be regarded as a non-renewable resource. Tang Rui was reluctant to eat these snacks, and said, "One piece of bread is enough. I will cook another pot of white rice later. Eating snacks is not enough to make you full. You still have to eat white rice." Ao Bao listened to Rui and only kept one piece of bread, and put the other snacks back into the space. Tang Rui finished the bread and went to light a fire to cook rice. It will take more than 10 minutes for the rice to be cooked, and Tang Rui waited quietly by the side. Ao Bao leaned on Tang Rui's arms, licking the lollipop, and asked, "Rui, Ao? Rui, don't you want to go home? Home is that small wooden house." And Ao Bao is still thinking about going home. Tang Rui felt a little sad, and forced a smile and replied, "Not going home for the time being. I'll take you to other places to play. I'll woo." Ao Bao had wanted to walk around for a long time, so he was very happy. Seeing Ao Bao so happy, Tang Rui's mood also improved. As long as Ao Bao stayed by his side, he would be satisfied, and he didn't want to pursue anything else. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's little mouth affectionately. "Ao Bao, you have to stay with me forever and never leave." Ao Bao will always stay by Rui's side and never leave. After kissing the little mouth for a while, the rice was burnt. After Tang Rui smelled the burnt smell, he reluctantly let go of Ao Bao's little mouth that had been kissed by him and was about to bleed. Tang Rui took the pot off the fire and put it on the lawn next to it to dry, and waited until it was a little cooler before eating. Seeing Rui take out the bowl and prepare to eat, Ao Bao suddenly remembered that something seemed to be missing around him. In the past, if the meal was ready, Yang Yu would definitely rush over to serve the rice first. It took Ao Bao a while to react, and it turned out that Yang Yu was missing. Ao Bao tilted his head and asked Rui, who was serving rice, where Yang Yu went. Ao. Tang Rui served a big bowl of rice and said calmly, "He ran slowly and didn't catch up." Ao. Won't Rui go find him? Tang Rui picked up a little white rice with chopsticks, put it to his mouth to cool it down, and then fed it to Ao Bao. "I won't go find him. Whether he can survive depends on his own luck." Tang Rui only cares about Ao Bao. He doesn't care whether others live or die. It doesn't matter if you say he is cold-blooded or cruel. Ao Bao is reluctant to leave Yang Yu in his heart. He doesn't know if he can meet him again in the future. Seeing that Rui didn't want to find Yang Yu, Ao Bao didn't mention Yang Yu anymore. Ao Bao opened his mouth and took the mouthful of white rice into his mouth. White rice doesn't have much taste, but if you chew it a few more times, you can taste the sweetness, and after swallowing it, it will continue to be sweet. Ao Bao thought it was delicious, and took the initiative to open his mouth and ask to be fed. Tang Rui himself hadn't eaten 2 bites yet, and his stomach was hungry. Seeing that Ao Bao wanted to eat, he fed Ao Bao first. Ao Bao asked Rui where they were going to play next while chewing white rice. They were not going to play anywhere now, but were fleeing. But Tang Rui didn't want to be so pessimistic. So he smiled and asked, Ao Bao, where do you want to go to play? Ao Bao really calmed down and thought carefully about where to go to play. After thinking for more than a minute, Ao Bao shook his head. Ao Bao didn't know where to play. There really wasn't much fun in the apocalypse. But Tang Rui quickly thought of a fun place. I'll take you to the amusement park. Ao Bao's mind was like that of a child. And children like to go to places like amusement parks to play. Although the amusement parks in the apocalypse have been scrapped, some small projects can still be repaired and powered by generators, so they should still be playable. Tang Rui used to repair various instruments in the army, and his comrades joked that he was suitable to be a repairman. Tang Rui could basically repair the equipment that was operated by gears inside. It's just that they are still in a remote village now, and amusement parks are generally only available in big cities. It takes several days to go to an amusement park in a big city. Although Ao Bao was a pampered young master before the apocalypse, he was locked up at home all day and rarely went out. He had never been to a place like an amusement park, and only heard about such places from servants. Hearing that Rui was going to take him to the playground, Ao Bao was so excited. Rui. Ao Bao stood up excitedly and jumped on the lawn. Tang Rui smiled and called, okay, come here and finish your meal. Ao Bao jumped back to Rui and took a big mouthful of white rice. Maybe he was too happy, so his appetite increased greatly. Ao Bao quickly ate a big bowl of white rice. He really just ate all the rice without any side dishes. After filling his stomach, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and headed towards the playground. On the way, Ao Bao kept shaking his head happily and humming a tuneless song. Tang Rui didn't expect Ao Bao to be so happy. Is the playground really so attractive to children? Tang Rui has passed the age of playing, and he can't understand Ao Bao's feelings. It's a pity. On the other side, Yang Yu and Du met. The two of them had the same pain and sympathized with each other. They were both abandoned people. Yang Yu, a grown man, couldn't help crying. Brother Rui must not want us anymore. Yang Yu chased Tang Rui all night last night, but he couldn't catch up because Tang Rui ran too fast. Finally, he had to turn back to the cabin. He thought Tang Rui would bring Ao Bao back to the cabin, so he just had to wait here. When he returned to the cabin, Yang Yu ran into Du Yu. Yang Yu cried and said he was abandoned. Du Yu frowned impatiently. It's useless to rely on others. Find a way to survive. Without Ao Bao, I can't eat enough. Letting Ao Bao Golden Thigh run away, Yang Yu felt particularly reluctant. Seeing Yang Yu crying, Du Yu felt upset. Aren't there vegetables in the vegetable garden? You won't starve to death. Yang Yu glanced at the vegetable garden and looked at the vegetables in the garden. He calmed down instantly. Fortunately, I asked Ao Bao to help ripen the vegetables before. After Yang Yu calmed down, he noticed that Du Yu had injuries all over his body. It looked like he had been tied up and whipped. Were you caught by that group of people last night? Du Yu looked down at his feet with all his toenails pulled out. Inside, they tied me to a tree and interrogated me. What did they ask you? Yang Yu was very curious about the purpose of that group of people. Du Yu exhaled and said, they asked me if I knew a person named Shangwan Yuan. Shangwan Yuan seems to be Ao Bao's name. Yang Yu remembered that Ao Bao's surname was Shangwan, but he didn't know what Ao Bao's full name was. Now it seems that Shangwan Yuan is Ao Bao's full name. Yang Yu then said to himself, why did that group of people look for Ao Bao? Do they want to kill Ao Bao and end the apocalypse? Before he died, Yu Liang said that the apocalypse would end only when Ao Bao died. So that group of people was most likely here to kill Ao Bao. No wonder Tang Rui took Ao Bao and fled overnight. Du Yu leaned his back against the tree stump and said with his eyes closed, Ao Bao is dead. But the zombie virus will disappear. Which does not mean that the apocalypse will end quickly. Yang Yu leaned over and asked, Ao Bao is dead, and the zombie virus will disappear. Is this true? How do you know? The virus was originally spread from Ao Bao. He is a pathogen. If he dies, the zombie virus will of course disappear. However, this is just Du Yu's own guess. Whether it is true or not remains to be verified. Yang Yu nodded and murmured, if this is true, Ao Bao is in great danger. Gu still closed his eyes. With Tang Rui here, it's not a big problem. On the other side, Tang Rui and his friends were getting closer and closer to the amusement park. The closer they got, the more excited Ao Bao became. Every 1 or 2 minutes, he asked Ruirui, Ao, Ruirui, are we almost there? Tang Rui smiled and said, almost. Don't worry. 2 minutes later, Ao Bao asked again, Ao. Tang Rui still answered patiently, almost. Not far away. Ao Bao asked at least 100 or 80 times throughout the day. Tang Rui was not annoyed at all. He answered every time Ao Bao asked. Anyway, there was nothing fun to do on the way, so he could only chat with Ao Bao. After getting tired of asking, Ao Bao finally stopped asking, and fell asleep on Ruirui's back. Seeing that Ao Bao was going to sleep, Tang Rui picked up the coat on his shoulders, and put it on Ao Bao to prevent him from catching a cold. Ao Bao is now a human being, and his body is very fragile. He must be treated with extra care. Once he catches a cold or has a fever, his life is in danger. After all, there are no such advanced treatment methods in the apocalypse. There are medicines in Ao Bao's space. But before the apocalypse, taking medicine alone would not cure him, and he had to get an injection. But where can he get an injection in this apocalypse? Although Tang Rui has been taking good care of Ao Bao still has symptoms of fever the next morning. Ao Bao's forehead is burning hot, but his limbs are cold, especially his hands and feet. Tang Rui was very anxious. And what made him even more anxious was that Ao Bao was sick and very weak. So he couldn't open the space or take things out of the space. What should he do now? Without medicine, the disease can't be cured. Tang Rui was very anxious. Ao Bao, is there really no way to get medicine out of the space? Ao Bao tried several times, but it didn't work, and it was very physically demanding to try like this. Seeing that Ao Bao really couldn't take it out, Tang Rui didn't force it. Forget it if you can't take it out. I'll go find some herbs nearby. Tang Rui found a lot of patchouli and summer mushroom grass. Simply wash these herbs, and then boil them in a pot for an hour until they turn brown. Tang Rui poured a small bowl and fed Ao Bao to drink. Ao Bao was willing to open his little mouth to drink at first, but after tasting that the medicine was bitter, he refused to open his mouth to drink again. Ao Bao's little mouth was used to eating sweet things, so he couldn't eat any bitterness. Tang Rui forced Ao Bao open his mouth and said, drink the medicine, and you won't feel uncomfortable. If he wasn't worried that Ao Bao's high fever would not subside, Tang Rui wouldn't force Ao Bao to drink such bitter medicine. After being forced to drink such bitter medicine, Ao Bao cried and punched Ruirui a few times. Ao Bao must not like Ruirui if he forced Ao Bao to drink such bitter things. Tang Rui had no choice but to put down the empty bowl and hold Ao Bao in his arms to coax him. It's okay. Drink the medicine and you'll be fine. Good boy. Tang Rui quickly kissed Ao Bao on his mouth a few more times. After Ao Bao drank the medicine, there was a clear bitter taste in his mouth. But Tang Rui could still taste a hint of sweet nectar. Maybe his mouth was too bitter. So Ao Bao thought Ruirui's saliva was sweet. Ao Bao took the initiative to put his tongue into Ruirui's mouth to absorb the sweetness. Ao Bao hooked his arms around Ruirui's thick neck, and then took the initiative to deepen the kiss. Ao Bao didn't really want to kiss Ruirui. He just wanted to use Ruirui's saliva to neutralize the bitterness in his mouth. Tang Rui thought that Ao Bao was so proactive because he wanted to eat meat. So he said, Ao Bao, don't be in a hurry now. Wait until you get better. Then eat meat. Okay. Ao Bao's body was weak now, and Tang Rui didn't want to hurt Ao Bao. However, Ao Bao didn't even think about eating meat. After the bitterness in his mouth faded, Ao Bao ended this intense and long kiss, and then collapsed in Ruirui's arms. Tang Rui lowered his head, kissed Ao Bao on his still hot forehead, and said softly, Ao Bao, you go to sleep first. Ao Bao fell asleep without Tang Rui saying anything. This time Ao Bao didn't snore, and slept very quietly. Seeing that Ao Bao had stopped snoring, Tang Rui was inexplicably worried. He repeatedly touched Ao Bao's forehead with his hand to see if the temperature could be lowered a little. But it was still very hot. If it continued to get so hot, his brain would be burnt out. He had to find a way to cool it down. Tang Rui held Ao Bao horizontally to see if there was an underground river nearby. The water flowing out from the ground was icy, which could help cool down. Fortunately, there was a lot of groundwater in this mountain. and Tang Rui quickly found an ice spring. The spring water seeped out from the bottom, and was very cool. Tang Rui scooped a little with his hand and tasted it. It was icy and sweet, and it quenched thirst. Tang Rui picked a leaf, and used it to hold water. The water flowed into Ao Bao's mouth along the veins of the leaf. Feeling the water flowing into his mouth, Ao Bao's little mouth subconsciously stammered twice. After feeding the water, Tang Rui tore off his left sleeve. Then soaked the sleeve in ice spring water for a while. Then took it out again, wrung it out slightly, and finally folded the sleeve, and put it on Ao Bao's hot forehead as a fever patch. After 10 minutes, Tang Rui took off the sleeve, soaked it in ice water for a while, and then put it back on Ao Bao's forehead. After repeating this several times, Ao Bao's forehead was finally not so hot, and Tang Rui's heart was finally able to let go a little. Although the forehead was not so hot, the fever was still not gone. Ao Bao was not feeling well, and had no appetite to eat. He basically didn't eat anything all day, just drank a bowl of medicine. Tang Rui also didn't eat anything because he was worried about Ao Bao, so he couldn't eat. Ao Bao felt that his head was burning so much that he wanted to cry. Woo! Rui. Seeing Ao Bao in pain, Tang Rui felt the same. It will be better soon. It will be better soon. Being sick is really uncomfortable. No strength and no spirit. Headache and nausea. Want to vomit but can't. Ao Bao buried his head in Rui's arms and sobbed softly. It hurts. Tang Rui patted Ao Bao back and asked softly, where does it hurt? Ao Bao couldn't tell where he hurt. Anyway, he just felt uncomfortable. And he felt uncomfortable everywhere. Woo! Rui. It hurts. Tang Rui rubbed Ao Bao's still hot little head. Is it a headache? Ao Bao pointed to his chest and stomach, indicating that it hurt there too. Ah. Tang Rui thought Ao Bao might have a headache, stomachache, and chest tightness. In order to help Ao Bao relieve the pain, he kissed Ao Bao on the head, on the chest, and on the belly, muttering, kiss it, and it won't hurt. Ao Bao felt that Rui's kiss was really effective, and it really didn't hurt that much after the kiss. After feeling better, Ao Bao stopped crying and shouting. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't cry, Tang Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Ao Bao. Where else does it hurt? I'll kiss you again. Ao Bao felt pain everywhere, and I wanted to kiss him everywhere. Tang Rui smiled. Okay. Kiss him everywhere. Tang Rui started kissing Ao Bao's hot forehead and went down. Finally, he kissed Ao Bao all over his body. During this time, Ao Bao couldn't help falling asleep again. Tang Rui didn't close his eyes that night, and he was watching Ao Bao's fever go down. In the early morning of the next day, Ao Bao's fever finally subsided, and Tang Rui could rest assured to take a nap. Maybe he didn't rest all night, so he was too tired. So Tang Rui actually fell asleep. He slept for 4 or 5 hours, and was finally woken up by Ao Bao. Ao Bao shook his huge body and called his name. Ao. Rui. Tang Rui was woken up by the shaking, and was still a little dazed when he woke up. Ao Bao. What's wrong? Ao Bao's little face was full of worry. Ao. Why did Rui sleep so soundly? Ao Bao called him many times, but he didn't wake up. Tang Rui rubbed his eyes. Sorry. I'm too tired. Ao Bao put his head in front of Rui and asked, Ao. Is Rui sick too? Tang Rui touched his face, cheered up and said, I'm not sick. I just didn't rest well. Ao Bao knew Rui must be hungry, so he quickly took out bread from his space. Ao. Tang Rui took the bread handed over by Ao Bao, took a big bite, and asked while chewing, Ao Bao. Do you still feel uncomfortable? Ao. Ao Bao felt that he was full of energy now, and it was no problem for him to walk a few kilometers. In addition, Ao Bao found that he had a new ability. That is, he could hear what Rui was thinking. It was the same as Xiao Niao's mind reading. But Ao Bao's ability was much stronger than Xiao Niao's, because Ao Bao could also sneak into the other party's subconscious and change the other party's thoughts. But Ao Bao was not very good at using this function. So Ao Bao now only knew how to listen to what the other party was thinking. Hearing that Rui was talking about him in his heart, Ao Bao was very happy. Ao Bao finally realized that Rui cared about him so much. Ao Bao smiled and rubbed Rui's chest. Rui. Tang Rui stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth, then lowered his head and looked at Ao Bao, who was acting coquettishly in his arms, saying, If you are not uncomfortable, then let's continue on our way, and we will be at the playground soon. Ao Bao cheered happily. Ao! At this moment, Tang Rui was thinking. Why his Ao Bao was so cute. Ao Bao overheard what Ruirui was thinking at this moment. It turned out that in Ruirui's heart, Ao Bao was cute. Ao Bao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Ao. Ruirui is also cute. After hearing what Ao Bao said, Tang Rui instantly laughed and cried, You can't use cute to describe me. No. Tang Rui cosplayed in his heart. Little silly. You should say that your old man is very handsome. After Ao Bao knew what Ruirui was thinking, he immediately changed his words and said, Ao Bao old man is very handsome. Tang Rui was surprised. Why did he feel that Ao Bao seemed to be able to hear what he was thinking? Then Tang Rui closed his mouth tightly, did not speak, and only thought in his heart. Ao Bao, can you hear me? Ao Bao raised his hands and said, Ao Bao can hear it. Tang Rui. Tang Rui was stunned for 2 seconds and asked, Ao Bao, can you really hear what I am thinking? Ao Bao didn't want Ruirui to know that he had such a new ability so soon. But he was too stupid and didn't know how to pretend. So he was exposed in an instant. Even though he was exposed, Ao Bao still didn't admit it and kept shaking his head. Ao. No. Tang Rui obviously didn't believe it. Ao Bao. Did you lie to me? Ao Bao still shook his head and firmly stated that he didn't lie. Ao. Tang Rui felt that Ao Bao was hiding something. So he continued to ask, If you dare to lie to me, you won't have lollipops to eat in the future. And you won't have big Ruirui to eat. Ao Bao still shook his head, saying that he really didn't have a new ability. If Ruirui knew about this new ability, then Ao Bao might not be able to eavesdrop on Ruirui's true thoughts. So Ao Bao absolutely couldn't admit it. Usually, Ao Bao would be very anxious if he heard that there were no lollipops or big Ruirui to eat. But this time Ao Bao was not anxious. It seemed that he really didn't lie. Tang Rui felt very strange. Why did he suddenly start to suspect that Ao Bao could read minds? It was really too strange. It was getting late. If they delayed any longer, the sun would set again. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and continued on his way to the amusement park. On the way, Ao Bao didn't say a word because he was listening attentively to Ruirui's thoughts. If it were someone else, they would definitely complain in their hearts that the road was too long and it was very hard to walk. But Tang Rui didn't complain at all. He was thinking about how to repair the facilities at the amusement park so that Ao Bao could have fun. Hearing that Ruirui was thinking about Ao Bao felt a little proud, with a smile on his face. It was great to have Ruirui. After arriving in the city, they met 2 superpowers, who took the initiative to come over and greet Tang Rui. Tang Rui was very indifferent to the 2 male superpowers, and didn't intend to pay attention to them at all. But even though he didn't like them, he still asked them for directions. Is there an amusement park nearby? One of the superpowers asked, What are you going to the amusement park for? Tang Rui frowned unhappily. He didn't like people asking him questions. Ao Bao heard that Ruirui was impatient with the 2 superpowers. So he bared his teeth at the 2 superpowers, warning them to leave quickly. The 2 superpowers ignored Ao Bao, who was baring his teeth, and continued to chat with Tang Rui. If you want to go to the amusement park, we can take you there. It seemed that the 2 superpowers were trying to get close to Tang Rui. Tang Rui didn't buy their tricks. You don't need to take me. I'll find it myself. After that, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and walked past the 2 people. After walking a long way, Ao Bao asked, Ao Rui, you don't like them? Tang Rui smiled. Why do I like them? Without a map, it was not easy to find the amusement park. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao around the city, and finally saw the landmark map at the nearby subway station entrance, and finally knew the location of the amusement park. After walking for 5 kilometers, they arrived at the main entrance of the amusement park. From the outside, the inside was lush and green. The once prosperous amusement park was occupied by plants. Ao Bao kept looking inside to see what was inside, but he saw nothing but large areas of green plants. This disappointed Ao Bao a little. The amusement park that he had been thinking about for a long time turned out to be like this. Ao Bao rested his head on Ruirui's shoulder listlessly, and lost all interest. Tang Rui didn't want to disappoint Ao Bao, so he said, Go in and take a look. Maybe you can still play. With that, Tang Rui took Ao Bao in through the main entrance. As soon as they entered, they saw a person sitting at the window of the ticket office. Tang Rui and Ao Bao were startled. After a closer look, they found that it was just a plastic mannequin sitting there. If they came at night, they would probably think it was a ghost. It was very scary. There was a ticket gate next to the ticket office. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao through the ticket gate. After walking a dozen steps inside, you can see the pirate ship and the big pendulum. The facilities are rusted. When you touch them, you can see the rust falling off. These facilities are severely weathered. It would be very dangerous to play on them. Moreover, Tang Rui found that he could not repair such large facilities. It seems that Ao Bao's expectations will really be dashed. In the end, Tang Rui could only take Ao Bao to ride a horse. That is, the carousel. However, the diesel engine in Ao Bao's space could not provide this electricity. So Tang Rui changed to pushing it by hand. Tang Rui first wiped the moss off the carousel, and then put Ao Bao on it. Ao Bao, hold the middle pole. Don't fall down. Ao Bao held the cylindrical pole in the middle obediently. It's going to start moving. After saying that, Tang Rui forcibly pushed the carousel that had been stopped for more than a year. It was very difficult to push at the beginning because the internal gears were rusted, and the friction increased accordingly, which was very laborious. However, Tang Rui had nothing but great strength, which was still a piece of cake for him. Ao Bao saw that the carousel really started to move, and was afraid that he would fall down. So he shouted anxiously, "Rui." Ao Bao wanted Rui to hold him, and sit on the carousel together. Tang Rui pushed slowly from behind. Don't be afraid. Sit firmly, and you won't fall down. Knowing that Ao Bao had never been to an amusement park, Tang Rui wanted Ao Bao to experience it well. Ao Bao was very scared at first, but after getting used to it, he fell in love with it, and knew to spread his hands and make a flying motion. And Ao Bao would ask Tang Rui to push faster. Tang Rui didn't dare to push too fast, fearing that Ao Bao would fall down, so he always kept a constant speed. Ao Bao wanted to play more, but seeing that Rui was so tired, he had to end it early. Seeing that Ao Bao was about to get off, Tang Rui slowly stopped and asked, Ao Bao, don't you want to play anymore? Ao Bao jumped off the wooden horse, trotted over, tiptoed, and helped Rui wipe the sweat off his forehead. Ao. Rui also went to play. And Ao Bao pushed you. Tang Rui smiled knowingly. This facility is too heavy. You can't push it. And I don't like playing. Hearing that Rui's inner thoughts and verbal words were consistent, Ao Bao did not force Rui to ride the merry-go-round. Tang Rui asked again, will you play for a while longer? Ao Bao was still too distressed for Rui, and didn't want to see Rui so tired from pushing. So he lied and shook his head to show that he didn't want to play anymore. No. Tang Rui could see that Ao Bao hadn't played enough. So he raised his hand and rubbed Ao Bao's little head and said, if you like to play, play to your heart's content. Otherwise you won't have a chance to play again in the future. Ao Bao looked back at the little merry-go-round he had just ridden, and then looked at Rui's handsome face with sweat beads, and finally shook his head. Ao Bao didn't want to see Rui too tired, so he chose to play for a while less. After asking 2 or 3 times, Ao Bao still shook his head. So Tang Rui compromised, if you really don't want to play anymore, let's go. Ao Bao lay on Rui's back, and the two left the playground. After walking a long way, Ao Bao kept looking back to the playground. Tang Rui saw him and said, Ao Bao, I will take you to the playground next time. Ao Bao thought about it and refused. No. It would be better to ride on Rui's neck than riding that wooden horse. Tang Rui asked while walking, are you really not going to the playground? This time, Ao Bao said no firmly. Not long after leaving the playground, they met the 2 male superpowers again. Those 2 superpowers were gay, and they seemed to be interested in Tang Rui. After all, Tang Rui's muscles were very attractive to the same sex. Those 2 superpowers really admired Tang Rui's muscles, but they actually saw that Ao Bao was fat and white, and guessed that Ao Bao must have a lot of food. So they wanted to form a team and get some food. But the 2 psychics didn't say that they wanted to form a team with Tang Rui. So they just followed Tang Rui. Wherever Tang Rui walked, they followed him, and he couldn't get rid of him. Tang Rui was tired of being followed, so he stopped and looked back at the 2 tails behind him. What do you want to do? One of the psychics showed a pitiful expression and said, it's hard to find food recently. Even if you find it, it's expired and it's easy to get diarrhea if you eat it. The other psychic nodded and agreed. We haven't eaten anything decent for several days. The meaning of their words was already very clear. Just wanting food. Ao Bao saw that they were quite pitiful. So he took a tomato from his space and threw it to them. This tomato was picked last time and kept in the space. He didn't take it out to eat, because Ao Bao didn't like to eat this thing. It was sour. Whether it was fried or eaten raw, it was very unpalatable. Tang Rui saw Ao Bao throwing a tomato to them, and his face changed instantly. He shouted loudly, Ao Bao. Seeing Rui was angry, Ao Bao immediately lowered his head and made a gesture of admitting his mistake. Tang Rui said with a straight face, there are not many fresh vegetables to begin with. If we give them to others, we will have nothing to eat. It is definitely a good thing for Ao Bao to have no fresh vegetables to eat. If he hadn't seen Rui get angry, Ao Bao would definitely throw the basket of tomatoes in the space to the two superpowers. In order to punish Ao Bao, Tang Rui deliberately said, we will eat tomato rice later. Ao Bao shook his head vigorously. Ao. No. Eating fresh vegetables is like asking Ao Bao to die. Tang Rui didn't understand why Ao Bao hated eating vegetables so much. As he walked, he advised, not eating vegetables is bad for your health. Ao Bao didn't know what benefits eating vegetables had for his health. He only knew that eating tomatoes with rice was like eating shit. Ao Bao didn't want to eat shit. So he took the tomatoes out of the space one by one and quietly threw them on the ground. The two superpowers followed behind to pick them up. They were still sighing in their hearts that Ao Bao was so kind and was simply a little saint. But Ao Bao was caught by Rui after he threw a few. This time, Ao Bao not only had to eat tomatoes with rice, but also had to be spanked by Rui. Ao Bao cried while covering his little, but that was hurt by the beating, and chewing rice that was full of tomato juice in his mouth. It was just a big word of misery. Tang Rui fed Ao Bao mouthful after mouthful, and urged him to eat faster from time to time. You've been chewing a mouthful of rice for several minutes. Swallow it quickly. After being urged several times, Ao Bao reluctantly swallowed the rice in his mouth that had been chewed into a pulp. This rice full of tomato flavor made Ao Bao almost vomit. Ao Bao shook his head with tears in his eyes. Rui, no eat. Ao Bao doesn't want to eat anymore. Really doesn't want to eat anymore. Seeing that Ao Bao really couldn't eat anymore, Tang Rui stopped feeding him. He put down the bowl in his hand, held Ao Bao on his lap, and taught him a lesson. Don't give food to others next time. We still have so much life ahead of us, and we need to eat every day. If we use up the food in advance, we will have to go hungry in the future. Tang Rui didn't want to take Ao Bao to dig earthworms in the field to eat, although those who have eaten earthworms said that after drying, earthworms taste similar to beef jerky. Tang Rui did not want to fall to the point of digging worms to fill his stomach. It is best to save the food in the space. But Ao Bao had no sense of crisis at all and dared to throw the food away. Tang Rui just thought about it and got angry again. Without saying hello in advance, he slapped Ao Bao on his swollen butt again. Ao Bao was stunned for 2 seconds, pursed his lips and cried, woo! Rui actually hit him again. Woo! After Tang Rui finished beating, he regretted it. Okay? Don't cry. I'll help you rub it. Tang Rui covered Ao Bao little, but with his hands and rubbed it in circles regularly. As he rubbed it, Tang Rui suddenly found that the flesh on Ao Bao but seemed to have increased. It should be because he had gained weight, but it could also be because he was swollen. There was a lot of flesh, and it was comfortable to rub. Tang Rui thought to himself that Ao Bao but was really good to rub. Tang Rui's thoughts were overheard by Ao Bao. Seeing that Rui liked to rub his butt, Ao Bao took the initiative to stick out his butt and let Rui rub it as much as he wanted. Tang Rui's mood improved immediately when Ao Bao took the initiative. A smile appeared on his originally stern face. He thought that Ao Bao but was really good to rub. But he asked, does your butt still hurt? Oh, it hurts. It still hurts. Rui will rub it for a while longer. Okay. Tang Rui happened to want to rub it for a while. While rubbing, Tang Rui was thinking in his heart whether he should feed Ao Bao meat later, because he was distracted now. All because Ao Bao little but was too good to rub, which aroused his desire. Ao Bao heard all the evil thoughts in Tang Rui's mind. Unexpectedly, Rui wanted to feed him meat so much. Ao Bao thought about it and decided to satisfy Rui. Ao Bao took the initiative to reach out and grab Rui. Ao! Rui, eat meat. Rui. Ao Bao wants to eat meat. Since becoming a human, Ao Bao rarely takes the initiative. After all, as a human, Ao Bao no longer likes to eat human flesh. Ao Bao took the initiative. How could Tang Rui be willing to refuse? He kissed him without saying anything. After kissing until his breathing was rapid, Tang Rui suddenly let go of Ao Bao's little mouth and asked, Ao Bao, do you want to eat the meat on top or the meat on the bottom? Ao Bao wants to eat both. Tang Rui smiled and said, we can't eat them together. We can only choose one. Which one do you want to eat first? Ao Bao thought about it and decided to start from the top. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao hard. Okay. Eat the top first. Tang Rui and Ao Bao were flirting here. And the two superpowers were watching not far away. After watching Tang Rui and Ao Bao kiss and start to take off their pants, their eyes were wide open. Brother, that little boy's legs are so thin. It must be very exciting to hack him. It looks good. The legs are so white. The bottom should be very pink. After hearing the two people's mumbling, Tang Rui glared at them. And that look was as if he wanted to eat someone alive. The two superpowers saw it and quickly avoided it. If Tang Rui hadn't looked at them with a warning look, they would probably have watched the whole process. Tang Rui was afraid that the two people would peek. So he decided to make a tent and do it inside the tent. The space in the tent was relatively narrow and not very convenient. But this did not prevent Tang Rui from trying hard. The two superpowers not far away only saw that the tent was shaking, as if it was convulsing. And the shaking amplitude was particularly large. From this, it can be seen how hard Tang Rui was trying. The little boy must have been broken, looking at the tent that had been shaking for more than an hour. The two people were very surprised. The little boy is okay. His body looks so weak. How can he withstand such a strong force? I guess he has fainted. And I didn't hear him calling. After 2 hours, the shaking tent finally stopped. Then Tang Rui got out of the tent, with a thin layer of sweat on his face. And his breathing rose and fell evenly. The giant beast below had not yet dormant and had been standing. It had been 2 hours, and it was not enough. The two people sighed in their hearts that Tang Rui was too persistent, just as they were shocked by Tang Rui's endurance. Tang Rui was walking towards them slowly. Feeling the danger approaching, the two people hurriedly hid behind. Tang Rui came to tell them to shut up. When he was doing things just now, the two people kept mumbling beside the tent, which made him irritated. So he ended it early and beat them up first. The two psychics were no match for Tang Rui. Tang Rui knocked them down easily. Looking at the two people who were knocked to the ground by him, get out of here quickly, or I will chop off your bones and stew them into soup. In order to shock the two superpowers, Tang Rui exposed his wolf ears and tail. Seeing that Tang Rui was actually a mutant, the two superpowers were so scared that they ran away. After scaring the two superpowers away, his ears were finally quiet. Tang Rui went back to the tent and continued to bully his Ao Bao. Ao Bao's human body was still too weak. He couldn't play for too long. Otherwise it would really break down. Tang Rui stopped after playing for more than 3 hours. If it were the past, Tang Rui could play for at least 6 or 7 hours. Or even a whole day and night. Because he was too tired to play last night. Ao Bao spent the whole day of the next day catching up on sleep and resting. When Ao Bao woke up after sleeping enough, it was already afternoon. Seeing that Ao Bao was awake, Tang Rui didn't rush on the road and found a place to sit down and rest for a while. You must be hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Ao Bao likes to eat white rice. Tang Rui smiled and agreed. Okay. I'll cook white rice for you. Tang Rui picked up a pile of firewood and built it into a pyramid shape, so that the fire could burn vigorously, and the rice would cook quickly. Seeing Rui busy, Ao Bao wanted to go up to help. Ao Bao, you don't need to help. I can do it alone. You just sit there obediently. If Ao Bao helps him, it will only make things worse. So it's better to sit there honestly, and don't make trouble. Overhearing Rui's dislike for always making trouble in his heart, Ao Bao drew circles on the ground with a branch in loneliness. Tang Rui felt that Ao Bao was in a bad mood. So he put down his work and went over to ask, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Ao Bao pursed his lips. Ao Bao. Did Ao Bao cause trouble for Rui? Tang Rui shook his head to deny. No. He didn't cause trouble for me. Rui's thoughts and words were totally inconsistent. Ao Bao continued to draw circles on the ground sadly. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao to his arms. What happened? Tell me. Ao Bao. Ruerui lied to Ao Bao. Tang Rui looked confused. How did I lie to you? Ao Bao couldn't continue talking. If he said more, he would expose the fact that he had superpowers. Ao Bao shook his head and didn't want to say anything. Ao Bao. Fortunately, Ao Bao's memory was not very good, so this matter was quickly turned over. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to wander outside for almost a month. During this month, there was no danger, because it was already the middle and late stages of the apocalypse. Both humans and zombies were relatively rare. The whole earth felt like it had returned to the primitive age. After playing outside for more than a month, Ao Bao was tired of playing and wanted to go back. Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's back and asked, Ao? Ruirui, are you going home? Tang Rui paused for a moment and asked, do you want to go home? The small wooden house built by Tang Rui himself has now become the home in Ao Bao's heart. During this month, Ao Bao would talk about going home from time to time. But Tang Rui was afraid that the group of people who wanted to catch Ao Bao would stay in the wooden house and wait for them. So he didn't dare to take Ao Bao back. But more than a month has passed, and it is impossible for that group of people to really wait for more than a month. If he wants to go back now, it should be possible. Ao Bao nodded, saying that he wanted to go home. Wandering around in the apocalypse is not a solution. He still has to find a place to settle down. Seeing that Ao Bao really wanted to go back, Tang Rui agreed, okay, let's go back. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to take a shortcut, and it took more than half a month to return to the cabin. It took Tang Rui and Ao Bao 2 months in total to go back and forth. In other words, Yang Yu and you haven't seen Tang Rui and Ao Bao for 2 months. Seeing Tang Rui suddenly come back with Ao Bao, Yang Yu knelt on the ground and cried excitedly, Brother Rui, you are finally back. You don't know how I have been through these 2 months. Before, Yang Yu followed Ao Bao and had a full meal every day, so he looked much rounder. Since Ao Bao left, Yang Yu has not eaten a full meal, and now he is so thin that he looks like a skeleton. Seeing Yang Yu's thin and haggard appearance, Ao Bao felt distressed and quickly took a small tomato from his space to give it to him. Yang Yu took the small tomato and ate it in 2 bites. After eating, he licked the remaining juice on his fingers. Seeing that Yang Yu was not full, Ao Bao took out all the tomatoes in the space generously and let Yang Yu eat enough at once. Of course, Ao Bao did not really pity Yang Yu. Ao Bao just wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of all the tomatoes so that Rui Rui would not be able to make tomato rice for him. Ao Bao's little thoughts could not be hidden from Tang Rui. You deserve a beating again. Right? Hearing Rui Rui's words, Ao Bao trembled in fear, then snatched all the tomatoes from Yang Yu's hands, put them back in the space, and pretended that nothing happened. Yang Yu had just eaten 2 tomatoes, and before he could even taste them, Ao Bao took them away. Yang Yu smacked his lips and begged, Ao Bao, give me 2 more. I haven't had enough. Ao Bao wanted to give it to him, but Rui Rui didn't allow it. Yang Yu turned his gaze to Tang Rui. Brother Rui, please let Ao Bao give me 2 more. I haven't eaten them for a long time. Seeing Yang Yu's pitiful look, Tang Rui turned to Ao Bao and said, give him 2. Ao Bao happily took 2 tomatoes and gave them to Yang Yu. 2 fewer tomatoes means Ao Bao can eat 1 less tomato-based rice meal, which is certainly worth being happy about. Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu, who was eating voraciously, and asked, have those people come here again? Yang Yu looked up and didn't understand. What? Tang Rui asked again, have those people who came to find Ao Bao come here later? Yang Yu licked the tomato juice from the corner of his mouth and said, after you took Ao Bao away, they haven't come here again. Tang Rui was relieved immediately. That's good. That group of people should not come here again, so he can settle down here with Ao Bao without worry. Brother Rui, will you leave with Ao Bao again? If you leave, you must take me with you. Don't leave me behind again. Yang Yu thought about how hard and difficult his life was every day in the past 2 months, and couldn't help but wipe away a bitter tear for himself. Tang Rui replied, I won't leave again. Yang Yu jumped up excitedly. Really? Tang Rui nodded, yeah. Ao Bao also nodded, this is Ao Bao and Tang Rui's home. Of course they have to protect their home. Do you, who was originally sleeping in the cabin, suddenly came out and said, this may not be safe. Let's go to another place. Maybe those people will come again. Tang Rui also agreed with Du Yu's statement. The group of people who wanted to take Ao Bao away might suddenly attack again. Stay here for 2 days. and I'll find a good place in 2 days. After walking for 2 months in a row, Tang Rui wanted to rest for a few days before moving. Yang Yu saw the fatigue on Tang Rui's face and said hurriedly, "Brother Rui, you must be tired from traveling. I'll go in and help you make the bed so that you can take Ao Bao to rest." After that, Yang Yu walked into the cabin and made the bed. Tang Rui was indeed tired, so he took Ao Bao to sleep for a while to get his spirits back. When he just got home, Ao Bao was very excited and didn't want to sleep at all. But Rui still forced him to sleep on the bed. This sleep, Tang Rui slept from noon to dusk, and was finally woken up by Ao Bao. Ao Bao was worried because Rui had slept for so long and didn't wake up. So he called out twice, "Rui, Ao." Tang Rui was successfully woken up. He opened his bloodshot eyes, kissed Ao Bao on his smooth and white forehead, and then asked, "I slept for a long time." Ao Bao nodded. Ao. Rui used to sleep lightly, and this was the first time he slept so deeply. Ao Bao called out several times before waking him up. The reason why Tang Rui slept so soundly was because he had returned home, and home made him feel at ease. It was just a nap. But Ao Bao was so worried. Tang Rui's heart was filled with something, and the sense of happiness seemed to overflow from his heart. "You must be hungry. Let's get up and cook." Yang Yu, who had been waiting outside, overheard the word cooking, and his eyes lit up instantly. He stood outside and said loudly, "The fire is already lit." After a while, Tang Rui walked out of the cabin holding Ao Bao and went outside to cook. Just as they were about to wash the rice, a little rain suddenly fell on their faces. Soon the rain got heavier and heavier, and the fire was put out. "Damn it. Is God against me?" Yang Yu had been looking forward to Ao Bao and his family coming back. He was just about to have a hot meal, but he couldn't. It was still raining outside, and there was no way to make a fire. Tang Rui said, "Forget it. Eat dry food." Ao Bao listened and took out several packs of compressed biscuits from his space and shared them with Yang Yu and Du Yu. Yang Yu was not picky about food at all. As long as there was something to eat, he would be happy. After taking the compressed biscuits, he thanked Ao Bao 3 times. Seeing that Ao Bao had given the 2 people first but not to him, Tang Rui's face darkened visibly. And then he said in a cold voice, "Ao Bao, give me a piece of compressed biscuit too." How could Ao Bao forget his old attacker? He couldn't let Rui eat hard-to-eat compressed biscuits. He had to eat good ones. Ao Bao searched in his space and finally took out a can of beef. This can of beef was upgraded in taste. It was much more fragrant than the previous canned meat. Each piece of meat had tendons and was chewier. Ao Bao handed the can to Tang Rui. "Ao, this is for Rui." When Yang Yu saw it, he immediately screamed and complained, "This is not fair. Brother Rui actually has meat to eat." Du glanced at Yang Yu from the side. "What's unfair?" That was Ao Bao's old attacker. Of course, Ao Bao had to give meat to his old attacker. What was Yang Yu? Yang Yu also knew that he couldn't compare with Tang Rui. But he couldn't help but envy and jealous. "I want to eat meat too." Looking at Yang Yu's envious look, Tang Rui's mood recovered immediately. He smiled and kissed Ao Bao's chubby face. "Ao Bao, you are so nice." Ao Bao touched his kissed face and smiled with satisfaction. Tang Rui opened the can. Because it was not heated, there was a layer of white solidified fat floating in the can. The fat would be very greasy to eat. But such good fat can't be wasted in the end of the world. Otherwise you won't be able to eat it in the future. Tang Rui drank a sip of soup, then pinched a piece of beef with tendons with his fingers and fed it to Ao Bao first. "It's a little cold, but it tastes okay." Ao Bao was not polite, opened his little mouth, and ate a big mouthful. Yang Yu chewed the compressed biscuits and asked, "Brother Rui, how much food is there in Ao Bao's space?" Tang Rui couldn't tell others how much food there was in Ao Bao's space, because this had to be kept secret. So Tang Rui didn't answer Yang Yu's question. But Ao Bao foolishly said first, "Ao, there are still a lot of food in Ao Bao's space." Tang Rui shouted with a heavy tone, "Ao Bao, in the end times, how can you tell others how much food you have? It's very dangerous." Fortunately, Yang Yu can't understand Ao Bao words very well. But Yang Yu can see that Tang Rui is deliberately hiding it from him, which makes him a little sad. "Brother Rui, don't you believe me?" Tang Rui didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Except Ao Bao. I won't trust anyone. People's hearts will change. Yang Yu looks good now, but it's still unclear whether he will change in the future. So it's necessary to be on guard appropriately." Yang Yu stopped talking and continued to eat his compressed biscuits. In fact, he could understand Tang Rui's defensive mentality, but he was still a little sad. After finishing a compressed biscuit, Yang Yu was still not full, so he shamelessly asked Ao Bao for another one to eat. Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu's starving look and asked, "What have you eaten in the past 2 months?" "Just the vegetables in the vegetable garden next to it. Those leeks grow very fast. After cutting one crop, another crop will grow in 2 or 3 days. You can eat it by roasting it on the fire." Fortunately, there were still vegetables in the vegetable garden. "So Yang Yu, and you didn't starve to death. Why don't you leave here?" Tang Rui didn't expect that the two of them would stay here for 2 months. He thought they had left long ago. Yang Yu swallowed the last bit of compressed biscuits in one gulp. His mouth was full and his voice became unclear. "At least if we stay here, we can pick vegetables and eat them. If we go to other places, we can only eat grass roots. And I believe you will come back. So I will stay here and wait." Yang Yu's words were quite touching, just like a loyal dog waiting for its owner to come home. But Tang Rui still couldn't trust him completely. "By the way, I also left some seeds. Tomatoes have seeds inside. Every time Yang Yu eats them, he will pick out the seeds first, then collect them and plant them later." Yang Yu took out all the seeds he collected and gave them to Ao Bao, asking Ao Bao to put them in the space so that they would not be lost. When Ao Bao saw that it was tomato seeds, the expression on his face was not right, and he quickly shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "No, Ao Bao." Ao Bao hated eating tomatoes the most in his life. Seeing Ao Bao like this, Yang Yu was a little confused. "Why not? This can sprout if you plant it, and then you can grow a lot of small tomatoes." When he heard that a lot of small tomatoes could grow, Ao Bao's expression became even more wrong, and he shook his head more violently. Ao Bao. Ao Bao wanted Yang Yu to take away this sinful seed. Seeing Ao Bao's repulsion, Yang Yu quickly understood. "Ao Bao, don't you like eating tomatoes? Give it to me." Tang Rui took the bag of tomato seeds that Yang Yu had collected, and then forced Ao Bao to put the seeds into the space. With so many tomato seeds, Ao Bao is about to cry. "Ao Wu." Tang Rui smiled and wiped Ao Bao's tears. "Don't cry. I won't force you to eat." Ao Bao was a little unconvinced. "Ao? Really?" "Yeah. Really." Tang Rui doesn't like to force Ao Bao. If Ao Bao really doesn't like to eat, he won't force it. Looking at the rain outside, Yang Yu sighed and asked, "Brother Rui, when are you going to move?" Tang Rui drank the remaining soup in the can and said, "It rained today, and the ground will definitely be wet tomorrow, and it will be difficult to walk. So let's move the day after tomorrow." It was windy and rainy outside, but the cabin was still warm. But Yang Yu was still shivering with cold. "It's too cold recently. It should be snowing." "Ao, snow." Ao Bao hasn't seen snow yet, and it doesn't seem to have snowed in the apocalypse. "Do you said? If it really snows, I don't know how many people will freeze to death, and how many will starve to death. Once it snows, there will be no grass to eat, and the temperature is low, so it is easy to freeze to death or starve to death. There is still a lot of food in the Ao Bao space, so it is not likely to starve to death. But freezing to death is still possible." Tang Rui gave orders to Yang Yu and the others, saying, "Tomorrow you two go collect firewood, burn it into charcoal, and store it for the winter." Yang Yu took the lead and nodded actively. "Okay." Yu nodded slowly and casually. "Yeah." Just as he said, the charcoal was prepared for the winter. There was a loud noise on the roof. Something heavy hit the roof. Then there were more and more loud noises. Yang Yu opened the window and found that hail was falling outside. The cold air hit him in the face. Yang Yu quickly closed the window and said, "It's hailing. And the hail is so big. Like rocks. I wonder if the roof will be smashed." Ao Bao was very excited when he heard that it was hailing, and wanted to stick his head out to see, but was stopped by Rui. Tang Rui pressed Ao Bao back to his legs. "Be careful to be hit by hail. It will hurt." It was raining and hailing outside. Yang Yu was shivering with cold, and couldn't help wanting to lean towards Tang Rui and Ao Bao. It was impossible to light a fire in the cabin. If a fire was lit, the whole house might burn. Without a fire, it would be impossible to sleep at night. Ao Bao was fine. He didn't feel cold at all, because his Rui was a walking stove. As long as he huddled in Rui's arms, he wouldn't feel cold. Tang Rui was still afraid that Ao Bao would be cold, so he turned himself into a werewolf, and a thick layer of wolf hair grew on his body to resist the cold. Ruerwei felt warm in his arms, and Ao Bao didn't want to move. Yang Yu watched from the side with envy and jealousy, and only wanted to say in his heart, "This couple is amazing." There was a big hailstorm outside, and the temperature dropped to -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. This temperature was not too low, but it was enough to make people feel numb in their hands and feet. Although Ao Bao could curl up in Ruerwei's wolf fur, so that he could not feel how cold it was, his little toes would still feel cold, because the blood supply to the end of the limbs was slow, and he could not heat himself. So he was colder than the rest of the body. Ao Bao did not take the initiative to say that his little feet were cold, but Tang Rui still noticed it very carefully. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao take off the little shoes and socks on his feet, and then put Ao Bao bare little cold feet on the position of his heart to warm them up. As soon as he touched the heat source, Ao Bao little feet, which were originally so cold that they could not feel anything, immediately began to warm up. And the process of warming up was so comfortable that it made people sigh. Yang Yu continued to envy and jealous beside him. Ao Bao had such a good old man, which was really a blessing for 8 lifetimes. "Brother Rui, I'm cold too." Yang Yu's hands and feet had long been frozen to the point of numbness. Even if he wore 3 pairs of socks, he couldn't keep his toes warm. Tang Rui just glanced at Yang Yu lightly and said nothing. Yang Yu was just talking casually. He didn't expect Brother Rui to cover his feet. Ao Bao was stepping on Rui's chest out of boredom, feeling Rui's violently beating heart through a thin layer of underwear. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's little ankle and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move." If he moved any more, Tang Rui's desire would rise, and this desire would not go away in a few hours. Ao Bao didn't stop obediently, but continued to step on Rui's chest like a kitten stepping on milk. Tang Rui couldn't stand it, so he kissed Ao Bao violently, pried open Ao Bao's teeth, and sucked hard. Ao Bao hadn't reacted yet, and was attacked by Rui's big tongue. Rui kissed too hard, and Ao Bao was deprived of his breath, and almost suffocated. Tang Rui's kiss was a small punishment. He let go after Ao Bao's mouth was red and swollen. "Be good. Don't move anymore. If you move again, it won't be as simple as a kiss." Ao Bao's face was kissed red. His eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and his voice became delicate. Ao, Yang Yu, and Du next to him were dumbfounded. Although it wasn't the first time they saw Tang Rui and Ao Bao being intimate, they still felt a little excited. This is because Ao Bao and Tang Rui are both men, and Yang Yu and Du are both straight men. Straight men still feel a little shy when they see 2 men kissing. For example, Yang Yu had previously dated Xiaoshu, who was a straight man and not gay at all. However, Yang Yu has a tendency to be gay now, and Du is also a little bit gay. They were both turned gay by Ao Bao. In addition, they both imagined kissing Ao Bao more than once. But because they couldn't beat Tang Rui, they had to suppress their desire to be gay and were forced to give up their bad thoughts about Ao Bao. In addition, Yang Yu and Du have been alone together for the past 2 months, and they have developed a little bit of feelings for each other. But the window paper has not been broken yet, and the relationship between them is very subtle. Yang Yu also wanted to stretch his feet into the arms of the old top to warm them up like Ao Bao. But unfortunately, he didn't have an old top. Yang Yu glanced at Du next to him, and then mustered up the courage to ask, "Can you help me warm my feet?" Du was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard Yang Yu talking to him, he opened his eyes and looked at him. Then he said indifferently, "I don't have temperature. I can't warm it up. Du is a zombie. His body is cold, and he can't help to warm the feet. Even if he is hot, he won't help to warm them, because Yang Yu hasn't washed his feet for 4 or 5 days, so they must smell." Du is disgusted with Yang Yu's smelly feet, while Tang Rui is sucking on the soles of Ao Bao's feet. Ao Bao's soles are very tender, so they are very sensitive. A slight touch will make him feel itchy. When Rui's lips touch him, he feels even more itchy. He can't help but let out a few pure and clear laughs. Rui. Ao. Ao. Tang Rui sucked hard again. "Do you dare to move?" Ao. Ao Bao laughed so hard that he fell backwards. It was so itchy that the saline solution overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Yang Yu and Du were embarrassed watching from the side. They didn't think it was embarrassing for Tang Rui and Ao Bao to be intimate. They were embarrassed for themselves, although it was already very embarrassing. Yang Yu couldn't help but ask an even more embarrassing question. He asked Du, "Do you dare to kiss my feet?" After saying that, Yang Yu regretted it and wanted to slap himself a few times. How could he ask such an embarrassing question? It was so embarrassing. So embarrassing that he had to find a crack in the ground to hide. Not only Yang Yu felt embarrassed, but Yu also felt embarrassed. At the same time, Yu showed an expression as if he had eaten shit, and said with disgust, "Kiss your feet? Have you washed them?" Bao's feet were clean and white, soft and elastic, without any calluses, as tender as a piece of tofu, and you could smell the fragrance from a distance, while Yang Yu's feet could smell the stench from a long distance. In addition, Tang Rui was a man who was not comparable to Yu. Even if Bao was emitting a foul odor, Tang Rui would not be disgusted at all, and would still kiss, nibble and lick him. Yu could not do it to the extent of Tang Rui. You can see Tang Rui wiping Bao's buttocks. Tang Rui is not comparable to ordinary men. Yang Yu embarrassed himself so much that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. You don't think I asked? Yu stopped talking and continued to close his eyes to rest. Yang Yu embarrassed himself to tears, so he hid in the corner and cried. On the other side, Bao was tired from playing and began to doze off. Tang Rui also stopped teasing and hugged Bao to sleep peacefully. The hail outside has not stopped, and it is still falling. If it continues like this, the road will definitely be covered with a thick layer of ice tomorrow, and the vegetables in the vegetable garden will probably be frozen to death. Among the 4 of them, Bao fell asleep first, because only Bao had no worries and could sleep whenever he wanted. The other 3 had their own thoughts. Tang Rui was worried about how to spend this winter, and whether he would be so cold when he was intimate with Bao. After all, he had to take off his pants to do it. Yang Yu was still embarrassed, self-deprecating, and self-condemning. Yu was in a state of confusion, and the string in his heart seemed to be touched. None of the 3 could fall asleep, and Bao's little snoring had already started. Tang Rui's eyes swept back and forth between Yu and Yang Yu. Yu being called out suddenly, Yu and Yang Yu both felt guilty. Yang Yu reacted most strongly. "Brother Rui, we have nothing. Don't get me wrong." Tang Rui didn't see anything wrong between them, and just said, "You go chop more firewood tomorrow." "Oh, chop firewood." Yang Yu was obviously relieved, and then asked seriously, "But it's hail outside, and it will definitely be icy and snowy tomorrow. It's not easy to chop firewood, and the firewood you chop back will be wet. Just put the wet ones in the house to dry, and wet ones can also be ignited. It's just the beginning of winter, and it's already so cold. When winter really comes, the temperature may be only -10 or dozens of degrees. If there is no fire, you will definitely freeze to death." Yang Yu nodded and obeyed the arrangement. "Okay. It's really hard to sleep without a fire at night." Yang Yu wrapped himself in 2 quilts, but he was still cold. It seems that he must chop more firewood tomorrow. In addition to caring about firewood, Tang Rui also thought about making a small earthen stove in the cabin for cooking. Before, we always cooked outside, so we didn't consider making an earthen stove at home. Now it's freezing outside, so we can't cook outside anymore. So we can only cook at home. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped several degrees again. Bao, who was sleeping soundly, was almost woken up by the cold. Bao still felt cold even with his natural heater Laogong. Not to mention Yang Yu, who was so cold that he was alert and couldn't sleep at all. Yu is a zombie and can't feel cold, but his body still reacts to the cold, such as goosebumps on his body, uncontrollable shivering, and runny nose. Yu couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the initiative to walk to Yang Yu's side and squeezed into the same bed with him to keep each other warm. Yang Yu didn't dislike Yu, and the 2 of them squeezed together. However, Yang Yu was still embarrassed about the previous incident, so he was a little embarrassed to speak. Yu was not the kind of person who would take the initiative to chat. There was a dead silence in the air, and all the sounds disappeared, leaving only the sound of hail outside and Bao's snoring. Tang Rui was still worried about the future. He only thought about giving Bao the best quality of life and definitely not letting Bao suffer in this doomsday. Thinking about the second half of the night, Tang Rui finally prepared to go to bed. That night, except for Bao who slept well, everyone else was seriously sleep-deprived. The next day, around 4 or 5 o'clock, the sky was bright. In fact, the sky was not really bright, but it was reflected by the white snow and looked very bright, just like the dawn. Bao woke up and saw that it was snowing outside. He was so excited that he didn't even bother to put on his clothes. He just wanted to run out and roll around in the snow. Fortunately, Tang Rui pulled him back in time. Otherwise he would definitely catch a cold if he went out. Don't worry, Ao Bao. Put on your down jacket first. Tang Rui asked Ao Bao to take out all the clothes in the space, and then pick a few thick ones to wear. Tang Rui was afraid that Ao Bao would catch a cold. So he put 5 pieces of clothes on Ao Bao. Namely warm clothes, knitted sweaters, turtleneck sweaters, down jackets, and small vests. Ao Bao was so thickly dressed that he became a ball. He fell to the ground before he took 2 steps, and rolled around for several times before stopping. There was snow everywhere outside, and Ao Bao was very happy. He rolled in the snow, and got covered in snow. Tang Rui saw this and wanted to stop Ao Bao, telling him not to play in the snow, or he would catch a cold. Ao Bao, stop playing, and go inside for a while. Ao Bao didn't listen at all and continued to roll in the snow, rolling himself into a snowball. He was very naughty. Tang Rui strode over, picked up Ao Bao who was rolling in the snow, and patted the snow off Ao Bao's body. Are you cold? If you are cold, don't come out to play, or you will get sick. It was a bit cold when he first came out, but after playing in the snow for 2 rounds, the blood circulation accelerated and he became warm. Ao Bao even sweated on his back. Ao Bao took Rui's hand and put it on his sweaty forehead. Tang Rui felt that Ao Bao's forehead was wet. After knowing that Ao Bao was very hot, he stopped persuading Ao Bao to stay in the cabin. Yang Yu and Du got up one after another. They didn't sleep at all last night. Later, they couldn't hold on any longer and just took a nap. Now they both felt a little tired. Even though they were in a bad state, they couldn't escape Tang Rui's oppression. While putting a scarf on Ao Bao, Tang Rui said to them, I have a saw here. Take it, and saw more firewood. Yang Yu yawned and rubbed his eyes. Brother Rui, don't you want to go with us? Tang Rui replied, I will play with Ao Bao for a while, and then build a small earthen stove. You two can go. Yang Yu and Du ate a piece of bread and went to the back mountain with the saw. Maybe because he hadn't forgotten what happened last night. Yang Yu was still embarrassed and didn't dare to talk to Du. However, Du took the initiative to talk to him. Are you going to follow Tang Rui and the others for the rest of your life? I want to follow them for the rest of my life, but I don't know if Brother Rui will allow me to do so. Yang Yu felt that he might be driven away by Tang Rui at any time, and he was a little scared just thinking about it. Du stepped into the thick snow and said expressionlessly, Tang Rui will definitely not let you follow him for the rest of your life. Once you lose your usefulness, he will abandon you. So you can't always rely on others. No one is a fool in the end times, and no one will waste food to feed a useless waste. Everyone understands this truth. You can't rely on others. It's easy for you to say that. If I leave Brother Rui and Ao Bao, I can't even have a full meal. At least I can solve the problem of food and clothing now. If he didn't rely on others, he, Yang Yu, would have starved to death long ago. Du felt that it was so difficult to talk to Yang Yu. I've already said that you can't follow Tang Rui for the rest of your life. So of course you have to think of another way out for yourself in advance. Do you understand? I understand. But what is this other way? What else can I do? Yang Yu couldn't think of how to live after leaving Tang Rui and Ao Bao. Can't you find someone worth relying on again? Just like Ao Bao and Tang Rui. Ao Bao can rely on Tang Rui for life. And you can also find someone to rely on for life. After going around in circles for a long time, Du finally got to the point. Yang Yu was not a fool. He could hear the meaning of Du's words, but he was a little bit unconvinced. Are you hinting at something? Du was so poisonous and always contradicted him. Yang Yu didn't believe that this guy would be interested in him. Du glanced at the somewhat shy Yang Yu with his peripheral vision, snorted coldly and said, I didn't hint at anything to you. Yang Yu was unwilling to give up, and chased after him and asked, Are you really not hinting at me? Du asked back, What did I hint at you? You hinted at me, asking me to find you as the person who is worth relying on for life. Yang Yu didn't know if he guessed right or not. If he guessed wrong, he would be embarrassed to cry again. He was already embarrassed to the point of digging the ground with his toes. If Du denied it on the spot, Yang Yu would probably dig out a big castle out of it. Du didn't say anything, just kept looking at Yang Yu. Yang Yu didn't say anything either, and also looked at Du. After the two looked at each other, Du sighed and said, I can't love you like Tang Rui loves Ao Bao. The love between Tang Rui and Ao Bao is something that others can't imitate. Yang Yu also knew this very well. And he immediately replied, I can't love you like Ao Bao loves Tang Rui. Tang Rui and Ao Bao love is a fairy tale. But Yang Yu and you are ordinary people, not living in fairy tales. So they can't love to that extent. Then, there was another silence. After the silence, Yang Yu said, let's be the closest friends. Do you agreed? Okay. There is affection between them. But the affection cannot evolve into love. The best state is more than friendship but less than lovers. After that, the two smiled at each other and continued to walk on the snow and go up the mountain to chop wood. Yang Yu walked breathlessly and said with a smile, I always envy Ao Bao for having a good husband. But I forget that Ao Bao lives in a fairy tale, not reality. Do you responded softly, yeah. Fairy tales are all made up. As they were walking, Yang Yu suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, look, there's a squirrel. As he said that, Yang Yu ran over to catch it before you could react. When it comes to food, Yang Yu is always so positive. Yang Yu successfully caught the poor squirrel and said, this squirrel is quite big. I'll take it back and roast it for Brother Rui. It must taste delicious. It has been a long time since Yang Yu had meat. Just thinking about the taste of roasted squirrel, he began to drool. Tang Rui was digging mud with Ao Bao to build an earth stove. At this time, Yang Yu suddenly ran over excitedly, holding a fluffy thing in his hand. Brother Rui, I caught a big squirrel. Tang Rui hadn't reacted yet, but Ao Bao had already jumped up excitedly. Ah! Ao Bao ran over and looked at the big pine tree. Tang Rui followed and took a look. He liked the squirrel's fur at first sight. He could make a pair of gloves for Ao Bao with this fur. Yang Yu handed the squirrel in his arms to Tang Rui. Hurry up and kill it. Otherwise it will run away later. Ao Bao jumped around and wanted to hug the squirrel. Tang Rui saw that Ao Bao wanted to hug it. So he handed the squirrel in his hand to him. Ao Bao, be careful. Don't get scratched by its claws. Ao Bao stretched out his little hand to take the squirrel and stroked it again and again. The squirrel was quite docile and did not attack. It stayed in Ao Bao's arms very honestly and did not move. It might have sensed that Ao Bao was non-aggressive, so it was not afraid. Ao Bao, hold it tight. Don't let it run away. Yang Yu hadn't eaten meat for the past 2 months. Now he could have a fresh meal of meat, so he had to be careful. Ao Bao nodded, indicating that he would hold it tight. As soon as he nodded, the squirrel jumped off Ao Bao's hand, ran away, and soon disappeared. Yang Yu, can he spank Ao Bao's little butt? Yang Yu felt that he had lost the meaning of living in an instant. Ao Bao was also anxious and wanted to catch the squirrel back. But because he was wearing too many clothes, it was difficult to walk. He ran only 2 steps and fell into the snow. Tang Rui strode over and picked up Ao Bao from the snow. Why are you so careless? Ao Bao pointed to the direction where the squirrel ran away and shouted sadly, Ao, it's okay if it runs away. I'll help you find 3 or 2 later. Tang Rui was still thinking of using squirrel hair to make a pair of wool gloves for Ao Bao. Yang Yu was crying, I'm afraid I can't find it. Squirrels are hibernating now. It's hard to find one that comes out to look for food. Tang Rui is now a wolf with a very sensitive sense of smell. He can find the squirrel's nest by following the smell of the squirrel. Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu and said, you continue to chop wood. Don't be lazy. Got it. Yang Yu didn't dare to be lazy. He was afraid that Tang Rui would think he was useless and drive him away. So he had to work harder. After Tang Rui built the small earth stove, he followed Ao Bao to the forest to find the squirrel. After a while, Tang Rui found the squirrel's nest and successfully caught the squirrel. Tang Rui asked Ao Bao to give the squirrel to him. Ao Bao was extra careful when holding the squirrel this time, fearing that it would run away again. After a busy day, the group gathered together to eat roasted squirrel meat in the evening. Tang Rui had torn off the squirrel's fur and made it into a pair of gloves, which were now worn on Ao Bao's little hands. His craftsmanship was not bad, and the size was just right and very comfortable to wear. After the squirrel meat was roasted, Tang Rui gave half to Yang Yu and to you and the others. This is yours. Yang Yu tore off a leg from the half-roasted squirrel meat and handed it to Du Yu first. Du Yu said thank you. Their actions looked very natural, and only Tang Rui noticed something unnatural. That is, Yang Yu actually gave the food to Du Yu first. If it was before, Yang Yu would never do this. It seems that their relationship has progressed rapidly during the 2 months of being alone together. Just as Yang Yu was about to suck the grease off his fingers, he noticed an unusual sight. He followed that sight and asked, "Brother Rui, what are you looking at us for?" Tang Rui asked bluntly, "Are you together?" Yang Yu was a little embarrassed. Ahem. "No." Yang Yu's look said it all. Tang Rui nodded thoughtfully and said, "There is lubricant in Ao Bao's space. If you need it, I can give it to you." Tang Rui has never used those lubricants, because Ao Bao will automatically secrete liquid from below, and sometimes Tang Rui will use his own saliva for lubrication. So there is no need to use other things. Anyway, Tang Rui and Ao Bao don't need it. If Yang Yu needs it, he can give it all to him. Looking at Yang Yu's look, it is estimated that he must have it. Otherwise he can't get in. Hearing Brother Rui say that he would give him all the lubricants, Yang Yu was so embarrassed that he immediately became like a boiling kettle, with smoke coming out of his head. And he became stammering when he spoke. "Rui. Brother Rui. There is really nothing between him and me?" Tang Rui did not listen to his explanation, and directly said to Ao Bao, "Ao Bao, take out those bottles of water that cannot be drunk. The water that cannot be drunk is the lubricant, because the color is transparent. Although it is a bit sticky, it is not much different from water." So Ao Bao thought it was drinkable water before. Fortunately, Tang Rui found it in time, so Ao Bao did not drink it. After that, the bottles of lubricant were kept in Ao Bao's space and have not been moved. Ao Bao still remembers what the water that cannot be drunk is, and quickly found it from the space. There are about 5 or 6 bottles, and Ao Bao gave all these bottles to Rui. Tang Rui then stuffed all of them to Yang Yu. "I don't need this. I'll give it to you." Yang Yu was caught off guard by the stuffing. He stared blankly at the bottles in his hands. His face began to turn red, and then red from head to heels. "This, I don't need it either." Tang Rui tore off a piece of burnt meat and fed it to Ao Bao's little mouth, saying to Yang Yu, "It's not useful now, but it will definitely be useful in the future." Yang Yu didn't know what to say. Anyway, he was so embarrassed. For Yang Yu, who had slept with a woman before, he really couldn't accept another man coming to sleep with him for the time being. And Brother Rui actually gave him the lubricant so quickly, which made him a little at a loss. Diyu next to him was always calm and didn't feel shy. Yang Yu glanced at Diyu, who was calm beside him. "Won't you explain it?" Although Yang Yu and Diyu did have feelings for each other, they had agreed today that they would only be the closest friends and would not become lovers. Looking at Yang Yu's embarrassment, Diyu couldn't help laughing and said, "What's there to explain? I'll give it to you. Just accept it." Yang Yu was no longer shy and said, a little annoyed, "It's not necessary." "Why accept it? Do you want to use it?" "If you want to use it, I don't mind accepting it. If Diyu is willing to be the one below, Yang Yu will definitely be happy to accept these bottles of lubricant." Diyu opened his pale lips and said word by word, "I can use it on you." Yang Yu's face turned redder. Ao Bao, who was watching the show silently, didn't understand what they were talking about, so he asked Rui at all? Ao Bao asked Tang Rui why Yang Yu blushed. Tang Rui's answer was, it was his first time, so he was shy. Ao Bao tilted his head. "Ao, what first time?" Tang Rui didn't hide it, and said directly, "It was the first time to eat meat." Ao Bao suddenly felt very proud. Ao Bao was not shy at all when he ate meat for the first time. Ao Bao was much better than Yang Yu. Thinking back carefully, it was found that Ao Bao was not shy when he ate meat for the first time. Tang Rui patted Ao Bao on the head and praised, "Great. Brother Rui, you slander me. It's not my first time." Yang Yu didn't know how many women he had slept with. He was not a rookie. When Diyu heard that it was not Yang Yu's first time, his expression changed slightly, and his tone became a little heavier. "You are not the first time?" Tang Rui also asked in confusion. "You are not the first time?" Ao Bao also joined in the fun. "Ao?" Yang Yu's eyes swept back and forth between the three of them, and then said shyly, "The front is not the first time, but the back is the first time." Yang Yu meant that the little bird in front had been used many times, but the little flower in the back had not been used. However, Diyu's face did not improve, and was still gloomy. He asked Yang Yu, "How many women have you touched before?" "I don't know. I can't count them." Yang Yu used to be in the entertainment industry. He had touched almost all the beautiful female stars in the entertainment industry. After the end of the world, Yang Yu never stopped, As long as he met a slightly good-looking woman, he would have sex with her. Xiao Shu is a living example. But Yang Yu has only slept with women, not men. Hearing Yang Yu say that he couldn't count, Duyu's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Although Duyu himself was not much clean, he still disliked Yang Yu's style. Yang Yu could see that Duyu was very upset. So he explained, "We are all adults. Just playing around. And that was all in the past. I will definitely not play like this in the future." Duyu thought about it, and thought that he had touched several women. So he was not qualified to dislike Yang Yu's dirtiness. So he chose to forgive Yang Yu. The past is the past. Don't mention it again. Yang Yu felt wronged. It was obviously you who asked me. So I mentioned it. After that, Duyu stopped talking, finished the squirrel meat in his hand, and went to bed. Yang Yu was not in the mood to eat. But the squirrel meat in his hand was so delicious that he forced himself to eat half of it. After eating, Yang Yu returned the bottles of lubricant to Tang Rui and sighed, "Brother Rui, I'll give them to you. You can use them for Ao Bao. I really can't use them." Looking at Duyu's expression, he must think he is dirty. If he thinks he is dirty, he will definitely not touch him. Tang Rui pushed away the things Yang Yu handed over. Ao Bao doesn't need it either. You keep it. Ao Bao is naturally smooth and doesn't need this thing at all. Yang Yu glanced at Duyu, who was pretending to sleep. And after thinking about it, he decided to accept it first. Then, Yang Yu quietly leaned over and asked, "Brother Rui, do you mind if your partner has done that with someone else?" Mind. Tang Rui not only mind. If Ao Bao really did it with someone else, he would probably go crazy. In fact, without asking, Yang Yu also knew that Brother Rui must mind. Will you break up because you mind? Breaking up is impossible. At most, Tang Rui will make Ao Bao faint, and then do it for more than 10 days without rest. Tang Rui did not answer Yang Yu's question, but only said, "Why are you asking this? Has Ao Bao been touched by others?" Tang Rui thought Yang Yu was hinting at something, such as hinting that he was cheated by others. Seeing that Tang Rui misunderstood, Yang Yu quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No. 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 That's not the case. Ao Bao has definitely not been touched by others. I'm just asking this. Yang Yu didn't know that he almost scared Tang Rui to go crazy on the spot by asking this. Tang Rui's face was very bad at the moment. If it wasn't the case, why did you ask it for no reason? Tang Rui wondered if Yang Yu knew something, and whether Ao Bao had been touched by someone else. Tang Rui and Yang Yu spoke in low voices, so Ao Bao didn't hear them. But Ao Bao still noticed something was wrong, and he leaned his head over. Ao Rui, what are you talking about? Tang Rui didn't ask Yang Yu, and asked Ao Bao directly. Ao Bao, tell me honestly, have you been touched by someone else? Tang Rui was really mad that he was cuckolded without knowing it, and it had been so long, and he didn't find out until today. Looking at Rui's appearance, that was on the edge of losing control, Ao Bao shrank his neck in fear, and hid his face in his scarf. Brother Rui, calm down first. Ao Bao didn't betray you. I was just making a metaphor. Yang Yu really didn't expect Brother Rui to mind to this extent. It was so scary. He wouldn't dare to say that again next time. Tang Rui couldn't listen to Yang Yu's words at all. He just wanted to hear Ao Bao explain himself. Tang Rui asked with bloodshot eyes, Ao Bao, have you been touched by someone? Ao Bao was so scared that he dared not speak, and he curled himself up into a ball. Yang Yu looked anxious. Ao Bao quickly explained to Brother Rui. Ao Bao showed his face from his scarf and explained weakly. Ao Bao had never eaten other people's meat, only Rui's meat. After listening to Ao Bao's explanation, Tang Rui calmed down. Tang Rui realized that he was a little out of control just now, and apologized. Ao Bao, I'm sorry. I scared you. Seeing that Rui had returned to normal, Ao Bao stopped shaking and took the initiative to throw himself into Rui's arms, asking for a hug. Tang Rui then set his eyes on Yang Yu again. What did you mean by asking that before? Because of Yang Yu's words, he thought he was being cheated on, which was really scary. Yang Yu put on a face that was about to cry or laugh. I'm just asking casually. Yang Yu actually wanted to know if most men would dislike that their significant other had done it with someone else. But now it seems that he asked the wrong person. He shouldn't have asked Tang Rui. After all, Tang Rui is not an ordinary man. Tang Rui is the protagonist. Tang Rui knew that Yang Yu was worried that Duyu would mind. As long as you love each other, You will mind a little bit. Just don't mess around anymore. After hearing Tang Rui's words, Yang Yu's mood suddenly improved. Diu minded that he had done it with someone else. It seemed that Diu had him in his heart. Yang Yu walked to Diu with a smile, and then explained, the reason why I touched those women was simply to relieve my sexual desire. I have never liked them. If Xiaoshu heard this, she would probably tear Yang Yu to pieces. However, Yang Yu was telling the truth. Whether it was other women or Xiaoshu, he was just playing around and never really liked them. Diu closed his eyes and said, I don't mind you messing around before. Anyway, I have messed around with a few. After knowing that Diu had also messed around, Yang Yu directly burst out, hack you. Just now Yang Yu was still feeling guilty and felt that he was somewhat sorry for Diu. But Diu was not much better. So why should he feel guilty? Diu opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Yu. I don't mind you. And you have the nerve to mind me. Before, Tang Rui had thought about moving. But because of the heavy snow that blocked the road, the matter was delayed. He could only wait until the snow melted before considering moving. During the period before moving, Tang Rui was always worried whether the group would come to find Ao Bao again. Sure enough, what he worried about came true. The group braved the snow and entered the mountain, and happened to meet Yang Yu and Diu, who were collecting firewood. Yang Yu and his friends were tied up and used as hostages. Yang Yu struggled and shouted, Brother Rui, run! Yang Yu hoped that his voice could be heard by Tang Rui, but his shouting happened to expose Tang Rui. What a pig teammate! After the group confirmed that Tang Rui and Ao Bao were here, they took measures to surround the small wooden house that was emitting smoke. Tang Rui, who was staying in the small wooden house with Ao Bao, was immediately alert when he heard the footsteps outside. Ao Bao also heard the sound of shoes stepping into the snow. Ao Bao thought that Yang Yu and the others had returned, and was about to go to the door to greet them. Tang Rui was quick-witted and pulled Ao Bao into his arms, then covered Ao Bao's mouth with his hands to prevent Ao Bao from making any sound. There were footsteps from all directions, and they were getting closer and closer. It seemed that they were surrounded. Tang Rui frowned, stuffed Ao Bao under his clothes, and said in a low voice, Ao Bao, don't talk first, and hold my waist tightly. Don't fall out. Tang Rui wore a black down jacket outside, and Ao Bao was completely hidden under the down jacket. It was warm and comfortable inside, but it was a bit hard to breathe. Ao Bao was suffocating and wanted to stick his head out to breathe. Tang Rui pushed Ao Bao's head back. Hide first. Don't come out. The group of people came for Ao Bao, and their only target was Ao Bao. Tang Rui couldn't think of where to let Ao Bao hide for the time being, so he could only hide under his clothes first. But hiding like this was still too obvious, and the group of people were not blind. They would definitely see it. Tang Rui planned to escape from the window, and didn't plan to fight with them. After all, there were more people, and fighting would not be good. Just when Tang Rui was about to jump out of the window to escape, Yang Yu's cry for help came from outside. Brother Rui, save me. At this time, Tang Rui didn't care about other people's lives. Tang Rui ignored Yang Yu's cry for help, and jumped out of the window with Ao Bao. As soon as he jumped out, two people pointed a gun at his head. One of them said proudly, where can you escape this time? They had guns in their hands, so Tang Rui didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Ao Bao was a human now. If he was accidentally shot, his life would be in danger. Tang Rui held Ao Bao in one hand and raised the other hand to surrender. The two men's guns were still against Tang Rui's head. Hand over the young master to us. Tang Rui tightened his arms and held Ao Bao, who was hidden under his clothes, tightly. It was impossible for him to hand over Ao Bao. Where are you going to take Ao Bao? The captain of the group walked over here and answered Tang Rui in a leisurely tone. We are here to take the young master home. Tang Rui looked at them with a cold and sinister look. I won't let you take Ao Bao away. Ao Bao is his. No one can take him away from him. The captain took the gun from the man next to him and put the muzzle of the gun against Tang Rui's forehead. If you don't hand over the young master, you won't live. Ao Bao, who was hiding under the down jacket, heard that the group of people wanted to harm Rui, and quickly stretched out his little head and bared his teeth at the group of people. But no one can be deterred by Ao Bao's deterrent power. The captain looked at Ao Bao and said very respectfully, Young master, we are here to take you home. Ao Bao hugged his old man's neck and shook his head vigorously, indicating that he didn't want to go home. Ao Bao will only stay with Rui in this life. Wherever Ruirui goes, Ao Bao will go there, and they will never be separated. After listening to Ao Bao's words, Tang Rui was very moved. He lowered his head and kissed Ao Bao's red face. Ao Bao had been hiding under his down jacket, so his face was hot. After kissing him, Tang Rui felt that his mouth was about to melt. Ao Bao, I won't let them take you away, even if it cost him his life. Tang Rui would keep Ao Bao. Do you think you can beat 10 of us alone? These 10 people are all high-level psychics, and they have all been professionally trained. Tang Rui can only be beaten in front of them. Tang Rui knew that he didn't have much chance of winning, but he was forced to do nothing. How do you know if you don't try? Seeing that Tang Rui was so brave and dared to provoke them, the captain couldn't wait to press Tang Rui to the ground and beat him severely. Let the young master go first. We don't want to accidentally hurt the young master when we fight with you, and it will be difficult to report back then. Tang Rui also didn't want to hurt Ao Bao by mistake. He pulled down the zipper of his down jacket, wanting Ao Bao to come out of his arms and hide in Yang Yu's side temporarily. But Ao Bao hugged Tang Rui's neck tightly and didn't want to come down. Ao. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's head with one hand and gently stroked it twice. I'll hurt you later. Be good. Be obedient. Ao. No. Ao Bao wanted to stay in Ruirui's arms and didn't go anywhere. Yang Yu, who was not far away, persuaded anxiously, Brother Rui, you can't beat them. Don't be so stubborn. Knowing that you can't beat them, you still want to die. Isn't that stupid? Tang Rui glanced at Yang Yu. Shut up. As long as there is even a glimmer of hope, Tang Rui will fight for it, and he will never watch Ao Bao being taken away by others. Ao Bao didn't want to see Ruirui fighting with these people, so he stayed on Ruirui tightly and refused to come down. Ruirui. No. Ao Bao didn't want to see Ruirui get hurt. He wanted Ruirui to be fine. Then, Ao Bao turned around, stared at the group of people fiercely, and yelled at them, Ao Bao, if you dare to hurt Ruirui, Ao Bao will be furious. Although I don't understand what Ao Bao is saying, I can tell the general meaning from Ao Bao's eyes. The captain waved his hand and said leisurely, Young master, we don't want to hurt the people you care about. We just want to complete the mission. If he is willing to give you to us, we will naturally not hurt him. Tang Rui looked at them with bloodshot eyes. Don't even think about taking Ao Bao away. Then don't blame us for being rude. The captain pulled the trigger and planned to shoot Tang Rui in the head. Ao Bao blocked Ruirui and grabbed the gun in the captain's hand. Ruirui used to protect Ao Bao, and now it's Ao Bao's turn to protect Ruirui. The captain was shocked and was afraid that the gun would go off accidentally and hurt the young master, so he quickly took the gun back. Tang Rui was also shocked. He immediately scolded, Ao Bao, what you did just now is very dangerous. Do you know? Ao Bao pursed his lips in grievance, then buried his little face in Ruirui's neck and sobbed softly. Seeing that the young master cared so much about the man in front of him, the captain thought for a while and said to Tang Rui, if you don't mind, you can take the young master back with us to the base. As long as they successfully bring the young master back alive, it will be fine even if they bring one more person back, so they can let Tang Rui take Ao Bao with them, which will save a lot of trouble. Before Tang Rui could agree, Yang Yu on the side shouted, Brother Rui. Agree quickly. Agree quickly. The reason why Yang Yu was so excited was that he had been thinking about going to the base in Kyoto for a long time. Tang Rui ignored Yang Yu and lowered his head to ask the little man in his arms, Ao Bao, do you want to go back? Ao. Wherever Ruirui goes, Ao Bao will go. Tang Rui was not surprised at Ao Bao's answer, okay. I will go back with you. Tang Rui didn't really want to take Ao Bao back to that base. He just agreed temporarily, and then found an opportunity to escape with Ao Bao. Otherwise, if he fought hard, he would not be able to beat these 10 people. Seeing that Tang Rui agreed, the atmosphere became harmonious. The captain even handed Tang Rui a cigarette to show his kindness. Do you want to smoke? No. Tang Rui used to smoke a lot for a while, but now he has completely quit. Apart from Ao Bao, there will be no other thing that can make him addicted. The captain took back the cigarette and asked again, would you like to drink some wine to warm your body? Tang Rui looked at him strangely, not understanding why the captain was so attentive to him. What do you want to do? Don't beat around the bush. Seeing that Tang Rui didn't like to beat around the bush, the captain said directly, it's just that I see that the young master likes you so much, and I think you may become our young lady in the future. So I want to curry favor with you first. Tang Rui. Young lady? Ao Bao looked at the captain and said, Rui. Ao Bao. Wife. Rui is Ao Bao wife. Ao Bao words were very clear and understandable. The captain smiled and came over to pat Tang Rui on the shoulder. Madam. We have offended you before. I hope you don't hold a grudge. Tang Rui continued to remain silent. Yang Yu next to him was already laughing like crazy. Ah ha ha ha. Madam. The word madam was too different from Tang Rui's sturdy body. It was so funny that it could make people die. Tang Rui was not angry yet. But Ao Bao got angry first. And explained to the group of people with curses, Ao. Rui is not your madam. Rui is Ao Bao wife. No one cared about Ao Bao words. And the captain still kept calling her madam. Madam. How long have you known my young master? Madam. You and my young master have a really good relationship. Madam. Tang Rui got impatient and glared at her, saying, Shut up. Tang Rui didn't care that she called him madam. He just thought she was too noisy. The captain had become addicted to calling Tang Rui young lady. Even after being warned. He still didn't stop. He continued to call her young lady, young lady. How did you train your muscles? Tang Rui's thick and solid muscles made countless men envious and want to have them. This was not the first time Tang Rui was asked how he trained his muscles. Almost every man who had seen him would ask him this question. Tang Rui was too lazy to reply. So he just casually said, I trained it like this. It can be seen that Tang Rui didn't want to pay attention to him. But the captain's mouth kept saying, Young lady. Do you mind if I call you young lady? Tang Rui had already clearly written the word mind on his face. Anyone with eyes could see it. But the captain still had to ask knowingly. Tang Rui said expressionlessly, It doesn't matter. The captain made a big move and said to the 9 teammates behind him, Brothers, call me young madam from now on. A thick and long black line crossed Tang Rui's head. Even Yang Yu joined in the fun. Rui. No. Young madam. Can we have dinner? I'm hungry. Calling young madam and expecting to have food. Dreaming. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to a relatively quiet place to stay for a while. Away from that group of inexplicable people. Seeing Tang Rui go to the side, the captain hurriedly followed him, fearing that Tang Rui would suddenly run away with the young master. So he had to follow closely. Tang Rui had no intention of running away for the time being. He just wanted to be alone and quiet. Seeing the captain coming over, Tang Rui said coldly, Get lost. The captain sat down next to Tang Rui shamelessly. If you hand over the young master to me, I will leave. Impossible. Ao Bao is his. No one can take him away. The captain no longer spoke with a smile as before. This time he said seriously, Our goal is just to bring the young master back to the base safely. I hope you can cooperate with us. Who asked you to pick up Ao Bao? In fact, Tang Rui knew that it was Ao Bao parents who sent them to pick up Ao Bao. But he still asked a question, mainly to find out the specific situation. The captain replied, The leader sent us here. The leader is the young master's father. Tang Rui continued to ask, Why did he ask you to take Ao Bao back? The captain lit the cigarette but with a lighter, took a puff, and said, You are asking nonsense. The leader is the young master's father. Of course. He wants to find his wandering son. Isn't it normal for a father to find his son? But Tang Rui felt that it was abnormal. Because Ao Bao's father didn't care about Ao Bao, his mentally retarded son. So he suddenly came to find Ao Bao for some purpose. If you know anything, please tell me the truth. Then I will be very grateful to you. You can also mention any request. And I will try my best to meet you. Tang Rui tried to get some words from the captain. As long as it was about Ao Bao, Tang Rui would be 100 times more vigilant. The captain could see that the man in front of him really cared about the safety of the young master. But what did this have to do with him? I'm sorry. My mission is to bring the young master back safely. And I don't know anything else. Even if he really knew something, the captain would not reveal it. Tang Rui looked at him firmly and said, If you don't tell the truth, I won't feel at ease to take Ao Bao with you. The captain sighed helplessly. The leader really misses his son. After all, the young master is his own son. Seeing that the captain refused to tell the truth, Tang Rui was too lazy to talk to him. Go away. Don't be an eyesore here. The captain did not move, and continued to guard Tang Rui and Ao Bao. Seeing that this person insisted on staying by the side as a light bulb, Tang Rui was not polite and kissed Ao Bao's little mouth. Seeing that the young master and the young lady were kissing, the captain had no intention of avoiding it. He just treated it as watching a pornographic film. And it was high definition and uncensored, which was very exciting to watch. Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao's seductive expression to be seen by others. So he stopped kissing and glared at the captain. If you don't leave, I'm going to fight. You don't have superpowers. And it's unfair for me to fight you. The captain still looked down on Tang Rui. Tang Rui could feel the contempt in the captain's words. And he couldn't stand such contempt. Want to compete? The captain curled his lips and smiled. It's better not to compete. If I hurt you, the young master will be sad. Ao Bao was already feeling distressed, and hurriedly hugged Ruirui's waist to persuade him. Ao Bao didn't want to see Ruirui fighting with others. What if he really got hurt? It would be so painful. Ao Bao, don't worry. I can still beat him in a one-on-one fight. Tang Rui was not that weak. If he only fought one person, he would win. Ao Bao shook his head vigorously, not allowing Ruirui to act impulsively. No. The captain threw the remaining cigarette butt into the snow, and said with a smile, Young master is so worried about you. Just be quiet. If Ao Bao hadn't stopped him, Tang Rui would have definitely gone up to fight with him. Now the fight didn't happen, but there would definitely be a fight in the future. When Yang Yu saw that they had finished arguing, he hurried over and asked, Brother Rui, it's time to eat. I've been hungry all day. No one else said anything. Only Yang Yu kept mumbling about eating. When Yang Yu muttered, everyone realized that they were hungry. The captain asked the other team members to light a fire and cook some hot soup to warm up their bodies. After the soup boiled, the captain first scooped out a bowl and handed it to Ao Bao. Young master, drinking soup in winter is the best way to warm your stomach. Ao Bao stretched out his little hand and took the bowl of hot soup. Ao, thank you. The captain seemed to hear the young master saying thank you to him, but he didn't know if he heard it wrong. After Ao Bao took the soup, he handed it to Ruirui and asked Ruirui to feed him. The temperature is very low now, and drinking hot food can really make the body feel much more comfortable. After a bowl of hot soup, Ao Bao was sweating and felt warm. Ao Bao put his sweaty little hands on Ruirui's cold and cracked face, trying to warm up Ruirui's face, while covering it. Ao Bao kissed the cracked part of Ruirui's face. Ao. Ruirui's face was frozen, with many cracks, and Ao Bao felt distressed. Not only Tang Rui's face was frozen and cracked, but the faces of other people present also had symptoms of cracking and peeling. Only Ao Bao's little face was still tender and tender. Seeing Ao Bao kissing him on the face again and again, Tang Rui smiled knowingly. My face is fine. It will be fine after a while. After Yang Yu finished drinking the hot soup in his hand, he wiped his mouth, walked over and said, I have a bottle of cream in my bag. Apply it on your face, and it won't crack. Yang Yu has a small backpack with some messy, but very practical things in it. Use it to apply some on Ao Bao. Although Ao Bao's little face has not cracked yet, it still needs to be protected from freezing. Yang Yu went to the cabin to get his small backpack, and then took out the cream from it. Brother Rui, this is for you. This bottle of cream is squeezed. Tang Rui pressed the nozzle, squeezed a little on the back of his hand, and then dipped a little with his fingers, and applied it carefully on Ao Bao's little face. Ao Bao's little face is so tender that it can be moist all year round. This may be what others call natural beauty. Seeing Ruirui applying the cream on himself, Ao Bao also put a little on his little finger, and applied it to the cracked part of Ruirui's face. The cracked part hurt when touched, but Tang Rui remained calm. Tang Rui and Ao Bao were applying cream to each other, and Yang Yu quietly came over and whispered, Brother Rui, are you going to take Ao Bao away? Yang Yu saw that Tang Rui was thinking of taking Ao Bao away, so he came over to ask this question. Yang Yu was his own man. There was no need to hide it. Tang Rui nodded and admitted, yeah. Yang Yu was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to go to the base to live a good life, but Brother Tang didn't go. However, he respected Brother Rui's choice. Brother Rui, when you run away, you must take me with you. Don't leave me like last time. It depends on your luck. When it comes to escaping, Tang Rui will definitely not care about others. Yang Yu felt that there was an 80% chance that he would be abandoned, and he couldn't help but worry about his future. Just when Yang Yu was thinking about what to do in the future, Tang Rui suddenly whispered to him, you go hypnotize the captain. As long as you control him, everything will be fine. Yang Yu's eyes sparkled. Okay, I'll try. After saying that, Yang Yu immediately went to practice. He took the initiative to approach the captain and tried to use hypnosis again. Yang Yu's hypnosis has never failed against humans. And the captain was hypnotized smoothly. After seeing Yang Yu succeed, Tang Rui hurried over, asked him what is the ultimate purpose of taking Ao Bao back. Yang Yu nodded, and then followed Tang Rui's instructions and asked the captain, what is the purpose of you taking Ao Bao back? After being hypnotized, the captain's eyes looked empty, and his expression became dull. He opened his mouth and slowly uttered 2 words, research. After hearing this, Yang Yu was shocked, and a chill went into his heart. Research? You want to take Ao Bao back for research? Just hearing the word research, Tang Rui's anger had risen. He went up and punched the hypnotized captain directly. Seeing this, the other team members gathered around. Yang Yu nervously hid back. Brother Rui, there are too many people. I can't hypnotize them. Let's go. Tang Rui didn't want to fight with him, so he put one hand around Ao Bao's waist and the other hand on Yang Yu's collar, and ran into the woods. Halfway through the escape, Yang Yu shouted, no. The dude guy hasn't caught up yet. Tang Rui ran forward without looking back. Ignore him. Ao Bao, bury your face in my clothes. Don't show it. Be careful not to get cold. Tang Rui was running very fast now, and the cold wind mixed with snow hit his face and hurt. Even he, who was thick-skinned, could feel the pain, not to mention Ao Bao's delicate skin. Ao Bao also felt the pain on his face from the wind, so he buried his head in Rui's arms obediently. Brother Rui, stop first. My neck is choked. Tang Rui was dragging him by the back of his collar, and the collar was choking his neck, as if someone was pinching him, making him breathless. The enemy was chasing him closely behind, so Tang Rui had no time to stop and give Yang Yu some time. Bear it for a while. Can you hug me like you hugged Ao Bao? Yang Yu felt like a corpse, being dragged by Brother Rui on the snow. In his life, Tang Rui would only hug Ao Bao, not Yang Yu. Seeing that they couldn't outrun Tang Rui, the 9 people behind were ready to shoot directly. At this time, several guns were aimed at Tang Rui. With a bang, a bullet flew through the forest and shot into Tang Rui's shoulder blade. The pain made Tang Rui frown, but he didn't slow down his running speed. Ao Bao seemed to feel that Rui was shot, so he lifted his little face from his clothes and asked, Ao. Rui was injured. Tang Rui relaxed his frown and pretended to be fine and said, don't worry. Those people fired several more shots in a row, but none of them hit Tang Rui. They stopped shooting until they couldn't see Tang Rui anymore. If he wasn't injured, Tang Rui might be able to run a little further, but he was shot and could only run to a relatively safe cave to hide first. The part of the bullet was in the back, and Tang Rui couldn't see it. If he wanted to remove the bullet, he had to find someone to help. Tang Rui set his eyes on Yang Yu. Come here and help me remove the bullet. Yang Yu nodded and agreed. Okay. Ao Bao was tired of it. He wanted to help Rui, so he rushed to say, Ao. Ao Bao came to help Rui remove the bullet. Tang Rui was worried that Ao Bao would cry when he saw the wound, so he rejected Ao Bao's kindness. Be good. Don't make trouble. Yang Yu rubbed his frozen red hands and said, Brother Rui, take off your shirt first. Ao Bao didn't allow Rui to take off his clothes in front of others. Rui's bare chest was only visible to Ao Bao. Ao Bao picked up a small tree from the ground and waved it at Yang Yu twice, asking him to stay away and not to get close to Rui. Seeing Ao Bao's fierce look, Yang Yu took 2 steps back. Brother Rui, why don't you let Ao Bao help you get it out? If Ao Bao saw the wound on his back, he would definitely cry to death. Tang Rui took off his shirt, bare his arms, and turned back to Yang Yu. Come and get it quickly. Ao Bao was not willing to do it, and shouted fiercely, Ao. Tang Rui went up and directly captured Ao Bao's pink little mouth, sucking hard. Ao Bao had been subdued by Tang Rui, and Yang Yu took the opportunity to go up and get the bullet. Since there were no tools on hand, he could only use his fingers to dig it out. But after a while, the area around the wound was bloody, and the blood and flesh mixed into mud. Seeing that he had made the wound worse, Yang Yu trembled and said, I'm sorry, Brother Rui. The bullet is buried too deep. It may take a while to get it out. If it hurts, just scream. Yang Yu was clumsy and couldn't take out the bullet for a long time, which did make Tang Rui suffer more pain. But fortunately, the sweet juice in Ao Bao's mouth was his best painkiller, which could help him relieve some pain. The longer Yang Yu dug, the harder Tang Rui kissed. and Ao Bao's little mouth was numbed by the sucking, and the saliva in his mouth was sucked dry. It was not until there was no saliva in Ao Bao's mouth that Tang Rui finally pulled out of Ao Bao's mouth, and said with a heavy gasp, "Ao Bao, let me taste your bottom." The bottom, perhaps better than the top, has a better pain relief effect, and can also heal the wound quickly. Ao Bao was not shy at all, and immediately prepared to take off his pants. Yang Yu, who was helping to pick out the bullet from behind, understood what Brother Rui meant immediately, and felt embarrassed. "Brother Rui, wait until night. Then you can do that with Ao Bao. Otherwise it will be so embarrassing if I am there." And if Tang Rui and Ao Bao really did that, Yang Yu would be distracted, and he would be even more unable to take out the bullet. Tang Rui thought about it, and decided to forget it. So he pulled up Ao Bao's pants, then turned his head, and looked at Yang Yu and said, "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. It's not that I don't want to hurry, but this bullet is stuck in the bone. It's stuck tightly." Yang Yu definitely couldn't pick it out with his hands, so he had to find a tool. "Ao Bao, do you have pliers or wrenches in your space?" Tang Rui went to the hardware store to collect a lot of tools before, and put them in Ao Bao's space. Pliers should be there. Tang Rui's face was a little pale, and his voice was very weak. "Ao Bao, look for pliers." Ao Bao used his mind to enter the space, and then searched for pliers among a pile of supplies. Fortunately, Ao Bao's space would automatically classify, so it wouldn't be too difficult to find. Ao Bao quickly found the pliers, and handed them to Rui. Tang Rui handed them to Yang Yu. "Hurry up. It was winter now, more than 10 degrees below zero, and cold winds blew in from time to time. Tang Rui was bare-chested, and his upper body was about to freeze stiff. If he continued to freeze like this, the wounds behind would also necrotize. Okay. Yang Yu took the pliers, clamped the bullet embedded in the shoulder blade, and pulled it out with force. Yang Yu's movements were very rough, and Tang Rui was so painful that he could only ravage Ao Bao's little mouth again and swallow all the saliva that had just been secreted from Ao Bao's mouth. After trying several times, Yang Yu finally succeeded in pulling out the bullet, and Ao Bao's little mouth was also kissed to the point of breaking the skin and bleeding. Tang Rui licked the blood oozing from Ao Bao's mouth, and then asked Ao Bao to take out the bandage tools from the space and simply treat the wound. Yang Yu looked at the bullet in his hand that was still covered with blood and flesh and asked, "Brother Rui, don't you feel pain?" I didn't see Brother Rui screaming, and he didn't even frown. This is not something that ordinary people can do. It's really admirable. Tang Rui's face was frighteningly pale. How could he not feel pain? It's just that he can bear it more. But at the moment, the person who hurts the most should be Ao Bao. His lips were kissed and broken, and now they are still bleeding. Tang Rui felt distressed. After the bandage was done, he went to help Ao Bao lick it, watching Brother Rui licking Ao Bao's mouth again and again. Yang Yu felt very bitter and didn't dare to look. Tang Rui not only licked Ao Bao's mouth, but also licked other places. Ao Bao felt very comfortable being licked, and closed his eyes to enjoy Ao. At this time, Yang Yu had already sat at the entrance of the cave to blow the cold wind. After Tang Rui and the others were done making out, Yang Yu came over from the entrance and asked, "Brother Rui, what should we do about Du? Do you want to pick him up?" While helping Ao Bao put on his pants, Tang Rui asked back, "Why do you want to find him so much?" I just, unable to find any good reasons. Yang Yu admitted, "I am indeed worried about him. If you are worried about him, you can go find him yourself." Tang Rui would not take the risk of taking Ao Bao back. If Ao Bao was really captured, he would be sent for research. He must not take this risk. If I go to find him, I will die. Yang Yu knew that he did not have the ability to go and pick up Du alone. If he went, he would only die. Tang Rui said expressionlessly, "If you are destined to meet, we will definitely meet again in the future." "I'm afraid we won't." Yang Yu didn't think that he and Du would meet again in this apocalypse. The probability was too low, even lower than the probability of Ao Bao's successful counterattack. Seeing Yang Yu so sad, Ao Bao felt sorry for him and gave him a piece of candy. As long as it was edible, Yang Yu couldn't bear to refuse it. Even if he didn't feel like eating, he still peeled the candy and put it in his mouth. The sweetness in his mouth made Yang Yu feel a little better. He looked back at Tang Rui, who was playing with Ao Bao, and asked, "Brother Rui, you are injured. Don't you want to rest for a while? In this winter, the wound may fester seriously, and I don't know if it can heal well. Tang Rui said calmly, lick Ao Bao, and it will be fine. Yang Yu. It's really so magical. Yang Yu thought Tang Rui was joking. And even Ao Bao himself didn't know that he had such a magical effect. But it was true. And the effect was great. When Ruirui said that licking would make it better, Ao Bao immediately said that he could let Ruirui lick more. Ao. Tang Rui smiled and kissed Ao Bao on the little face. Because Ao Bao little face had been exposed to the outside. His face was cold. Fearing that Ao Bao little face would be frozen, Tang Rui quickly put Ao Bao little face into his arms and covered it well. Tang Rui and Ao Bao could keep each other warm. But Yang Yu could only shiver alone. Let's make a fire. It's too cold. There happened to be some dry firewood in this cave. And Yang Yu went to collect all the dry firewood and made a fire. While adding wood to the fire, Yang Yu asked, why did Ao Bao father want to take Ao Bao back for research? Is there any secret in Ao Bao? If Tang Rui met Ao Bao father, he would definitely kill the old man himself. He actually wanted to use his own son for research. Such a person is not worthy of being a father. Yang Yu looked at Ao Bao repeatedly. There are many mysteries about Ao Bao, and it is indeed worth studying. Tang Rui shot a murderous look at Yang Yu. Yang Yu shrank back in fear. Brother Rui, I was just talking casually. Ao Bao was afraid when he heard the word research, and hurriedly hid in Ruirui's arms. Ao Bao doesn't want to be caught for research. Tang Rui lowered his head and kissed Ao Bao on the top of his head. I won't let them catch you for research. With Ruirui around, Ao Bao doesn't have to be afraid of anything, because Ruirui will do his best to protect him. Ao Bao nestled in Ruirui's arms at ease and acted like a spoiled child. Ao. Looking at the little boy acting like a spoiled child in his arms, Tang Rui's mood involuntarily improved. As long as Ao Bao was there, he was fearless. The more he saw Tang Rui and Ao Bao being so affectionate, the more Yang Yu missed Yu. He wondered if that guy had been killed by that group of people. Yang Yu was very worried. So he was depressed. He couldn't lift his spirits at all. As if his soul had been drained. Tang Rui only had Ao Bao in his eyes, and didn't pay attention to Yang Yu's emotions at all. When it got dark, Tang Rui and Ao Bao squeezed into a sleeping bag, wrapped in thick blankets. Although the cold wind was raging outside, they didn't feel cold at all. Yang Yu slept alone in a sleeping bag, which was a bit lonely. Even if his body didn't feel cold, his heart was cold. After thinking for a long time, Yang Yu decided to take a gamble. He stuck his head out of the sleeping bag and spoke to the sleeping bag next to him. Brother Rui, are you asleep? Tang Rui hadn't slept yet. He was playing rock paper scissors with Ao Bao under the quilt. Hearing Yang Yu asking him a question, Tang Rui immediately stuck his head out and looked at Yang Yu and asked, what's the matter? I want to find you. Brother Rui, can you stay in this cave and wait for me for a day? Yang Yu didn't want to be abandoned by Tang Rui, and at the same time didn't want to abandon Yu. So he could only make this difficult decision. But he didn't know if Tang Rui was willing. Tang Rui didn't nod in agreement. Do you really want to find him? Brother Rui, you just need to wait for me in this cave for a day. If Yang Yu hadn't huddled under the quilt, he would have wanted to kneel down in front of Tang Rui and beg. But no matter how much Yang Yu begged, Tang Rui finally refused. No. If I wait for you for a day, those people will definitely find this place. By then, Ao Bao and I will be in danger. What if you leave them here? Yang Yu continued to beg. I will be more careful and will never reveal my position. Tang Rui looked at him expressionlessly and said, I won't joke with Ao Bao life. If Yang Yu wants to find Yu, he can find him by himself. But he must not drag them down. If Ao Bao falls into the hands of those people, it will be over. Yang Yu was silent, and didn't say anything else. Just looked at Tang Rui quietly. Tang Rui didn't have time to play big eyes with him, and directly shrank back into the sleeping bag. Don't think about those messy things. Go to bed early, and you still have to travel tomorrow. Yang Yu got into the sleeping bag silently. In the second half of the night, Tang Rui, who was always alert, was awakened by a rustling sound. Although Tang Rui woke up, he didn't say anything and just listened quietly to the movement beside him. The rustling sound was Yang Yu putting on his clothes. Was he going somewhere? Tang Rui thought Yang Yu might be going to pee at night. But he only heard Yang Yu's footsteps going out. But he didn't hear Yang Yu's footsteps coming back. Tang Rui suddenly realized that Yang Yu must have secretly gone to find Yu. The next morning, Ao Bao was awakened by the cold and found that someone was missing. So he asked Rui where Yang Yu was. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao zip up his down jacket, put on a small vest outside to keep warm, and answered Ao Bao in a straightforward manner. He went to find Du. Ao? Ao Bao asked if he should wait for them. No. We have to leave quickly. Don't let them lead the group of people here. Yang Yu didn't listen to his advice, so Tang Rui had to give up on him. In short, Tang Rui would not gamble Ao Bao life for two insignificant people. After putting on warm clothes, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and left the cave without stopping. Ao Bao was still reluctant to leave Yang Yu, so he kept asking Rui if he could wait for them a little longer. Tang Rui said with a dark face, "Do you want to be spanked?" Ao Bao always cares about others in his heart. It would be strange if Tang Rui didn't get angry. Seeing Rui was angry, Ao Bao didn't dare to ask anymore. Tang Rui thought about it and finally sighed, "Okay. Let's wait for them. But only for half a day. If they haven't come by noon, we really have to leave." After saying that, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao back to the cave and waited for Yang Yu for half a day. Half a day passed quickly, and Tang Rui packed up his things again. Ao Bao really won't wait this time. Ao Bao didn't say anything, and just lay on Rui's back. Tang Rui held Ao Bao little but with one hand, carried him on his back, and prepared to leave. As soon as he walked out of the cave, he saw two black shadows from a distance. The two black shadows were quite obvious in the snow. After a closer look, he found that the two black shadows were Yang Yu and Du. Yang Yu also noticed Tang Rui standing at the entrance of the cave. He seemed to see hope and shouted for help. "Brother Rui, help! Yang Yu really led the group of people here, and now the group of people are chasing after him, and he can't get rid of them." Tang Rui saw those people chasing after him, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. He really shouldn't have waited for Yang Yu. The damn guy. Tang Rui didn't care about saving Yang Yu and the others, and ran directly with Ao Bao on his back. He had just run a few steps, and a gunshot made the whole world quiet down. Tang Rui stopped running and stood there in a daze. Yang Yu and Du also stopped, standing there in panic. Even the group of people chasing behind stopped one after another, because Ao Bao was lying on Tang Rui's back. The gunshot hit Ao Bao exactly, and it was not biased. It was the position of the heart. Tang Rui turned his head stiffly and looked at the person on his back. He opened his mouth and was a little speechless. After a long time, he shouted two words, "Ao Bao." He shouted, but there was no response. Tang Rui couldn't believe it was true. He couldn't believe it at all. He looked at Ao Bao's pale and bloodless face and screamed, "Ao Bao, wake up! Don't be in trouble." But no matter how much Tang Rui screamed, Ao Bao didn't open his eyes. After a while, a line of blood flowed from the corner of Ao Bao's mouth. The color was bright and dazzling. Tang Rui held Ao Bao in front of him and kissed Ao Bao on the face again and again. He cried and shouted, "Ao Bao! Ao Bao!" Yang Yu came over with a shocked face, looking at Ao Bao who had died. He was also very sad. "Brother Rui, don't be sad first." Tang Rui raised his head and stared at Yang Yu with his eyes reddened by tears. "Get out." If Yang Yu hadn't insisted on going back to find Du, Ao Bao wouldn't have been shot. Tang Rui's hatred for Yang Yu now was no less than that of the person who shot Ao Bao. Yang Yu took 2 steps back in fear. He was afraid that Brother Rui would lose control and come to beat him. Tang Rui lowered his head and continued to shout Ao Bao's name, trying to wake Ao Bao up. Tang Rui stopped shouting until he was sure that Ao Bao could not be woken up. Then he raised his head suddenly and aimed his eyes at the man who shot at Ao Bao. Tang Rui first took off his coat and spread it on the snow, then put Ao Bao's body on the coat. "Ao Bao, you lie here and wait for me for a while. I will help you get revenge." None of those people wanted to run away, and none of them could run away. Tang Rui walked towards them step by step with heavy steps. Those people looked at Tang Rui approaching, and each of them was afraid and wanted to escape. But Tang Rui's speed was amazing, comparable to that of a wind-type mutant, and they couldn't escape at all. Since there was no way to escape, they could only bite the bullet. However, Tang Rui, who was in a state of rage, was even more powerful. With a twist of his big hand, he easily twisted off a head. The man who shot Ao Bao was dismembered alive into 6 pieces. 2 arms, 2 feet, a body, and a head. The scene was too bloody and horrifying. They couldn't run away, and they couldn't fight. They could only stand there and wait to die. Before they died, their eyes were full of fear. After their heads were twisted off, the fearful look did not change and remained. Yang Yu and Du watched the massacre from the side, and they were both terrified. Du pulled up Yang Yu's sleeve and said, "Run. Tang Rui is out of control now. And he might kill us too." "No. I killed Ao Bao. I have to take responsibility." Yang Yu knew it was all his fault. If he hadn't led the enemy here, Ao Bao wouldn't have died. What's the point of blaming yourself now? How can you be responsible? Can you revive Ao Bao? Hurry up and leave. Don't dawdle. Du dragged Yang Yu to leave. Yang Yu shook off Du's hand and said with tears in his eyes, "Ao Bao is in trouble. I'm very sad. I can't just leave like this. My conscience won't let me go." Just when Du and Yang Yu were arguing, Tang Rui had already dismembered all the enemies, and the snow was dyed red. After Tang Rui dealt with these people, he hurried back to Ao Bao. I don't know if it was too cold and Ao Bao was frozen, or if there were other reasons that he didn't want to admit. Anyway, Ao Bao's body has become very stiff now. "Ao Bao, is it cold? I'll warm you up, and you'll be warm soon." Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao's stiff body into his arms, intending to use his body temperature to soften Ao Bao's body. But no matter how he warmed it up, Ao Bao's body was still stiff, and there was no temperature at all. Looking at the person who had no breath in his arms, Tang Rui burst into tears. "Ao Bao, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have carried you on my back. I should have protected you in front." In this way, the bullet would have hit him instead of Ao Bao. Tang Rui fell into deep self-blame and regret. He hated himself for not protecting Ao Bao at the critical moment. Tang Rui sat in the snow, holding Ao Bao's cold and stiff little body, and crying for a long time. It was not until a thick layer of snow fell on his body that Tang Rui remembered that he should take Ao Bao to a warm place. He couldn't let Ao Bao freeze again. Tang Rui stood up holding Ao Bao's body and walked towards the cave in the distance. After entering the cave, Tang Rui quickly picked up firewood and started a fire. He kept adding firewood to the fire to make it burn more vigorously. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and it was so hot that people began to sweat on their foreheads. But when Tang Rui touched Ao Bao's body, he found that it was still stiff. "Why is your body still stiff? Is it still cold? I'll go pick up some more firewood." Tang Rui first laid Ao Bao flat next to the fire, and then went to pick up more firewood. Seeing this, Yang Yu came up to help pick up firewood, and finally handed the firewood he picked up to Tang Rui. "Brother Rui, here you go." Tang Rui raised his hand, and knocked all the firewood in Yang Yu's hand down. He looked at Yang Yu sharply, and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you to get out? I'm sorry. It's all my fault that Ao Bao got hurt. I'm really sorry." Yang Yu bent his legs, knelt down, and kowtowed twice, trying to ask Tang Rui for forgiveness. Even though Yang Yu apologized sincerely, Tang Rui didn't mean to forgive him, because this matter couldn't be resolved with just an apology, unless Ao Bao could wake up. Tang Rui pointed at the cave entrance and said to Yang Yu angrily, "Get out of here. Don't let me see you again." "Brother Rui, I don't want to leave." Yang Yu felt bad. If he left like this, his conscience would definitely be condemned. So he had to stay and see if he could find a way to save Ao Bao. Tang Rui grabbed Yang Yu by the collar and lifted him up from his kneeling position. "Do you think I won't kill you?" Tang Rui's hatred for Yang Yu is not diminished at all. Facing Tang Rui's eyes that were blazing with anger and hatred, Yang Yu said fearfully, "Brother Rui, calm down first. Ao Bao will definitely survive." Ao Bao was shot in the heart, and his breathing had stopped. Even before the end of the world, when medical treatment was so advanced, there was no way to save him. Let alone after the end of the world, when there was no medical treatment at all. All the things were placed in Ao Bao's space. Tang Rui had nothing in his hands. Not even the things to bandage. How could he save Ao Bao? Tang Rui was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yang Yu. So he threw Yang Yu out directly, and then returned to the fire with the dry firewood he picked up. Tang Rui put down the firewood in his hand, and then gently picked up Ao Bao, who was lying on the ground. Looking at Ao Bao, whose face was pale and without any trace of life, Tang Rui felt as if his heart was hollowed out by something. At this moment, he seemed to have lost the meaning of living. Tang Rui buried his head in Ao Bao's neck and cried uncontrollably, "Ao Bao, how do you want me to live?" Originally, Tang Rui had hoped for the future. He looked forward to living a bubbling life with Ao Bao and going hand in hand to the end of the world. But now everything has become a bubble. Looking at Tang Rui, who was crying while holding Ao Bao body, Yang Yu walked over carefully and said tentatively, "Brother Rui, as long as Ao Bao is bitten by a zombie and reinfected with the zombie virus, he should be able to survive. But Ao Bao may become a low-level zombie again. I don't know if you are willing." Tang Rui was too sad before, so he didn't think of this. Thanks to Yang Yu's reminder, Tang Rui thought of it. It has to be said that Yang Yu's proposal is very useful, and Ao Bao will definitely be resurrected by then. As for whether Ao Bao will turn back into a low-level zombie, Tang Rui doesn't care at all. He just wants Ao Bao to come back to life. He doesn't care whether it is a zombie or a human. After all, when he first met Ao Bao was just a low-level zombie. At most, Tang Rui will tame Ao Bao all over again. Seeing that Tang Rui agreed to his proposal, Yang Yu pushed Yu out and instructed him, "Go and bite Ao Bao. Bite lightly. Just bite a little bit of skin. Otherwise Brother Rui will feel distressed." "You didn't bite Ao Bao," he said. "This method doesn't work. Ao Bao is dead now. The blood in his body has stopped flowing. The zombie virus cannot flow through the blood throughout the body, so the virus can't break out. And there is no way to successfully turn Ao Bao into a zombie." The hope that was finally ignited was instantly broken by Du Yu's words. Seeing Tang Rui's face gradually solidified, Yang Yu frowned, then continued to push Du Yu and said, "You try it first." "Okay, I'll try it." After that, Du Yu walked towards Ao Bao. Before biting, Du Yu carefully asked Tang Rui, "I really bit it?" Du Yu was afraid that Tang Rui would explode his head directly after biting, so it was better to confirm it twice in advance. Tang Rui nodded solemnly, "Yes." Du Yu raised Ao Bao's little arm and prepared to bite the back of Ao Bao's hand. Ao Bao's skin was delicate and tender, and the skin broke with a light bite, because the blood was not circulating. It took a long time before a little blood oozed out from the broken skin. Du Yu was afraid that Tang Rui would come and beat him, so he ran away after biting him. Tang Rui just glared at Du Yu, not angry. Then Tang Rui went forward and held the little hand of Ao Bao that was bitten. He first wiped off the saliva and breath left by Du Yu with his sleeve, then put Ao Bao's little hand to his mouth and kissed the broken skin. Yang Yu muttered worriedly, "I don't know if this method will work. Even if it doesn't work, there is no other way." Only this time, Du Yu leaned over and whispered to Yang Yu, saying in a low voice, "The bite is not deep enough. The zombie virus cannot spread, so the probability of Ao Bao successfully turning into a zombie is very low. So don't hold too much hope. Keep your voice down. Don't let Brother Rui hear it." Yang Yu was worried that Tang Rui would have another emotional breakdown after knowing that Ao Bao had little chance of resurrection. Du Yu decisively shut his mouth and didn't even dare to whisper. Tang Rui seemed to be full of hope at this moment, and he firmly believed that Ao Bao would wake up. A smile appeared on Tang Rui's face. He lowered his head and kissed Ao Bao's closed eyes. He asked softly as usual, "Ao Bao, you haven't eaten for a day. You must be very hungry. I'll catch a squirrel for you to roast and eat." Tang Rui couldn't let his Ao Bao go hungry. When he heard that Tang Rui was going out, Yang Yu hurriedly said, "It's snowing outside, so don't catch squirrels. I have a few cans in my bag. Ao Bao gave me some before. Open them and eat them." All the food was in Ao Bao's space. If Ao Bao couldn't wake up, they would probably starve to death in this winter. The little food left in the bag had to be eaten sparingly. Tang Rui thought about it and decided that he couldn't leave Ao Bao now. What if Ao Bao suddenly woke up and didn't see him? So he had to give up the idea of looking for squirrels. Yang Yu took out the canned food and biscuits from his bag and handed them to Tang Rui. "There's not much food. Brother Rui, save some first. Otherwise there will be nothing to eat later. It's very difficult to dig some wild vegetables to eat in the winter. If the food is really gone, you can only chew tree bark to fill your stomach." Tang Rui put the canned food on the fire to heat it, and waited for the soup inside to bubble before taking it out. Ao Bao couldn't open his mouth now, and he couldn't chew anything. Tang Rui had to put the meat in his mouth first, chew it, and then pry open Ao Bao's teeth, pass the chewed meat in his mouth, and then use his tongue to push the meat to Ao Bao's throat, so that the meat can slide smoothly into the esophagus and finally into the stomach. Tang Rui fed Ao Bao back and forth more than a dozen times, and Ao Bao's belly was swollen. Tang Rui rubbed Ao Bao's bulging belly and thought that Ao Bao should be full now, so he stopped feeding him. After watching Tang Rui feeding Ao Bao mouth to mouth, Yang Yu couldn't help but wonder, can Ao Bao digest it? You said, it will probably come out in its original flavor. Yang Yu. Come to think of it. It seemed so. When Ao Bao was still a zombie. Every time he drank soup, he drank it from the top and leaked from the bottom. And urinated while drinking. Isn't it original flavor? After feeding Ao Bao, Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's cold little hand and played with it. Why is it still cold? Is the fire not big enough? Tang Rui grabbed a handful of firewood and threw it directly into the fire. The fire started immediately. The heat emitted by it could roast people. After staying by the fire for a while, Ao Bao's hands became hot. But this was because he was roasted. If he continued to roast, he would really be cooked. Yang Yu couldn't stand it anymore and stepped back. Brother Rui, don't add more firewood. The temperature is so high that it will accelerate the decay of Ao Bao's body. Tang Rui didn't listen to Yang Yu's words, but just said morbidly, Ao Bao is very cold now. He has already died. So his body must be cold. No matter how much you warm him up, it will only be warm for a while. When the heat source is gone, Ao Bao's body will soon become cold again. Yang Yu looked at the sick Tang Rui and replied, Ao Bao doesn't feel cold. Brother Rui, don't waste firewood anymore. It's not easy to find some dry firewood in this winter. If Tang Rui continues to waste it like this, he will definitely not have a fire to roast later. And Ao Bao really doesn't need a fire now. Tang Rui said to himself, Ao Bao's hands and feet are cold. Tang Rui blew a few breaths of hot air on Ao Bao's hands, and then wrapped his big hands around Ao Bao's hands and rubbed them several times. Yang Yu wanted to persuade him again, but Yu pulled his sleeve and told him, don't worry about Tang Rui. He just wants to do more for Ao Bao. In fact, Tang Rui knew very well that Ao Bao's body couldn't get warm, but he was unwilling to give up. So he wanted to do something to save it. Just when the atmosphere was gradually getting sad, Yang Yu said in surprise, hey, there is something glowing on Ao Bao's head. Because it was dark in the cave. The glow was obvious. It was the little white flower on Ao Bao's head that was emitting light. Yang Yu couldn't help but be a little curious. How come there is something glowing on Ao Bao's head? Tang Rui looked down and found that the little flower on Ao Bao's head was really glowing, with a bright white light that was a bit dazzling. Yang Yu looked carefully and found that it was actually a flower that was glowing. And that flower was growing on Ao Bao's scalp, which looked a bit weird. Usually, Yang Yu had never paid attention to observe what was hidden under Ao Bao's hair. So this was the first time he found the flower. And he immediately showed a horrified expression on his face. How can a flower grow on the head? Tang Rui frowned and glared at Yu, telling him not to make a fuss. After receiving Brother Rui's warning look, Yang Yu decisively closed his mouth and stopped howling. Tang Rui retracted his gaze from Yang Yu and put it on Ao Bao's head. Now Ao Bao has stopped breathing, but the little flower on his head is still as vigorous as ever, with no signs of withering. Tang Rui used his rough index finger to pick the petals of the little white flower. He dared to do it gently, fearing that the petals would fall off. After being touched by Tang Rui's fingers, the light of the little white flower dimmed. Tang Rui was shocked when he saw it, and quickly withdrew his fingers. He was afraid that if he continued to do it, the little white flower would not shine at all. Brother Rui, when did Ao Bao grow a flower on his head? Yang Yu had never noticed it before, so he was particularly curious. Shut up. Don't talk. Tang Rui didn't have time to care about others now. Yang Yu was shocked by Tang Rui and stammered, Okay. Tang Rui was thinking about what the connection between this flower and Ao Bao was, and whether this flower could revive Ao Bao. The question that Tang Rui was thinking about was also considered by Yang Yu. Yang Yu couldn't help it, and finally broke Tang Rui's meditation. Brother Rui, I think this flower is magical. You can pick it and feed it to Ao Bao. That flower is not an ordinary flower at first glance. After all, no ordinary flower will grow on the top of the head. So maybe it really has a miraculous effect. You can try to feed one to Ao Bao and see. Tang Rui and Yang Yu thought about the same thing. And he was also planning to pick this flower and feed it to Ao Bao. As long as there is a chance to revive Ao Bao, Tang Rui will seize it firmly. Just don't know if this flower can be picked. And what are the consequences of picking it? Tang Rui remembered that Ao Bao seemed to have picked it once before, and it could be inserted back after being picked. It was so magical. Seeing that Tang Rui had not made any move, Yang Yu instigated him. Brother Rui, give it a try. Tang Rui thought about it, and reached out to pick the little white flower. Then pried open Ao Bao's mouth and fed the flower to him. This flower is actually Bao crystal core, which contains a lot of energy. Not long after eating it, Bao's face regained its color, and the whole person looked more lively. Although the change was very subtle, Tang Rui still noticed it. He was surprised and kissed Bao's rosy face again and again. Bao, don't sleep. Get up quickly. Tang Rui shouted twice. But Bao didn't respond and was still sleeping. But the situation is gradually getting better, and Bao will definitely wake up. Brother Rui. Bao's little hand seems to have moved. Yang Yu was lying to Tang Rui. In fact, Bao's fingers had not moved at all. He said that just to make Brother Rui happier. Tang Rui was so excited that he held Bao's little hand tightly. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Tang Rui felt that Bao's little hand was warm, as if it was gradually warming up. Looking at Tang Rui, who was happy, Yu suddenly interrupted and said, "It seems that the bullet in Bao's body has not been taken out yet. If it stays in the body, the wound will fester. The bullet is still embedded in Bao's heart. If you want to take it out, you have to cut open the skin and flesh, and then use tweezers to pinch it out." But they didn't have the tools to perform this minor operation. Tang Rui also knew that the bullet had to be taken out, but he couldn't bear to hurt Bao again. If he had to cut open Bao's flesh with his own hands, he would definitely not be able to do it. By the way, I have a knife in my bag. Yang Yu actively took out a knife from his bag and handed it to Tang Rui. Tang Rui took the knife with trembling hands. He hesitated for a long time before saying, "You come and help Bao get it." "Me?" Yang Yu was a little surprised. "Brother Rui, are you serious?" Usually, Brother Rui would not allow him to talk to Bao. But now, he allowed him to touch Bao's body. He would have to take off his clothes to take out the bullet, which means he would see Bao's naked body and could touch it. Yang Yu knew how jealous Brother Rui was, so he was a little afraid to help Bao get the bullet. But Brother Rui then directly handed him the knife and asked him to help Bao get it out quickly. Yang Yu took the knife, swallowed his saliva and asked, "Brother Rui, why don't you do it yourself?" "I can't do it." Tang Rui felt distressed. He couldn't bear to see Bao get hurt, and he couldn't hurt Bao himself. Yang Yu was shaking with the knife. "Do you really want me to do it?" Tang Rui nodded solemnly. "Yes." Yang Yu compromised. "Okay then." Tang Rui first took off Bao's clothes on the upper body, revealing the place where he was shot. The place where he was shot was already healing. It was probably because of the little white flower he had just eaten. If the bullet was taken out later, the bullet hole would be completely healed, and it would be difficult to take it out at that time. In this case, the bullet would remain in Bao's body. Yang Yu used the knife to cut the flesh on Bao's heart, and then used his fingers to pick out the bullet. The bullet was not stuck very tightly, so Yang Yu took it out quickly. After successfully taking out the bullet, Tang Rui quickly tore some cloth from his clothes and used it to bandage Bao's wound. The bullet was taken out, and the wound was treated. All that was left was to wait quietly for Bao to wake up. No one slept that night. They were all watching Bao wake up. In the first half of the night, Tang Rui still had a smile on his face. In the second half of the night, the smile on Tang Rui's face had completely disappeared because Bao still hadn't woken up yet. Tang Rui wondered if the little white flower should not be picked to feed Bao. Or maybe it should be left on his head. But it was useless to think so much. The flower had already been fed to Bao, and he couldn't take it out of Bao's stomach. Just when Tang Rui thought that what he did was wrong, Bao suddenly let out a soft moan. Although the sound was very weak and could not be heard without careful listening, everyone present still caught it, who made them wait anxiously for Bao to wake up. Naturally, they had to pay more attention. Tang Rui first used his fingers to feel Bao's breath and found that Bao was already breathing. But the breathing was weak. Yang Yu next to him asked nervously, "Brother Rui, how is it? Is Bao alive?" "Yeah." Tang Rui nodded. The depressing atmosphere now became relaxed in an instant. Yang Yu smiled and said, "I knew Bao would definitely survive, even though Bao was already alive." Tang Rui still couldn't forgive Yang Yu. "Tomorrow morning, the two of you will leave quickly and get as far away as you can." Tang Rui didn't want to be held back by the two of them again. "Brother Rui, isn't Bao alive? Can't you forgive me?" Yang Yu knew that he was indeed wrong, but he had made amends. Bao was now alive, so his guilt was gone. Tang Rui was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and said directly, Don't follow us anymore. Looking at Tang Rui's ruthless look, it seemed that he really intended to drive them away. Yang Yu's pleading words were swallowed back after reaching his lips. It was not dawn yet, so they could stay for a while. During this time, Yang Yu stared at Ao Bao with a reluctant look. Ao Bao was a walking granary, so of course he would be reluctant to let him go. Tang Rui was very unhappy that Yang Yu kept looking at Ao Bao, so he used coughing to warn him. Yang Yu hurriedly turned his eyes away and pretended to look at Du Yu. When it was dawn, Ao Bao finally woke up. But Ao Bao only opened his eyes and looked for a moment, then closed them again. Fortunately, Tang Rui had been watching Ao Bao all the time, so he found that Ao Bao had woken up once, which made him feel more at ease. At least Ao Bao could open his eyes. Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao was very weak now and needed more rest, so he did not call Ao Bao and let Ao Bao sleep in his arms for a while longer. When it was completely bright, it snowed heavily outside the cave. It was impossible to walk in this state, because after a few steps, you would be buried by the snow. Yang Yu and Du Yu were allowed to stay a little longer and wait for the snow to stop before leaving. It was almost noon when Ao Bao's body began to heat up, and sweat kept coming out of his forehead. At first, Tang Rui thought that Ao Bao had caught a cold and had a fever, but Du Yu reminded him that Ao Bao was going to evolve. When evolving, symptoms similar to a cold and fever will appear, and when the evolution is complete, these symptoms will disappear. After 15 minutes, Ao Bao's fever subsided and he woke up. But Ao Bao is now more stupid than before. After waking up, he was dazed. Tang Rui called several times, but Ao Bao didn't respond. Looking at Ao Bao's not very smart appearance, Yang Yu smiled bitterly and asked, "Didn't Ao Bao just evolve? Why does it feel like his IQ has regressed?" Du Yu said, "Maybe he needs to slow down. After all, he just woke up." Tang Rui straightened Ao Bao's little face and said, "Ao Bao, stop being dazed. Look at me." Ao Bao seemed to have just reacted and looked at Rui's face, but he just stared blankly, and his mind didn't seem to have recovered yet. Tang Rui was a little worried about Ao Bao's situation, seeing that Ao Bao's eyes were never focused. It was as if he had lost his soul and turned into an empty shell. Tang Rui shook Ao Bao's shoulders nervously. "Ao Bao, take a good look at me. Look at who I am?" No matter how much Tang Rui called, Ao Bao didn't come back to his senses, and was still in a state of dissociation, and his soul didn't know where it had floated to. Ao Bao now looked like a very exquisite puppet, beautiful and strange. Yang Yu muttered on the side, "Is Ao Bao possessed by evil spirits?" Du Yu refuted him, "Possessed by evil spirits is feudal superstition. And you believe it too. Can you still encounter dirty things in the end times?" Yang Yu glanced at Du Yu impatiently. "What do you know? You have to call back Ao Bao's soul. Otherwise you will continue to be stupid like this." Although Ao Bao was also very silly before, at least he was very lively and naughty at that time. But now, he doesn't even move at all. This is not called stupidity. This is called dementia. After trying to call out to Ao Bao several times and seeing no response, Tang Rui became more and more panicked. "Ao Bao, don't scare me." Tang Rui held Ao Bao's little face and forced Ao Bao to focus his eyes on his face. "Do you still recognize me?" Ao Bao's eyes were scattered and never focused. Tang Rui was very anxious at first, but later he got used to Ao Bao's dementia. Ao Bao was able to recover his heartbeat and breathing, which was the best blessing from God to Tang Rui. He couldn't be too greedy. He had to accept that Ao Bao was still alive, even if he was a little stupid. Tang Rui stopped trying to wake up Ao Bao's soul. He began to comb Ao Bao's messy hair with his hands, and helped Ao Bao put his exposed hands into his pockets to prevent them from getting cold. Ao Bao was now completely at Tang Rui's mercy, and was extremely obedient. Yang Yu and Du Yu were still arguing about whether Ao Bao was possessed by evil spirits. But Tang Rui, who cared about Ao Bao the most, had completely let it go. Ao Bao couldn't get anything out of the space in his current state, so they had to solve the problem of food by themselves. A tall man like Tang Rui had an appetite 3 times that of an ordinary person, and he could not even fill his teeth with just 1 or 2 small biscuits, which was not enough to fill his teeth. It didn't matter if Tang Rui was hungry. He could still bear it. But he absolutely couldn't let Ao Bao starve with him. So he prepared to go out hunting and get some game to nourish Ao Bao. Although it was snowing outside, and it was inconvenient to go out, Tang Rui still took Ao Bao out hunting. Seeing Brother Rui carrying Ao Bao away, Yang Yu quickly chased after him and said, "Brother Rui, where are you taking Ao Bao?" Yang Yu thought Tang Rui was about to leave. But Tang Rui just wanted to get some meat back. Go catch a snow fox. Yang Yu asked with some surprise, "Will you come back later?" "Yes." Tang Rui couldn't find a better place than the cave for the time being. So he could only stay in the cave for a while. And those who wanted to catch Ao Bao had been eliminated by him. So there was no need to hide anymore. And there was no need to run away in a hurry. The most important thing now is to fill your stomach. Try not to starve. And survive this winter. Yang Yu stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at Tang Rui, who was about to leave, and said, "Carrying Ao Bao on your back will affect hunting a bit. So leave Ao Bao here. I will help you take good care of Ao Bao. Ao Bao is very quiet now, motionless, and doesn't need to be watched at all." But Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao to leave him for more than half a second. He would feel at ease only if he held Ao Bao all the time. Otherwise, he was afraid that Ao Bao would leave him again if he didn't pay attention. Tang Rui couldn't bear the pain of Ao Bao leaving him. So he had to be cautious and take better care of Ao Bao than before. Yang Yu felt that Brother Tang's morbid mood seemed to have not recovered yet. Perhaps Ao Bao's previous short-term death caused him a big blow, which made him look a little crazy now. Yang Yu couldn't persuade him anymore. So he just let Brother Rui do it. Tang Rui made a hat for Ao Bao with his warm clothes. After arranging the hat on Ao Bao's head, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and walked into the woods in the snow to catch prey. Using his sensitive sense of smell, Tang Rui quickly found several hibernating squirrels and got some pine nuts from the squirrels' nests. The pine nuts are very oily, so Tang Rui immediately peeled one and fed it to Ao Bao. Unfortunately, Ao Bao can't even chew or swallow now, so he just kept the pine nut in his mouth. Tang Rui was afraid that the pine nut would get stuck in Ao Bao's throat, so he used his fingers to get it out, saying, "Ao Bao, don't you like this? I'll roast squirrel meat for you later." Before these squirrels hibernate, they store a lot of fat, so each one looks very plump. If they are roasted over the fire, they will definitely sizzle and ooze oil. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back with one hand and carried the squirrels with the other hand. These squirrels had been knocked unconscious by Tang Rui, so they wouldn't move around. Yang Yu had been waiting at the entrance of the cave, hoping that Brother Rui could catch some prey to give them a snack. Brother Rui really didn't disappoint. He caught 4 squirrels in less than 10 minutes. Yang Yu waved at Tang Rui from a distance. "Do you?" who was standing next to him, saw this and said sarcastically, "Who are you waiting for? Your old attacker?" Yang Yu glared at him angrily. "What are you talking about? If Brother Rui hears it, we'll both be in trouble." Yu was just a little jealous. Back in the cave, Tang Rui started to skin the squirrels. The skins were dried to dry, and then they could be made into several pairs of woolen gloves and socks for Ao Bao, which would keep them warmer. Now that there wasn't much food, the squirrels' internal organs couldn't be thrown away. The intestines were washed with snow water and roasted on the fire. The cooking utensils are all in Ao Bao's space. Find a way to take them out. Now the only way to cook the food is to grill it directly. Tang Rui was busy grilling meat, while Ao Bao was in a daze the whole time. Yang Yu wanted to tease Ao Bao, but was scared off by Tang Rui's eyes. "Brother Rui, Ao Bao has become like this now. Do you not care?" Yang Yu looked at Tang Rui and seemed to have accepted the reality of Ao Bao dementia. "Yeah." Tang Rui's request was very simple. He just wanted Ao Bao to be alive. What does ya mean? Could it be that he really planned to let Ao Bao be like this for the rest of his life? Yang Yu would not agree, because if Ao Bao continued to be demented like this, then the food in the space would not be edible. "Brother Rui, based on my many years of hypnosis experience, Ao Bao has lost his soul. As long as the soul is found, he can return to normal." Tang Rui asked in confusion, "How to find the soul?" "Just call the soul back. In short, call the soul back." Yang Yu had learned some mysterious arts before, and he also learned hypnosis from a master who taught mysterious arts. Tang Rui didn't really want Ao Bao to be so stupid, so he decided to give Yang Yu a chance to show his ability. "Then you try it." Yang Yu rolled up his sleeves and prepared to do it. "Watch me." Then Yang Yu circled Ao Bao 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, muttering, "Ao Bao's soul will come back soon. Ao Bao's soul will come back soon." Tang Rui, your brain must be rusty to agree to let Yang Yu try. Yang Yu's method of calling the soul must be useless, because Ao Bao was not possessed by evil spirits. He just lost the little white flower on his head. So he lost his mind. Only after the little white flower on his head grows back can he return to normal. Before that, Ao Bao will always be in a state of dementia. Seeing that Ao Bao's soul was not called back by him, Yang Yu planned to try again. Tang Rui thought that his chanting was too annoying. So he scolded him, "Stop chanting. Brother Rui. I can do it. You believe me." Yang Yu felt that he was almost able to call Ao Bao's soul back. Diu said sarcastically again, "This is the end of the world. There are not so many supernatural events." Tang Rui threw a piece of burnt and old meat to Yang Yu, and used this piece of meat to bet Yang Yu's mouth. In fact, Ao Bao is pretty good now. He doesn't resist Tang Rui at all. Even when doing that kind of thing, Ao Bao would not resist. But even though he was demented, he still felt pain. So when Tang Rui was fully immersed, Ao Bao's body would twitch subconsciously, and one or two pleasant moans would leak out of his little mouth. MMM. These two moans were like the sound of nature in Tang Rui's eyes. And he was even more excited. Tang Rui buried his head in Ao Bao's fragrant neck, kissing and saying, "Ao Bao, I will stop if you say stop. And I will not stop if you don't say stop." Ao Bao couldn't speak now, so he could only suffer this loss of being dumb. And he couldn't even cry out in pain, which was very pitiful. Tang Rui also knew that he had to be restrained and couldn't hurt Ao Bao. So he stopped when he should. And Ao Bao didn't just feel pain. He could also feel pleasure. So it can only be said that he was in pain and happy. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao on the forehead twice. "Let you go tonight. Come again tomorrow night." Ao Bao is stupid, but not deaf, and can understand human words. After hearing Tang Rui's words above, Ao Bao's body trembled violently a few times. Tang Rui seemed to be able to see that Ao Bao was afraid. And he found it a little funny. What is there to be afraid of? Isn't it uncomfortable? Tang Rui's skills are much better now than before. He knows how to push to the point of Ao Bao climax, so that both parties can enjoy it. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao's waist with a satisfied look and asked, "Will you feel cold when you sleep at night?" Ao Bao couldn't answer Tang Rui's question. Tang Rui didn't expect Ao Bao to answer, fearing that Ao Bao would be cold. Tang Rui stuffed Ao Bao under his clothes, never letting any cold wind blow on Ao Bao. Tang Rui didn't know how long Ao Bao would have to stay in this state of dementia before he could recover. But he was getting more and more used to Ao Bao dementia. Han #brother #child #organize #. At night, Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao and slept by the fire, not feeling cold at all. The wind was howling outside, but the cave was warm. The next morning, Tang Rui roasted the squirrel meat that he hadn't finished eating yesterday, heated it up, and fed it to Ao Bao. Because Ao Bao couldn't chew or swallow now, Tang Rui chewed it up first, and then fed it mouth to mouth. Tang Rui had used this feeding method many times, and was very skilled in it. After feeding Ao Bao, Tang Rui planned to go out and catch some game. Yang Yu was afraid that Tang Rui would not come back after carrying Ao Bao away, so he insisted on going out hunting with him. Tang Rui couldn't do anything about him, so he could only let him follow behind him. When Yu saw Yang Yu go out, he followed him. A group of people walked in the snow in a mighty manner. Even if there were prey, they would have been scared away by the noise they made. As a result, they searched for a long time, but didn't see the shadow of a small animal. Just when they were about to give up, Diu said, "I remember there is a small lake nearby. We can catch some fish to eat. But there is no net." "How can we catch it?" "Just catch it directly. The water is very cold in winter." Yang Yu couldn't help shuddering just thinking about his hand reaching into the icy water to catch fish. Besides, isn't the lake frozen? How can we catch it? Tang Rui and Diu didn't say much nonsense to Yang Yu, and walked straight towards the direction of the small lake. Diu led the way in front, and Tang Rui followed behind with Ao Bao on his back. After Yang Yu realized what was happening, he quickly jogged to catch up. The lake was frozen, and there was not enough oxygen in the water. Fish also had to occasionally float to the surface to absorb oxygen, so they only needed to make a hole in the ice, and the fish would float up by themselves. Diu and Tang Rui understood this principle, but Yang Yu didn't. Yang Yu was still questioning, will it work? No one paid attention to him. Tang Rui put Ao Bao down from his back and put him on a small rock next to him to sit for a while. Just sit still. I'll go catch some fish for you. Ao Bao would also stay still without Tang Rui's reminder. Tang Rui turned his head, found a good position in the center of the lake, and then directly hit the ice with his fist. The temperature was very low now, and the ice on the lake was 10 centimeters thick. It was not something that ordinary people could do with their bare hands. But Tang Rui was not an ordinary person. Diu originally wanted to use a stone to slowly break it open. But Tang Rui had already smashed a large groove in the ice with his bare hands. He was so strong. Diu really admired Tang Rui. This man, who was almost omnipotent. After several punches, he finally broke through the ice. The fish didn't float up for a while, and he had to wait for an hour or two. Tang Rui went back to Ao Bao first, hugged Ao Bao and talked to him. Yang Yu and Diu stayed at the entrance of the cave to observe whether the fish came up. Tang Rui looked at the two and said, "No need to wait. The fish will jump up by itself later." Yang Yu felt that Tang Rui was joking. Are fish so stupid? Just after he finished speaking, a small fish really jumped up by itself and was now struggling on the ice. Yang Yu was completely dumbfounded. There really are such dumb fish. Looking at Yang Yu's dumb look, Diu explained to him, if there is not enough oxygen in the water, the fish will suffocate in the water. Now the lake is completely frozen, and the oxygen concentration in the water is reduced. As long as there is a gap on the lakeside, the fish will float up to breathe oxygen. Oh, so that's it. This is the first time Yang Yu has heard of this. It feels quite novel. And at the same time, he is also very excited. Because there are a constant stream of fish jumping out of the water. Yang Yu can't even pick up all the fish. His arms are already full. And he smells fishy. Tang Rui didn't go up to help. So he sat there with Ao Bao and watched. With Yang Yu and Diu as helpers. It really saves a lot of trouble. In addition, there are so many fish. Enough for them to survive this winter. And they don't have to worry about food shortages anymore. Yang Yu and Diu first took some of the fish back to the cave. And then took the second one. They repeated this process about 5 or 6 times until fewer and fewer fish jumped out of the cave. When they returned to the cave, Tang Rui picked the biggest fish and roasted it first. The rest he couldn't finish was roasted into dried fish for preservation. Or buried in the snow and frozen. After the roasted fish, Tang Rui carefully removed the fish bones before feeding it to Ao Bao. Seeing that Ao Bao now needed Tang Rui to feed him until he could swallow food. Yang Yu felt that this couldn't go on. Brother Rui, if it doesn't snow, go find a crystal core to feed Ao Bao. Maybe he can return to normal after eating the crystal core. Yeah. Tang Rui couldn't really let Ao Bao go on like this. Of course, he had to do something for Ao Bao. As soon as he heard the word crystal core, Diu's forehead broke out into a few drops of cold sweat. Mainly because among the people present, only his crystal core was suitable for extraction. Moreover, Tang Rui had also intended to take his crystal core before. So Diu had to worry. No one had noticed Diu at first. But Diu's unusual look made it hard for people not to notice him. Tang Rui and Yang Yu's eyes fell on Diu at the same time. Yang Yu's eyes were full of doubt. Why are you still sweating? Is it hot? No. Diu's whole body was now frozen in the snow. How could he feel hot? Yang Yu quickly saw what Diu was worried about. And he whispered to Diu, don't be afraid. Brother Rui won't take your crystal core. Are you sure? Diu felt that he had been targeted by Tang Rui. And he felt that Tang Rui would come over and blow his head off in the next second. In the past, Diu's strength could at least compete with Tang Rui. But now it's not okay. He has no way to shake Tang Rui because Tang Rui's strength has improved too fast. Diu clearly didn't see Tang Rui training or swallowing crystal cores to improve his strength. But Tang Rui can still become more and more powerful, which is beyond the reach of others. Diu thinks that Tang Rui must have some secrets. Originally, Tang Rui did not intend to dig out Diu's crystal core. But Diu kept staring at him. It was hard not to attract Tang Rui's attention with such an undisguised look. Why don't you dig out your crystal core first and give it to Ao Bao? Tang Rui's expression was very serious. And he was not joking. Diu felt his scalp tingling. And a sense of fear came over him. He knew that there was a big gap between his strength and Tang Rui's. Diu swallowed nervously and said, those fish haven't had their internal organs squeezed out yet. And their scales haven't been removed yet. There are so many fish that need to be processed. And it would be really troublesome if there is not one person to help. After considering for a moment, Tang Rui decided not to take Diu's crystal core for the time being. And take it when needed later. Brother Rui, are you really going to take Diu's crystal core? Yang Yu regretted it. If he had known, he would not have mentioned using the crystal core to help Ao Bao recover. Not for the time being. It is uncertain whether he will take it later. Tang Rui plans to store the crystal core in Diu's brain first. and take it out when he needs it. That's right. He just temporarily stores the crystal core that originally belonged to Duyu in Duyu's brain. Yang Yu was worried about Duyu, and he probably wanted to have fun. He started this matter, and he had to be responsible for calming it down. Otherwise Duyu would definitely be scared and unable to sleep at night. Yang Yu helped Duyu to plead for mercy. Brother Rui, how about this? Wait until it snows. We go catch the superpowers and dig out their crystal cores. One crystal core certainly won't have much effect. So Tang Rui can also think of finding more crystal cores. And there is no need for Yang Yu to remind him at this time. After Yang Yu went around in circles, he got to the point. Don't dig to use crystal core. Digging other people's crystal cores can also help Ao Bao recover. Tang Rui looked up and glanced at Yang Yu. I'll dig whoever I want. Yang Yu smiled bitterly and walked away. Okay. He was afraid that if he helped Yu to plead for mercy again, he would be killed by Brother Rui. After all, Brother Rui's mental state has not been very good recently, and he is a little crazy, so it is better not to provoke him. Yang Yu and Yu went to deal with the fish's internal organs. They whispered to each other whether to run or not. If they were not afraid, their lives would definitely be in danger. The two hit it off and decided to run. That night, the two took advantage of Tang Rui's sleep and ran away. Tang Rui was not asleep, so he knew that the two had run away. Not only did they run away, they also took the fish away. Even though he knew they had taken the fish away, Tang Rui did not stop them. Anyway, the small lake was close to here, and he could catch fish to eat at any time. Yang Yu and Yu ran away, and Tang Rui did not feel sorry at all, because he had told them to get out a long time ago. And now they finally got out. Tang Rui turned over with Ao Bao in his arms, adjusted his posture, and continued to sleep. He only needed Ao Bao to be by his side, and he didn't care whether others were there or not. Yang Yu and Duyu, who ran away overnight, now regretted it. They shouldn't have run out. It was freezing outside. The breath they exhaled turned into ice mist in a second, freezing their noses red and their eyelashes frozen. No matter how many clothes they wore, they were still cold. It was simply torture. Yang Yu put down the bag of fish on his back and said coldly, "Why don't we go back while Brother Rui is still asleep and pretend nothing happened?" Duyu also wanted to go back, but he still said stubbornly, "Can you be a little more ambitious and keep going?" Yang Yu and Duyu walked all night and were almost frozen into ice sculptures the next morning. In the end, the two of them returned to the cave in misery. "Brother Rui, we are back." Tang Rui was holding Ao Bao and roasting by the fire. Hearing someone calling him, he looked up and saw two snowmen standing at the entrance of the cave. The clothes on Yang Yu and Duyu were frozen. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were snowmen. Seeing the two idiots coming back, Tang Rui had no expression on his face. Quite calm. "Why are you back again?" Tang Rui was just about to enjoy himself with Ao Bao, but the two light bulbs came back. Tang Rui didn't welcome them very much, and said directly, "Get lost." The two idiots at the entrance of the cave looked at each other, and then shamelessly came in to warm themselves by the fire. If they didn't warm themselves by the fire, their blood would coagulate. The temperature beside the fire was suitable, and Ao Bao couldn't help but doze off, and yawned unconsciously, and finally leaned his head on Tang Rui's shoulder, his eyelids closing and closing. Although Ao Bao was demented, he still had normal physiological reactions, so he would occasionally doze off. Tang Rui lowered his head and sucked on Ao Bao's soft cheek meat, saying, "I haven't eaten yet. Wait until I finish eating before sleeping. Sleeping on an empty stomach will easily wake you up from hunger, and you won't sleep well. Sleeping after eating a full stomach will allow you to sleep longer." Ao Bao didn't understand any of this. He just knew he was sleepy and wanted to sleep. Tang Rui was just about to take the grilled fish off the fire to feed Ao Bao, but Ao Bao fell asleep in the blink of an eye and started snoring. I don't know why. Every time he heard Ao Bao snoring, Tang Rui would feel a sense of happiness and satisfaction, as if his heart was filled. Tang Rui smiled and put the grilled fish down, waiting for Ao Bao to wake up before eating. Yang Yu, who was sitting opposite, stared at the fish in Tang Rui's hand. "Brother Rui, don't you want to eat it? Then give it to me." After walking all night, he consumed a lot of calories and now urgently needed to replenish them. Yang Yu stared at the fish with a gleam in his eyes. It was good enough that Tang Rui didn't drive him out. He still wanted to eat the fish left for Ao Bao. Tang Rui picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it directly at Yang Yu's head. The stone hit his head and immediately a big red bump appeared. Yang Yu was about to cry, and turned to complain to Diyu beside him. I was beaten. Diyu raised his eyelids, glanced at Tang Rui, and then said cowardly, I can't beat him. Tang Rui looked at the two of them with a sharp look. Speak softly. Don't wake up Ao Bao. Ao Bao was sleeping soundly now, snoring, and saliva was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Tang Rui gently wiped the saliva with his fingers, and then kissed Ao Bao's soft little mouth again. Ao Bao's little mouth was still cold a few days ago, but now it is warm. This warm touch makes Tang Rui addicted. He kissed Ao Bao's mouth again, and that handsome face with deep and resolute features was softer than at any time. Seeing Tang Rui so gentle, the two people opposite were excited to get goosebumps all over their bodies. It was really inexplicable that the tough guy became tender. But this was a love they could not envy. Brother Rui, is Ao Bao not so stupid anymore? Yang Yu looked at Ao Bao's expression, and it seemed much more lively, not as dull as before. Tang Rui also found that Ao Bao seemed to have recovered a little bit more than before. Before, he was so stupid that he would not even blink his eyelids. But now, he would doze off and snore. Yang Yu randomly guessed. Is it because he ate the fish in that lake that he gradually recovered? Tang Rui shook his head. No. The fish in that lake are just ordinary fish. How could there be any miraculous effect? What did he eat? Yang Yu scratched his head and guessed. If he really got better because of what he ate, then it should be Tang Rui's meat. Because Tang Rui fed Ao Bao meat last night and the night before. So this possibility is relatively high. Well, no matter what, it's okay that Ao Bao can recover. Yang Yu is still thinking about taking a lot of food from the space to reward his stomach after Ao Bao recovered. Tang Rui is still thinking about what is the reason for Ao Bao recovery. Is it really because of eating his meat? Tang Rui plans to test it tonight to see if this is the reason. In addition, Tang Rui thought of Diyu biting Ao Bao before, and the zombie virus also entered Ao Bao's body. But Ao Bao has not yet completely turned into a zombie, but has just become stupid, which is a bit strange. For Tang Rui, he now hopes that Ao Bao can turn back into a zombie, because zombies are not as fragile as humans. If Ao Bao is still a zombie, then the shot he was hit with before is definitely not life-threatening. At most it will just be a bullet hole on his body. Thinking of this, Tang Rui suddenly set his sights on Diyu. Diyu felt a chill on his back after feeling Tang Rui's gaze, and he thought Tang Rui was trying to get his crystal core again. Unexpectedly, Tang Rui then said, Come here. Bite Ao Bao again. Diyu was stunned and did not move. Yang Yu looked confused. Ao Bao is already alive. Why bite him? Tang Rui said directly, I want Ao Bao to turn back into a zombie. Yang Yu. Crazy. Really crazy. Why let Ao Bao turn back into a zombie for no reason? Yang Yu didn't understand Tang Rui's approach at all, and didn't agree with it, thinking it was totally unnecessary. Brother Rui, have you really thought it through? After turning into a zombie, whether Ao Bao broke his arms or legs, or his stomach was hollowed out or his head was shot, he would not die. He only needed to spend more crystal cores to recover. This was the best choice for Tang Rui. It's so easy for Ao Bao to get into trouble when he turns into a zombie. This way, Tang Rui would feel more at ease, and he wouldn't have to worry about Ao Bao's life safety all the time. Yang Yu tried his best to dissuade him, but what if he turns into a zombie and doesn't recognize you? And if Ao Bao turns into a zombie, can the food in the space still be taken out? Tang Rui explained briefly, Ao Bao is a superpower. If he turns into a zombie, he will only become a mid-level zombie, not a low-level zombie, so he won't lose his memory. That seems to be true. As long as Ao Bao's space can still be used, Yang Yu doesn't object to letting Ao Bao turn into a zombie. But one thing Yang Yu didn't expect is that once Ao Bao turns into a zombie, he may become a reserve food. In the case of food shortage, he will definitely be chopped by Tang Rui and used to feed Ao Bao. Don't think that Tang Rui can't do that kind of thing. As long as he can meet Ao Bao's needs, Tang Rui can do anything. He has killed 1 or 2 living people. Do you, who had been silent, spoke up at this moment, do you really want me to bite it? Tang Rui nodded, showing his determination. Yes. Diyu was not in a hurry to bite it, and repeatedly asked, if Ao Bao turns into a zombie, don't regret it then? Yang Yu patted Diyu on the shoulder and said, It's okay. There is a vaccine for the zombie virus in Ao Bao's space. Diyu pondered for a while, looked at Tang Rui's face, and then asked, Should we ask Ao Bao for his opinion? Maybe Ao Bao prefers to be a human being. Before, Ao Bao refused to get vaccinated and insisted on being a little zombie who only knew how to eat and sleep all day long. This proves that Ao Bao prefers to be a carefree little zombie. Ao Bao is now demented. How can we ask for his opinion? Tang Rui asked you to stop talking nonsense and bite him quickly. Hurry up. Okay. Diyu slowly moved over and bit Ao Bao back of the hand lightly. When he saw Diyu's mouth touching Ao Bao's little hand, Tang Rui couldn't help but get a little angry. His sword-like eyebrows knitted together, and he said angrily, "Bite faster." Tang Rui couldn't bear to see other men touch Ao Bao, and letting Diyu bite Ao Bao was already the limit of his patience. Diyu also wanted to be faster, but if he bit too fast, if the wound was too big, Tang Rui would definitely be angry and beat him. So he had better bite carefully and make a small wound, so that Tang Rui wouldn't feel so distressed. While biting, Ao Bao suddenly woke up. Diyu was so scared that he immediately let go of his mouth and hid back. Ao Bao just opened his eyes, and there was no other reaction. Tang Rui looked at Diyu, who bounced back, frowned and said, "Hurry up and bite a little. Don't dawdle." Diyu nodded, "Okay." Under Tang Rui's terrifying gaze, Diyu took 3 minutes to bite Ao Bao's skin. These short 3 minutes were very difficult for Diyu. It is no exaggeration to say that he walked through the gates of hell, because Tang Rui's eyes were really scary. The small cut on Ao Bao's hand had been infected with the zombie virus. Just wait for the virus to attack. Yang Yu asked nervously, "Brother Rui, will Ao Bao have an accident?" Ao Bao should be fine. But Yang Yu's unlucky words made Tang Rui feel uncomfortable. Shut up. In fact, Tang Rui was still a little worried. The time for the zombie virus to attack can be fast or slow. Some people will attack immediately after being bitten, while others may have to wait until the next day to attack. Ao Bao attack time was neither fast nor slow. It started to twitch about 3 hours later. Yang Yu looked at Ao Bao twitching, and felt worried for no reason. Ao Bao will be okay, right? Diyu covered Yang Yu's stinky mouth. "Stop talking nonsense. Tang Rui will come over to beat you up later." Yang Yu was beaten, and Diyu could only watch from the side. Tang Rui was already nervous, but Yang Yu was still trying to exaggerate his nervousness. Soon Yang Yu received Tang Rui's cold eyes. "You two get out." Diyu dragged Yang Yu out without saying a word, and the two went to wait at the cave entrance. Inside the cave, Ao Bao was still twitching, drooling. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao wipe his saliva while comforting him softly. "It will be fine soon. It will be fine soon." Actually, Tang Rui said this to himself, because he couldn't predict what Ao Bao would become in the end. Would he become a low-level zombie or a mid-level zombie? If Ao Bao became a low-level zombie, then Tang Rui might have to spend a long time to cultivate feelings with Ao Bao again. This process is long, and Tang Rui still hopes that Ao Bao will become a mid-level zombie. Ao Bao's body was still twitching, and it lasted for about 20 minutes before it stopped. After the twitching stopped, Ao Bao fell into a coma. Tang Rui frowned nervously and called softly, "Ao Bao." Generally, people infected with the zombie virus will not fall into a coma, but will suddenly attack humans. But why did Ao Bao faint? And he couldn't be awakened no matter how he was called. Waiting for Yang Yu and Diyu at the entrance of the cave, he walked over and asked, "Brother Rui, what's the situation?" Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao, who had fainted in his arms, and his brows frowned deeper and deeper. "I don't know yet." Yang Yu squatted down beside him and sighed. "Oh, wait slowly." Diyu pulled Yang Yu and reminded him, "Don't get too close. Otherwise when Ao Bao wakes up, the first person he will bite is you." Now Yang Yu is the only human being. Diyu and Tang Rui are not considered human beings. If Ao Bao becomes a zombie, he will definitely bite Yang Yu first. Yang Yu reacted belatedly and quickly hid away to avoid being bitten. He didn't want to become a zombie. After waiting quietly for more than 10 minutes, Ao Bao made 2 soft moans. The sound was extremely weak and could only be heard if you listened carefully. Tang Rui thought he was hallucinating, so he quickly put his ear to Ao Bao's lips to listen carefully. Ao Bao made another sound, and this time Tang Rui heard it clearly. Seeing that Ao Bao was about to wake up, Tang Rui shouted in surprise, "Ao Bao, open your eyes and look at me." Tang Rui was now anxious. He really wanted to confirm whether Ao Bao had become a low-level zombie or a mid-level zombie. Just when Tang Rui was still scratching his head, Ao Bao suddenly shouted, "Ao Rui." This long-lost Rui almost made Tang Rui a tough guy cry on the spot. Tang Rui responded happily, "Ao Bao. I'm here. I'm here." Yang Yu next to him was also happy. "Great. He finally woke up." Du added, "It seems that Ao Bao has become a mid-level zombie." Yang Yu turned his head and asked, "Why not a high-level zombie?" In Yang Yu's impression, Ao Bao is very powerful. Much more powerful than Du. Du is a high-level zombie. So why is Ao Bao still a mid-level zombie? It should be the other way around. Du said, "It's good to be a mid-level zombie." Yang Yu and Du were talking so loudly that Tang Rui couldn't hear Ao Bao talking. Tang Rui turned around and yelled at them, "Be quiet." Yang Yu and Du didn't dare to speak. There was no other interference except the crackling sound of the fire in the cave. Tang Rui could hear Ao Bao talking more clearly. "Rui Rui." Ao Bao's eyes were not open yet, but he kept calling Rui Rui. Tang Rui also responded over and over again, "I'm here." Tang Rui was so happy to hear Ao Bao call Rui Rui. After calling for a while, Ao Bao opened his eyes. After Ao Bao opened his eyes, the first sentence was, "Rui Rui. I'm hungry." When Yang Yu heard Ao Bao say he was hungry, he quickly hid behind Du. He was afraid that Brother Rui would come to scrape meat from him to fill Ao Bao's stomach. Looking at Ao Bao, who finally woke up, Tang Rui's eyes were full of doting. "I'm hungry. Do you want to eat fish?" There was only fish to eat. No other options. Ao Bao muttered, "I want meat." Now Ao Bao has become a zombie, and only wants to eat meat. Nothing else. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's waist and said, "Fish is also meat. Ao, eat. Since it is meat, then Ao Bao will eat it." Ao Bao just woke up. Of course, he needs to nourish himself. Tang Rui plans to make a fish feast for Ao Bao. "Ao Bao, take the pot out of the space. I will stew fish soup for you." Always eating grilled fish is not good for the body, especially the burnt parts. Eating too much can easily cause cancer. It is healthier to eat cooked food. Ao Bao listened to Rui Rui and took the pot out of the space. But when Ao Bao was about to probe his consciousness into the space as before, he found that he no longer had space. Ao Bao panicked and shouted anxiously, "Ao." Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao panic and asked, "What happened?" "Ao." Ao Bao briefly told Rui Rui that his space disappeared, and Ao Bao didn't know what happened. There are many important things in the space. If they all disappear, Ao Bao will be sad for a long time. Especially his small bottle is still in the space. And there is a little bear backpack, and many snacks, and lollipops. If all these are gone, how can Ao Bao live in the future? Woo! After Yang Yu understood the conversation between Ao Bao and Tang Rui, he also cried. So much food disappeared just like that. Will he be able to have a full meal in the future? Yang Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could the space disappear? Ao Bao didn't know why his space disappeared. And now he just cried, "Woo, candy." Ao Bao had no candy to eat, and no little skirt to wear. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao wipe his tears. "Don't cry. Wait until the snow melts. I'll take you to find candy. Not only candy, but also many other things. These things are gone." It's strange that Ao Bao is not sad, and his emotions can't be calmed down for a while. Tang Rui kept comforting Ao Bao, while Yang Yu and Du were discussing why the space disappeared. Ao Bao is a mid-level zombie. It stands to reason that mid-level zombies also have superpowers. How could this space superpower disappear? When Yang Yu thought that so much food had disappeared, he felt a pain in his flesh, heart and liver. Du shook his head, indicating that he was not very clear. "I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the little flower on Ao Bao's head." Yang Yu felt that the little flower was very unusual, because it actually grew on Ao Bao's scalp, which was quite strange. "Brother Rui, when did the little flower on Ao Bao's head grow?" People like Yang Yu did not pay too much attention to Ao Bao, so only Tang Rui knew when the little flower on Ao Bao's head grew. After all, Tang Rui used to wash Ao Bao's hair and bathe almost every day. No matter what changes happened to Ao Bao, they could not escape Tang Rui's eyes. At this point, there was no need to hide it. Tang Rui directly replied, "The flower has always been there. At least before meeting Yang Yu. Ao Bao had this little flower on his head. Always there?" Yang Yu felt that he was blind. After so long, he didn't notice that there was a flower on Ao Bao's head. "What is the use of this flower?" Tang Rui replied, "I don't know either." Tang Rui didn't know why Ao Bao had a flower on his head, why he secreted nectar, etc. Yang Yu then asked. Could the disappearance of Ao Bao's space be related to that little flower? Among their group, only Yang Yu had the highest IQ. Tang Rui had to take second place. Du was third. And Ao Bao was undoubtedly at the bottom. After Yang Yu's reminder, Tang Rui also focused on Ao Bao many little flowers, and thought seriously about the reasons. Yang Yu's mind turned. And he suddenly thought, is that flower the crystal core of Ao Bao? Tang Rui also got it all at once. And he agreed with Yang Yu's statement. Well, it's possible. Tang Rui and Yang Yu reasoned one by one, leaving Du and Ao Bao, the two people with the lowest IQ, confused by the side. Seeing Rui was busy chatting with others, Ao Bao pressed his chest with his little hand and pushed Rui. I'm hungry. Ao Bao had said he was hungry a long time ago. Tang Rui pulled his mind back from deep thinking, and then picked a few fat fish to grill for Ao Bao. Yang Yu was still thinking, and said what he thought while thinking. If that flower is Ao Bao crystal core, it means that Ao Bao ate his own crystal core. Eating his own crystal core is equivalent to having no crystal core, because the eaten crystal core cannot be completely transformed into a new crystal core. So it means that Ao Bao really has no crystal core now. Without the crystal core, the supernatural power will of course disappear. Now Yang Yu has figured out how Ao Bao's space disappeared. Yang Yu looked at Tang Rui, who was grilling fish, and said with a sad face, Brother Rui, what should we do? Ao Bao really has no crystal core now. Du said lightly, Ao Bao is a mid-level zombie, and mid-level zombies all have crystal cores. Yang Yu said firmly, Ao Bao definitely has no crystal core. If you don't believe me, pry open his head and see. As soon as he said this, Yang Yu immediately received Tang Rui's eyes with a murderous aura. He dared to pry open Ao Bao's head. He thought Yang Yu was tired of living. Yang Yu laughed and explained, I just spoke quickly. Tang Rui also knew that Yang Yu was outspoken, so he didn't pursue it further, and only said, Ao Bao really has no crystal core now. Ao Bao absorbed the energy of the little flower to become a mid-level zombie. In addition, not every mid-level zombie has a crystal core. A very small number of mid-level zombies do not have a crystal core. What should we do then? Yang Yu didn't want Ao Bao ability to disappear just like that. Tang Rui certainly didn't want Ao Bao ability to disappear either. Find more crystal cores for Ao Bao to eat. And when he evolves into a high-level zombie, he will have crystal cores. Seeing Rui chatting with Yang Yu again, Ao Bao was very unhappy and made trouble. Ao. Tang Rui ended the conversation with Yang Yu, looked down at the little man on his lap and said, Ao Bao, the fish will be grilled soon. Wait a little longer. When the fish was grilled, Ao Bao only ate a small bite and stopped eating, because fish meat is very different from human meat. Fish meat has no chewiness at all, and it is not delicious. Ao Bao swore not to eat fish. Tang Rui looked at the remaining fish and asked, Ao Bao, do you want to eat human meat? When Yang Yu heard this, he quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Don't eat my meat. My meat is too old. Ao Bao didn't want to eat Yang Yu's meat. He only wanted to eat Rui's meat. Rui, meat. Ao Bao doesn't eat fish. Fish is not delicious. He wants to eat Rui's meat. He wants to eat Rui's meat. Seeing Ao Bao clamoring for his meat, Tang Rui smiled helplessly, then picked up his little Ao Bao and said, eating my meat won't fill your stomach. When he ate it, he really felt full and bloated. But when he took it out, it was empty. In this case, he would still be hungry. After all, he couldn't stay there all the time. Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao's pale little face and coaxed him, eat some fish first. You just woke up and your body is very weak. You need to supplement protein so that you can recover faster. Ao Bao shook his head vigorously, indicating that he didn't like fish and wanted to eat Rui's meat. Ao meat. Rui meat. Brother Rui, just scrape some meat off for Ao Bao to eat, Yang Yu said jokingly on the side, and actually handed Tang Rui a small knife. If Ao Bao wanted to eat his flesh and blood, then Tang Rui would certainly take the knife without hesitation, scrape off the meat, and feed it to Ao Bao. But Ao Bao wanted to eat his stick meat, which would not make him full, and he had to wait until the evening to feed him. He couldn't feed him directly in front of Yang Yu and Du, which would be so embarrassing. Seeing Yang Yu handing the knife to Rui, Ao Bao got angry, raised his little hand, and knocked the knife in Yang Yu's hand to the ground. Ao Bao would not allow Rui to get hurt. Yang Yu picked up the knife that fell on the ground and explained with a smile, Ao Bao. I know you care about Brother Rui. I was just joking just now. It was not the first day that Yang Yu followed Tang Rui and Ao Bao. So he must have known that Ao Bao wanted to eat the meat under Tang Rui. Ao Bao ignored Yang Yu's explanation and continued to cry for meat. I want meat. I want meat. No matter how much Ao Bao cried, Tang Rui's attitude was very firm. Eat the fish meat. And I will give you other meat to eat. Ao Bao finally had to reluctantly open his mouth and eat the fish meat. Tang Rui had picked out all the bones in the fish meat, so he could swallow it boldly. However, Tang Rui was also careless sometimes. It might be because the light in the hole was not very bright, and he could not see clearly. So he did not pick out the fish bones completely. When he ate the third bite, Ao Bao's throat was stuck by the fish bone. He kept coughing in pain, and his little face was choked red, looking like he was suffocating. What's wrong? Is it stuck? Tang Rui nervously put down the remaining fish meat in his hand, and then put his rough fingers into Ao Bao's soft mouth, trying to see if he could reach the fish bone. However, Tang Rui's fingers were too thick, and Ao Bao had a hard time holding it in his mouth, and saliva flowed out from the corners of his mouth. This scene looked indescribably erotic, but no one paid attention to these for the time being. They were all paying attention to whether the bone stuck in Ao Bao's throat could be taken out. Yang Yu squatted beside him and suggested an idea. Why not try to drink some snow water to wash the fish bone down? Tang Rui frowned and said, drinking snow water will give you diarrhea. Ao Bao grabbed the hand that Rui put into his mouth. Ao Bao wanted Rui to take out his finger because it was too uncomfortable to hold it in his mouth. Tang Rui was not in a hurry to take out his finger because he had already touched the fish bone. Ao Bao. Bear with it for a while. It will be taken out soon. Ao Bao whimpered in pain. Yang Yu and Yu suddenly started to think wrongly. Ao Bao's throat was too tender. Tang Rui didn't dare to use too much force, fearing that the fish bone would make Ao Bao's throat bleed. And there was no medicine at hand. If the wound became inflamed, it would be terrible. After trying several times, Tang Rui failed to successfully take out the fish bone, but instead made Ao Bao drool, and his clothes were wet. Seeing Ao Bao in such pain, Yang Yu also felt distressed. Brother Rui, don't force it if you can't. Tang Rui had no choice but to take out his fingers, mainly because his fingers were too thick and Ao Bao's mouth was too small. So he couldn't put 2 fingers in to pick out the fish bone. After trying for half a day, he still couldn't get it out. Ao Bao was so upset that he wanted to cry. Woo! Tang Rui lowered his head to kiss the tears on Ao Bao's face. It's all my fault. Tang Rui blamed himself for being so clumsy and careless that he didn't clean the fish bone and made Ao Bao so uncomfortable. Ao Bao cried a few times and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and the fish bone was taken into his stomach by his saliva, and he finally felt a little better. After that, Tang Rui had to check the fish meat several times to confirm that there was really no bone before feeding it to Ao Bao. But Ao Bao was already scared by the fish bone and refused to open his mouth again. Ah. No. Ah. No. Ao Bao shook his head back and forth, not wanting to eat a single bite of fish meat. Tang Rui fixed Ao Bao's little face. There are no bones anymore. I picked them all out. Be good. Eat the rest. Ao Bao continued to shake his head and his mouth was tightly shut. Tang Rui had no choice but to use the threat. If you don't finish it, you are not allowed to eat my meat. Ao Bao was not stupid enough to accept Rui's threats, so he cried directly, Woo! Woo! Rui doesn't love Ao Bao anymore, and he can't bear to feed Ao Bao meat. As a mother fan, Yang Yu was really distressed to see Ao Bao crying like this. Brother Rui, feed Ao Bao meat quickly. Tang Rui. He wanted to give Ao Bao meat as soon as possible more than anyone else, but he still had to eat the fish meat first. Tang Rui ignored Yang Yu, turned around and said with a stern face, Ao Bao, are you disobedient? Seeing Rui's serious face, Ao Bao was still a little scared, afraid that Rui would not want him anymore. Ao Bao will be obedient. If you are obedient, eat the fish. Tang Rui didn't want to be too harsh on Ao Bao, but sometimes Ao Bao's naughty personality needs to be treated more harshly. This time Ao Bao was obedient, opened his little mouth, ate a big mouthful of fish meat, and swallowed it quickly. Tang Rui gave Ao Bao a kiss as a reward. After you finish this fish, I will give you meat. Ao Bao raised his hand and cheered. Ao. Tang Rui smiled knowingly. His Ao Bao was still so cute that he couldn't wait to start feeding meat. After eating the fish, Ao Bao finally got to eat the stick meat he had been longing for, and was so happy that bubbles were coming out of his body. Ao Bao meat. After becoming a mid-level zombie, Ao Bao lost his sense of pain. So he was so happy. If it were before, he would have cried in pain. Seeing Ao Bao cheering, Tang Rui smiled, then lowered his head and whispered to Ao Bao ear, Ao Bao, don't move. I can't stand it. Ao Bao obeyed and stopped moving, lying in Ruirui's arms, concentrating on tasting the meat. Yang Yu and Yu had already consciously gone to the cave entrance to blow the cold wind, so that Ao Bao and the two of them could have a good time together. Since Ao Bao was shot and stopped breathing, Tang Rui hasn't laughed for a long time. But today he laughed many times, because his Ao Bao is fine, and everything is back to the past. Tang Rui didn't twitch. He sat motionlessly by the fire holding Ao Bao, chatting, Ao Bao, you slept for a long time. I was so worried. Ao Bao tilted his head and asked in confusion, Ao? Did Ao Bao sleep for a long time? Yes. I slept for a long time. If you continue to sleep like that, I will go crazy. As he said this, Tang Rui's eyes were a little red. He didn't want to experience the pain of losing Ao Bao again. Really didn't want to experience it again. Seeing Ruirui was about to cry, Ao Bao quickly raised his little face to kiss him and comforted him. Ao. If Ruirui was worried, then Ao Bao would never sleep again. Tang Rui was amused by Ao Bao's words. When he laughed, he narrowed his eyes and squeezed out the tears in his eyes. Tang Rui wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with a look of tears and laughter, my silly Ao Bao, you can still sleep. Seeing Ruirui's tears, Ao Bao stretched out his little hand to help wipe them. Ao. Ruirui. Don't cry. Tang Rui rubbed his eyes and smiled. I didn't cry. The tears just fell down by myself. Ao Bao has always been simple and trusts Tang Rui's words, so he no longer doubts how the tears came out. Tang Rui put his hands on Ao Bao's waist again and asked, Ao Bao, I turned you into a zombie. Do you blame me? After Ruirui reminded him, Ao Bao realized that he was already a zombie. Ao Bao didn't care whether it was a zombie or a human, as long as Ruirui didn't mind. If Ruirui likes him as a zombie, then Ao Bao is happy to become a zombie. If Ruirui likes Ao Bao as a human, Ao Bao will try every means to turn himself into a human. Ah? Does Ruirui like Ao Bao who has become a zombie? Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao and said gently, I like you no matter what you become. Ao Bao thought it was good to become a zombie again, so that he could eat Ruirui's meat every day, and it didn't hurt at all. But he was a little bloated. Ao Bao couldn't help burping, because he had eaten a whole fish before, and the space in his stomach was occupied by the fish meat. So he felt particularly bloated, and the fish meat that he had eaten originally seemed to be pushed up to his throat. And Ao Bao burped one after another. Tang Rui felt that he had to feed Ao Bao his meat first before eating other food. Otherwise, he would feel too bloated. Ao Bao lay weakly in Tang Rui's arms. Ruirui. Ah. Full. Seeing that Ao Bao was about to vomit the food, Tang Rui thought for a while and said, then don't eat any more. Ah. No. Ah. Ao Bao wanted to eat more. Ao Bao liked this feeling of fullness, and his heart was also very fulfilled. Tang Rui touched the back of Ao Bao's head and said, don't get hurt. Ao Bao won't get hurt, because he is a zombie now. It really won't make you sick. Tang Rui saw that Ao Bao was about to vomit, and he had eaten too much. Tang Rui stepped back a little, so that Ao Bao wouldn't be pushed up his throat by the food, and he could feel more comfortable. Ruirui, meat. Ao Bao wasn't afraid of being sick, so he wanted to eat more. Tang Rui shook his head and said, you can't eat any more. Your stomach will be sick. Ao Bao looked down at his bulging stomach, and he was indeed full and couldn't eat any more. Ah, full. Ao Bao tilted his head, leaned on Ruirui, and dozed off. He really ate when he was full and slept when he was full. Tang Rui smiled and kissed Ao Bao on the ear. As expected, Ao Bao still liked to be a lazy little zombie. Yu and Yan Yu, who were blowing the cold wind outside the cave, shivered with cold, and their snot turned into icicles. If they continued like this, they would become human popsicles. Yang Yu couldn't help but turn around and ask, Brother Rui, are you okay? Ao Bao had just fallen asleep, and Tang Rui didn't plan to do it, so he called Yang Yu and Du in. The feeling of warming up around the fire was so happy that Yang Yu was so excited that he almost cried. He really wiped his tears and asked, by the way, is there any other problem with Ao Bao body? Tang Rui added a piece of firewood to the fire. No. Ao Bao is no different from usual now. Except that he lacks a sense of pain. And his superpowers have disappeared. He has become a mid-level zombie that can understand human language, but has no combat power. Ao Bao's superpowers should be able to recover again. Think about all the food in Ao Bao's space. If it just disappears out of thin air, it would be a pity. Tang Rui didn't know whether Ao Bao ability could be restored. What he cared about most was when this winter would end. If the heavy snow kept falling and refused to stop, it would be the real end of the world, because humans couldn't survive for too long in a low-temperature environment. In fact, zombies are not scary at all. What is really scary is natural disasters. From time to time, snow would drift into the cave outside, and the cold wind would howl like ghosts and wolves. Just listening to the whistling sound, I felt cold. Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu and the other two and said, don't think about Ao Bao's space. Find a way to get some firewood. Firewood is not difficult to get. There are trees everywhere outside. Just chop down a tree and drag it into the cave. It's enough to burn for a month. Yang Yu was still thinking about Ao Bao's space. All the supplies are in Ao Bao's space. They can't just disappear. It was really painful. So many supplies just disappeared like that. Tang Rui didn't say anything more, because he was too lazy to talk so much nonsense with Yang Yu. Ao Bao slept for a short time, and didn't sleep until the next morning, and woke up in the middle of the night. When Ao Bao woke up, Tang Rui and Yang Yu were still asleep. Ao Bao got up, touched Ruirui's worried face, and asked, Ao? What's wrong with Ruirui? Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's little wrist, and then kissed Ao Bao's little palm. I'm fine. I'm just not sleepy yet. Ao. If he's not sleepy, then Ao Bao will tell Ruirui a story. Tang Rui smiled and agreed to Ao Bao's good intention. Okay. You tell me. I'll listen. Ao Bao pieced together all the little stories he knew, made a big hodgepodge, and told Ruirui. Tang Rui listened with great interest, but Yang Yu and the others only heard Ao Bao yelling there, and they didn't understand what Ao Bao was saying at all. Seeing Ao Bao's little mouth talking like a cannon, Yang Yu couldn't help but be particularly curious. What is Ao Bao talking about? So excitedly, Yang Yu also wanted to listen to Ao Bao's story, and see what interesting stories the simple little Ao Bao could tell. But he couldn't understand Ao Bao's words. And Diu couldn't understand them either. Seeing that Diu also couldn't understand, Yang Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes, and deliberately provoked. You and Ao Bao are both zombies, but you can't understand Ao Bao's words. You are really useless. Seeing that he was despised by Yang Yu, Diu couldn't help but get angry. When Ao Bao was a human, I couldn't understand Ao Bao's words either. And I've told you many times that Ao Bao doesn't speak zombie language. He speaks his own language. Of course I don't understand. Yang Yu didn't want to argue with Diu, because he was afraid that Diu would beat him directly if he couldn't win the argument. After that, Yang Yu and Diu fell into silence, and only the sound of Ao Bao telling stories was left around. Ao Ao Ao. With the sound of Ao Bao, everyone felt a little sleepy one after another. But just when they were about to sleep, it suddenly started to hail outside. The hail as big as fists fell from the sky and broke the branches. If it hit a person's head, it would definitely burst in a minute. The sleepiness that had been brewing was gone now. Ao Bao saw a stone falling into the cave and wanted to pick one up to play with. But Ruirui held him too tightly, and he couldn't get away at all. Ao Bao could only shout anxiously, Ruirui. Ao. That's ice cubes. Cold hands. Don't play with it. Tang Rui was afraid that Ao Bao would catch a cold if he played with ice cubes, so he refused to let him pick it up. Seeing that Ruirui didn't let him pick it up, Ao Bao started to splash. I want. Tang Rui aimed at Ao Bao's little butt and slapped him. Don't make trouble. After being slapped by Ruirui, Ao Bao was sad, biting his little finger and crying. Of course, this was just a self-torture trick. Tang Rui fell for Ao Bao's trick and finally had to compromise. Then he went to the cave entrance, picked up a piece of ice, and gave it to Ao Bao to play with. You could only play with this ice hand for a while, not for too long. Ao Bao held the irregularly shaped piece of ice in his small hands and played with it curiously. Mainly because there were no other toys at hand, so he could only use ice cubes as toys. Ao Bao's attention was all on whether this ice cube was fun to play with. while others noticed that this ice cube was much bigger than before. There had been several big hailstorms before, but the hail at that time was only the size of pigeon eggs, and occasionally one or two were as big as a fist. And now each hailstone is as big as a fist, and some are even bigger than a head. The lethality of this hitting the ground is comparable to that of a meteorite. The few of them who stayed in the cave could feel a slight aftershock. This was the shockwave sent by the ice cube hitting the ground, which could make the ground vibrate. You can imagine how big the hailstone is. Fortunately, they were in the cave, which was very solid and would not collapse. It was an excellent shelter. The hailstorm outside kept falling, and the temperature in the cave continued to drop. Although they were close to the fire and were warm, they still felt cold. The temperature was estimated to be only about -20. Such a low temperature could really freeze people to death. Ao Bao. Get a goose down quilt from the space. The goose down quilt was really warm. But Tang Rui forgot that Ao Bao's space ability had disappeared. After he finished speaking, Tang Rui realized that he had said the wrong thing. And Ao Bao also forgot that he no longer had the ability. And he was still foolishly preparing to use his consciousness to find where the space was. When he realized that he had lost his space ability, Ao Bao became sad and threw himself into Rui Rui's arms and cried, Ao Wu. Sugar. Ao Bao had nothing now, and he only had Rui Rui. Tang Rui wiped the tears from Ao Bao's face with his fingertips and said, Don't be sad. The space can definitely be found again. Ao? How to find it? Can it really be found? Ao Bao has put all the important things in his life in the space, so the space must not be lost. Of course, Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao's space to disappear. He said, Ao Bao, you just lost the crystal core, so the superpower will disappear. When the crystal core in your brain grows back, the space will be restored. Ao Bao was stupid and didn't understand Ruiru's words. How could the crystal core disappear? How can it grow back? Tang Rui rubbed Ao Bao's little head and said, Don't worry. Just leave it to me. After this winter is over, Tang Rui will find ways to help Ao Bao grow a crystal core again. And the only way to grow a crystal core is to eat other people's crystal cores. The more you eat, the stronger you will be. With Ruiru's words, Ao Bao felt relieved instantly. Ao Bao rubbed against Ruiru's arms. Ao. It's great to have Ruirui. Ao Bao is so happy and lucky to meet a good man like Ruirui. As soon as Ao Bao acted coquettishly, Tang Rui's heart instantly became warm. In this -20 degrees environment, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of cold. Yang Yu and you were already frozen like dogs. It was really too cold to bear. So Yang Yu said, Brother Rui, you have a layer of wolf hair on your body, which can keep you warm very well. So you should not need to wear warm clothes anymore. Why don't you let me wear your clothes? Tang Rui glanced at Yang Yu and said in a clear voice, Get lost? Of course. He gave some clothes to Ao Bao first. After all, there was no supplies around him, and he only had the clothes he had on. He couldn't add or remove clothes at any time like before. After that night, the temperature did not rise the next day, but dropped to about 25 degrees. They all sat around the fire, but they could still feel cold even if they were close to the fire. Even Ao Bao, who had been curled up in Tang Rui's clothes, was so cold that his nose was running. Not to mention the others. Tang Rui wiped the snot from Ao Bao's mouth with his sleeve. Ao Bao. Are you cold? I'll go pick up some more firewood and make the fire bigger. Ao Bao couldn't feel how cold he was, but his body couldn't help shivering, and his nose was running. Seeing Ao Bao's nose red from the cold and his nose running, Tang Rui quickly pressed Ao Bao's face into his arms and added 2 more pieces of firewood to the fire. Although Ao Bao didn't feel cold, he still huddled into Ruiru's arms to keep warm, because it was so cold. Yang Yu and Du Yu, who never liked to cuddle, also huddled together to keep each other warm. If they didn't keep each other warm, they would all freeze to death. Tang Rui held Ao Bao little but with one hand and turned the fish being roasted on the fire with the other hand, saying, I'll find something to block the hole later. It won't be too cold if there's no cold wind coming in. Yang Yu and Du Yu were so cold that their teeth were chattering and they couldn't speak. Only Ao Bao responded actively, Ao Bao will go to help Ruirui tomorrow. How could Tang Rui be willing to let Ao Bao do the hard work? But he knew that Ao Bao just liked to help and didn't like to be idle. So he arranged another task for Ao Bao. Ao Bao, you help me watch the fire. Occasionally add a piece of wood to the fire, and don't let the fire go out. Ao Bao nodded solemnly and agreed. Ao. As long as he can help Ruirui, Ao Bao can do anything. Be more careful. Don't let the fire burn yourself. Tang Rui was still a little worried. He was afraid that Ao Bao would be clumsy and set himself on fire. Ao Bao nodded again to reassure Ruirui. Needless to say, Yang Yu and you must help Tang Rui work together. It's not that Yang Yu didn't want to work, but he felt that it was unnecessary to seal the cave entrance. Brother Rui, if the cave entrance is blocked, how can we get out? Tang Rui didn't even look at Yang Yu and said, it's snowing so heavily outside. What are you going to do outside? Yang Yu picked at his fingernails and murmured in a low voice. I just said it's inconvenient to go in and out. It will be troublesome when I go out to find food. The temperature is so low. And you don't block the hole. Do you really want to be frozen into an ice sculpture? It's indeed a bit troublesome to go out. But it's much better than freezing to death. After that, Tang Rui simply ignored Yang Yu. Because it's a waste of words to talk to a mentally retarded person. Ao Bao was already hungry. And urged Ruirui to feed him fish quickly. Ao. Originally, Ao Bao didn't like to eat fish. But now the only food is fish and Ruirui's meat. But eating Ruirui's meat alone is definitely not enough. You have to eat fish. So Ao Bao got used to it, and slowly accepted the taste of fish. Tang Rui first pinched a piece of fish meat to see if it was cooked. After it was cooked, Tang Rui had to pick out the fish bones. In order to prevent Ao Bao from getting his throat stuck again, Tang Rui had to pick it carefully. Ao Bao couldn't wait any longer. Opened his mouth and screamed beside him. Don't worry, Ao Bao. It will be ready soon. Tang Rui turned the small piece of fish meat over and made sure there were no fish bones before feeding it. Seeing how Tang Rui doted on Ao Bao, Yang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Fools have good fortune. Only someone as stupid as Ao Bao would take such careful care of him. Tang Rui didn't like to hear the word foolish and frowned immediately. The temperature was already very low, and Tang Rui was still releasing cold air to the outside. And this cold air was directly on Yang Yu. Yang Yu thought it was cooling down again. But later he realized that Tang Rui was angry. Yang Yu smiled awkwardly and explained, Brother Rui, I didn't say Ao Bao was stupid just now. Don't misunderstand. Ao Bao was excited when he heard someone say he was stupid. Turned his head and refuted Yang Yu's words. Ao Bao is not stupid. If Ao Bao had not taken the wrong medicine when he was a child and had not caused intellectual retardation, then Ao Bao should be a very smart and clever boy now. At least not as stupid as he is now. Of course, Ao Bao is not stupid now. He is just simpler. It's better to be simple, so that you can have less worries, more happiness, and live freely without worries. Tang Rui hopes that Ao Bao will continue to be stupid like this, even if he is so stupid that he can't take care of himself. He doesn't mind, because he likes to wipe Ao Bao, but with his own hands. In addition, Ao Bao will not think about leaving him if he is a little stupid, which makes Tang Rui feel relieved. Tang Rui turned to look at Yang Yu and said word by word, My Ao Bao is not stupid. Seeing that Tang Rui and Ao Bao were so serious, Yang Yu was afraid and hurriedly said yes. Yes. Not stupid. Very smart. Ao Bao is the smartest among us. This time Ao Bao was happy, opened his mouth with a smile, and continued to eat fish. After a simple breakfast, Tang Rui took Yang Yu and Du Yu to work, leaving Ao Bao alone in the cave watching the fire. Tang Rui thought about it, and felt that it was not entirely right to leave Ao Bao alone in the cave. So he called Yang Yu in to accompany Ao Bao to watch the fire. Yang Yu just didn't want to work, so he could legitimately accompany Ao Bao to be lazy. Yang Yu walked to Ao Bao with a cheerful step. Ao Bao, let's play tic-tac-toe. Okay. Ao Bao picked up a small branch next to him, and hit Yang Yu lightly. Ao. No need to play with Ao Bao. Go help Ruirui with the work. Although he didn't quite understand what Ao Bao was saying, from the way Ao Bao waved the branch to drive him away, Ao Bao must have asked him to go out and help with the work. If Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao cared so much about him, he would probably be very happy. But Yang Yu couldn't be happy, because he finally got a chance to be lazy. Yang Yu just didn't leave, and sat down next to Ao Bao. Brother Rui asked me to come and accompany you. Ao Bao pointed to the fire, and said to Yang Yu, Ao. Ao Bao gave the task of watching the fire to Yang Yu, and then he went to help Ruirui. Yang Yu pulled Ao Bao back from helping, saying, No, Ao Bao, you have to stay here. Brother Rui doesn't need your help. Seeing Yang Yu stopping him, Ao Bao got angry, waved the small branch in his hand, and hit Yang Yu several times. Ao, let go of Ao Bao. Ao Bao wants to help. Ao Bao was too noisy. Yang Yu really wanted to spank him and teach him a lesson. Ao Bao, you have to be obedient. Yang Yu's current task is to watch over Ao Bao. He originally thought he could be lazy, but watching over Ao Bao, a naughty child, is much more tiring than working. This is not the kind of physical fatigue, but the kind of mental and spiritual fatigue. Ao Bao doesn't even listen to Tang Rui's words. So how can he listen to Yang Yu's words? Ao Bao struggled hard and insisted on helping. At this time, hail suddenly fell outside. Tang Rui and Yu were still knocking the ice cubes, and they didn't have time to hide. Both of them were hit by the hailstones as big as stones. This hit was no joke, and their skulls were almost cracked. Tang Rui's bones were relatively hard, so they were not broken. But he was bleeding, and the wound was very serious. Yu's skull was not that hard, so it was directly broken. Fortunately, he was a zombie, and it was not that easy to die. Seeing such a big hail, and Rui didn't come in to avoid it in time. Ao Bao was worried. He didn't know where he got a lot of strength from, and directly flipped Yang Yu over, and then ran to the cave entrance and shouted, Rui. Ao. No one expected that the big hailstones would fall so suddenly, without any advance warning. Tang Rui protected his head with his hands to avoid being hit again, and then ran back to the cave quickly. Yu followed closely behind him, and went back together. Seeing Rui running over, Ao Bao stood at the entrance of the cave, and opened his arms to greet him. Ao Bao. Tang Rui was afraid that the hail would hit Ao Bao, so he shouted from a distance, Ao Bao, go in a little. Don't stand at the entrance of the cave. It's very dangerous. Ao Bao seemed not to hear him. Not only did he not retreat, but he took 2 steps forward. Rui. Tang Rui's heart was beating in his throat. Go in quickly. Go in quickly. A fist-sized piece of ice was about to fall on Ao Bao's head. At this time, Yang Yu ran over and dragged Ao Bao back into the cave. The fist-sized hail fell exactly where Ao Bao had just stood. If Yang Yu had been a little later, Ao Bao would have been hit. Ao Bao's skull was so fragile, it couldn't be compared with Tang Rui and Yu. Once hit, the whole head might fall off. This time, we have to thank Yang Yu, because he saved Ao Bao. Tang Rui rushed into the cave, hugged Ao Bao directly, then raised his hand high and slapped Ao Bao little, but Tang Rui was still in shock at this moment. He almost lost Ao Bao again just now. Tang Rui became more and more angry and scared, and couldn't help but slap him again. I asked you to go in just now. Why didn't you understand? Don't you know that it is very dangerous? Ao Bao was wearing thick cotton pants, and he didn't feel pain, so Rui's 2 slaps didn't make him react at all. Ao Bao also smiled and buried his head in Rui's arms and acted coquettishly. Ao. Tang Rui. Afterwards, Ao Bao smelled a bloody smell, raised his hand, and saw that it was Rui's head that was bleeding. Ao Bao was anxious and tried to stand on tiptoe to check the wound on Rui's head. Ao. I'm fine. I was just hit. Tang Rui has a very strong physique, and this little injury is nothing to him. Ao Bao knew Rui was very strong, but he couldn't stop worrying. Ao. Ao Bao asked Rui to lower his head. He wanted to see the wound. Tang Rui touched the back of his head with his hand, only to feel a wet palm, probably still bleeding. The blood that flowed out can't be wasted, especially in the current situation of food shortage. Tang Rui bent down and lowered his head. Ao Bao. Help me lick the wound. Ao Bao held Rui's head and began to lick it, licking it very carefully. Tang Rui didn't feel any pain at all. He just felt itchy on his head and in his heart, just thinking about the scene of Ao Bao sticking out his tongue. He couldn't stand it, and his lower body was hard. Ao Bao's attention was now focused on Rui's wound, and he didn't even feel the hard object hitting his lower abdomen. Ao Bao only wanted to help Rui lick the blood off his head, not wasting a single drop. For zombies, human blood is the most delicious delicacy. Ao Bao has been eating fish for several days, and now he finally eats human blood in the true sense. This is a rare feast for Ao Bao. So Ao Bao licked very carefully, licking the wound on Rui's head until it turned white. The whiteness was because it was soaked in saliva for a long time, which was enough to show how long Ao Bao licked. During this period, Tang Rui had been suppressing his desire. He thought that after Ao Bao drank enough blood, he would feed Ao Bao a taste of his meat. After satisfying the upper part, he must not forget the lower part. But Ao Bao licked the wound for a long time. And Tang Rui waited for a long time. Ao Bao. That's enough. If he licked it further, Tang Rui suspected that Ao Bao would suck out his brain marrow and eat it. Ao Bao still refused to give up. Ao. There was still a little bit left to lick clean. Seeing that Ao Bao insisted on licking, Tang Rui had no choice but to say, "Okay. Lick it for a little while longer." Tang Rui couldn't wait any longer. And that indescribable place was swollen and painful. Yang Yu and Du Yu, who were sitting opposite Tang Rui and Ao Bao, had an awkward atmosphere. Yang Yu also wanted to lick Du Yu's wound like Ao Bao did. But he couldn't do it because Du Yu was a zombie. And his blood had a foul smell, which made him sick just by smelling it, let alone licking it. Yang Yu tried to lick it, but he got sick and vomited. Looking at Yang Yu, who was vomiting, Du Yu's expression was indifferent. Yang Yu's vomiting didn't affect Ao Bao at all, and Ao Bao was still enjoying Ruirui's blood, as if he was drinking some rare nectar. After waiting for a few minutes, seeing that Ao Bao was still licking, Tang Rui didn't say any more nonsense and directly pressed Ao Bao into the sleeping bag. Tang Rui zipped up the sleeping bag, and then he and Ao Bao were in it. Ao Bao was still thinking that Ruirui was injured and needed to rest well. But Ruirui came up and wanted to do strenuous exercise. Although Ao Bao also wanted to exercise with him. For the sake of Ruirui's health, he had to cruelly refuse. Ao. No. Ao Bao struggled to hold Ruirui's chest and didn't allow Ruirui to get close to him. Seeing that Ao Bao was so reluctant to exercise with him, Tang Rui's face turned ugly. Before, Ao Bao was clamoring to do it with him. Why did he suddenly reject it now? Could it be that he was tired of eating meat? A feeling of fear spread in Tang Rui's heart. If Ao Bao was really tired of him, he really didn't know how to face it. Tang Rui stopped all his movements and stared at the boy under him. Ao Bao. You don't want to? Ao Bao was just worried about Ruirui's injury. If he was injured, he should rest well and not do strenuous exercise. Tang Rui's mind was full of the fact that Ao Bao was tired of him. So he didn't listen to Ao Bao's explanation at all. Tang Rui got up from Ao Bao in a daze, unzipped the sleeping bag, and walked out, his handsome face full of loneliness. Ao Bao. You go to sleep first. Tang Rui wanted to stay by the fire alone. Calm down, and slowly accept the fact that Ao Bao already hated him. Seeing Tang Rui's face full of disappointment, Yang Yu asked eagerly, Brother Rui, what's wrong with you? Didn't he just plan to have a passionate sex with Ao Bao? Why is he so sad now? Is it because he is not working down there? So he stopped halfway? Yang Yu's eyes could not help but shift to Tang Rui's indescribable place. He thought that Brother Rui was not working. But the tent was still so high. It seems that he is not physically ill, but probably has emotional problems. Seeing that Tang Rui did not answer the question he asked just now, Yang Yu said based on his own guess, is it because Ao Bao doesn't want it? Tang Rui still did not speak, looking at the burning fire thoughtfully. In fact, Tang Rui thought that Ao Bao might suddenly dislike him one day, and he had made psychological preparations. But when it really happened, he still couldn't accept it, and even didn't want to face it at all. It is impossible to let Ao Bao leave, so he should find a way to make Ao Bao fall in love with him again. If he wants Ao Bao to fall in love with him again, he must change his style. After all, Ao Bao is tired of his previous style. Tang Rui felt that he couldn't be too strong. He had to be a little weak, so that Ao Bao might fall in love with him again. The main thing was not to restrict Ao Bao too much, and not to be too possessive, leaving a little space for Ao Bao to breathe. After thinking this, Tang Rui planned to do it immediately. Tang Rui returned to Ao Bao again, and he asked politely, Ao Bao, can I hold you while sleeping? If Ao Bao refused, Tang Rui would definitely not force him. Ao Bao lay in the sleeping bag, looking at Ruirui, who was asking for his opinion, feeling a little puzzled, and didn't understand why Ruirui asked such a question. Ao. Ruirui had to hold Ao Bao to sleep. Otherwise Ao Bao would not be able to sleep. Seeing that Ao Bao agreed to let him hold him, Tang Rui lay down. After lying down, Tang Rui did not hold him immediately. He first tentatively stretched out his hand. Seeing that Ao Bao was not as repulsive to him as before, he completely put his hand on Ao Bao's waist and gently hugged him. Ao Bao, if you don't want me to hold you, I will let go at any time. Tang Rui didn't want to force Ao Bao now. If Ao Bao didn't want to, he could let go. Ao Bao hugged Ruirui's waist again, proving with his actions that he didn't hate Ruirui holding him. Tang Rui was still tentative, but he didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only hold it in. He tried not to lose control, because Ao Bao didn't like him very much in the first place. If he did something that Ao Bao hated, then their relationship would be completely broken. In the past, before going to bed, Tang Rui would chat with Ao Bao for a while, and would only go to bed when he was dry-mouthed. But this time, Tang Rui did not take the initiative to talk. He was afraid that Ao Bao would not have the patience to talk to him, so he waited for Ao Bao to take the initiative to talk to him. If Ao Bao did not talk to him, then he would not talk. Ao Bao did not think as much as Tang Rui did. He was still talking loudly before going to bed as usual, talking about some fantastic things. Ao Bao said one sentence, and Tang Rui answered one sentence. If Ao Bao did not say anything, Tang Rui would not say anything either. In front of someone who hates you, saying less is the best thing for that person who hates you, because people who hate you do not have the patience to chat with you more. Tang Rui did not know much about the relationship, but he also knew the above point. Just as he did not have the patience to talk to Yang Yu and Du Yu, Ao Bao certainly did not have the patience to talk to him. Ao Bao found that Ruirui was not right tonight. He talked less. He wondered if it was because the hail hit his head and damaged his brain. Ao Bao got up, stretched out his little hand, rubbed the wound on Ruirui's head, and asked with concern, Ao. Facing Ao Bao concern, Tang Rui was very cautious. My head is fine. Don't worry about me. Ao. Why didn't Ruirui tell Ao Bao a story? Do you want to hear a story? If you do, I'll tell you one. Tang Rui was just afraid that Ao Bao didn't like to listen to him, so he skipped the bedtime story. Ao Bao nodded. Ao. Of course Ao Bao had to listen. If he didn't, he always felt that something was missing. Seeing that Ao Bao really wanted to listen, Tang Rui planned to start. Okay. I'll tell you a story about the ocean. Ao Bao lay on Ruirui's chest with interest and listened attentively. Tang Rui was not talking about mermaids, but some obscure knowledge, such as how many kinds of deep-sea fish there are in the ocean, and what characteristics those deep-sea fish have. This kind of knowledge is easy to make you sleepy, and it is the best hypnotic method. Most people can't listen for more than a few minutes. But Ao Bao is not an ordinary person. No matter what Ruirui talks about, Ao Bao looks very interested, always listening with his ears erect, without blinking. Seeing that Ao Bao likes to listen, Tang Rui will talk for a while longer. 15 minutes later, Yang Yu and Du were already drowsy. And this moment was like the summer when they were teenagers, when they were dozing in the classroom. While dozing off, Yang Yu and Du bumped their heads together, which hurt a lot and made them more awake. Yang Yu rubbed his head and begged Tang Rui, Brother Rui, don't talk about those knowledge points. It gives me a headache. You should tell Ao Bao some fairy tales, such as the 7 dwarfs. Those have been told once before. They are not new. Just like him, they are not new to Ao Bao, so he has to change the way. Yang Yu asked again, Did you tell the traditional stories? Tang Rui glanced at him and said impatiently, I have told him all. Du had clearly seen that Tang Rui had no patience to talk to Yang Yu anymore. If Yang Yu continued to ask, he would most likely be attacked by Tang Rui. Du reached out and pulled Yang Yu's clothes, saying, The bedtime story is not for you. Why do you interfere? If Ao Bao likes to listen, it's okay. If you don't like to listen, just find something to plug your ears. Yang Yu also felt that he was a little too controlling. Okay. I know. Yang Yu sat down again, then leaned close to Du's ear and asked quietly, Didn't you notice that Rui Gu is very wrong? No. Du didn't have so much time to observe Tang Rui. I feel that Rui Gu may have lost patience with Ao Bao, so he just told some stories to fool Ao Bao. Yang Yu felt that what he said was reasonable and completely correct. Du retorted, Impossible. Tang Rui would never lose patience with Ao Bao, because Tang Rui's love for Ao Bao could be seen by anyone with good eyesight. Yang Yu said, How can it be impossible? People's hearts can change. Du glanced at Tang Rui and said without a doubt, Tang Rui will never change his mind. Tang Rui's feelings for Ao Bao are so deep that most people cannot understand them. Such deep feelings cannot just disappear. I know Brother Rui is very loyal to Ao Bao. I just feel that Brother Rui seems to be different from before. Yang Yu's mind is delicate, and he can clearly feel the subtle changes. Du stuffed the unfinished fish in his hand to Yangyu, and then said unhappily, "Don't interfere in their affairs. Take care of yourself." Yangyu's mouth was blocked by food. Tang Rui was still talking about those obscure knowledge points. And Ao Bao soon began to feel sleepy while listening. His eyelids closed, and after a while, he fell asleep completely. Seeing that Ao Bao had fallen asleep, Tang Rui did not continue to talk. He swallowed the bitter saliva in his mouth, felt his throat dry and uncomfortable. So he got up and went to the cave entrance to pick up a piece of crushed ice and put it directly in his mouth. Most people would definitely have diarrhea if they ate like this. But Tang Rui had an iron stomach, and eating ice cubes in the winter was fine. This time, his mouth was really dry because he talked too much and his saliva was dry. So Tang Rui ate several pieces of ice in a row. In addition, Tang Rui also used ice cubes to suppress the evil fire in his stomach. Originally, he wanted to vent on Ao Bao, but it turned out to be like this now, and he could only rely on ice cubes to suppress his lust. Seeing Tang Rui picking up ice cubes and eating them, and looking unsatisfied, Yangyu really couldn't help but want to laugh. But he held it back, and didn't dare to laugh out loud. "Brother Rui, it's not good to eat ice cubes directly. It's easy to catch a cold." Yangyu originally wanted to say that eating ice cubes would make it easy to have diarrhea. But the word diarrhea might not be very nice. So he didn't say it. Tang Rui's strong body can still bear a few pieces of ice. But if it's Ao Bao, it's definitely not possible. Speaking of which, Ao Bao seems to have not drunk much water for such a long time, because there is no pot to boil water in this cave. So he drinks less water. Not drinking water is definitely harmful to the body. It seems that we have to find a way to find an iron pot to boil water. However, it is not easy to find a family in the mountainous area. Tang Rui turned his mind, and soon thought of the cabin where they used to live, because they were in a hurry when they escaped. Some daily necessities were left in the cabin, and not taken away. If they go back to the cabin now, they can find a lot of useful things. After Tang Rui melted the ice in his mouth, he suddenly said, "You all go back with me tomorrow." Yangyu frowned. "Go back? Where?" Yangyu didn't remember that they had a home to go back to. The two words "go back" were simply too unfamiliar to them. Tang Rui felt his mouth was still too dry. So he picked up another piece of ice, and put it in his mouth. His voice a little unclear. "Go back to the cabin." Du interrupted from behind. "Do you want to move to the cabin? Or don't move back? The hail is so heavy. And the cabin is not solid. It will collapse after a few days. It's better to live in this cave." Yangyu nodded in agreement. Du is right. It's too dangerous to move back. It's safer to stay in this cave. Tang Rui spit out the sand that he accidentally swallowed and said expressionlessly, "Just go back and get some useful tools." Du covered the wound on his head caused by the ice cube and said, "But it's hail outside. It's not safe at all. Do you really want to go get it?" Tang Rui had to go back and bring the pot. He couldn't give Ao Bao grilled fish every meal. Tang Rui insisted on going to get it, and no one could stop him. But Yangyu and Du were afraid of death. They were afraid that a big hail would fall on the way and they would be crushed to death. So they didn't dare to go with Tang Rui. Tang Rui looked at the two cowards and said, "Then you stay here to help me take care of Ao Bao. I'll go back alone." "Brother Rui, you have to be careful. After all, you have a larger area, and the probability of being hit is also higher. If it hail, you hide under the tree. Don't run away." Yangyu is now like a parent instructing a child. Tang Rui ignored Yangyu's words, walked straight to the sleeping bag, and then lay down, hugging his Ao Bao to sleep. Ao Bao no longer had much affection for him, so Tang Rui had to do more for Ao Bao to win him back. Even if it meant risking his life, he would go get the pot, and stew a pot of hot fish soup for Ao Bao to drink. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao waist tightly and sighed, "Why do you suddenly hate me? Am I not doing well enough?" Ao Bao was snoring, and did not hear Ruiru's words. The next morning, before dawn, Tang Rui set out alone. The cave was only 2 hills away from the cabin. Most people could walk back and forth in half a day. But Tang Rui only needed 3 hours. He might be able to walk faster alone. About 2 hours would be enough. Ao Bao woke up as soon as Tang Rui left, because he was out of Ruiru's arms. Ao Bao felt cold immediately, so he was awakened by the cold. Although he woke up, he was not fully awake. Ao Bao's eyes were not open yet. He curled up in the sleeping bag and shivered. Shouting softly, Ao! Ruirui. When Yang Yu and Du heard Ao Bao's voice, they were also awakened. Yang Yu climbed out of the sleeping bag and looked around first. Seeing that there was no sign of Rouge, he thought that Rouge must have gone back to the cabin to get something. After turning around, Yang Yu looked in the direction of Ao Bao. Seeing that Ao Bao was shivering with cold, he quickly took his quilt and covered Ao Bao. He must not let Rouge's little baby get cold. Otherwise Rouge would definitely make trouble for him in the future. Du added firewood to the fire that was about to go out, and burned the fire a little more vigorously, so that the temperature in the cave could rise quickly. After Ao Bao felt less cold, he fell asleep again soon. Yang Yu thoughtfully pinched the quilt for Ao Bao to prevent the cold wind from entering, and couldn't help but say with emotion, "Oh, what a treasure." No matter who is facing Ao Bao, they can't help but want to take better care of Ao Bao. Looking at Ao Bao sleeping soundly, Yang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He probably understood why Brother Rui was willing to do so many things for Ao Bao. All because Ao Bao deserved to be treated like that. It would be great if Ao Bao was my real brother. Yang Yu really hoped that Ao Bao was his brother. But he hoped more that Tang Rui could call him brother with Ao Bao. Just thinking about it was very interesting. Being Ao Bao real brother. The end is very miserable. Du had not forgotten how Tang Rui had torn Yu Liang apart. Yang Yu remembered that Du had used Yu Liang's bones to make soup. He relaxed his shoulders nonchalantly. "Will you not eat him?" Du paused for a moment and looked at Yang Yu with a dark look in his eyes. Yang Yu felt uneasy when he looked at him like that. "You want to eat me?" Du retracted his gaze and said, as if nothing had happened, "Say less and don't wake up Ao Bao. When he wakes up, he will definitely cry and want to find Tang Rui. Let's see how you can comfort him then." Yang Yu could already imagine the scene where Ao Bao wakes up and finds out that Brother Rui is missing. And then he cries and wants to go to Brother Rui. Just thinking about it gave Yang Yu a headache. So Ao Bao must not be allowed to wake up so quickly. He must let Ao Bao sleep longer. Preferably until Brother Rui comes back. Tang Rui's side was relatively smooth, and he arrived at the cabin unimpeded all the way. Although there were heavy hailstorms for several days, the cabin was still intact. It can only be said that the house built by Tang Rui was too solid. After entering the cabin, Tang Rui first took the pot, and then looked for other useful things. As long as it was useful, Tang Rui would put it in his backpack. Just as Tang Rui was about to fill his backpack and leave, his sight suddenly drifted to the corner. There was a small wooden puppet in the corner. It was a toy he had carved for Ao Bao before. The toy also called Ao Bao Mom, and Ao Bao always thought about this wooden son. Tang Rui walked over, picked up the dusty wooden puppet in the corner, and stuffed it into his backpack and took it away. Ao Bao will definitely be very surprised when he sees this puppet. Tang Rui can't wait to go back and see what Ao Bao's reaction will be. Just after walking a few steps, it started to hail outside. Fortunately, he didn't walk far, so Tang Rui quickly hid back in the cabin. It's hail, so there's no way to go back. He can only hide here temporarily and wait for the hail to stop before going back. Tang Rui sat in the cabin anxiously waiting for the hail to end. He was worried that Ao Bao would cry when he woke up and didn't see him. But on second thought, Ao Bao seemed to hate him now, so he shouldn't be looking forward to his return. Tang Rui couldn't hide his disappointment. Is he still important to Ao Bao now? Ao Bao had also woken up and was clamoring to find Ruirui. Ao! I want Ruirui. Ao! Yang Yu coaxed him patiently, saying, Brother Rui has gone back to the cabin to find supplies. He should be back soon. Ao Bao. Please wait patiently. Ao. Ruirui left without telling Ao Bao. Did Ruirui not want Ao Bao? Yang Yu barely understood what Ao Bao meant and replied, Brother Rui just went back to find a pot. He said he would make fish soup for you. Ao Bao didn't want any fish soup. Ao Bao wanted Ruirui. Ao. It was hailstorming outside. Ao Bao was worried that Ruirui might get into trouble, so he insisted on going out to look for him. Yang Yu persuaded him. Ao Bao. You have to believe in Brother Rui's strength. He won't die so easily. Ao Bao also knew that Ruirui was very powerful, but in the face of natural disasters, no matter how powerful he was, it was useless. Seeing the hail outside getting bigger and bigger, Ao Bao was so anxious that he started crying. Ao. Ao Bao broke free from the joint efforts of Yang Yu and Du and quickly ran to the cave entrance. He rushed out despite the heavy hail outside, trying to find Ruirui. Seeing that Ao Bao actually went out, Yang Yu and Yu were so scared that their hearts were about to jump out. And they also rushed out and pulled Ao Bao back. After walking around in the hail, the heads of the three of them were more or less bleeding. Because the hail outside was really not a joke. This size stones fell from the sky and landed on their heads. The impact can be imagined. Ao Bao and Yu are both zombies, without pain, and can't feel the pain. But Yang Yu is miserable. He is in so much pain that he can't speak. Yu scolded Ao Bao as if he was scolding his own child. It's dangerous outside. But you still ran out. If anything happens to you, we will all be killed by your Ruerui. Ao Bao looked down at the surface of his shoes. Tears fell down. And he choked and shouted, I want Ruerui. Yang Yu ignored the pain in his head. He reached out and pushed Yu hard, saying dissatisfiedly, Why are you so mean to Ao Bao? You made Ao Bao cry. After glaring at Yu, Yang Yu turned around to comfort Ao Bao. Brother Rui will be fine. He will definitely come back after the hail stops. Tang Rui is not a fool. If it hail, he will definitely know to find a place to hide. So Yang Yu is not worried about Tang Rui's life safety at all. What he cares most about now is how to comfort Ao Bao emotions. Ao Bao rubbed his already wet eyes with the back of his hand, pouted his lips, and cried, Ao Rui. Ao Bao can't leave Tang Rui for a moment now, and is very clingy. Seeing that Ao Bao's head was bleeding, Yang Yu wiped the blood with his clothes and comforted him softly. Brother Rui will come back. Ao Bao sobbed and shook his head. Ao Rui doesn't want Ao Bao anymore. Yang Yu can barely understand Ao Bao words now. How could Brother Rui not want you? You are the one he loves the most. Ao Bao finally stopped crying under Yang Yu's patient comfort, knowing that Rui would come back. Ao Bao sat by the fire and waited. Yang Yu roasted a small carp and handed it to Ao Bao to eat. Yu reminded Yang Yu, remember to remove the bones? Ao Bao doesn't know how to eat fish and doesn't know how to remove fish bones. So others can only help him remove them. Otherwise his delicate throat will be in trouble. I almost forgot. Yang Yu originally wanted to give the whole carp to Ao Bao to eat. But after Yu reminded him, he remembered that the bones had not been removed. The last time Rui Gu carefully removed the fish bones for Ao Bao, he still got the fish bones stuck in his throat. Be careful. A small carp is not very big to begin with. After removing all the fish bones, there is not much meat left. Yang Yu checked it several times and made sure there were no fish bones before giving the fish meat to Ao Bao to eat. But Ao Bao had no appetite and didn't want to eat. Ao Bao, I picked the bones so hard. You should at least eat a little. Yang Yu pushed the fish meat to Ao Bao's mouth. Ao Bao's mouth was tightly closed. He really didn't want to eat. Ao Bao would only have an appetite after seeing Ruerui return safely. Yang Yu coaxed Ao Bao like a child, saying, just one bite. Try it. I promise it's delicious. If you don't eat it, it will get cold. Ao Bao turned his face away, just not wanting to eat. Ao Bao, you have to eat obediently, so that Brother Rui can come back soon. If you don't eat, Brother Rui won't come back. Yang Yu used all the tricks he used to coax his relatives' children to eat. But Ao Bao is not his relative's child. When Ao Bao heard that Ruerui was not coming back, he got anxious and was ready to rush out to find someone. Fortunately, Yang Yu was stronger than Ao Bao, so he successfully stopped Ao Bao. Ao Bao, you don't need to look for him. You just need to eat all the fish meat, and Brother Rui will come back. Ao Bao looked at Yang Yu with suspicion. Did you lie to Ao Bao? Although Ao Bao was stupid, he was not stupid enough to be fooled by a lie. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, finish eating first, and see if Brother Rui will come back. Yang Yu handed the fish meat, which was almost cold, to Ao Bao to eat. Ao Bao looked at Yang Yu with suspicion, stretched out his little hand to pick up a piece of fish meat and put it in his mouth, sipped it, and swallowed it. A small carp doesn't have much meat, and Ao Bao finished it in about 7 or 8 bites. After eating, Ao Bao wiped his little hand stained with fish oil on his clothes, and then looked at the cave entrance with expectation. Ao, is Ruerui back? The hail outside is almost stopping, and Brother Rui must be coming back soon. Yang Yu nodded and said, soon. Ao Bao knew that he was deceived by Yang Yu, so he swung his milk fist and hit him angrily. Yang Yu was wearing a thick down jacket, which could cushion some of the damage. In addition, Ao Bao's fist was too weak, so it didn't hurt at all, not even tickling. Yang Yu stood there as a target. When Ao Bao vented his anger on him, he was not angry, but smiled happily, as if he was playing with Ao Bao. But Ao Bao was not playing. He was fighting very seriously. He was deceived, and his young heart was hurt many times, which could not be compensated no matter what. He fought so hard. But Yang Yu was still laughing. Ao Bao was so angry that he sat on the ground and cried, "Woo! Ruirui." Yang Yu realized that he might have cheated too much. So he squatted down and apologized. "Ao Bao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. Don't cry." It was still Tang Rui who had to coax the child. Tang Rui had the most experience, while Yang Yu was just a novice. When he saw Ao Bao crying, he was at a loss and didn't know where to start. Du Yu, who had been watching them silently, couldn't stand it anymore. So he came over and pushed Yang Yu away and said, "Go away. Let me do it." Yang Yu obeyed, stepped aside, and appreciated Du Yu's performance. "Okay. You do it." Du Yu's method was more direct, using a serious expression to scare Ao Bao. "Don't cry anymore, or I'll beat your butt." But Ao Bao didn't buy his trick, because Ao Bao was not raised to be scared. And he cried as usual, and cried even harder than before. "Woo! I want Rui Rui." Yang Yu rolled his eyes at Du Yu. "I thought you were so capable. I really overestimated you." Du Yu, a rough man, doesn't look like someone who can coax a child. Yang Yu went over and pushed Du Yu away. "Go away. I have to do it." Du Yu also felt that his method was not suitable for Ao Bao, so he took the initiative to give up his position. "Okay. You do it." Yang Yu squatted in front of Ao Bao and said, "Ao Bao, don't cry. Brother Rui will be distressed when he comes back." "Do you want Brother Rui to be distressed?" Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he didn't want Rui to be distressed. Yang Yu reached out to help wipe the tears from Ao Bao's face and said, "Then don't cry. Wait until the hail outside stops. I will accompany you to find Brother Rui." "Okay." Ao Bao responded with a hoarse voice. Ao Bao rubbed his eyes and stopped crying, quietly waiting for the hail outside to stop. About 30 minutes later, the hail finally stopped. Ao Bao couldn't wait to grab Yang Yu's sleeve and asked him to accompany him to find Rui, since he had promised to accompany Ao Bao to find it. He certainly couldn't break his promise. Yang Yu turned around and looked at Du Yu and asked, "Hey, do you want to go with us?" Du Yu didn't say anything, but stood up silently. Yang Yu turned around and wanted to hold Ao Bao's hand. "Let's go. We will accompany you to find Brother Rui." Ao Bao ruthlessly shook Yang Yu's hand and rushed forward and walked away. Yang Yu smiled bitterly and followed him. Du Yu also followed him. Ao Bao walked in front. Yang Yu walked in the middle, and Du Yu walked in the back. After walking for a few minutes, Du Yu sped up a little and caught up with Yang Yu's pace. The two walked side by side. Because it had just fallen heavily, the ground was uneven, and there were some broken ice cubes. If you were not careful, you would easily fall. Ao Bao's short legs made it difficult for him to walk, and he fell twice before he had walked far. It was mainly because he walked too fast and didn't pay much attention to the road. Yang Yu walked up and picked up Ao Bao, who had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. "Don't walk so fast. You'll get hurt later." Ao Bao was anxious and wanted to find Rui as soon as possible, so he had to walk faster. After helping Ao Bao up, Yang Yu insisted on holding Ao Bao's hand. "Let me hold your hand and walk with you. Don't fall again, or Brother Rui will be heartbroken." Ao Bao shook Yang Yu's hand off again. Ao Bao's hand can only be held by Rui, and no one else can touch it. Du Yu also warned, "If Tang Rui sees you holding hands with Ao Bao, you're done, and I can't save you." Yang Yu didn't forcefully hold Ao Bao's hand anymore, because he was afraid that Brother Rui would beat him into a meat pie. Then the three of them continued to move towards the cabin. Ao Bao stumbled along the way and fell no less than 10 times. Not to mention whether Tang Rui would feel bad if he knew. Yang Yu's heart was already broken. Tang Rui was on his way back. He wondered if Ao Bao was still sleeping. After all, Ao Bao would always sleep until noon before waking up. If he was faster, he should be able to get back before Ao Bao woke up. Ao Bao was usually lazy and didn't exercise much, so he fell down halfway. Ao Bao suddenly fell to the ground and scared Yang Yu. "Ao Bao, what's wrong with you?" Yang Yu thought Ao Bao was frozen and fainted. He walked over and found that Ao Bao was just a little tired. It seemed that he needed to rest well. Yang Yu helped Ao Bao up and sat on a stone by the roadside for a while. "Let's wait here. Brother Rui will pass by here." Ao Bao looked around. It was all white. There was no sign of Ruirui at all. Sadness could not help but surge in his heart. Ao. Does Ruirui not want Ao Bao anymore? Woo. Ruirui. Ruirui doesn't want Ao Bao anymore. Doesn't want Ao Bao anymore. Yang Yi used his sleeve to wipe Ao Bao tears. Brother Rui just went back to the cabin to get tools. He will definitely come back. Don't cry. Your eyes are swollen. Ao Bao was still crying because he was too worried that Ruirui would not come back. Woo. Yang Yu saw that his comfort seemed to be useless. So he could only squat there and sigh, praying in his heart that Brother Rui would appear soon. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear Ao Bao crying like this. You couldn't listen to Ao Bao crying anymore. So he looked at Yang Yu and urged, "Don't you still have a candy in your pocket? Take it out and plug Ao Bao's little mouth." "That's not candy. It's a condom." Yang Yu was afraid that Du wouldn't believe it. So he took the condom out of his pocket and showed it to Du carefully. The condom was packaged in pink and looked like a piece of candy. Du thought Yang Yu was holding the candy because he couldn't bear to eat it. It turned out that it was inedible. Du was silent on the spot. Yang Yu turned around and handed the pink package in his hand to Ao Bao, who was still crying. "This is for you to play with. Don't cry." At first glance, Ao Bao also thought it was a piece of candy. So he took it decisively. Ao Bao had no resistance to candy, especially in this period when there was no candy to eat. So he should cherish every piece of candy. Ao Bao stopped crying, holding the package of candy in his little hand. Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, candy was the most effective way to coax a child. Ao Bao couldn't bear to eat the candy now. So he put it in his pocket first. And when he saw Ruirui, he would give the candy to Ruirui. After Ruirui ate the candy, he would not abandon Ao Bao anymore. After resting enough, the three of them continued on their way and continued to move towards the cabin. When they reached the middle of the mountain, Yang Yu saw a few black shadows from a distance. Those black shadows were very eye-catching in the white snow, so they could be noticed at once. Yang Yu felt that those black shadows looked familiar. So he shouted, "Those people in front. Stop right there." Du next to him stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Ao Bao, who was walking in the front, also listened and looked at Yang Yu blankly. Yang Yu pointed to the black shadows on the opposite hill and said, "Is that the family of four who wanted to stew us before? They are still alive. Let's go and settle accounts with them." Du looked closely and found that it was really that family of four. "I didn't expect them to be alive until now." Yang Yu and Du walked towards the family of four aggressively, and Ao Bao stayed where he was, because Ao Bao didn't want to waste time. He just wanted to find Ruirui. So Ao Bao and Yang Yu separated. Yang Yu and Du rushed over like a leopard, caught the slower running daughter, and then threatened the couple with their daughter. Yang Yu took out a knife from his bag, put it against his daughter's neck, and then asked the couple with a sneer, "Do you remember us?" Of course, they still remembered the faces of Yang Yu and Du. The couple was not vague. They knelt down and cowed out for mercy. "We were wrong at the beginning. Please let us go. You chopped off my arm and stewed it in soup. How can you not settle this?" Du still has one arm, which makes it inconvenient to do things. The two arms are asymmetrical and look strange. So it should not be excessive for Du to kill the couple. Du snatched the knife from Yang Yu's hand and prepared to cut the couple's throat and bleed them. At this moment, Yang Yu suddenly shouted in shock, "Where is Ao Bao?" Du stopped, turned his head and asked, "Didn't Ao Bao come with us?" Yang Yu looked around, trying to find Ao Bao, but he didn't find him. It seems that he didn't catch up. Hurry up and find Ao Bao. Otherwise Brother Rui will be angry. Yang Yu couldn't take care of revenge now. It was still important to find Ao Bao. Ao Bao had no ability to survive in the wild. If he got lost in this cold weather, it would be very dangerous. In this situation, of course, Ao Bao is the most important. So Du had to give up revenge and quickly follow Yang Yu to find Ao Bao. In this terrible weather, hail might fall in the next second. Ao Bao has no protective equipment, and his head will be smashed with several big holes in a minute. Yang Yu and Du's hearts are about to jump out of their mouths. Yang Yu put his hand to his mouth, made into a trumpet shape, and shouted loudly to the top of the mountain, "Ao Bao." In this silent snowy day, his shouting also seemed empty and lonely. Du said behind Yang Yu, "Don't shout. Be careful of avalanches." Yang Yu didn't listen, and kept shouting, "Ao Bao." He hoped that Ao Bao would respond to him, but he didn't hear the expected voice for a long time. Yang Yu didn't give up and continued to shout, "Ao Bao." Seeing that there was no response from Ao Bao for a long time, Yang Yu was about to cry, "What should we do now? Brother Rui will definitely be angry. And then we will be in trouble." Yang Yu could already imagine the scene of being punched in the head by Tang Rui, which was really quite scary. "Aren't there footprints? Can't we just follow the footprints? Why are you shouting?" Yu was almost speechless. "Yes. I forgot." Yang Yu smiled awkwardly. There was a small pit left in the snow where Ao Bao walked. Following these small pits, Ao Bao could be found quickly. But things did not go very smoothly. After walking for a while, the small pit left by Ao Bao disappeared. Yang Yu was very confused. It's so strange. Why are there no footprints here? Where is Ao Bao? Did he disappear out of thin air? You guessed, maybe he rolled down the hillside. If he did, there would be no footprints left. Yang Yu found that there was a steep hillside next to him, so the probability of Ao Bao rolling down was very high. Hurry up and go down to look for him. Yang Yu didn't waste any more words and rushed down first, followed by Yu. On the other side, Tang Rui was walking back to the cave with a backpack full of supplies. When he was halfway there, he suddenly heard something rolling down the hillside not far away. At first, he thought it was a big rock, but after a closer look, he found that it was not a rock, but his Ao Bao. Tang Rui immediately dropped the heavy backpack on his back and ran over with all his strength. Luckily, Tang Rui was fast enough to catch Ao Bao in advance. Otherwise Ao Bao would have hit the rock. Tang Rui couldn't believe that he would meet Ao Bao here. When he saw clearly that the person in his arms was really Ao Bao, Tang Rui was very surprised. "Ao Bao, are you injured? And why are you here?" Tang Rui thought Ao Bao should still be sleeping in. Why did he suddenly run here? It was also very strange. Ao Bao had just rolled down from above. His head was dizzy, and before he could recover, he heard Rui asking him a lot of questions. Ao Bao didn't care to answer at all, because he was so confused now. Tang Rui was not in a hurry. Wait for Ao Bao to recover, then talk. After 2 or 3 minutes, Ao Bao recovered, and Tang Rui asked, "Ao Bao, are you here to find me?" Ao Bao pouted aggressively, didn't say anything, and buried his head in Ruirui's arms, and then cried, "Woo!" Where did Ruirui go? Why didn't he tell Ao Bao? Ao Bao thought Ruirui left, and didn't want Ao Bao anymore. Tang Rui held the back of Ao Bao's head and gently comforted him. "I didn't abandon you. I just went back to get some things. And I'll make fish soup for you later." Ao Bao was still sobbing intermittently, feeling really wronged. "Woo!" Ao Bao was really afraid that Ruirui would abandon him. Really afraid. Yang Yu and Yu also slid down the hillside, and they were relieved to see Brother Rui there. Yang Yu was afraid that Tang Rui would be angry, so he went over to explain, "Brother Rui, it was Ao Bao who insisted on coming out to find you, and we couldn't stop him, so we had to accompany Ao Bao to find you. How could Ao Bao roll down the hillside? How did you watch Ao Bao? If he hadn't caught Ao Bao here, Ao Bao would at least have a brain injury." Yang Yu and Yu, 2 grown men, can't even take care of a child like Ao Bao. They are really useless. Yang Yu weakly defended himself. "Brother Rui, it's really not our fault. Ao Bao ran around by himself. Let's talk about it when we get back." It was too cold outside. Tang Rui touched Ao Bao's little face, and it was cold. He had to go back to warm up by the fire. Otherwise Ao Bao's delicate skin would be frozen. Tang Rui stuffed Ao Bao under his coat and ran back. Yang Yu and Yu were carrying the heavy backpack behind them. Back in the cave, Tang Rui first lit the extinguished fire, and then coaxed his Ao Bao. "Ao Bao, I have a surprise for you." After that, Tang Rui took out a little puppet from his back. This little puppet was very familiar to Ao Bao. I thought it was lost, but Ruirui found it again. Ao Bao held the puppet and smiled twice. Then Ao Bao remembered that he also had a gift for Ruirui. Ao Bao reached into his pocket and fumbled for a while, took out the pink candy and handed it to Ruirui. "Ao Bao." Ao Bao left the candy for Ruirui. Tang Rui saw at a glance that it was not a candy at all, but a condom. "Ao Bao, where did this come from? Did you pick it up? In this icy and snowy weather, where did Ao Bao pick up a condom?" Ao Bao pointed at Yang Yu. "Ao Bao." Tang Rui understood that it was Yang Yu who gave it to Ao Bao. Speaking of which, he and Ao Bao had not tried wearing condoms yet. Tang Rui took the candy from Ao Bao's hand and asked, "Ao Bao, do you want to try it?" Ao Bao tilted his head. Ao? Isn't candy for eating? Tang Rui smiled and explained. This is not candy. You can't eat it. It's for use. Ao? Use it? How to use it? Tang Rui looked at the small condom in Ao Bao's hand and asked again, Ao Bao, do you want to use it? Ao Bao kept tilting his head. His eyes were a little dull, and he didn't understand what Rui meant. I'll use it for you to see. After that, Tang Rui took the pink condom in Ao Bao's hand. Under Ao Bao's innocent gaze, Tang Rui tore open the outer packaging and took out the greasy condom inside. Originally, Tang Rui did want to try what it felt like to wear a condom. But this condom was too small and didn't match his big thing. So he couldn't wear it at all, and finally had to give up. Tang Rui himself didn't like wearing this kind of thing very much. After all, there was a layer of film between them, and the experience was not good. He still liked to feel the temperature of Ao Bao's little mouth at close range. I still don't need this. Tang Rui threw the unpacked condom out casually, and then hugged Ao Bao to the sleeping bag. Yang Yu ran over and picked up the condom and asked, Brother Rui, don't you want it? Tang Rui took Ao Bao and lay down in the sleeping bag, and replied to Yang Yu, the size is not suitable. Brother Rui, since you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself. Yang Yu put the condom in his pocket and put it away first. He will definitely use it in the future. Do you frown and asked, why do you have a condom on you? I have several more in my backpack. What's wrong? Why are you asking this? Yang Yu has a small backpack with some sundries in it. All kinds of things. And he always has condoms. Because he used to have sex with women. He was afraid of getting them pregnant. And in the end times, how could he afford to raise a child? So he was used to carrying a condom in his pocket, and took it out to use when he wanted to do it, so that he would not get the other person pregnant. Do you found that Yang Yu's backpack was like a treasure chest, with all kinds of strange things, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what else do you have in your backpack? Show it to me. Why should I show it to you? Yang Yu hugged his backpack tightly, not giving Diu the opportunity to rummage through his bag. Diu went up and grabbed it, and then dumped the contents of the backpack on the ground. In fact, it was just a bunch of miscellaneous things, many of which looked like women's cosmetics. After flipping through it casually, and finding nothing special, Diu returned the backpack to Yang Yu. At the end, he said in a discriminatory way, is that set tailor-made for you? I think it will be just right for Ao Bao. What Diu meant by this was that Yang Yu's size was similar to Ao Bao. Wasn't this purely insulting? Yang Yu had seen Ao Bao's size. He was so small that he was not even as big as his little finger. Diu actually compared him with Ao Bao. It was not only insulting, but also looked down on him. Yang Yu raised his middle finger to Diu. You are just a toothpick. Do you? When Yang Yu was scolding Diu for not being as big as a toothpick, Ao Bao was eating meat and his stomach was bloated. Ao Rui. Tang Rui used his two muscular arms to wrap Ao Bao in his arms and transfer all his heat to Ao Bao. Then Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao on the head. Ao Bao. Is this warm? Ao Bao's body was still cold, but it was slowly warming up. Although he couldn't feel the cold or the heat, Ao Bao still felt that Rui's arms were warm and comfortable. Ao Bao buried his head in Tang Rui's two hard and strong chest muscles, and sighed with satisfaction. Ao Bao was very worried during the day today, and thought Rui had left him and ran away. Fortunately, Rui came back. Ao Bao hugged Rui's strong waist tightly and said coquettishly, Ao. Rui couldn't go alone anymore. He must take Ao Bao with him. No matter where he went, he must take Ao Bao with him. I was just worried that it would suddenly hail, which would be too dangerous. So I didn't take you with me. Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao to be separated from him for even a second. But for Ao Bao's safety, he had no choice. Ao Bao was not afraid of danger, so he had to follow Rui. But I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Ao Bao wasn't afraid, but Tang Rui was. He was afraid that Ao Bao would get hurt, and he didn't want Ao Bao to bear even the slightest injury. Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao was worried that he would abandon him. Ao Bao, don't worry. I won't abandon you. Even though Rui said so, Ao Bao was still worried. Ao. Rui said that he would take Ao Bao with him wherever he went. So he couldn't lie to Ao Bao. He must take Ao Bao with him next time. Seeing that Ao Bao was about to cry, Tang Rui finally agreed, okay. I will definitely take you with me next time. In fact, Tang Rui still had a way to protect Ao Bao from being hit by the hail. After all, he was so big, and Ao Bao was so small. So he could directly use his body to help Ao Bao block it. It didn't matter if he got hurt, as long as Ao Bao was okay. After hearing Ruirui promise to bring Ao Bao along, Ao Bao stopped crying and buried his head in Ruirui's arms, rubbing again and again. Ao Bao only felt safe when he was in Ruirui's arms. Tang Rui also felt that he felt safe only when Ao Bao was in his arms. Halfway through eating meat, Ao Bao began to feel sleepy and dozed off. He would not be sleepy tomorrow, but he still had to keep his eyelids open because he wanted to taste Ruirui's meat for a while. So he forced himself not to sleep. Ao Bao seldom walked, but today he walked at least 4 or 5 kilometers to find Ruirui. This was a long distance for Ao Bao's short legs, so he was quite tired. Tang Rui patted Ao Bao on the back and said, "You must be tired today. Go to bed early." Ao Bao wanted to eat more meat. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's eyelids, which were already fighting, and said softly, "I will keep it in there and not take it out. Sleep peacefully." Only after hearing this did Ao Bao close his eyes and go to sleep. After Ao Bao fell asleep, Tang Rui heard the sound of Yang Yu and Du Yu arguing, and they started fighting. In order to prevent them from making too much noise and waking up Ao Bao, Tang Rui quickly scolded them and asked them to be quiet. The two reluctantly stopped fighting, and then got angry with each other, ignoring each other. Tang Rui didn't want to get involved in their affairs, but they didn't stop all night, and it was not okay to ignore them. "What are you two fighting about?" Tang Rui tried to lower his voice as much as possible to avoid waking up Ao Bao. Originally, they were arguing about the size, but later they talked about who was on top and who was on the bottom. Du definitely didn't want to be on the bottom, so he insisted on being the top. And Yang Yu didn't want to be on the bottom either, so he also insisted on being the top. Du thought Yang Yu was too hypocritical, so he said, "You can't be like Ao Bao, happily sticking your butt up to eat meat. Fuck. You're a zombie. You should eat meat." Yang Yu said that he didn't like eating meat that much, because he was a human, not a zombie. Ao Bao is also a zombie. Du is also a zombie. Ao Bao is a bottom, so Du should also be a bottom. This logic is very reasonable. Yang Yu and Du quarreled over this. Tang Rui never had the troubles they had, because Tang Rui had an overwhelming advantage. He established his identity as the top when he first appeared, and Ao Bao looked like a bottom. So it was clear who was on top and who was on the bottom. And it was really hard to tell who was the top and who was the bottom between Yang Yu and Du Yu. Tang Rui glanced back and forth between the two of them and asked, "Are you together?" Tang Rui hadn't even recovered from when they started dating, and now they were already divided into top and bottom. When Tang Rui asked this, they both calmed down instantly. "Yes, the relationship hasn't been established yet, so why should we divide it into top and bottom?" Yang Yu was still a little shy, avoiding Tang Rui's gaze, and said, Not yet. Go to sleep quickly. If you make any noise again, I will definitely beat you up." Tang Rui didn't plan to get involved in their affairs anymore, and just curled up in the sleeping bag, hugging his little baby and having a good sleep. With Tang Rui's warning, Yang Yu and Du both behaved themselves. This behavior lasted until the next morning. Early in the morning, when it was just light outside, Yang Yu and Du started arguing again. This time, they were not arguing about who was on top and who was on the bottom, but arguing about going to seek revenge on the family of 4. Du's arms were chopped off by the family and stewed into soup. Of course, he wanted revenge. He happened to run into the family of 4 yesterday and had a chance to seek revenge, but he gave up the opportunity to find Ao Bao. Du was unwilling to take revenge, so he planned to find the family today. Yang Yu disagreed with Du going out to find the family. It was very unsafe to go out to find someone because it would be raining hail at any time outside. It was simply looking for death. But Yang Yu didn't beat Du in the end. Du still rushed out, determined to seek revenge. Yang Yu was worried, so he had to go with him. Before he left a message for Tang Rui. "Brother Rui, you and Ao Bao have to wait for us. We will be back soon." Tang Rui would not take Ao Bao out of the cave for the time being, so he nodded to Yang Yu, yes, knowing that Brother Rui would wait for them here. Yang Yu's heart calmed down. Yang Yu and Du went to take revenge. Only Tang Rui and Ao Bao were left in the cave. Ao Bao slept until noon. As soon as he woke up, He saw Ruirui bringing a bowl of milky white fish soup to feed him. Ao Bao. I cooked fish soup for you. Come and have a taste. Ao Bao was still a little dazed when he just woke up. Seeing Ruirui feeding him the soup, he subconsciously opened his mouth and tasted it. Drinking a bowl of hot soup in winter will make your stomach feel warm and comfortable. Ao Bao drank the soup while his eyes turned around. And then he found out, Ao? Why did Yang Yu and Du disappear? Seeing that Ao Bao always cared about Yang Yu and Du, Tang Rui's face became a little ugly. He was jealous in his heart and said in a relatively cold tone, don't worry. They will come back. Ao Bao was not concerned about Yang Yu and the others. Ao Bao just didn't want to lose the two laborers. Otherwise there would be no one to help Ruirui work. It's just that Tang Rui couldn't understand Ao Bao's good intentions. He was still jealous at this time, and was about to kill himself. Ao Bao didn't pay attention to Ruirui's face, and concentrated on drinking his soup. After a bowl of hot fish soup, Ao Bao's belly was warm, and even sweaty. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao wipe the sweat off his forehead and asked with a sour mood, do you want me to go out and find them? If I don't go to find those two guys, they will definitely be in danger. After all, they are more useless than each other. Ao Bao shook his head. No. It's so dangerous outside. Ao Bao won't let Ruirui take risks. Tang Rui's originally depressed mood improved immediately. Sure enough, in Ao Bao's heart, he was the most important person. After drinking a few bowls of fish soup and filling his stomach, Tang Rui blocked the cave entrance with snow before the hail, so that the cold wind could not blow in. Ao Bao helped shovel snow on the side, shoveling the snow into a pile for Ruirui to use. One person and one corpse were busy for a whole morning, and the cave entrance was blocked, leaving only a small gap for ventilation. After the cold wind stopped blowing in, Tang Rui felt hot and sweated a lot, wet and greasy. Tang Rui took off the down jacket he was wearing outside, and only wore a black turtleneck sweater. Wearing less clothes made it easier to move. Tang Rui called Ao Bao, who was playing snowballs. Over, Ao Bao. Come here. I'll help you take off a piece of clothing. Don't wear so many clothes. It's too hot. Hearing Ruirui calling him, Ao Bao hurriedly threw the small snowball in his hand, rubbed his wet hands on his clothes, and then walked towards Ruirui with bloated and clumsy steps. Ao Bao was wearing 6 or 7 pieces of clothes, wrapped like a ball, and it was difficult to walk, but it was very cute, like a little penguin. Seeing Ao Bao walking so hard, but it was very interesting. Tang Rui was amused. He opened his arms and hugged Ao Bao into his arms. It's very hot. Just wear 4 pieces. After saying that, Tang Rui took off Ao Bao's outer vest, down jacket, and knitted sweater. Only 3 pieces were left, and Tang Rui put the down jacket back on Ao Bao. With 2 fewer pieces of clothing, Ao Bao's hands and feet became more flexible, and he became more naughty. He picked up a piece of charcoal and ran to graffiti on the stone wall. Tang Rui had to be busy making fish into dried fish, so that it would be easier to preserve and would not stink and rot so easily. Ao Bao was playing. Tang Rui was busy. And this day was very fulfilling. In an afternoon, Ao Bao covered the entire stone wall with graffiti. But it was just scribbling, and it was hard to tell what was written. However, Tang Rui was sharp-eyed, and saw 2 stick figures holding hands in the graffiti that looked like ghost paintings. Tang Rui pointed at the 2 stick figures and asked, Ao Bao, who is this painting? Ao Bao pointed to his chest, then to Tang Rui's chest, and said in a baby voice, Ao Bao? Ruirui. Tang Rui smiled knowingly and said, it's a good painting. Ao Bao was very happy to be praised by Ruirui. He held his cheeks with a pair of small paws stained black by charcoal, and smiled as brightly as a flower that had just bloomed. Ao Bao's smile was so seductive. How could Tang Rui resist it? He directly pressed him into his arms, and kissed him fiercely. Tang Rui let go of Ao Bao's mouth after kissing it swollen. Looking at the little boy who was kissed dizzy in his arms, Tang Rui said with doting eyes, your little face is dirty. I'll wipe it for you. Tang Rui used his sleeves to help Ao Bao clean his little face stained black by charcoal, and also clean his little hands. At this time, the sky outside was already very dark, and Yang Yu and Du had not returned yet. It was probably impossible for them to return. Tang Rui didn't worry much about the 2 people in his heart. Only Ao Bao would mention it from time to time and ask Yang Yu why they hadn't returned yet. Tang Rui always perfunctorily told Ao Bao that they would be back soon. Ao Bao only paid lip service to the two people. When it got dark, he fell asleep immediately. His little snoring echoed in the cave. He slept peacefully, and didn't worry at all whether the two people could come back safely. Tang Rui didn't worry much either. He hugged Ao Bao's waist, and fell asleep soon. He thought Yang Yu and Yu would come back at night. But they didn't come back the next morning. It had been many hours. They must have frozen to death outside. Tang Rui still felt a little sorry in his heart. But it was only for a few seconds. He didn't waste too much time mourning the two people. In the next few days, Yang Yu and Yu still didn't come back. And Ao Bao almost forgot about them. In addition, there was no hail outside in the past few days. And the sun even came out, melting the snow wall piled at the entrance of the cave. Although there was sunshine, the temperature dropped. Because when the snow melted, the heat was absorbed by the snow. So the temperature in the cave was very low. The cave was too cold. So Tang Rui took Ao Bao outside to bask in the sun, so that he could be warmer. Ao Bao had been stuck in the cave for several days. And as soon as he got out of the cave, he ran around in the snow happily. Tang Rui watched Ao Bao play from the side. Be careful. Don't fall. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Bao immediately tripped and plunged into the snow. Tang Rui strode over and picked up Ao Bao, who had plunged into the snow. Okay. Stop playing. Let's go to the town to find some supplies. Ao Bao spit out the snow water in his mouth. Ao. Tang Rui didn't say anything, carrying Ao Bao on his back, and started to hurry on his way, trying to get back before sunset. After arriving in the town, Tang Rui found that the zombies that always wandered on the streets were frozen into ice sculptures. And they looked like they were dead. Frozen to death. Almost all the zombies in this town were frozen to death. And no zombies survived. It is normal for low-level zombies to be frozen to death. After all, they don't know how to keep warm. But Tang Rui found that 2 intermediate zombies were also frozen into ice sculptures. It stands to reason that the 2 intermediate zombies are conscious, and should know to wear more clothes or make a fire. But why were they also frozen to death? Tang Rui guessed that these intermediate zombies were extremely hungry and fainted when they came out to find food, and fell on the street because of hunger, and finally froze to death. Tang Rui walked over and took out the crystal cores of the 2 frozen intermediate zombies. Tang Rui washed the brains on the crystal cores with snow water, and then gave them to Ao Bao to eat. Ao Bao. Eat it. Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he wanted to leave the 2 crystal cores to Rui. Tang Rui smiled and said, I don't need the crystal cores. Eat them quickly, and after eating, the space will be back. Ao Bao's space disappeared. If he wanted the space to come back, he had to eat more crystal cores to advance. After thinking about it, Ao Bao opened his mouth and swallowed both crystal cores into his stomach. Tang Rui continued to take Ao Bao around the town to see if he could find a few more intermediate zombies. However, the goddess of luck did not favor them, and they did not encounter intermediate zombies again. But they picked up a few toys that Ao Bao liked more. With new toys, Ao Bao finally didn't have to play snowballs anymore. Ao Bao happily held the toys and played with them one by one. Tang Rui has been thinking about it. After this snowstorm, the number of humans and zombies has been greatly reduced. This may indicate that the end of the world is about to end, and a new civilization may come in the future. As for this new civilization, whether it is a civilization where zombies rise or a civilization where humans rise, it is hard to say. At present, all the humans and zombies who can survive to this day are strong, because the weak ones have basically died in this snowstorm. Although those who survive to this day are strong, the number of strong people should not be large. A rough estimate shows that the total number of humans and zombies surviving on Earth is definitely no more than 100,000. To be more precise, the number may be less than 50,000. There were billions of people in the world, but now there are only tens of thousands left, and the number of these remaining tens of thousands will continue to decline. The sharp decline in population made Tang Rui feel that there was no need to hide in such a remote town, because now it is difficult to meet a few living people in cities or towns. After thinking for a while, Tang Rui said, Ao Bao, we will take you to Kyoto. This war between humans and zombies is about to come to an end, and the key person who can bring the war to an end as soon as possible is Ao Bao. Tang Rui must take Ao Bao to Kyoto to completely end this doomsday. Ao Bao didn't quite understand why Rui suddenly wanted to go to Kyoto. Ao. Tang Rui said half jokingly and half seriously, I will take you to rule the world. Although Ao Bao was not very interested in ruling the world, he immediately became interested in ruling the world with Rui Rui. Ao Bao raised his little hand and cheered. Ao Ao Ao. Ao Bao is going to rule the world with Rui Rui. Although Ao Bao now looks like a small intermediate zombie, the Zombie King Crystal Core is still in Ao Bao body. The Zombie King Crystal Core has turned into a seed and is hidden in Ao Bao's stomach. Ao Bao will have to wait until the seed sprouts and blooms before he can return to his peak. Winter is almost over, and spring is coming soon. So the day when the seed sprout is very close. When the weather warms up, the seeds in Ao Bao's stomach will sprout. In another month or two, a small white flower will grow on Ao Bao's head. At that time, Ao Bao will be the king of the entire apocalypse. Ao Bao is coming to dominate the apocalypse.